Heavy breaths echoed in the darkened room as Uchiha Kei opened his eyes, staring into the mirror at his blood-red Sharingan, adorned with the three tomo. A sigh escaped his lips. Another failure. Though Uchiha Kei felt a twinge of disappointment from the countless setbacks he had endured, he steeled himself and began jotting down his insights in a notebook. The language he employed was not Japanese, but pure Chinese. He was not of this world. Originally a denizen of Earth, an unexpected twist of fate had transported him to this bloody realm. Upon realizing his lineage as a member of the Uchiha clan, she had experienced a brief moment of pride, only to be met with relentless hardships that struck him deeply. In this world, weakness was indeed a sin. Perhaps due to his modern upbringing, Uchiha Kei found it increasingly difficult to endure the brutality of this era. In terms of talent, he deemed himself rather ordinary. Were it not for his status as a transmigrator, his innate mental prowess slightly superior to others had allowed him to precariously navigate the battlefield, relying on his Sharingan to survive. Otherwise, he might have already become a mere memory, his grave overgrown with weeds at tea times. He marveled at the ninjas of this world, many of whom possessed killing capabilities by the age of 6 or 7, routinely taking to the battlefield by 10. The likes of Kakashi, who at 12 had already amassed countless kills, were not anomalies, aware of his own limitations. Uchiha Kei refrained from revealing his Sharingan, even in combat, exercising utmost caution to keep his abilities concealed. Without sufficient protection, he did not consider himself capable of recklessness at the very least. The Manjiki Sharingan would afford him a modicum of self-defense. As for what to do after acquiring the Manjiki, such thoughts were beyond him if he could not even attain the base Sharingan. What right did he have to contemplate further? Is the stimulation simply insufficient? Uchiha Kei pondered, reflecting on his latest experiences. He was intimately familiar with the Sharingan, fully aware of its origins and evolution. In essence, it awakened through intense, emotional stimuli and continued to evolve under such duress. It was no wonder that the Uchiha clan was often labeled as mad. The Manjiki, in particular, demanded even more extreme emotional upheaval, with chakras stimulating the eyes to trigger their awakening. Upon awakening, one's inner turmoil would resonate with the brain, facilitating the reorganization of ocular chakra and unlocking corresponding abilities. This understanding compelled Uchiha Kei to attempt awakening his own eyes that, in comparison to the Hyuga clan next door, the process for the Uchiha was relatively straightforward. Had he been transmigrated as one of the Hyuga, he might have already met his end. His past memories reminded him of Neji Hyuga, a once promising genius who ultimately met a tragic and senseless demise, a fate not uncommon among his clan. Where might the issue lie? Uchiha Kei mused, stroking his chin. Is it a matter of insufficient depth of stimulation? Or perhaps my Jinjutsu technique is lacking? Or maybe, knowing all of this, I subconsciously dismiss the illusions as mere fabrications. Frustration welled within him as he employed his Jinjutsu on himself, striving to immerse himself in an illusion while remaining unaware of it. Yet, despite numerous attempts, he had failed to succeed. While there had been some effects, his three tomo attested to the potential viability of his method, remained unable to breach that final barrier. With the ongoing war seemingly reaching its climax, the remaining villages, aside from those that had already surrendered, began launching their final desperate assaults on Konoha. This was undoubtedly the most perilous time. Despite having survived previous battles, Uchiha Kei could not guarantee his continued survival in the upcoming conflicts. Have I reached a threshold? He mused, organizing his diary. Or has my mental strength developed an immunity? Yet there are no antibodies in mental energy. The enigma of these thoughts eluded him. Yet one thing was certain: the days ahead would not be tranquil. It was now the 47th year of Konoha, with only a year remaining until the 4th Hokage would assume office. The situation in the ongoing war had reached a critical juncture. The Battle of Kijijing Mountain had concluded, with the Sand Village's defeat and surrender. Now, only one adversary remained: a rock village that he silently acknowledged the peculiar maneuvers of certain rock village ninjas, had they not executed their ambush on the Cloud Village, forcing the Third Raikage to confront thousands of rock ninjas alone for 3 grueling days until he perished from exhaustion. Konoha would now be facing a simultaneous assault from both the cloud and rock villages. During the Kamizukimo battle, Kakashi will likely acquire a Bito's Sharingan, becoming a replicating ninja. Having organized his notes meticulously, Uchiha Kei sealed them within a scroll and carefully stored them away. Given the numerous similarities between Japanese and Chinese, the loss of this scroll would pose significant troubles for him. To stave off memory decline, he had diligently recorded every plot point from the Naruto saga that he could recall. This endeavor would allow him to remain aware of significant events at any given time, thus enabling him to evade calamities or seize opportunities. Once he had completed this task, Uchiha Kei sighed, realizing that his 3-tomo Sharingan was utterly insufficient. Without the Manjiki, how could he possibly confront those who had transcended the limits of ordinary beings? Not to mention, the impending Uchiha massacre in just a few years would be a source of considerable distress for him. That I must devise a plan, otherwise I shall become mere fodder for Uchiha Itachi's blade. The following morning, after engaging in some basic training, Uchiha Kei made his way to the assembly point. In times of war, every ninja is considered a valuable asset in battle. Even prominent clans such as Uchiha and Hyuga must participate in combat to safeguard their village. Naturally, there are policies in place regarding this. For instance, the members dispatched from the Hyuga clan are primarily those from the branch family. Under the protection of their caged birds, they need not fear their Byakugan being taken by others, especially given the instances where main family members have fallen in battle against the Mist Ninja, resulting in the loss of a Byakugan. The Uchiha clan is not naive. While they do send ninja who have awakened a Sharingan, they are typically assigned to relatively secure areas. Conversely, those who have not activated their Sharingan are entirely at the village's behest, going wherever they are needed. Uchiha Kei belongs to the latter category, primarily because he has never showcased his Sharingan before anyone. Until he feels sufficiently secure, he prefers to remain inconspicuous. War is perilous, yet it is preferable to being placed on the Konoha blacklist. This approach has both advantages and disadvantages. The downside is that Uchiha Kei finds himself in considerable danger, while the upside is that his guiding Jonin is someone trusted by Konoha. Much like Obito, a perceived failure of the Uchiha clan, who had a talented Jonin mentor in Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Kei and Obito are of the same generation, though Kei's fortune does not compare favorably to that of Obito. His mentor is not a renowned figure, nor is he one of the infamous members of the Inuzuka, Nara, or Akimichi clans. He is merely a Jonin wholly loyal to the Hokage, named Fukaharu Kohei. Moreover, he is not even the Jonin originally assigned to Uchiha Kei. His first mentor had perished heroically during a mission while protecting his team. As for Uchiha Kei's teammates, they are merely background characters. There are no notable figures like Might Guy, Hinata, or Asuma, nor any of the likes of Nara Shikamaru or Inuzuka Kiba. One of his teammates is a civilian ninja named Imai Kenta, a formidable taijutsu practitioner with a sharp mind, who has survived since the onset of the war. The other teammate is even more intriguing, named Hyuga Aya. True to her name, she is a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan. She is quite intelligent, arguably a woman of considerable cunning. Uchiha Kei's relationship with his teammates is mediocre. While they do not harbor deep animosity, they are not particularly close either. Their assembly is merely a result of the ongoing shifts in team formations. They have executed numerous missions together, and it is through these endeavors that Uchiha Kei has discerned their cunning and subtle intentions. During wartime, casualties among ninjas are immense. Even Uchiha Kei has seen several of his teammates fall, a fate that has befallen his two companions as well. To put it plainly, all three are seasoned veterans, for it is unlikely they would have survived this long otherwise. Why are they so slow? Is this how all members of the Uchiha clan behave? As Uchiha Kei arrived at the rendezvous point, he discovered that the others were already present, and Hyuga Aya was frowning at him. We are about to embark on a mission. A mission? Uchiha Kei nodded calmly, though he soon cast a curious glance around. But where is Fujiku? Kenta Imai, seated nearby and meticulously polishing his blades, looked up and said, "The captain departed with the other Jonin half an hour ago to the front lines. The Rock Shinobi's offensive is exceptionally fierce, and we have a separate task. The battle at Kikyo Mountain has been devastating, particularly as Konoha has only just dealt with the Sand Shinobi, leaving no time for respite. The toll of slaying 10,000 enemies while suffering 3,000 losses has severely depleted Konoha's strength. and the timing of the Rock Country's assault suggests they aim to take advantage of Konoha's disarray. However, given their aggressive mindset, they also attack the wreckage, indicating that Konoha may truly be on the brink of collapse. Officially, it is said that the team led by Minato Namikaze destroyed the Kannabi Bridge, effectively severing the enemy's supply lines. Nonetheless, Uchiha Kei suspects that being attacked from both sides is also a reason for the Rock Shinobi's struggles. After all, facing Konoha head-on while contending with the Cloud Shinobi behind them is an unbearable predicament for anyone. "What is our mission?" Uchiha Kei inquired, nodding. "And who is the captain?" "It is you," Hyuga Aya replied, seemingly displeased. Yet she stated earnestly, "Our mission is to provide cover for the Jonin team, led by Minato Namikaze, allowing them to complete their objectives." During this time of great conflict, ninjas from various nations have become increasingly militarized, their capabilities vastly improved compared to those depicted in comics. However, Uchiha Kei frowned at Aya's words. Their task seemed to reduce them to mere bait. The specifics of Minato's mission were not shared with them. They were merely instructed to protect his team, while Kenta Imai and Hyuga Aya were aware that this was indeed a bait mission. They were entirely in the dark regarding Minato's actual intentions. Yet Uchiha Kei knew. This team's objective was to detonate the Kannabi Bridge. This meant that the three of them were essentially being sent to attract fire and meet their demise. Reflecting on the original narrative where Kakashi and his companions encountered minimal resistance, one must ponder why such a strategically significant location would be inadequately guarded. Even if Kakashi's team was tasked with infiltration, it was improbable that only one or two individuals would suffice. Clearly, other forces must have drawn the enemy's attention, facilitating Kakashi's successful infiltration. As these thoughts coursed through Uchiha Kei's mind, his brow furrowed. This was not a favorable mission. He recalled that after Obito's death, a multitude of rock shinobi appeared, suggesting that those who had drawn attention were likely doomed. Particularly, Uchiha Kei remembered that Obito had been taken by Uchiha Madara due to this very mission, indicating that there was indeed a stronghold of Uchiha near the Kannabi Bridge. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kei did not believe he had the power to refuse this mission. During wartime, becoming a deserter is scarcely more favorable than losing one's life on the battlefield, and may even be worse. "We will be collaborating with several other teams," Uchiha Kei pondered before asking, "To what extent must we penetrate?" "There are 6 teams in total working alongside us," came the response. Hinata Aya swiftly replied, "As for how deep we need to delve, I cannot say. Our task is simply to attract the enemy and then hold them at bay." What a thoroughly bothersome assignment. Uchiha Akira silently cursed under his breath. However, he quickly regained his composure. With 6 teams still in play, they collectively retained a glimmer of hope. Although it entirely hinged on fortune, Uchiha Akira, who had long concealed his capabilities, felt a sense of resilience within him. After numerous experiences, he believed that as long as he exercised sufficient caution, he would indeed have opportunities to survive. "Then, let us embark." With this thought, Uchiha Akira waved his hand and dashed towards the gate, understanding that a mission should not be delayed. Imai Kenta and Hinata Aya swiftly followed suit, aware that time was of the essence, and they needed to hasten their pace. Just as they were about to exit the village, they unexpectedly encountered the squad of Minato Namikaze, who appeared to be preparing to leave the village as well. Akira paid them no mind, not even exchanging greetings, and hurriedly exited the village. This was not due to any dissatisfaction with Minato, Kakashi, or the others. On the contrary, Uchiha Akira held them in high regard. However, the nature of the task rendered him incapable of feeling joy. Imai Kenta and Hinata Aya shared similar sentiments. After casting one last glance at the 4 individuals, they swiftly followed Uchiha Akira out. To draw the attention of the rock shinobi, it was imperative to separate from Minato's team. Otherwise, their own squad would inadvertently jeopardize the mission. They raced out of Konoha towards their objective, sunlight streaming through the towering trees, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, 3 small figures darted along the branches, leaving behind fleeting traces. In the dim light, these fleeting apparitions were nearly imperceptible, and even the most vigilant birds of the dense forest failed to notice their passage. Before their departure, Uchiha Akira had devised a strategy to swiftly reach the mission site and conceal themselves. With a member of the Hyuga clan in their ranks, Akira found himself at a significant advantage. They could first scout the enemy's movements before planning their next steps. Yet, he was acutely aware of the challenges this mission posed. Reluctant to refuse, but equally unwilling to meet his demise, he recognized the necessity of contemplating alternative approaches. After approximately 3 days of travel, the trio finally crossed the border into the land of grass. However, under Uchiha Akira's leadership, they refrained from joining the main force. This decision left Imai Kenta and Hinata Aya perplexed, yet as wartime shinobi, they had no choice but to comply with their captain's orders. Let us rest for a moment. Upon entering a forest within the territory of the grass shinobi, Uchiha Akira paused and seated himself to recuperate his strength. They needed to maintain their optimal condition at all times to confront any impending battles. Byakugan activate. Without requiring Akira's guidance, Hinata Aya activated her Byakugan to observe their surroundings. Aware of their precarious situation and driven by the instinct for self-preservation, she dared not let her guard down. No danger detected. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hinata Aya quietly closed her eyes and murmured, Uchiha Kaido nodded slightly before continuing. Now that we have arrived in the land of grass, we are on the verge of entering the target area for our mission. It is time to discuss our strategy moving forward. Do you wish to survive? Both Jinai Kenta and Hinata Aya were momentarily taken aback by Uchiha Kaido's blunt inquiry. They had not anticipated such a candid question. After exchanging glances with Uchiha Kaido, they wisely chose silence. Those who emerge from the ninja academy and find themselves on the battlefield, surviving to this day, are by no means foolish. With their intellect, they understood that the mission assigned to them was essentially to serve as fodder to distract and defend against the rock ninja. In truth, there are myriad ways to preserve one's life. The most prudent approach would be to linger along the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, engaging in minor skirmishes until the war's conclusion. They both comprehended this notion. However, while they could entertain such thoughts and even act accordingly, they were not at liberty to voice them openly. This is the essence of politics. Uchiha Kaido's forthright question abruptly closed off their avenues of escape. After all, if they were to vocalize such sentiments, it would spell the end of their futures. Uchiha Kaido remained silent, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded them. How could he not fathom their thoughts? Throughout this journey, he had contemplated countless strategies, all of which he had dismissed. These two could meander along the border until the war's end without consequence. Yet as their leader, Uchiha Kaido could not afford such an indulgence. If he were to simply drift to the conclusion, his return to the village would undoubtedly result in disgrace, perhaps even accusations of delaying the war effort. Uchiha Kaido was acutely aware that, even without taking action, the rock ninja would not endure for long. However, others might not share this perspective. The higher-ups in Konoha always craved a glorious facade, yet in reality, their orders had resulted in the demise of countless ninjas. Consequently, they would resort to any means necessary to divert public attention and shift blame. A common tactic is to identify scapegoats to bear the responsibility, or to find unfortunate souls to bear the stigma of cowardice, implicating them in the deaths of their comrades. Alternatively, they might draw attention to someone else's achievements, transforming the deceased into figures of sacrifice for the village. If Uchiha Kaido were to express such sentiments and act upon them, the inevitable outcome would be a significant boon for the higher-ups of Konoha, especially since they harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kaido would never engage in such duplicity, nor could he allow his teammates to entertain those thoughts or pursue such actions. Regardless of their true sentiments, Uchiha Kaido sought to eliminate certain notions. No one wishes to die, but he was particularly averse to becoming a scapegoat. What is it, my friends? Is this simple question truly worthy of such prolonged contemplation? Uchiha Kaido quipped, leaning against a large tree, his hand discreetly reaching into his ninja tool pouch, readying himself for action. To speak frankly, Uchiha Chi hoped that the two would express their thoughts. Given his current strength, he could eliminate one of them at a cost, and then make his escape. Although Uchiha Chi doubted they would dare to voice their intentions, his cautious nature compelled him to prepare for the worst. After a prolonged silence, Imai Kenta and Hyuga Aya exchanged glances, and Hyuga Aya, gritting her teeth, said, "Captain, I believe you understand the true nature of this mission, do you not?" "Of course." Uchiha Chi replied with a knowing smile. "Thus, I intend to inquire about your views." "We must accomplish our mission," Imai Kenta said with an innocuous smile. "However, I believe we should exercise greater caution and leverage the advantages of our Byakugan." "Oh, a commendable notion," Uchiha Chi remarked, lowering his guard with nonchalance. Indeed, they were hesitant to act, for direct confrontation would equate to betrayal of Konoha, a consequence far graver than their actual intentions. They were also cognizant that Uchiha Kei had survived this long for a reason. All three had endured numerous teammate changes, yet they remained alive, which spoke volumes. Nevertheless, they each sighed inwardly, recognizing the trouble of encountering a similar character. In a clash of silver coins, it truly became a contest of who was more ruthless and whose will to survive was stronger. In light of this, let us find a suitable position and proceed with our tasks, Uchiha Kei suggested with a light chuckle. Kinta is correct. We must make the most of our Byakugan. We shall reach the designated location first, and then I shall rely on Aya. Certainly, but what comes next? We'll find a secluded spot and launch a surprise attack. After all, there are other teams, are there not? People tend to dislike those who mirror their own type, and Uchiha Kei, Hyuga Aya, and Imai Kinta were no exceptions. Throughout their journey, communication was sparse. Uchiha Kei could sense that the two might truly wish to tear him apart. However, he was not one to be easily intimidated. If they dared to act, it might even please him, as it would save him considerable trouble. While he might not excel in various aspects, he possessed a certain expertise in evasion. Uchiha Kei might have average abilities in other areas, but he had mastered one technique exceptionally well, the body flicker technique. In the heat of battle, he could activate his Sharingan, employ the body flicker technique to eliminate one adversary, and then swiftly retreat. In such a scenario, the mission would become inconsequential, allowing him to simultaneously declare their betrayal against the shinobi village. He could then summon the Yamanaka clan to investigate what had transpired, ensuring his own safety. Regrettably, the two seemed quite astute, harboring no such intentions. As the trio advanced, Imai Kinta suddenly halted, signaling that a situation had arisen. Kinta Imai possesses remarkable perceptiveness. As a taijutsu ninja, particularly one skilled in swordsmanship, his sense of smell is indeed acute. Ayaka Hyuga promptly activated her Byakugan to observe, her eyes displaying prominent veins, a sight less hazy than in the manga but more fierce. 6. Ayaka shaped her lips into the word 6 for her companions. This indicates the presence of at least 2 squads. It is quite common in warfare for a squad to not be at full strength due to various reasons. However, this is somewhat advantageous, as they do not have to confront 2 fully staffed teams. The only uncertainty remains whether any Jonin are among them. Uchiha Akira, Ayaka Hyuga, and Kinta Imai are not Jonin. They are not like Kakashi, who became a Jonin at the tender age of 12. Of course, they are not the strongest Genin in Konoha. They are merely 3 Chunin. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Akira concluded that 6 individuals are not to be underestimated. At the very least, their forehead protectors would make for excellent trophies. With this thought, Akira gestured to his 2 companions, and the trio swiftly vanished into the treetops, each taking up a concealed position. Akira hid among a cluster of low trees and simultaneously activated his Sharingan, the 3 black tomo slowly rotating within his crimson gaze. Ayaka and Kinta had no time to concern themselves with others, allowing Akira to freely employ his abilities. Soon, several figures with flowing chakra appeared before his eyes. Due to the sudden encounter, they had no time to set any traps. Otherwise, the situation would likely have been more manageable. Taking a deep breath, Akira assessed the current scenario. Their adversaries included a single Jonin, which was favorable news, though they also had 2 Chunin and 3 Jinin, combatants not to be dismissed lightly. The world of Hokage is peculiar. Even someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara could fall victim to cunning schemes. Consider Black Zetsu, who converses intimately with Madara, or Naruto, who bewitched Kagaya with his seductive techniques. With a deep breath, Uchiha Akira retrieved a kunai, yet he dared not act impulsively. Heaven knows whether his 2 teammates would flee the moment he engaged. Curiously, it seemed his companions were equally wary. They remained motionless, watching as the 6 IWA ninjas passed by them. Damn it, Akira cursed silently. Without the guidance of Jonin Fukuhana Kohei, their mistrust had reached its zenith. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. With that thought, Uchiha Akira wasted no time. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a jutsu aimed at the 6 IWA ninjas, fortuitously covering the area where Kinta Imai had concealed himself. After executing this, Akira immediately performed a shadow clone technique, while his main body used a substitution jutsu. Standing firmly atop the trees, observing the unfolding events to make his decision, Kinta Imai could no longer contain himself. He unleashed a torrent of venomous thoughts directed at Uchiha Kei, who promptly sprang into action, drawing his blade with fluid grace. He executed a series of movements that flowed seamlessly into one another, evading attacks with effortless agility. A lower-ranking IWNine, caught off guard, fell victim to his swift strike. What proved most alarming to Uchiha Kei, who had been observing from a distance, was the realization that this young man was not as honorable as he appeared. The very spot where Kenta chose to evade happened to align perfectly with the hidden position of Hinata Aya. Though the IWNine were initially thrown into disarray by the ambush, they quickly regained their composure. As a flurry of shuriken was launched and Kenta made his escape, Hinata could no longer remain concealed, gritting her teeth. She leapt into the fray. "Two mere children?" scoffed the IWNine's Jonin upon witnessing this audacious act. "How bold! Eliminate them." In truth, such orders were unnecessary, as the remaining IWNine had already drawn their weapons and charged at the duo. The Jonin remained vigilant, aware that only 2 members of their 4-person squad were present, suggesting at least one more adversary lurked nearby. Thus, he refrained from acting recklessly, opting to wait until he could apprehend the last member. Suddenly, an ominous sense of danger surged within him, a chilling awareness that sent shivers down his spine. In an instant, he felt the fabric of his clothing tear, and the cold bite of a kunai grazed his back. Reacting swiftly, the Jonin performed a substitution technique. Employing the simplest yet most effective jutsu in moments of peril, a strategy known to any shinobi of his caliber. As he executed the technique, his peripheral vision caught sight of a young boy standing in the spot he had just vacated, his crimson eyes gleaming with the power of the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan? The Jonin, no fool, immediately deduced the identity of his opponent. Yet, the bitter truth weighed heavily upon him. Even a mere child from the Uchiha clan was a formidable foe, and it was best to engage in pairs rather than alone. With the rest of his comrades embroiled in their respective battles, he was indeed a Jonin, but only recently had he ascended from the ranks of a special Jonin. Abruptly, his eyes widened once more as the crimson-eyed Uchiha vanished once again, and this time he felt an icy sensation at his throat. In a flash, the kunai glided effortlessly across the Jonin's neck, delivering a perfectly measured fatal blow, an execution in which Uchiha Kei had become quite adept over the years. Despite the weight of his experiences, he had managed to cultivate a sense of calm that somewhat aligned with the brutal reality of his circumstances. Under the influence of his own mental conditioning and self-hypnosis, the act of taking lives had transformed into a semblance of gameplay, akin to leveling up in a video game, a task that, while not devoid of emotional weight, became considerably less burdensome. In the world of ninjas, it is a relentless struggle for survival. Either you perish, or I do. Uchiha Kei has continually forced himself to adapt to this harsh reality. This Jonin, though possessing average abilities, was unprepared for Kei's swift onslaught, which was executed with remarkable speed. However, Uchiha Kei bore no trace of arrogance. He was acutely aware of his own talents. Regardless of his efforts, his speed was merely average, and even with the Sharingan, he only reached the standard of a prodigy. Moreover, despite his impressive speed in the body flicker technique, Kei recognized that even without the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze's mastery of the body flicker technique was unparalleled in the ninja world. Not to mention that among the Uchiha clan's younger generation was Uchiha Shursui, whose future reputation as Shursui of the body flicker technique indicated just how extraordinary his own speed might be. Of course, Kei suspected that his Mangekyo Sharingan played a significant role in his performance. Turning his attention to the battlefield, Kei observed Janae Kenta suddenly accelerate towards a Chunin after a series of evasive maneuvers. His speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of light, leaving the Chunin utterly unprepared for such velocity. Faced with Kenta's thunderous strike, the Chunin had no time to evade and was forced to raise his hand to meet Kenta's kunai with his own. Just as the weapons were about to collide, Kenta's hand shifted ever so slightly, allowing his blade to glide past the kunai and slice through the Chunin's throat. In an instant, a crimson bloom of blood erupted into the air, marking the end of the confrontation with a clean and decisive strike. Meanwhile, Hinata Aya was engaged in battle with the same Chunin, her figure darting through the trees. Utilizing her Byakugan in conjunction with her gentle fist technique, she faced the Jonin without significant trouble, especially since her opponent was merely a Chunin. As expected, after a fierce exchange, Aya seized an opening and delivered a powerful palm strike. The Chunin immediately coughed up blood, propelled backward like a bullet, until he crashed into a large tree, finally coming to a halt. At this point, the battle was drawing to a close. One Jonin and two Chunin had been eliminated, along with Jinei Kenta, who had preemptively dispatched a Genin under K's guidance. Only two Genin, now paralyzed with fear, remained trembling with their kunai in hand. Uchiha Kei, witnessing this scene, was reminded of his own first foray into battle years ago. Though a pang of sympathy stirred within him, he understood that such feelings were meaningless. The battlefield was steeped in the metallic scent of blood. With a sigh inwardly, Kei maintained a calm exterior. Additionally, I would appreciate it if everyone could act with greater decisiveness next time. Yes, Captain, Kenta replied, once again displaying a benign smile, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had been outmaneuvered by Kei moments earlier. Humph, Aya scoffed, her Byakugan fixed intently on Uchiha Kei. Your prowess, Keikuin, truly exceeds all expectations. Such rapid body flicker technique would mark you as a formidable ninja, even without the activation of your Sharingan. Oh, the Sharingan is indeed a remarkable asset, desired even by those outside the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kei, unfazed by Hinata Aya's sarcastic remarks, jested, yet, in comparison, I find freedom to be of far greater significance. Wouldn't you agree, Ayakuen? When it comes to sarcasm, Uchiha Kei fears no one, especially since the woman's words hold no lethal potency for him. It is not that Uchiha Kei lacks a Sharingan. Rather, he prefers to remain inconspicuous. For a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, however, the concept of freedom represents a devastating blow. As expected, Hinata Aya's expression darkened, and even her delicate hands began to emanate chakra ripples. What purpose does pretense serve? If it comes to a fight, she wouldn't hesitate to unleash her Byakugan. Uchiha Kei was wholly unaffected by her theatrics, even managing to smile as he remarked, my apologies for my bluntness. Perhaps I should have expressed my views more subtly. Captain, Ayakuen, how shall we deal with these two? Just as Hinata Aya's gaze turned increasingly perilous, Imai Kenta interjected, scratching his head, these two are mere genin. But I believe we could extract some intelligence from them. Yes? Humph, let us dispose of them. Hinata Aya retracted her chakra, casting a frigid glance at the two thoroughly terrified rock ninja genin. The Chunin is still alive. Rather than questioning these genin, it would be more prudent to seek out that Chunin. Now is the time to witness Keikuin's Jinjutsu. Let us not be disappointed. With that, Hinata Aya approached the two genin, offering them no chance to react, and struck their chests with two swift palms. Uchiha Kei, without needing to look, knew that these genin were likely doomed, and it seemed as if the woman was venting all her pent-up resentment towards him onto them. Uchiha Kei had little to say about it. It was of no concern to him whatsoever. Upon reaching the Chunin, it was indeed true that he was still alive, though in a dire state. In reality, Chunin and Genin are not as ineffectual as depicted in manga. Even a Jounin would require time to eliminate a Chunin who does not make foolish mistakes. Regrettably, this Chunin had encountered a bloodthirsty ninja like Hinata Aya, whose unpredictability defies all logic. Moreover, with his comrades fallen and their Jounin dispatched by Uchiha Kei, what fighting capability remained? After a brief examination, Uchiha Kei determined that this individual would likely not awaken anytime soon, thus they would need to carry him along. With that thought, Uchiha Kei stood and turned his gaze towards Imai Kenta. Kenta-kun, this fellow is now your responsibility. He won't be waking up for a while. We shall take him with us, Uchiha Kei stated. All right, understood, Imai Kenta replied hesitantly, revealing his characteristic goofy smile. And Ayakuen, please locate a cave where we can rest properly. Upon observing the demeanor of Kenta Imai, Uchiha Kei shifted his gaze towards Hinata Aya. Oomph, leave it to me. She huffed, yet she nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of confusion. Then what will you do? As for me, I shall ponder the forthcoming strategies diligently. Moreover, I require rest. Do not forget, it was I who dispatched that Jonin. As a member of the Uchiha clan, the responsibility for interrogation naturally fell upon Kai. The distinctive nature of the Uchiha clan has led to a widespread misconception that its members are inherently adept at illusions. This belief, while erroneous, is deeply entrenched. Not every Uchiha is skilled in Jinjutsu, even with the activation of the Sharingan. It merely suggests that those possessing it can evade illusions to a certain extent and wield them more effectively. Kai's interrogation was remarkably calm. Although his subject possessed formidable willpower, Kai's Jinjutsu was far from ineffectual. Furthermore, the individual had already been severely injured by Hinata Aya, leaving him somewhat disoriented. and Kai was entirely unreserved in employing subtle tactics during the questioning. Consequently, after nearly a day, Uchiha Kei acquired the intelligence he sought, and unexpectedly, he stumbled upon some intriguing information. A convoy was transporting Leaf Village prisoners to the rear of the Rock Ninja forces. Kai would not burden himself alone. He relayed this news to his companions, albeit in a piecemeal fashion. The world of Naruto is indeed a fascinating realm. Throughout the years of Kai's existence, he has primarily encountered negativity, such as the tragic suicide of Shumo Hatake a few years prior. Yet, while watching the series, he found it replete with positivity, consistently emphasizing the concept of bonds and championing the notion that comrades are more significant than missions. But what is the reality? During times of war, comrades are undeniably crucial, as they often serve as vital shields against shuriken and jutsu. History is penned by the victors, a truth Kai does not misapprehend. He is acutely aware of why Shumo Hatake incurred such wrath. It was during a time of conflict. Absent the likes of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, who single-handedly quelled the entire ninja world, individual prowess had been reduced to its barest minimum. It can be said that Shumo's sentiments were not misguided. Yet he was born in the wrong era, compounded by the likely machinations of Danzo, which ultimately led to the loss of a top-tier combatant for the Leaf. However, one must acknowledge that his demise served as a sobering reminder for the Leaf ninjas. Do not entertain frivolous thoughts. If your distractions lead to mission failure, then you deserve death. With the village lost, what further discourse remains? In contrast, Naruto's era was distinct. They dwelled in peace and thus needed to modify their educational principles. With the cessation of frequent warfare, the importance of comrades naturally ascended. In essence, it is a means of binding individuals to the village. With sufficient bonds formed within the community, would one still contemplate defection? Were it not for the extraordinary circumstances, Uchiha Kei would scarcely pay heed to these individuals. Their fates, whether life or death, were of no consequence to him. He himself was preoccupied with his own struggle for survival, leaving little room for concern regarding others. However, possessing foresight into the unfolding events, he recognized that the war would conclude this year. The appointment of Minato Namikaze by the third Hokage represented a significant shift in strategy. Minato, a proponent of Minato's ideals, was also Kakashi's guiding jonin. Without this alliance, Kakashi and Obito's actions would have led them to imprisonment, even in the event of victory. "Captain, you don't intend to rescue anyone, do you?" Hinata Aya remarked with a cold smirk, her gaze fixed on Uchiha Kei. "Let us not forget our mission. Or do you aspire to follow in the footsteps of Minato?" "We shall accompany them into the enemy's rear," Uchiha Kei stated calmly. "Perhaps, by aligning with them, we can procure additional intelligence." "You truly are incomprehensible." Hinata Aya's derision was palpable. "Are you planning to lead us to our demise? To return to Konoha's prison for judgment?" "No. Do you truly believe that is feasible?" Uchiha Kei shook his head. "There are matters I prefer not to elaborate on, yet our survival thus far speaks volumes. I wish to return alive, as do you all. Therefore, it is in our best interest to cooperate, understood?" Hinata Aya fell silent, and even the seemingly harmless Kanai Kenta, who had been sitting nearby, turned his attention toward them. Indeed, the three of them were akin to grasshoppers on the same string, each sharing a common disposition. And certain truths were not meant to be articulated too plainly. Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Kei had gleaned some insights that sparked nascent thoughts within him, such as the notion of engaging in political investments for the future. Naturally, such investments hinged upon his survival. Without that, any discourse was meaningless. "Share your thoughts." Hinata Aya casually seated herself and, with a flick of her wrist, hurled a kunai at the half-dead IWA ninja. "If you intend to launch a surprise attack from behind, I must refuse, for I am not yet ready to meet my end. I am merely 13. Uchiha Kei shook his head. "The IWA and ninja transport captives to the rear. However, according to the intelligence from the unfortunate soul you dispatched, they actually have several other locations where Konoha ninjas are detained. Isn't that rather typical?" Hinata Aya crossed her arms. "It is the height of folly to confine all Konoha ninjas in one place. And besides, the IWA ninja are not adept at sealing techniques." As she spoke, Hinata Aya abruptly fell silent, casting a wary glance at Uchiha Kei before succumbing to contemplation. Kanai Kenta, who had maintained his silence, tilted his head, abandoning his vacant smile. Konoha ninjas were segregated to prevent unforeseen incidents, enduring relentless torment and interrogation. fostering profound animosity towards the IWA. However, currently, the IWA forces were fiercely engaged on the battlefield against Konoha, suggesting that their guards might be limited, perhaps merely a few ordinary genin tasked with maintaining the area. Of course, they could not clear the area entirely. They might deal with some troublesome individuals while consolidating the rest of the captives to transport them to the rear for future negotiations or exchanges with Konoha. However, the pressing question remains. Whether these individuals have been gathered together is still uncertain. The mere fact that Uchiha Kei has raised this issue indicates that the IWA Ninshunin must have divulged some information. How much time do we have? Hinata Aya inquired. This individual is one of the captured sentry ninjas who received orders to head to the front lines 2 days ago and encountered us just yesterday. Uchiha Kei replied with a smile. Indeed, that is quite a clever strategy. Hinata Aya hesitated momentarily, but soon nodded in agreement. 2 days ago, if we act swiftly, it is indeed possible to rescue a significant number of individuals. Then let us set forth, Imai Quintus said, revealing his innocuous smile once more. We shall rescue our comrades and accomplish our mission. Under the explosive force of fire release, the IWA Ninshunin was reduced to ashes. The 3 of them from the Uchiha clan swiftly departed, now with a clearer objective in mind. Nevertheless, as Uchiha Kei glanced at his companions, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Their intelligence was almost overwhelming. Regrettably, he recognized that he indeed required their strength, as he could not achieve these feats alone. Although he speculated that the ninjas currently guarding the captives were likely genin. Who could say if there were jonin who had not yet reached the front lines or remained stationed in the rear? Uchiha Kei's thoughts were straightforward. Being aware of the future trajectory, he was inclined to make minor investments that would not impede his own interests. As for rescuing individuals, it was merely a means to facilitate the completion of their task. The captured ninjas were undoubtedly aware of the dire circumstances they faced, harboring deep resentment towards the IWA, and it was not inconceivable that some had succumbed to fear. Regardless, their survival indicated that they had not surrendered. One should not assume that confession would guarantee their lives. In fact, those who had lost their utility were often the first to be eliminated. The logistics of war demand time for support and assurance, and IWA would not entrust these matters to worthless defectors. Naturally, these were merely Uchiha Kei's conjectures, but he had no doubt about their accuracy. The existence of illusions or similar phenomena rendered it unnecessary to conceal such chaotic matters. The survivors were likely steadfast in their resolve, having yet to succumb to the tortures of illusions or cruel interrogations. The objective of Uchiha Kei and his companions was simple: to rescue these individuals and leverage their animosity towards the IWA to fulfill their mission. It must be said that this tactic was indeed rather unscrupulous. Hatred can often cloud judgment. Even if these captives were weakened, inciting chaos behind the IWA lines would not pose a significant challenge. As for how many would survive, that was beyond the knowledge of Uchiha Kei and his team. Their sole responsibility was to extricate these individuals and subtly disclose some details of their own mission. It was likely that the captives would find ways to involve themselves and offer assistance, even if they were unwilling to assist. Uchiha Kei could inadvertently allow a rock ninja to escape, thereby transmitting certain information. Such an occurrence would likely draw the attention of the entire rock ninja rear, thus enabling the Minato team to accomplish their objectives. However, these matters were not to be disclosed, for speaking of them could prove fatal. Yet, both Hinata Aya and Imai Quintus swiftly grasped Kei's intentions. It must be said that both individuals were somewhat unscrupulous in their quest for survival, and their intellect was indeed quite sharp. What puzzled Uchiha Kei was why such intelligence was left unacknowledged in the original narrative. After much contemplation, he surmised that it was possibly due to this particular mission resulting in their demise, or perhaps they simply became rogue ninjas. The odds of surviving such a mission were indeed minuscule, regardless of whether Minato and his team succeeded or failed. Those who drew the ire of their enemies would undoubtedly become fodder. If they failed, it went without saying that these pawns would have to continue executing Minato's mission, a tacit understanding. Conversely, success would prove even grimmer, as these pawns would face the most ferocious retaliation from the rock ninja, rendering their situation inevitably fatal. As for becoming a rogue ninja, that was far simpler. One merely needed to slash their forehead protector and abandon the battlefield, escaping the chaos of the 5 great nations to find a secluded corner to hide. Although they would no longer have the opportunity to shine in this tumultuous world of ninjas, survival would still be paramount. would it not? In Kei's eyes, the value of life surpassed all else. Should the moment arise, he would not hesitate to take such steps. After all, death was inevitable, and a gamble for survival seemed worthwhile, especially since he had not forgotten that the Uchiha clan was destined for annihilation in the future. The trio advanced cautiously for 2 days, eventually encountering a group of Konoha ninjas being escorted back to the rock ninja rear. At this juncture, Uchiha Kei and his companions could be deemed to have entered the territory of the rock ninja, where they frequently encountered patrolling rock ninjas. The reconnaissance duties were still in the capable hands of Hinata Aya. Without her, they might have inadvertently collided with some rock ninjas. 4 individuals were tasked with guarding 1 complete squad. Hinata Aya activated her Byakugan, surveyed the surroundings, and spoke. There are 6 ninjas from Konoha, but their condition appears quite dire. This was to be expected. Uchiha Kei nodded, then inquired further, what is the nearest support point? Approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away, and moving in the opposite direction. If we act swiftly, we should be able to rescue them, Hinata Aya replied, closing her Byakugan and turning back to Uchiha Kei. Captain, perhaps we can circle around to their front. Imai Kenta, wearing a broad smile, chimed in, we could set some traps, like explosive tags. They might yield surprising results. It was entirely routine for ninjas to set traps, especially considering that a squad escorting prisoners would move at a notably sluggish pace. They had ample opportunity to assess the trajectory of their adversaries before setting up various traps, which was by no means a difficult task for them. Furthermore, Kenta Imai's suggestion resonated harmoniously with Uchiha Kei's thoughts. Utilizing explosive tags, although it would generate noise and attract enemies, was precisely what they required. Otherwise, Hinata Aya would not have refrained from discussing the need for a discreet approach to such matters, as it was too conspicuous. However, upon further reflection, Uchiha Kei shook his head and remarked, our mission is to rescue, not to draw a multitude of enemies. Pausing momentarily, he continued, we shall set up some traps. Once they fall into them, the 2 of you will launch a flank attack, while I will apply pressure from the front using fire release. Do you understand? Understood, Captain. Engaging in conversation with astute individuals proved to be effortless. The 2 immediately grasped Uchiha Kei's intentions, nodded, and sprang into action. While explosive tags were indeed a valuable asset, many strategies did not withstand scrutiny, and employing more conventional methods often yielded superior results. In no time, the trio had devised a simple trap and quietly concealed themselves in 3 positions within the forest, patiently awaiting their prey. Perched silently atop a tall tree, Uchiha Kei discreetly activated his Sharingan to survey the surroundings. Hinata Aya and Kenta Imai had already taken their positions, neither casting a glance in Kei's direction, which emboldened him to utilize his Sharingan further. Observing the subtle fluctuations of chakra within the forest, Uchiha Kei contemplated their forthcoming strategy. Although he had made certain preparations, the specifics of execution warranted careful consideration. Abandoning the use of explosive tags was his decision, as the resulting vibrations would place them in an extremely disadvantageous position. While there was a significant degree of mutual assistance in their mission, it did not align with Uchiha Kei's genuine objective of survival. Thus, to achieve their goals while simultaneously drawing the enemy's attention, the most suitable alternative was, naturally, fire release. However, the scale and coverage of this technique required deliberation. If too large, it would serve as a beacon in the night, jeopardizing their safety. Conversely, if too small, it would fail to sufficiently attract the attention of the rock shinobi, complicating their operations. Regrettably, time was not on their side. Just as Uchiha Kei continued to deliberate, a group of rock shinobi entered their ambush zone, escorting a number of leaf captives. At this juncture, Uchiha Kei had no time for further contemplation. Observing the rock shinobi stepping into the ambush, he promptly deactivated his Sharingan. This time, the number of rock shinobi was not substantial. A complete squad of 4 encircled the leaf ninjas they were escorting in a diamond formation. However, it was evident that the rock shinobi at the rear appeared somewhat tense. Despite their captives looking rather disheveled, they hesitated to approach closely. The individual at the forefront appeared to be no ordinary adversary, which immediately set off a sense of caution within Uchiha Kei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of cutting air echoed as the 4 IWNs stepped into the ambush zone, an occurrence that, while sudden, was evidently anticipated by the seasoned ninjas. After all, this was a battlefield. Although it lay close to their rear, it was by no means a safe haven. The IWNine leading the pack was likely a ninja with considerable combat experience. While it remained unclear whether he held the rank of Jonin, he exhibited remarkable composure, deftly drawing a kunai to deflect the oncoming projectiles. These kunai were not solely aimed at the IWNine, they also targeted the Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Kei instantly deduced that this was likely an impulsive initiative by Jiraiya. However, he bore no resentment towards her. Such a probe would yield insights into the IWNine's attitudes towards the Konoha shinobi behind them, albeit at the risk of potential collateral damage. Yet, it could also serve to mislead the enemy to a certain extent. Had Uchiha Kei been in her position, he would likely have made a similar choice, though harsh. Such tactics could effectively misdirect the foe while discerning vital information. As for the remaining 3 IWNine, who appeared somewhat tense, they had not sustained injuries. But their formation was thoroughly disrupted. This time, Ain and Imaiken's surprise attack did not cause Uchiha Kei the same headaches as before. They surged forward the moment their formation faltered, and Uchiha Kei recognized that it was time for him to take action. With hands forming seals, he completed his jutsu in less than a second. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Although the Dragon Fire Technique was merely a C-rank ninjutsu, maximizing its potential required certain tools, such as rods or wire, along with a substantial chakra reserve. However, Uchiha Kei paid little heed to these details. His singular focus was on the figure standing vigilant, as this individual radiated an aura of danger. True to his instincts, the foe's attention was drawn to the rear, yet his reflexes were swift. Within a breath, he leapt to evade Uchiha Kei's ambush. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kei had not anticipated this technique to claim the life of a ninja. As a technique with formidable destructive capability, Fire Release seemed to hold greater strategic significance than practical effect in combat scenarios. In fact, throughout the original narrative, Uchiha Kei had scarcely witnessed any instances of Fire Release resulting in the demise of an enemy. Even he employed it primarily for drawing attention while clearing the battlefield. Drawing forth a kunai, Uchiha Kei executed a body flicker technique, closing the distance quickly. His speed was remarkable, yet the ever-vigilant IWNine had evidently taken note of his approach. Clang! The two kunai collided, producing a shower of sparks and a crisp metallic sound. How swift! Uchiha Kei felt a chill run through him. The speed and strength of this rock ninja were somewhat terrifying. Had it been a frontal battle instead of a surprise attack, who could say what the outcome would have been? However, a ninja who refrains from ambushing is hardly a ninja at all, and Uchiha Kei bore no psychological burden regarding his actions. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, understanding that a surprise attack merely grants an advantage. Maximizing that advantage was what truly warranted his consideration. In an instant, two figures engaged in a fierce duel amidst the forest. With every blow exchanged, Uchiha Kei grew increasingly frustrated at his ill fortune. How could he encounter two Jonin so soon after setting out? Reflecting on his past, he recalled that his luck had never been particularly favorable. His first team had been ambushed by a Jonin and 3 Chunin. If it hadn't been for his first captain's desperate protection and his own cunning, he might not have survived at all. After shifting through several teams, he had managed to stay alive each time, but his squads had invariably disbanded. Sometimes, Uchiha Kei felt like a harbinger of disaster, though he also believed he was merely unfortunate, or else he wouldn't have escaped each time. Observing his current adversary, he recognized both his strengths and weaknesses. Without activating his Sharingan, he lacked the confidence to defeat this foe. Yet Hinata Aya and Imai Kenta had already dispatched their opponents and were hastening to his aid, significantly increasing his odds of triumph. One thing Uchiha Kei was acutely aware of was that these two likely did not wish to assist him. Had there not been 6 Leaf Ninja observing, they would probably have turned and left without a second thought. While the specifics of their protective mission remained unclear, it was evident that no one relished the role of bait, especially behind enemy lines. You are safe now. As he severed the tightly bound ropes of the battered Leaf Ninja, Uchiha Kei dispelled their Jinjutsu while offering them words of comfort. Ultimately, the Rock Jonin fell to the combined assault of Uchiha Kei and his companions. Regardless of his formidable prowess, facing 3 opponents, each at least of Chunin rank, proved overwhelming. The trio was not to be underestimated, and after a fierce struggle, the Rock Ninja succumbed to their combined efforts. "Thank you, damn Rock Ninja," the rescued Leaf Ninja exclaimed, expressing gratitude to Uchiha Kei and his comrades, while not forgetting to curse their former captors. "How is your physical condition?" Uchiha Kei inquired. more concerned about their ability to move than their expressions of gratitude. This place is not safe. We must leave immediately, and we have our own mission. Mission? The ninja was taken aback. Wasn't he your task to rescue us? Rescuing you was merely a secondary objective. We have our own mission. Provided there is no conflict, we can assist one another, and your presence could be quite beneficial to us. Uchiha Kei unceremoniously shattered the illusions of the ninja before him. Rescue them? What a jest! Setting aside the pressing war situation in Konoha, which left no room for such a large contingent, even Uchiha Kei would not have come had he not discerned their significant worth. The brutality of war renders what might seem simple in peacetime into an extravagance of emotion. Uchiha Kei disliked this feeling, yet he found himself trapped in this era. The Konoha ninja hesitated for a moment, but soon accepted Uchiha Kei's words. Clearly a seasoned fighter who understood the harsh realities of the battlefield. With the White Fang incident looming, none wished to tread on such sensitive ground. As long as a ninja held value, they were truly valuable. The Konoha ninja stirred slightly. Though weakened, he swiftly assessed his condition. I am well enough, though somewhat feeble. My comrades should be fine. He glanced back at the others before genuinely addressing Uchiha Kei, refusing to underestimate him simply because he appeared to be a mere child of 12 or 13. Excellent. I entrust you with the task of clearing our path. We must depart immediately. Uchiha Kei nodded and turned to the Konoha ninja. I am Uchiha Kei, the captain of this team. These two are Hyuga Iane and Imai Kinta. Please, share your circumstances. Uchiha? Hyuga? The Konoha ninja paused, then sighed. My name is Yamanaka Masato. Our unit was scattered, leading to our capture. Fortunately, we have not been held for long. Aside from some hunger, we are otherwise well. I understand. Uchiha Kei nodded, regarding this as good news. Newly captured ninjas typically endure jinjutsu interrogation, which rarely yields substantial information. Thus, the IWA ninjas would escort them to the rear for more severe questioning to extract intelligence. Uchiha Kei tilted his head, scrutinizing the man before him. The Yamanaka surname piqued his interest. He was familiar with it. Typically, it was accompanied by others, such as Nara and Akimichi. However, after surveying the surroundings, he found no familiar faces resembling pineapple heads or portly figures, leading him to conclude that they were either deceased or had managed to escape. Of course, this bore no consequence to Uchiha Kei. Observing the flames ignited by the previous fire release steadily intensifying, he promptly turned and led Yamanaka Masato and the other ninjas away. Not long after their departure, several IWA ninja squads appeared at their previous location. However, regrettably, neither Uchiha Kei nor Yamanaka Masato were novices on the battlefield. If they intended to flee, they would not leave behind such traces for others to pursue. They were certainly not the same as those who would emerge years later. The Chunin exam clearly revealed the unpopularity of the third Hokage, while simultaneously exposing the inadequacies of the lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha. With the assistance of Hinata Aya, the 9 of them skillfully evaded numerous tracking teams and ultimately found refuge in a cave. While Uchiha Keiru and his companions faced no significant issues, it was evident that the recently rescued Konoha ninjas were struggling. Their tenacity to endure until now stemmed solely from their powerful will to survive. They genuinely required a moment of respite before resuming their mission. Keiru, could you elaborate on your task? Yamashiro Shin sat on the ground, chewing on a piece of jerky that had undoubtedly been stashed away for days, yet to them, it was a delectable treat. Certainly, Uchiha Keiru nodded. We saved you because we need your assistance. Our mission is to distract and draw the IWA ninjas away, allowing the Namikaze team to complete their objectives smoothly. A decoy mission? Yamashiro Shin paused, momentarily taken aback, then resumed chewing the jerky with a stoic expression. So that's the case. We understand and will cooperate with you. That is excellent, Uchiha Keiru replied, surveying the atmosphere within the cave. He noted that, upon disclosing the mission, a palpable tension settled over the group. It was unavoidable. The task assigned to Uchiha Keiru and his team was, in many respects, a perilous endeavor. Yet, the existence of such a mission suggested an inherent necessity. They were all aware of Namikaze Minato. Undoubtedly, his tasks were fraught with danger and extreme difficulty as well. However, it was heartening to observe that these Konoha ninjas retained a certain innocence. Their lack of opposition upon hearing the mission filled Uchiha Keiru with a sense of satisfaction. Even Yamashiro Shin exhibited a similar demeanor, prompting reflections on his clan's historical ties with the Hokage, thus making their response somewhat comprehensible. In the original narrative, The third Hokage assigned the new generation of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi to Sarutobi Asuma, a decision that was not difficult to understand. Preparing for future generations is a task that anyone might undertake. After all, not everyone possesses the legacy of the second Hokage. After a brief conversation with them, Uchiha Kei stepped outside, remaining vigilant to avoid leaving any careless traces that might lead to their discovery. To his surprise, Imai Kenta and Hinata Aya followed him out, with Hinata Aya candidly posing a question to Uchiha Kei. Have you already deduced the Namikaze team's mission? It seems I have overestimated the two of you. Uchiha Kei scoffed lightly. You cannot even fathom this. How have you survived until now? Indeed, Uchiha Kei could afford to mock them, for he possessed a distinct advantage as one privy to the truth. As time progresses, Uchiha Chi is increasingly convinced that he will gain a firmer grasp on the situation, provided he does not act recklessly. He ponders whether, indeed, there will be substantial changes. Despite his uncertainty about potentially diverging from the narrative, he believes that many significant events are unlikely to be altered. It seems you have indeed deduced something. Hyuga Aya will not hold back against Uchiha Chi. As a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan of Konoha, she possesses the right to do so. However, after speaking, she falls into deep contemplation. Imai Kenta, self-aware and astute, remains silent, opting to reflect instead. As a commoner, he does not possess the privilege to confront Uchiha Chi directly like Hyuga Aya. What kind of mission could the Kakashi team be undertaking, necessitating such a multitude of squads for protection at this moment? Uchiha Chi refrains from offering any hints or obstructing their actions, even though their endeavors have clearly crossed certain boundaries. Yet, what does it matter? At that moment, Hyuga Aya appears to have an epiphany. She promptly retrieves her map and studies it intently. The more she examines it, the more exhilarated she becomes, prompting Imai Kenta to lean in and take a look as well. Soon, he seems to notice something significant. Observing their actions, Uchiha Chi feels a slight tremor of apprehension. Could this matter be so easily deciphered? Hyuga Aya, her excitement palpable, exclaims as she gazes at the map, "It must be Kaminarabashi. This is undoubtedly the location." Analyzing the route, she asserts that the Kakashi team's objective must be here. "I concur," Imai Kenta replies, once again flashing an innocuous smile. "If the rock shinobi are to launch an attack against us, they will inevitably traverse the land of grass. The supply lines from the land of grass to the land of fire are numerous and well hidden. However, the critical supply and reinforcements primarily flow from the land of earth to the land of grass. Thus, Kaminarabashi becomes the pivotal point." Hyuga Aya rises with a smile, asserting, "By severing the connection between the land of grass and the land of earth, and with the latter engaged in conflict with the land of lightning, the rock shinobi left in the land of grass will become isolated. Whether we annihilate them entirely or capture half, we can leverage the situation to demand a ceasefire and secure post-war benefits." With that, Imai Kenta adds, "Thus, the war would come to an end, exuding a renewed confidence." Uchiha Chi brushes his nose thoughtfully. These two indeed possess sharp minds. While other shinobi are preoccupied with strategies to vanquish their foes, they have already conceptualized a means to compel the enemy into a ceasefire and subsequently negotiate. This, perhaps, embodies what is known as the Hokage mindset. The Hokage mentality transcends the narrow focus of a single clan or village, embracing a broader and more inclusive perspective. Uchiha Chi, having once been an adult, engages in deeper contemplation. Yet, these two youngsters exhibit remarkably astute thinking, heightening his vigilance. Could it be that these two individuals are also traversers from another world? Uchiha Chi contemplated in silence, coming to the conclusion that such circumstances should never have transpired. If this were indeed the case, then those two individuals were exceedingly unfortunate. Not only did they suffer from issues at birth, but they also encountered a being like Uchiha Chi, an actual traveler from another realm, who would undoubtedly eliminate them. Thus, the objective of the Wave Wind team was the Kamizuki-Hashi Bridge, and he indeed needed to detonate this bridge, correct? Hinata Aya seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Goodness, it is no wonder that so many teams are mobilized rather than engaging directly on the battlefield. The Rock Ninja could likely surmise some of Konoha's intentions, hence the need for constant interceptions to ensure stability at the rear. This meant that our mission was even more perilous and daunting than we had initially anticipated. Imai Kenta could no longer muster a smile. "We might well perish here. All of us. So you had already contemplated these matters before deciding to involve these captives?" Hinata Aya seemed to have an epiphany. scrutinizing Uchiha Chi with newfound seriousness. The greater the number, the more chaos ensues. The more distracted the rock ninja become, the safer we will be, and the more secure our mission will be. Indeed, these are merely your conjectures. Should I assist you in forgetting them? Uchiha Chi replied calmly. I have no idea what you are talking about. Reflect on the situation of Yamanaka and his companions. We must concentrate as we have more pressing matters at hand. Uchiha Chi did not acknowledge much of what had been said, yet he graciously reminded the two of them, as he bore the Yamanaka surname heavily. As anticipated, upon hearing Uchiha Chi's words, Hinata Aya and Imai Kinta promptly chose to remain silent. Some things are truly better left unsaid. One could argue that such knowledge was not meant for them. Sometimes, ignorance can indeed afford a more comfortable existence than being burdened with too much awareness. However, having learned all this, they were too fatigued to inquire further, such as the necessity of rescuing these captives. While a larger number could create chaos, the likelihood of being discovered if misfortune struck was also significant. Should they remain hidden indefinitely? Yet, since Uchiha Chi was the first to conceive of this matter, he must have his own considerations. Moreover, as the team leader, they could not impose restrictions on him. Their sole objective was to survive, pure and simple. Nonetheless, they remained wary of Uchiha Chi, given that he had survived through numerous teams and could easily become a calamity for them. A moment's carelessness might lead to their own downfall. No one desires to become another stepping stone or lifeline, especially when it involves risking their own lives. Yet, they were entirely unaware that the captives were merely a spontaneous notion of Uchiha Chi, intended as an investment for the future. Had this incident not occurred, Uchiha Chi would have executed the previous plan methodically, relying on his Byakugan to conceal himself, cautiously ambushing smaller rock ninja teams, and ultimately waiting for the Kamizuki Bridge to be destroyed before inflicting some wounds and returning. Although such an outcome may not have been ideal, it was certainly preferable to remaining on the battlefield's periphery, clearing away mere debris. Uchiha glanced at the cave, silently contemplating the need for caution. Once they had rescued enough captives, he would let them charge ahead while he remained slightly behind. In the ensuing days, Uchiha had diligently advanced according to his newly devised plan, simultaneously neutralizing some of the defending IWA, a shinobi, while liberating several relatively easier-to-rescue Konoha captives. It must be said that the Byakugan proved exceedingly useful at this juncture. With Hinata Aya's keen vision, they repeatedly slipped past larger contingents of IWA defenders and ambushed numerous isolated squads. After several days, the ranks of Uchiha's team swelled to nearly 20. Yet he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as there were only 2 jonin among them, the rest predominantly chunin. In this era, genin fell into 2 categories, those worthy of cultivation and mere cannon fodder. The former were typically well-protected and rarely ventured into the most perilous situations to undertake missions. As for the cannon fodder, they scarcely qualified as human, lacking intelligence or discernible strength, often falling victim to indiscriminate AoE attacks. They merely served to embellish the facade, while harboring a faint hope that they might fortuitously secure a kill or deliver a finishing blow. Uchiha and his team were also a collection of cannon fodder. While they fared slightly better than the unfortunate genin, they were still merely oversized pawns. The notion of 50 steps laughing at 100 was void of any significance, and Uchiha was acutely aware of his own limitations. The scarcity of jonin could be succinctly attributed to their formidable strength and adaptability. Unless they were unfortunate enough to be besieged by multiple foes, it was rather difficult for them to meet their demise. The battlefield was not a place for ambushes, where surprise and reaction time were crucial. However, in a frontal engagement, there was ample opportunity for reaction, even if some situations caught one off guard. Yet, surrounded by allies, there was a chance that someone might intervene. Moreover, the focus of a jonin was formidable, significantly diminishing their chances of either survival or capture. Consequently, jonin typically either perished or escaped. Those who were captured merely suffered misfortune, which elucidated the rarity of jonin among Uchiha's ranks. Chunin, as the main force, became the primary target for gains, a rather lamentable predicament. Fortunately, while they bore their own concerns, believing that this mission had no bearing on them and that they needed to return to the safety of Konoha, not all hope was lost. The jonin they had rescued played a vital role. Yamashiro Masato proved to be an immense asset, as his presence helped to subdue these individuals. With the backing of the Yamashiro clan and Uchiha's lineage, the Konoha shinobi had no choice but to comply with the mission. However, my own experiments were somewhat hindered. During the evenings, Uchiha took the opportunity to reflect on the issues surrounding his experiments and conduct some inconspicuous trials. He was indeed aware of the evolutionary path of the Sharingan, yet Uchiha Kei found himself unable to transcend an insurmountable barrier. The stimulation of his mental prowess seemed insufficient to propel him beyond this stage. Although Uchiha Kei possessed formidable mental strength, his recent endeavors had led him to a disheartening realization. He was confronted by an impenetrable wall. No matter how fervently he assaulted or sought to permeate this barrier, it remained utterly unmoved. This paradox filled Uchiha Kei with both joy and frustration. He was elated to have identified a critical juncture, yet disheartened by his inability to surpass it. Perhaps the stimulation was not profound enough? Uchiha Kei pondered silently. What could provoke the deepest awakening within me? While he still felt reluctant, he found himself capable of facing the passage of life with a semblance of detachment, as he seemingly lacked any emotional anchor. The concept of personally slaying one's closest kin serves to obliterate a form of spiritual anchorage, inducing an unprecedented psychological upheaval amidst the profound collapse and distortion of one's inner self. It is not necessarily required to take action. Consider how Sasuke's own hand brought about the demise of Uchiha Itachi, yet it did not awaken him. However, he was subsequently enlightened by a mere exchange with Uchiha Obito, whose words distorted Sasuke's internal world, resulting in an overwhelming surge of guilt and hatred, propelling his psyche to an abnormal threshold that ultimately led to his awakening. Indeed, the Uchiha clan seems to harbor a certain madness. With that thought, Uchiha Kei inwardly scoffed, quickly realizing, except for myself, I am not afflicted by such insanity. Research yielded no immediate results, and the prevailing circumstances rendered it inconvenient for Uchiha Kei to document his findings. Thus, after several attempts, he was compelled to pause his efforts. Their mission must continue, especially as they delved deeper into the situation where pressure intensified. After all, they were situated in the very heart of the IWA Shinobi Army, an area almost entirely patrolled by IWA Shinobi. A single misstep could spell doom for any of them. As dawn broke the following day, Uchiha Kei and his team set forth. They adhered to a conventional squad structure, a strategy that afforded numerous advantages. For instance, should one squad be discovered, they would independently devise a solution to the predicament, from both the perspective of distracting adversaries and the necessity of escape. Operating with fewer personnel in enemy territory proved far more advantageous than in larger numbers. Quietly lurking atop a tree, Uchiha Kei discreetly signaled to those behind him. Clearly, this was yet another concentration point for captives, a target they had consistently assaulted in recent days. However, today appeared to be less fortuitous, as Hinata Ian's Byakugan revealed an alarming number of ninjas present. Evidently, Uchiha Kei's recent incursions had drawn the attention of the IWA Shinobi, who had consequently intensified their scrutiny and interrogation of the Konoha ninjas. This marked the fourth corpse they had encountered. Hinata Aya stealthily approached Uchiha Kei from behind, her voice cold and composed. There are only 7 of us, and now merely 3 remain. The Jonin of the mountain has instructed us to be ready. If we can save them, we shall, but if not, we must divert the attention of the rock shinobi and retreat separately. Uchiha Kei smirked quietly. Indeed, a true Jonin of Konoha adheres to the Hokage's orders. Very well, I understand. Whether we survive depends solely on their fate. Moreover, let us wait for the others to act before discussing our retreat. I need no reminders. Hinata Aya was evidently well prepared. Meanwhile, Imaikina nodded obediently, appearing to be the archetype of a dutiful ninja. However, just as Uchiha Kei and the others were preparing to act, a messenger hawk suddenly swooped in. What is the meaning of this? Uchiha Kei was momentarily bewildered, observing the departing rock shinobi. Just moments before, they had been poised for action when this messenger hawk unexpectedly arrived. Such hawks were commonplace, serving as convenient carriers of information. Yet, what transpired next perplexed Uchiha Kei even further. The stronger rock shinobi swiftly gathered and efficiently dealt with the remaining 3 Konoha captives before departing. Not only was Uchiha Kei taken aback, but even Yamano Masato himself seemed somewhat confounded. Once the area was cleared of all rock shinobi, the Konoha ninjas cautiously emerged and assembled. Yamano Masato assigned a few ninjas to inspect the fallen Konoha warriors while the others convened to deliberate their next course of action. After all, such an abrupt gathering and departure could hardly be deemed fortuitous. Aya, could you discern what those rock shinobi are up to? Yamano Masato pondered, glancing at the sole member of the Hyuga clan present. Certainly, Hinata, Aya agreed, though she added, if their target is too distant, I may not be able to perceive it, given my limited abilities. No matter, we can follow them and investigate, interjected a jonin named Kaizuka Kasuk. Their assembly may lead us to their base, and if so, creating some chaos nearby could draw enough attention to aid the Kazakage's team. Uchiha Kei furrowed his brow, regretting his decision to rescue this individual. Another fool infected by the so-called will of fire, unaware of Konoha's true origins. Did he even realize who first uttered such words? This imbecile spoke without understanding, essentially suggesting a path to death. Uchiha Kei had no intention of gambling with his life in such a manner. He contemplated preparing to detach from the group if circumstances turned unfavorable. Kasuk, do not act impulsively. In the mountains, Yamashiro Shin clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with the proposal he had suggested. Let us first follow them and decide later. Acting impulsively will only endanger everyone. We must not waste the effort of Chiju in rescuing us. I saved you merely to have you serve as scapegoats. Do you understand? Uchiha Chi maintained a calm demeanor. Yet internally, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Observing the group already turning to pursue their course, Uchiha Chi found himself unable to resist the pull. He could only follow suit. The influence of authority is a curious phenomenon. Had Uchiha Chi held the rank of a jonin, his Uchiha lineage would have afforded him the power to make numerous decisions. However, upon reflection, the implication of being a jonin would mean he had revealed the existence of his Sharingan. At this stage, the Sharingan could not be concealed. 3 Tomo unmistakably indicated its presence. Although revealing the Sharingan would grant him significant advantages, perhaps even exempting him from such missions, Uchiha Chi was acutely aware of one crucial fact. The current Hokage and the higher echelons of power were far from pleased with the Uchiha clan, merely biding their time amidst the ongoing conflicts. It had only been a few years since the war, and they had annihilated the entire Uchiha clan with remarkable efficiency. Despite the Kyuubi incident serving as a catalyst, the swiftness and decisiveness of their actions, along with their seamless coordination, left Uchiha Chi skeptical of the absence of premeditation. As a member of the Uchiha, he could not help but adopt the most cynical perspective regarding these matters. The night of the clan's massacre loomed over him like a sword suspended above his head. Uchiha Chi believed that Uchiha Fugaku possessed the means to save their clan. After all, he was a seasoned veteran. His Mangekyo Sharingan remained hidden, undisclosed to anyone, and if he truly engaged in a desperate fight for survival, opportunities would arise. Alas, it appeared that he too was disillusioned with the state of the Uchiha family, and his paternal affection had transcended his allegiance to the clan. Subsequently, he seemed to have succumbed to madness, and then there was nothing more to be said. As they pursued the main contingent, the IWA shinobi appeared to have received some critical mission orders, exhibiting an unusual level of carelessness. They left behind an abundance of traces, which hardly resembled the conduct of competent ninjas. Even Yamashiro Shin began to suspect that they might be deliberately leading them into an ambush. It was not until approximately 10 minutes later that Hinata Aya made a new discovery. I believe I have located their gathering point, she remarked with a furrowed brow. That location seems to have experienced a significant collapse, and there are a few individuals there. Kakashi. Kakashi? Uchiha Chi gazed at Hinata Aya in astonishment. Are you certain it is Kakashi? What is happening? Not only was Uchiha Chi taken aback, but even Yamashiro Shin and the other jonin were equally astonished. Kakashi was a member of Team Minato, and Team Minato was precisely the target they were tasked with safeguarding. If they were exposed and pursued, it would equate to their mission's failure, rendering their efforts utterly futile. However, Uchiha Chi appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. If all proceeds as expected, at this very moment, Uchiha Obito has likely been incapacitated by the weight of a boulder, and perhaps his eyes have already been replaced. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having just undergone an ocular transplant, should be preparing to unleash his formidable prowess, albeit regrettably, the eyes are not his own, resulting in his eventual exhaustion and unconsciousness. At such a juncture, it will be the time for Minato Namikaze to come to the rescue. It can be said that while Kakashi and his companions appear to be in peril, they are, in reality, utterly secure. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Kei's mind began to concoct certain schemes. Where is Jonin Minato? Yamashiro Shin, engrossed in his thoughts, failed to notice the slight aura emanating from Uchiha Kei. He furrowed his brow as he glanced towards Aya. Nothing detected, she stated calmly. Yet, both Uchiha Kei and Imai Kenta could discern her current excitement. Indeed, should even the critical task force be utterly annihilated, they could swiftly evacuate this cursed place. Although this would mean the war might persist, at least they would still be alive. This cannot stand, suddenly exclaimed Kuzan Kasuk. We must go to their aid. They are pivotal to our mission, and so many have risked their lives to protect them. We cannot allow this endeavor to fail. In that instant, Uchiha Kei found himself perceiving a hint of endearment in Kuzan Kasuk's fervor. He had forgotten his prior regret over rescuing this individual. They could not abandon their mission. For Uchiha Kei, well aware of the ensuing developments, understood that only by drawing near Minato could they ensure their safety, even if it were but a fleeting refuge. With this thought, Uchiha Kei seized his silence. Rather than following them to intercept the stone ninja, it would be wiser to directly seek refuge beside Minato. Very well, Uchiha Kei declared, you shall intercept the stone ninja, while I lead my team to rescue them. You will go? Yamashiro Shin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, after rescuing them, our Byakugan can assist in their escape, allowing us to locate you promptly. This task is well suited for our team. Very well, this mission is entrusted to you. Yamashiro Shin led his forces to confront the stone ninja, while Uchiha Kei guided Aya and Imai Kenta to break through and rescue Kakashi. Thus, their course of action was determined. However, Uchiha Kei noted that Aya and Imai Kenta appeared to harbor some reservations regarding his decision, though neither spoke up immediately. It was evident that they still held a degree of mistrust towards him. After all, individuals of his ilk were rarely believed. Nevertheless, they recognized the necessity of contemplating Uchiha Kei's judgments, for his discernment had proven to be their safeguard since the onset of this mission. Before long, they pursued ahead. And under Yamashiro Shin's command, the Konoha ninjas launched a preemptive strike against the stone ninja. Although the latter were anxiously making their way and appeared somewhat careless, their vigilance had not entirely waned. In response to the sudden assault, while they sustained the loss of a couple of their number, their counterattack was both fierce and effective. And in the blink of an eye, the Konoha ninjas were embroiled in combat with the stone ninja. Seizing the opportune moment, Uchiha Kiyoshi swiftly sprang into action, circumventing the front line and hastening towards the location of Kakashi and his team. The rationale behind this mission was soon questioned by Aya, who, after distancing herself from the main forces, inquired directly about the current predicament. The situation surrounding Kakashi is far from optimistic. Indeed, how many rock shinobi are currently in their vicinity? Uchiha Kiyoshi did not respond to Aya's query immediately, but instead sought to ascertain the present circumstances. There are over 10, perhaps nearly 20, heading in his direction, she replied. Moreover, Uchiha Obito has been buried under rubble, although he is not dead. His life force is exceedingly faint. Now, only Kakashi and Noera Rin remain, while the whereabouts of Minato remain uncertain. Very well, let us hasten our pace, Uchiha Kiyoshi nodded, increasing his speed considerably. This action left Aya and Imai Kenta momentarily stunned. Were they truly going to rescue someone? Did this individual not grasp the number of foes they faced? In all honesty, they were akin to grasshoppers on a single straw. Despite their occasional grievances that might lead to physical altercations, they were acutely aware of the stakes involved. The demise of one would implicate the others, necessitating their reluctant cooperation and assistance. Shouldn't we hide instead? Aya furrowed her brow. We are all in this together. If one encounters trouble, the rest will not last long. I believe we ought to exercise caution, Captain, Imai Kenta chimed in. Fools, Uchiha Kiyoshi scoffed lightly. Do you recall the evaluation of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki and his brother regarding Minato on the battlefield against the Cloud Shinobi? What is Minato's most proficient technique? You mean he has gone to support the front line? Aya, no fool, immediately connected the dots. The Flying Thunder God technique. Can it reach that far? Uchiha Kiyoshi was uncertain how to respond, yet he knew that the range of the Flying Thunder God technique far exceeded common expectations. He recalled from the Fourth Great Ninja War how the former Hokage's guard had relied on an incomplete version of this technique to transport the Kage. Furthermore, the fourth Hokage had even managed to teleport a colossal beast like the Nine Tails from Konoha to the outskirts of the village. Thus, distance should not be a concern. If all went well, Minato would return shortly. You are gambling, Aya pondered gravely. You have no idea what the front line is truly like. Indeed, it is a gamble. And I am also wagering on whether Minato truly cares for his disciples. Uchiha Kiyoshi murmured as he continued onward. Let us not forget, Obito bears the Uchiha name, while Kakashi is a Hatake. However, Konoha's White Fang has long since departed, and Obito does not possess the Sharingan. Hinata Aya gazed at Uchiha Akira with a look of incredulity, akin to that reserved for a fool. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? At that instant, within Hinata Aya's Byakugan, she discerned a similar chakra emanating from Kakashi's left eye, unmistakably not belonging to him. Had Uchiha Obito awakened his Sharingan? How could this be? Why was it within Kakashi's gaze? Moreover, Hinata Aya noticed an enigmatic kunai at Kakashi's side, which she vaguely recognized. I believe I grasp your meaning, Hinata Aya nodded. Kakashi bears the flying thunder god emblem of the fourth Hokage. I surmised that channeling his chakra would certainly attract the attention of the fourth. But how did you know that Uchiha Obito would awaken the Sharingan? I too am of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Akira replied with a dismissive smile. The method of awakening the Sharingan is somewhat extreme. Even the Hokage must be aware of this. How could I possibly remain ignorant? Accelerate, for there is no place here that can rival the vicinity of the fourth Hokage. Is there? Indeed. Yet if you are aware of how the Sharingan awakens, why do you persist in this manner? Yes, Captain, if you possess the Sharingan, perhaps our circumstances would be more favorable. Silence. Uchiha Akira retorted, his mind preoccupied, unwilling to divulge that he had long possessed the Sharingan, but had refrained from using it. Though they were astute, he doubted they could comprehend the afflictions plaguing the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Were he to reveal that, in a few years, the Uchiha clan might dwindle to a solitary Sasuke, with the rest perished, they would surely deem him mad. Silently they advanced, with Hinata Aya providing Uchiha Akira with intelligence about their path, assuaging their concerns of encountering peril. Yet, as they drew nearer, an unsettling screech pierced the air. Uchiha Akira identified it unmistakably as the sound of Chidori. No need for Hinata Aya to verify, as he knew the IWA, Shinobi's main force must have located them. Gesturing to Hinata Aya and Imai Kenta, they promptly unsheathed their weapons. If they were to provide aid, it was imperative to execute their mission flawlessly, ensuring their own safety while inflicting damage upon the enemy. At the very least, they could delay the adversaries, awaiting the arrival of Minato, or retreat with Kakashi. The latter option, however, was far too perilous and not within Uchiha Akira's contemplation. It was merely a jest shared with Yamamoto. Let us conclude this swiftly, Uchiha Akira mused. Though if Madara were to capture me, would I be compelled to remove his oxygen tube? As Uchiha Akira indulged in his wandering thoughts and prepared for battle, Kakashi felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. The toll of the Sharingan's exertion, compounded by the use of Chidori, had driven Kakashi's chakra reserves perilously low. At this very moment, Kakashi found himself bereft of any opportunity for respite, and it could be said that he harbored no intentions of resting whatsoever. A profound sense of guilt enveloped his heart in darkness, magnifying his desire for death to an unbearable extent. Nevertheless, he did not forget his promise. To safeguard Rin Noara and honor the memory of the deceased Obito Uchiha, he resolved to fight with all his might. Chakra converged in his right hand. A piercing cry resonated across the battlefield, while his left hand gripped the kunai bestowed upon him by his mentor, Minato Namikaze, a trickle of chakra flowing into it. As his chakra reached its zenith, the IWA, Shinobi launched their assault, and Kakashi, indifferent to his own mortality, boldly met their charge head-on. At that very moment, Itachi Uchiha and his comrades arrived at the periphery of the battlefield. What a gruesome sight it was. Observing Kakashi battle with the fervor of a desperate gamble, Itachi couldn't help but smirk slightly. It must be said that Kakashi was indeed formidable, and Lady Luck seemed to favor him. For though he was struck by the IWA Shinobi, the injuries he sustained were not fatal. Moreover, Itachi noted that these IWA Shinobi appeared more intent on capturing Kakashi alive rather than killing him. After all, Kakashi was a prodigy. His reputation on the battlefield was undoubtedly well known, and capturing him could yield a wealth of intelligence. What shall we do now? Hyuga Iane inquired softly, observing Kakashi eliminate one IWA Shinobi only to be immediately beset by others. Their numbers are overwhelming, and while their strength is subpar, if they were not intent on capturing Kakashi, he would have likely perished by now. Additionally, I doubt their patience runs high. Should we not assist Rin in her retreat? Kanji Imai interjected. Rin's current position is perilous. You should go protect her. After a moment's contemplation, Itachi decisively declared, do not let the enemy approach. I will provide cover for Kakashi. Are you so confident that Minato-sensei will arrive in time? Ayane couldn't resist interjecting, yet upon seeing Itachi's demeanor, she realized her query was in vain. Indeed, it was futile. Itachi took no further opportunity for discourse and immediately sprang into action. Ayane and Kanji could only follow suit with resignation, fervently hoping that Minato would truly reach the battlefield, for their predicament would be dire otherwise. Kakashi forced one of the IWA shinobi against a large tree with his kunai, then disregarded the attacks from behind. His right hand unleashing the Chidori with a deafening crack as it surged toward the IWA shinobi's chest. Suddenly, a fierce look flashed across the enemy's face. In a desperate bid, he drew a kunai and lunged toward Kakashi's trajectory, intent on executing a lethal exchange. However, Kakashi remained remarkably composed in the face of this challenge, almost dismissive of it. With Obito's Sharingan enhancing his dynamic vision to an extraordinary degree, his control had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. In a swift maneuver, Kakashi evaded the shuriken that was hurled at him. The Chidori, imbued with formidable chakra, surged forth and pierced directly through the chest of his assailant. Blood and flesh scattering in all directions, a lethal strike. Yet, at that moment, Kakashi found himself encircled. The rock ninjas behind him were drawing ever closer, their intentions unmistakably fixated on capturing him. Kakashi's frustration mounted as he sensed his chakra waning. Is this the end? He sighed inwardly, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Exhausted to the core, he yearned for respite. However, the thoughts of Obito and Rin, who remained perilously close behind him, compelled Kakashi to muster his resolve. He knew the battle was far from over, for he was still alive. With a forceful effort, he extracted his right hand from the chest of his fallen foe and turned around, only to be astonished by the sudden appearance of a figure behind the enemy. The figure moved with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, a shuriken glided across the throat of one adversary, the motion clean and efficient. After this swift execution, the figure discarded the shuriken, instantly pinning another rock ninja approaching Kakashi. In no time, the figure landed before Kakashi, who, upon seeing the insignia on the stranger's attire, exhaled in relief, though guilt surged within him. Are you all right? Uchiha Itachi glanced back at Kakashi. Where's Minato? He's gone to support the front lines, Kakashi replied with a sigh. You all must leave quickly. I will hold them off. Ensure Rin's safety. And what of your mission? Itachi furrowed his brow. My teammates have already gone to assist Rin. You should rest and regain your strength. We cannot linger here any longer. With that, Itachi ceased further conversation with Kakashi, though he had wished to say more, but found himself without the opportunity. After a brief moment of astonishment, the rock ninjas quickly regrouped and launched their attack once more. Itachi took a deep breath, uncertain of how long he could endure this situation. To be precise, he was unsure of how long Kakashi had managed to delay before Minato's arrival in the original narrative. Yet, amidst hostile territory, seeking a secure defense was worth the risk. Fire style, great fireball technique. With this thought, Itachi decisively formed hand seals and unleashed a fire jutsu. The enemy was indeed numerous. But even if the odds were against him, he would fight. The question of whether he could win was secondary to his determination to engage. Though Itachi had often struggled with his attitude, he approached this engagement with utmost seriousness. Yet, as he unleashed his attack, regret swiftly followed. The reality of ninja combat often dictated that the first to strike would bear the brunt of the consequences. The rock ninjas struck by the great fireball technique vanished in a plume of smoke. Were they mere clones or shadow clones? Itachi had not activated his Sharingan, but that did not mean he lacked alternative strategies. At this moment, Uchiha Kei sensed that the situation was dire and was about to utilize the substitution technique. However, a kunai had already pierced his back, and in an instant, Uchiha Kei transformed into a cloud of dust. As an expert in survival on the battlefield, Uchiha Kei possessed a plethora of ninjutsu, particularly those designed for self-preservation. The next moment, his true form emerged behind him, forcefully thrusting the kunai into his back, mirroring his previous action almost perfectly. Yet, the sensation of the kunai penetrating the body of the rock ninja felt amiss to Uchiha Kei. And other rock ninjas were approaching swiftly. Faced with such circumstances, Uchiha Chi immediately executed the substitution technique, and the rock ninja before him shattered into a puff of smoke. It was evidently a shadow clone. The shadow clone technique, indeed an invention of the second Hokage of Konohagakure, had long since become commonplace throughout the ninja world. It was likely that some unfortunate ninja collecting intelligence had been captured, leading to the discovery of this technique from their minds. Regardless, the current state of affairs dictated that any ninja of considerable skill, regardless of their allegiance, would be familiar with this technique devised by the second Hokage. Just after Uchiha Chi utilized the substitution technique, his substitute was cleaved in two, transforming into two broken branches. This caused a bead of cold sweat to form on Uchiha Chi's forehead. These adversaries were truly insufferable. Despite Uchiha Chi's swift reactions, he sustained minor injuries, with blood oozing from his left shoulder. Unfortunately, he had no time to attend to such trivial wounds, as the relentless assault from the Jonin kept him on the brink of exhaustion, leaving him no opportunity to form hand seals and release ninjutsu. Uchiha Chi recalled that in the manga, even a mere genin could easily overpower a jonin, and a single reckless attack could dispatch formidable foes akin to a boss character. Yet, here he was, lacking the Sharingan and possessing only the strength of a chunin, being thoroughly overwhelmed by an unnamed rock ninja, and at any moment, he risked being closed in on and meeting an inexplicable demise at the hands of other rock ninjas. How could the disparities in life as fortunes be so vast? Particularly vexing was Uchiha Chi's inability to reveal his Sharingan casually. This left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Without the Mangekyo, he possessed little means for self-defense. And he certainly did not wish to attract the relentless gaze of Konohagakure unless he managed to awaken the Mangekyo, which might compel him to expose the existence of his Sharingan. Casting a fleeting glance towards Lin Nohara's situation, Uchiha Chi felt a slight sense of relief. Although Hinata Aya and Imai Kenta were rather unreliable, they had still complied with Uchiha Chi's requests. Their presence alleviated some of his pressure, as several rock ninjas had redirected their assaults towards them. It was somewhat effective. Uchiha Chi silently mused to himself before refocusing his attention on the rock ninjas before him. The difficulty of this battle exceeded his expectations. It was not that these foes were particularly formidable. Indeed, they were quite strong, but facing a multitude of rock ninjas simultaneously was overwhelming for Uchiha Chi. Devoid of the Sharingan, Uchiha Kei found himself compelled to engage in combat through fundamental means. Fortunately, he was aware that Minato Namikaze was nearing and his speed was sufficiently swift. Meanwhile, Kakashi appeared to have regained some stamina, with Uchiha Kei drawing the ire of their adversaries and shielding him from the attacks of the rock shinobi. He was afforded a precious few minutes to recuperate. Although this respite did little to restore his chakra, it significantly steadied his breath. Before long, Kakashi leapt back into the fray, providing Uchiha Kei with a much-needed moment of respite. Confronting such a multitude of rock shinobi was proving to be overwhelming. Move swiftly. Your condition is far from ideal, Uchiha Kei murmured to Kakashi, their backs against one another. Do not linger in battle. Our reinforcements are a few kilometers away. We must break through, understood? Understood, Kakashi replied quietly. Which unit are you from? How did you arrive here? Let us discuss that later, Uchiha Kei replied, surveying their surroundings. To the right, Hinata Aya is in that direction. We will rendezvous with them before making our escape. Very well, Kakashi responded decisively. Now is not the time for idle chatter. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Uchiha Kei surged forward to engage a rock shinobi. However, Kakashi's movements had slowed considerably. His numerous wounds weighed heavily upon him. Although he had momentarily paused, it did not imply he was free from fatigue. Nevertheless, Kakashi seemed undeterred by his injuries, fighting valiantly despite his condition. He even aided Uchiha Kei in ambushing a rock shinobi, which Kei swiftly dispatched with a decisive strike. Regrettably, the resolve of the rock shinobi was formidable, and one could only wonder if they were imbued with some form of earthly will. Uchiha Kei keenly observed that these adversaries had evidently established a tacit understanding. They no longer held back in their assault. This revelation burdened Uchiha Kei further, while Kakashi found himself increasingly fatigued. His limbs grew heavier, and his vision began to blur. As his blood flowed freely, his strength waned precipitously. It seemed he had truly reached his limit. Damn it, these foes are exceptionally well defended, Uchiha Kei cursed silently. Spotting a rock shinobi stealthily approaching Kakashi, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Evading an attack from one rock shinobi, he swiftly retrieved a few smoke bombs from his pocket and hurled them towards Kakashi's vicinity. The smoke bombs erupted near Kakashi, and Uchiha Kei executed a body flicker technique, vanishing into the haze. Confronted by the rock shinobi launching an ambush on Kakashi, he activated his Sharingan. The effectiveness of the Sharingan was undeniable. The once rapid rock shinobi now appeared to move as slowly as an ant before Uchiha Kei's gaze. With a deft sidestep, he nudged Kakashi aside, allowing both of them to evade the deadly strike from the rock shinobi. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Kei firmly grasped the arm of the rock ninja, simultaneously closing his Sharingan. Kakashi was unceremoniously shoved aside by Uchiha Kei, but quickly regained his footing. Although the smoke obscured his right eye's vision, it could not hinder the clarity of the Sharingan. To his astonishment, he witnessed Uchiha Kei stealthily transform the rock ninja into his own likeness, only to deliver a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. At the same moment, Uchiha Kei assumed the appearance of the rock ninja and retreated a step towards the two approaching rock ninjas. This maneuver left Kakashi utterly dumbfounded. Could transformation techniques be employed in such a manner? Uchiha Kei, however, had no time to elaborate. The unfortunate individual he had kicked out was entirely unprepared for the rock ninja behind him. In a fleeting moment of distraction, he was swiftly pierced through the heart by a kunai. The ill-fated man reverted to his original form, his face a mask of shock, mouth agape to utter a word. Yet he expired before a sound could escape. Aware of his limited time, Uchiha Kei seized the moment. With the two rock ninjas momentarily distracted, he swiftly drew two kunai and plunged them into their chests. They offered no resistance, clearly caught off guard. Regrettably, Uchiha Kei could not witness their expressions. They must have been equally astonished. Before he could bask in his triumph, Uchiha Kei's expression shifted dramatically as a yellow figure suddenly materialized before him. Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, a kunai was hurled directly at his throat. Damn it, this has gone awry. Am I dead? Uchiha Kei felt a piercing headache, yet upon regaining his tactile senses, he quickly realized one undeniable truth. He was not dead. With that revelation, a wave of relief washed over him. Had he perished thus, he would undoubtedly become the most disgraceful of all travelers. However, Uchiha Kei now felt a throbbing in his eyes and discomfort throughout his body. You're awake? At that moment, a gentle voice reached his ears. There was a warmth in the tone, alongside a subtle hint of remorse. Raising his head slightly, Uchiha Kei found himself involuntarily trembling at the sight of the speaker. He could not forget that this individual had bestowed upon him a death-like experience. Yet, the man now wore a calm expression, exuding an approachable demeanor that naturally elicited goodwill. It was a remarkable charm. This was Minato Namake's. Indeed, Uchiha Kei replied, rubbing his throbbing head and surveying his surroundings. It appears we are safe. Yes, but I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier, Minato said, brushing his golden hair. The situation was dire, and I had no time to differentiate. Nevertheless, it has passed. It was merely a conflict between tactics and your sudden appearance. Uchiha Kei shook his head, unwilling to dwell on such matters any further. At times, when misfortune befalls an individual, it can be as vexing as having a grain of sand lodged in one's throat. Such is the predicament of Uchiha Kei. Turning his gaze towards Kakashi, who remains in a deep slumber, he notices that Noara Rin has already awakened and is standing nearby, gazing up at the starlit sky. Not far off, Shin, a fellow ninja, is directing the surviving leaf ninjas in their vigilance and recovery. Uchiha Kei observes that the contingent he rescued now consists of merely 10 or so leaf ninjas, not including their small team. It appears that the casualties from this encounter have been quite severe. Uchiha Kei murmurs softly, acknowledging the grim reality. However, it is fortunate that all the rock ninjas have perished and their identities remain concealed. Minato Namikaze nods in agreement, but soon his expression turns grave as he addresses Uchiha Kei. Thank you for saving them, and for rescuing Kakashi. Without you, their fate would have been dire. Uchiha Kei, somewhat wary of this topic, quickly gestures for him to refrain from further discussion. Please, let us not dwell on this. My actions were solely for the sake of the mission. I understand, Minato replies, regarding Uchiha Kei with a serious glance before breaking into a smile and nodding. I will ensure your deeds are reported without any unwarranted complications, but I must still express my gratitude. By the way, congratulations on finally awakening your Sharingan, Kikuin. Observing Minato's demeanor and the way he addresses him, Uchiha Kei feels a sense of relief wash over him. Regardless of his true intentions, it suffices that this future fourth Hokage perceives him in a favorable light, thus fulfilling Uchiha Kei's objective. As for the awakening of the Sharingan, Uchiha Kei merely smiles. Choosing not to elaborate, he feels considerably lighter now. This experience has yielded significant rewards, alleviating much of the pressure he has been under, truly an unexpected boon. As Kakashi stirs toward consciousness, Uchiha Kei takes his leave from Minato, recognizing that this master-apprentice pair likely has much to discuss. He refrains from probing into the matter of Kakashi's Sharingan, and Minato similarly opts not to provide explanation. They share a tacit understanding to momentarily set aside this issue, determining that its resolution will await their return to the village. With the third Hokage present, such matters are beyond the purview of Uchiha Kei and Minato, both of whom possess limited influence. Awake, are you? Upon locating Hinata Iane and Imai Kenta, Uchiha Kei is met with a rather unwelcoming remark from Hinata. I thought you were a goner. Truly worthy of your title as captain, Imai Kenta offers a sincere smile. To have slain so many rock ninjas and yet survive the Golden Flash's onslaught is nothing short of remarkable. I suspect you both might have preferred my demise. Uchiha Kei casually takes a seat. After all, if I had perished, your mission would have concluded, though with so many ninjas present, you would have had no means of escape. Yet, I am sorry to disappoint you. I am quite alive. Humph, Hinata scoffs, though her expression soon shifts to one of concern. Have you awakened your Sharingan? Otherwise, it seems improbable that you could have evaded a Jonin's attack. Not only was Hinata Aya filled with confusion, but even Imai Kenta cast a puzzled glance at Uchiha Kei. At this juncture, Uchiha Kei revealed no intention of concealing anything. He gently closed his eyes, and when they reopened, they glowed a vivid crimson, 3 tomo swirling within his gaze. Uchiha Kei indeed felt that he had overstepped his bounds, knowing full well that Namake's Minato could arrive at any moment. It was reckless to engage in such perilous antics. However, in the heat of battle, Uchiha Kei could not afford the luxury of contemplation. It was simply unfortunate that he had encountered the return of Minato at this critical moment. As the kunai drew ever closer, Uchiha Kei clenched his teeth. In this life-and-death moment, he first dispelled his transformation technique, and simultaneously, his Sharingan manifested. At this juncture, Uchiha Kei could no longer afford to hide anything. Regardless of the outcome, this would enable him to discern Minato's attack trajectory. Yet, to his dismay, while the activation of his Sharingan allowed him to perceive Minato's movements, he faced a dilemma akin to that of a future Uchiha Sasuke. He could see the attack, yet his body failed to respond in time. Minato was too formidable, his speed too extraordinary. Having just executed the Flying Thunder God technique, he appeared before Uchiha Kei in an instant, without pause, wielding the kunai with uncanny precision. The fluidity of the assault surpassed all expectations, and Uchiha Kei recognized that he was utterly incapable of matching such prowess. As the kunai approached his throat, a surge of terror filled Uchiha Kei's heart. Was this to be his end? Was this his fate? No, Uchiha Kei could not resign himself to such a conclusion. Having survived countless battles, why should he perish at the hands of his own kin this time? In the grip of profound fear and defiance, Uchiha Kei's spirit ignited. If he were to die, then Konoha could forget about having a fourth Hokage. With a deft twist of the kunai in his hand, he summoned all his strength and speed to thrust towards Minato's chest. Suddenly, it appeared as though Minato had frozen in midair, utterly motionless, his expression serene and focused. Not just him, but everyone seemed as if time had come to a standstill. Everyone, that is, except Uchiha Kei. In that moment, the 3 tomo in his eyes had connected, forming a diamond-like symbol that slowly rotated within his gaze. Uchiha Kei could consider himself fortunate in this calamity. He had never imagined that the means to attain his Mangekyo Sharingan would manifest in such a manner. Moreover, the symbol of his Mangekyo was unlike any he had encountered before, bearing a resemblance to a triangular diamond. Uchiha Kei had long pondered what sort of stimulus could propel him across that threshold, that invisible wall erected before his eyes. In this world, he had family, yet he felt little emotional connection to these so-called relatives. The emergence of emotions for a mature soul from another realm is undoubtedly a formidable challenge, at least. Uchiha Kei has yet to achieve this milestone. Furthermore, Uchiha Kei lacks any close companions, having entered the ninja academy at the tender age of 5. He found it difficult to engage with a group of unruly children. By the age of 7, he was thrust into the battlefield, leaving him with little opportunity to cultivate meaningful relationships. During his time in combat, Uchiha Kei experienced a profound shock. The deaths of both comrades and foes alike initially left him in a state of acute discomfort. However, such stimuli are fleeting. And now Uchiha Kei has learned to suppress his inner turmoil, confronting everything with a stoic demeanor, a soul unburdened by attachments. Uchiha Kei has managed to awaken the three-tomo Sharingan through the use of Jinjutsu, a remarkable feat in itself. Yet, the absence of connections has left him stagnating on the path of advancement. Having activated his three-tomo Sharingan at the age of 10, Uchiha Kei, now 13, finds himself at an impasse. Aside from discovering a metaphorical wall, his accomplishments are scant. This time, however, faced with the lethal threat posed by Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Kei's previously tranquil heart experienced a tumultuous upheaval. A fierce unwillingness to perish consumed him, leading to an astonishing revelation. He finally unlocked the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that while others have awakened their eyes through the death of loved ones, I have done so out of a sheer desire to survive. After demonstrating his Sharingan to Hinata, Aya, and Imai Kenta, Uchiha Kei promptly closed it, disregarding their astonishment, while internally contemplating his predicament. Moreover, Uchiha Kei felt a sense of frustration. Although he had awakened the Mangekyo, the abilities he had manifested were rather peculiar. He had not unlocked any of the well-known techniques such as Kimui, Tsukuyami, or Amaterasu, but rather skills that were entirely unfamiliar to him. The powers of the Mangekyo are intrinsically linked to the desires of the wielder's heart, shaping their manifestation. When Uchiha Kei narrowly escaped a fatal encounter with Minato Namikaze, desperation drove him to draw a kunai, ready to engage in a life-or-death exchange. His thoughts at that moment were consumed with wishes. If only he could move a bit faster, if only Minato could slow down, or if time could simply freeze to allow him to evade. Perhaps it was this very mindset that birthed his newfound abilities. The effects of Uchiha Kei's ocular techniques are intertwined with the concept of time. The power of his left eye, named Leap of Time, enables him to accelerate the temporal flow for himself or his adversaries. Conversely, the ability of his right eye, known as Reversal of Time, permits him to decelerate time for either himself or his foes. Most intriguing is that his eyes possess an additional ability, an effect known as time stasis, which allows time to come to a halt. The implications of this effect are profoundly terrifying, should anyone gain access to it. Uchiha Kei would indeed become a formidable weapon of mass destruction. However, through the feedback received from his eyes, Uchiha Kei realized that he might truly be trapped in a dream. The effect of time stasis is intricately linked to both Uchiha Kei's ocular power and the strength of his adversaries. In simpler terms, the longer time is suspended, the greater the expenditure of Uchiha Kei's ocular energy, and conversely, the stronger the opponent, the more his energy is drained. This presents a significant dilemma. Uchiha Kei pondered privately that unless he possessed sufficient strength and ocular power, this ocular technique might only yield a fleeting effect of a second or two before incapacitating him. For instance, the reason for Uchiha Kei's previous unconsciousness was his initial use of time stasis to immobilize the fourth Hokage, only for the latter to evade the attack and abandon his own counterstrike, resulting in Uchiha Kei losing consciousness. One could say that this ocular technique is essentially a high-risk, one-for-one exchange. As it stands, that is the impression it leaves on Uchiha Kei. Moreover, aside from time stasis, the effects of time's leap and time's reversal are far from complete. From the feedback of his eyes, Uchiha Kei understands that the full version of time's leap can enable an individual to experience an entire lifetime in a remarkably brief span. The terror it embodies is on par with that of time's stasis, providing a visceral and fear-inducing experience. The complete form of time's reversal leaves Uchiha Kei somewhat at a loss. Its true effect should allow time to flow backward, achieving genuine temporal reversal. Unfortunately, neither is in its complete form, and the chakra and ocular energy requirements are rather daunting. Uchiha Kei sighed, yet soon felt an unsettling familiarity with this power. Furrowing his brow, he pondered deeply, and to his astonishment, he realized that combining these three abilities essentially resembles that of a media player, speeding up, slowing down, and pausing, akin to the functions of a standard player. The complete version would involve a cursor, enabling the manipulation of time to adjust to one's desired moment. Uchiha Kei found himself at a loss for words. After years of struggle, the kaleidoscope of ocular power manifested just as he faced his demise. While this should have been a fortuitous development, he discovered that his kaleidoscope was not even in its complete form. Furthermore, the demands it placed on chakra and ocular energy were considerably high, which posed a challenge for Uchiha Kei. The most absurd revelation was that after all his efforts, he found that this ability was, at its core, merely a media player, powerful, yet beyond his current capacity to wield. Uchiha Kei was acutely aware that activating the kaleidoscope did not render him invincible. It merely positioned him at a relatively elevated vantage point in this world. However, this height is also limited. At least those shadows, even if it is Danzo, have considerable experience when dealing with users of the Sharingan. Uchiha Kei can only be considered to possess a certain degree of self-preservation capability. In a chaotic situation, his greatest likelihood would be to become a victim of Danzo or to be extinguished by some other entity. Speaking of which, did you truly awaken your Sharingan like this? While Uchiha Kei was deep in contemplation, Hyuga Ain suddenly inquired with uncertainty, and it's a 3-tomo. Close enough, Uchiha Kei sighed. I don't even know why. After all, didn't Uchiha Obito also awaken a double-tomo Sharingan? Is it true that your Uchiha clan only awakens the Sharingan upon facing death? Hyuga Ain asked with a somewhat peculiar expression. Is it due to psychological stimulation? Or perhaps an overwhelming desire to survive? Upon hearing her words, Uchiha Kei's expression stiffened. That's none of your concern. Or are you saying you awaken your Sharingan because you were on the brink of death? Truly a person who fears for their life. Be quiet. The demise of Uchiha Obito did not hinder the progress of their mission. The tasks in the village must continue, particularly as this mission is of utmost importance. It can be said that this mission pertains to the potential early conclusion of this war, even affecting the cessation of the entire Third Great Ninja War. Uchiha Kei had long been mentally prepared, especially since he was an indirect executor and substitute member of this mission. When the task force encounters personnel loss or unforeseen circumstances, the third Hokage granted Namake's Minato the authority to seek out substitute members and the right to send them on missions. It is evident that the higher-ups in Konoha place significant importance on this mission, and Uchiha Kei never contemplated withdrawing. Thus, after a good night's rest, Uchiha Kei prepared to set out with his team. This time, however, Uchiha Kei felt significantly more confident. Armed with the Mangekyo, a formidable weapon, he dared to reveal his Sharingan. With the Sharingan openly displayed, Uchiha Kei no longer needed to be as desperate as before. Although he still refrained from utilizing all his abilities and his understanding of the Mangekyo was virtually non-existent, possessing this power granted him some assurance. Would having the Sharingan lead to being blacklisted by Konoha? So what? If necessary, he could affix a kunai to his forehead protector when the time comes. Who would truly feel the panic? Nonetheless, he must remain grounded. The Mangekyo is not everything. He has yet to master the Susanoo, a formidable offense and defense combined. Moreover, he was still unfamiliar with his ocular techniques and needed to conduct thorough research before proceeding. Uchiha Kei remained composed. He did not allow the acquisition of the Mangekyo to inflate his ego. While the study of the Mangekyo's capabilities necessitates continual usage, he was neither Uchiha Itachi, who was indifferent to his own circumstances, nor Uchiha Sasuke, who could recklessly squander his ocular power and then, when nearly exhausted, switch to Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Subsequently, he simply needed to rest adequately. Once his eyes adjusted, he could venture out again. Uchiha Akira, devoid of true comrades, could hardly indulge in such aspirations, let alone contemplate the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for the time being. Nevertheless, Uchiha Akira did not succumb to despair, having already surmounted the most arduous obstacle. He could patiently await the future, fortified by this foundation and strength. After packing his belongings, Uchiha Akira summoned Hyuga Aya and Imai Kenta to gather at the side of Minato Namake's. It was evident that the formidable Minato had become the supreme commander for these ninjas, and even Yamashiro Kinto felt no sense of impropriety regarding this. The situation was as follows. Having ambushed a significant number of IWA ninjas, they were bound to attract the attention of others from IWA. Once everyone had assembled, Minato wasted no time and stated directly, "We must hasten our pace. Yamashiro, this task is entrusted to you. Draw the enemy's attention and create opportunities for us. I count on you." Understood, Lord Minato. Yamashiro Kinto nodded. displaying neither resistance nor reluctance. "Akira, please wait a moment." Just as Uchiha Akira was about to depart with Yamashiro Kento, Minato abruptly called out to him. "Please hold on. I have a new mission for you." "A new mission?" Uchiha Akira hesitated, while Hyuga Aya and Imai Kenta exchanged concerned glances, sensing an ominous premonition. With everyone else gone, it was apparent that a challenging task was about to be assigned to them. The minds of the trio raced at this moment, contemplating their current circumstances and the unfolding situation. Before long, their spirits sank. The Minato squad comprised 4 members. However, at present, only 3 were engaged in the mission due to the pressing situation at the front lines, with Minato possessing the Flying Thunder God technique. This ability allowed him to traverse the battlefield with ease, making it imperative to leverage this advantage wisely. Simultaneously, this created a plausible illusion for Minato, indicating to the IWA ninjas that he was on the front lines rather than behind enemy lines. Whether the IWA ninjas believed this was of little consequence, as long as they were aware of the situation. However, with the loss of 1 member from the Minato squad, it was expected that they would continue their mission under normal circumstances. Yet, the current scenario diverged from the norm. Uchiha Akira's team had rescued a significant number of Leaf ninjas, substantially alleviating the pressure on the original forces assigned to attract attention. Furthermore, these ninjas could be regarded as reserve personnel, and with ample manpower, it was unreasonable to burden Kakashi and Rin with the task alone. Thus, this arrangement not only liberated Minato's capacity to exert pressure on the IWA ninjas at the front, but also ensured the smooth execution of the tasks at the rear. The rationale behind selecting Uchiha Akira's team was even more apparent. They were comprised of both Uchiha and Hyuga, 2 esteemed clans of ocular prowess, and they had proven themselves in numerous battles. There exists another significant reason. They are nearly of the same age as Kakashi, with Uchiha Kei being in the same class as him. Although Hinata Aya and Imai Kenta are a year or 2 older than Kakashi, they can still be considered contemporaries. The ample communication among peers, coupled with the assistance of their formidable ocular techniques, undoubtedly enhances their ability to accomplish this task. At that moment, the 3 of them simultaneously grasped the implications of these considerations, causing their expressions to shift to one of inexplicable relief. They felt a sense of ease wash over them. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this mission could be regarded as the safest undertaking. After all, under their guidance, the original Bait team had significantly bolstered its numbers, in addition to having the ever-reliable and formidable Minato Namikaze ready to support them. The likelihood of survival in this mission seemed far greater than that of merely drawing the enemy's attention, as even with utmost caution, mishaps could occur. Without support, remaining at the back could easily lead to complications. However, in the present moment, Hinata Aya and Imai Kenta exchanged glances. Although danger still loomed, there was at least some assurance. With this thought, they couldn't help but glance at Uchiha Kei. Had it not been for this fellow promptly activating his Sharingan, their team might not have been involved at all. Of course, it was possible that teams could be split, but under the current circumstances, such a course of action was generally avoided. Combining unfamiliar teams in this environment was tantamount to courting death. As anticipated, Minato Namikaze spoke up. "I have a highly classified mission for you. This task carries immense significance, capable of influencing the course of the war. I require your team to undertake this mission. Do you have any objections?" "None." Uchiha Kei and his companions responded in unison. "Excellent." Minato Namikaze nodded with satisfaction, his demeanor becoming serious. "This mission is perilous, Keikuin. As you are a cohesive unit, I am entrusting the leadership to you. Now, I will explain the nature of the task. Please listen attentively." "Entrusting it to me?" Uchiha Kei was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "I understand. Please proceed." Sometimes, fortune descends unexpectedly, much like when Uchiha Kei first activated his Sharingan, catching him entirely off guard. This instance was no different. Not only did Uchiha Kei earn Minato Namikaze's recognition through his series of actions, but for various reasons, he had also been integrated into his team. This team is crucial for survival. In the original narrative, Kakashi stood alone beneath the crumbling Kannabi Bridge, his solitary figure leaving a profound impact on Uchiha Kei. Likewise, Uchiha Kei remembered the scene in the original story where Minato Namikaze stood at Kannabi Bridge, observing Kakashi. This indicated one thing. At the final moment, Minato Namikaze would partake in the mission, ensuring its success. With the protection of Minato Namikaze, the future 4th Hokage, Uchiha Kei's sense of security surpassed even that of Hinata Aya and Imai Kenta. Certainly, the presence of the future 4 Hokages does not guarantee their safety throughout the journey. On the contrary, they may encounter numerous dangers and troubles along the way. However, Uchiha Kei has now assumed temporary command of this team, which allows him to mitigate many potential issues and accomplish their mission in the safest and most reliable manner. It is essential to note that with this command, Uchiha Kei possesses the ability to summon Namake's Minato, even in the absence of a kunai in hand. Kakashi, being a ninja, must adhere to the team leader's orders. Otherwise, upon returning, his status as the son of White Fang and Minato's disciple would hold little weight. As for why the leadership was entrusted to Uchiha Kei, a moment of contemplation revealed the reasoning. Beyond the fact that they form a cohesive unit as stated by Minato, it was also to prevent Kakashi from engaging in any reckless behavior. Despite Minato's guidance, Kakashi's mental state was truly precarious, and Minato harbored genuine concern that Kakashi might act in ways that deviated from the mission's requirements. In this regard, Uchiha Kei, as a member of the Uchiha clan, could alleviate some of Kakashi's overwhelming guilt. Moreover, Uchiha Kei and his team had saved both Kakashi and Noara Rin's lives, creating a bond of gratitude that, combined with Uchiha Kei's identity, would likely prevent Kakashi from resisting too much. Indeed, Kakashi exhibited no opposition upon receiving the order. Their mission aligned closely with Uchiha Kei's team's expectations, prompting Hinata Aya and Imai Kenta to exchange glances with Uchiha Kei. This individual had evidently thought ahead from the very beginning, orchestrating a series of arrangements that led them to the safest location, which was somewhat intimidating. If Uchiha Kei were aware of their thoughts, he might have asked, "Are you familiar with the name Demios?" With Uchiha Kei's team in place, Namake's Minato departed from the rear to the front lines, clearly believing that his presence was more urgently required there. Uchiha Kei promptly led the team forward. There was little need for adjustments, as he was well aware of Kakashi's capabilities. Noara Rin, a ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu, was not expected to contribute much. Thus Uchiha Kei assigned Imai Kenta to protect her. Although Uchiha Kei wished to take on the challenge himself, he recognized that he could not evade direct confrontation. Furthermore, the combat strength of Kakashi and Hinata Aya was too valuable to squander, hence Imai Kenta, who excelled in taijutsu and possessed a degree of sensory ability, was entrusted with this relatively light task. However, Uchiha Kei understood that this might not be straightforward, should the enemy become aware of the presence of a medical ninja. Imai Kenta could find himself in the greatest peril. The 5 of them advanced at full speed through the forest, encountering several rock ninjas along the way. Overall, they faced little trouble, as Hinata Aya's Byakugan allowed them to detect threats from several kilometers away. In the mountains, the bait squads led by Sharnado played a pivotal role, having set out ahead of Uchiha Kei, thus drawing considerable enemy fire. As a result, Uchiha Kei and his companions enjoyed an almost unparalleled advantage since their infiltration, free from the burden of numerous trivial concerns. However, after several days of advancement, they began to feel the weight of mounting pressure. While the rock ninjas' defensive forces were not particularly numerous, Hinata Aya's Byakugan revealed that they had effectively sealed off nearly all potential routes of passage. Even if they found a gap, upon reaching that ominous location, they discovered it was riddled with countless traps. Not to mention, the explosive tags concealed within the books could obliterate them 1,000 times over. This was not a feasible situation. Uchiha Kei sat silently in their concealed cave, contemplating the unexpected level of vigilance exhibited by the enemy's rear guard. Perhaps their prior assault on the prisoner camp, combined with the disappearance of several squads, had alerted the rock ninjas to the threat. Hinata Aya, seated beside Uchiha Kei, spoke flatly. "So what shall we do now?" Although the enemy's rear forces are somewhat diminished due to the pressing situation at the front, chakra readings suggest they are not to be underestimated. Uchiha Kei shot a glance at Hinata Aya, finding her remarks rather trivial. If they were indeed easy prey, Konoha would have dispatched them effortlessly, without the need to engage in such a protracted struggle. Given that none appeared to be easily dealt with, Uchiha Kei had no choice but to opt for a direct assault. Who knew the fate of those bait squads? There was no time to wait for them to draw attention away, so the option he least desired, an aggressive advance, was now on the table. Can we distinguish which squad it is? Uchiha Kei pondered aloud, stroking his chin. Are you jesting? Hinata Aya replied, looking at him as if he were a fool. Rather than pose such questions, you might as well capture a rock ninja and interrogate him. After all, you possess the Sharingan, do you not? Captain, I believe we should attempt to move towards areas with fewer enemies. At that moment, Kakashi interjected, but as soon as he began to speak, both Uchiha Kei and Hinata Aya frowned. Kakashi maintained a calm demeanor and stated plainly, I am well aware this could be a trap, and that upon our appearance, the other rock ninjas may become alert and send reinforcements. So why pursue this plan? Uchiha Kei questioned, puzzled by Kakashi's apparent lapse in judgment. Therefore, I shall proceed alone, Kakashi declared, rising calmly. I can utilize shadow clones, just as you all did previously with the bait mission. This time, I will serve as the bait. Kakashi is bait? Uchiha Kei furrowed his brow, recognizing the merit in this strategy. Kakashi's reputation was formidable, and his prowess was not to be underestimated. Using his chakra to create shadow clones to lure the enemy would be a manageable task. Thus, he rushed to act as bait, inevitably drawing the attention of the rock ninja forces, which would surely lead to reinforcements. With Hinata Aya's assistance, they could swiftly identify a breach, allowing them to infiltrate Kamizuki-hashi before Kakashi was captured or met his demise, thereby fulfilling their mission. However, the mortality rate of such an endeavor is alarmingly high, verging on a mission from which one would be unlikely to return. Uchiha Itachi cast a serious glance at Kakashi, suddenly realizing that he could not truly compare himself to Kakashi, for the caliber he possessed was beyond what Uchiha Itachi could aspire to. Initially, Uchiha Itachi did not comprehend what this caliber in the world entailed. It was frequently mentioned in the early stages of Naruto, yet seldom discussed thereafter. But now, Uchiha Itachi seemed to grasp its essence. It could be perceived as a form of spirit or a certain fortitude. The future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sealed the nine tails within his son. With his wisdom, could he not foresee the potential trials awaiting Naruto? Perhaps this was a choice born out of desperation, as both he and his wife Kushina were destined to perish, and Naruto, as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, might possess the most suitable constitution. Of course, there exists another possibility, that this was a scheme he devised in the twilight of his life. Not only did this action provide Naruto with a means of survival, but it also sowed the seeds for Naruto's future trials. Viewed in this light, Naruto was but an infant when Minato harbored such cunning and cruelty. It is no wonder Jiraiya deemed him the most remarkable Hokage of all time. This notion may veer into the realm of conspiracy theory. Yet Uchiha Itachi had grown accustomed to such stratagems upon arriving in this world. Furthermore, if one were to speak of true caliber, Uchiha Itachi's might be the most formidable. For the sake of Konoha, he allied with the ambitious Danzo and the enigmatic Akatsuki. To preserve his family's bloodline, particularly his younger brother, he resolutely abandoned a clan destined to falter in the impending coup. He could even weep as he slaughtered all his kin, including his parents, stoically bearing the weight of infamy. To inspire his brother to grow stronger, he resorted to the most brutal methods of constant torment, driving his beloved sibling into a heart filled with hatred, both for others and himself, and provided his brother with the ultimate justification for ending his own life to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. In pursuit of his brother's rapid development, he allowed Sasuke to seek the treacherous Orochimaru, racing against the specter of death. He could envision his brother's regret and despair upon uncovering the truth after taking his life. Yet, to grant his brother strength, he bore the burden of everything, remaining silent until his own end. To ensure his brother's glorious return to Konoha, he meticulously orchestrated his own demise to become a source of honor for his sibling, thus creating an opportunity for Sasuke's reintegration into the village. Even to ensure that everything unfolded according to his design, he unhesitatingly concealed Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan within Naruto. Knowing that once Sasuke possessed his eyes and met Naruto's gaze, the Kotoame Tsukumi would be triggered. He understood that his younger brother, in pursuit of the truth, might be manipulated and exploited by those with ulterior motives. For the sake of genuine safety, he concealed Amaterasu from his brother's sight. Had it not been for a series of fortuitous events and the disruptive actions of Uchiha Obito, one could assert that Itachi's strategy was impeccable. Although Uchiha Itachi was loathed by Uchiha Sasuke, who perceived him as deranged, there was an undeniable admiration for Itachi's ruthlessness. Sasuke, at least, still considered himself human, while Itachi seemed to transcend that realm. He found no need for Itachi's caliber. He was not mad. In the present moment, Kakashi exhibited a terrifying resolve, prepared to face his own mortality in the pursuit of this mission. Perhaps it was for the village, or perhaps for redemption. Yet this distinct quality, unlike any other, left Sasuke in awe. He fell into silence, contemplating the feasibility of it all. At that moment, Kakashi placed the kunai of Minato Namikaze into Sasuke's hands. The teacher had once said to use it in dire circumstances, as Rin was entrusted to him. Kakashi's voice was eerily calm. Do not let Rin come to harm. I implore you, Sasuke. Kakashi. No. Rin, having recovered from the shock of Kakashi's suggestion, cried out in a fit of desperation. I'm sorry, Rin. I have my own mission to fulfill, Kakashi stated, gazing at her with tranquility. I may not be able to protect you, but you must survive. This is my final hope. I understand, Kakashi-kun. Sasuke secured the kunai and nodded at Kakashi, affirming, I will find a way to keep her safe. At a critical moment, I will have Minato-sensei take her away. Perhaps reassured by Sasuke's promise, Kakashi's eyes narrowed into crescent moons before he departed the cave. Previously, Hinata Aien's reconnaissance had revealed no obfuscation, allowing Kakashi to discern the least fortified direction. Even if he suspected it to be a trap, he felt compelled to proceed. Sasuke silently observed Kakashi's departing figure, then glanced down at the kunai in his hand, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. Kakashi was heading towards certain death. If he succeeded, it would indeed be a fortunate outcome. Although Sasuke held a deep fondness for Kakashi, it did not imply that this affection would surpass his own life. While he would lament Kakashi's demise, it was preferable to his own death, was it not? Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within Sasuke. Could they conceive of a plan that the Rock Shinobi could not? Or was it that the Rock Shinobi had orchestrated this, awaiting something far more dreadful beyond? With this troubling thought, Sasuke picked up the map and began to study it. Grateful for his past as a humanities student, he had studied geography, enabling him to decipher its contents. Before long, he raised his head. There was no clarity whatsoever. The map remained as rudimentary as before, lacking even the most basic of detailed markings for numerous minor forks. Upon reflecting on this, Uchiha Kei's expression darkened as he resolved to make a decision that even he found daunting. Everyone, prepare to depart. We shall follow Kakashi. Follow Kakashi? Hinata Aya and Imai Kinta were momentarily taken aback. Have you lost your mind? He is going to be the bait. This is his own choice. Do you intend to break through head-on? Are you foolish or am I? Uchiha Kei sneered at Hinata Aya. If we can devise such a plan, then surely the Rock Ninja can as well. Do not underestimate their strategic approach. They have miscalculated the determination of the Cloud Ninja for revenge and the resolve of Konoha to resist. They have deliberately exposed this flaw to lure us in, which indicates they might have anticipated our moves. Hence, I have a plan. A plan? A plan that leads to death? Should I eliminate you right now? You have only two choices. Obey or join your deceased clan members. Uchiha Kei's tone was chilling, devoid of any jest, and his eyes had unconsciously begun to glow crimson, the three tomo in his gaze swirling slightly. Noara Rin was utterly stunned by this scene. She never imagined that members of the same squad would act in such a manner. What astonished her further was that Hinata Aya, who had seemed rather amiable towards her, had now activated her Byakugan. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense, while Imai Kinta maintained an innocuous demeanor, though his gaze lingered dangerously on Noara Rin. The matters of their squad were their own, and it was best that their secrets remained undisclosed. Imai Kinta was not acting for the benefit of the squad, but purely for his own interests. Allowing such a loose end to remain was ultimately a risk, especially when Hinata Aya and Uchiha Kei truly clashed. Many things would indeed spiral out of control. However, Imai Kinta suspected that a confrontation would not ensue, provided Hinata Aya was not in a state of madness. As anticipated, Hinata Aya ultimately restrained herself, dismissing Uchiha Kei without the Sharingan, although bound by rules. She did not believe that an individual incapable of wielding a bloodline limit had any future. Yet, the circumstances had changed, with the Sharingan. Uchiha Kei was now a formidable opponent that Hinata Aya was reluctant to confront, especially considering that Uchiha Kei had evaded a lethal assault from Minato Namikaze. Hinata Aya did not think her speed could match that feat. Speak of your plan. Hinata Aya felt somewhat frustrated. Yet she actively deactivated her Byakugan. You had better possess a comprehensive plan, rather than leading us to our demise. I have yet to survive myself. Uchiha Kei also closed his Sharingan, the earlier sensation having brought him a sense of comfort. I have already stated that what we seek, the Rock Ninja surely seeks as well. Furthermore, upon examining the map, the location with the least number of people is, in fact, a pocket for encirclement. Once Kakashi enters, others can rush to provide support at full speed. So, Hinata Aya gazed calmly at the map. Are you suggesting we accompany Kakashi to our death? However, let us not forget that once we choose a specific location to break through, they are fully capable of providing support. And it is significantly more challenging to conquer than other places here. We are far too few, Uchiha Kei remarked coldly. Indeed, despite having scrutinized the map for an extended period, Uchiha Kei had not uncovered any hidden elements. Yet, based solely on the superficial aspects of the map and Hinata Aya's intelligence, he had conceived several possibilities. The rock ninjas could not be so naive as to station so few personnel in an area that is relatively easy to breach. Thus, it must be a deliberate strategy. This scenario could be classified as a trap, either waiting to ensnare them or employing a feigned retreat. Uchiha Kei did not believe that the rock ninjas, given their intellect, would dare to undertake such a gamble. Rather, the current state of the battlefield dictated caution. It was highly likely that a formidable group of ninjas was stationed there, poised to support other locations, or waiting for unsuspecting Konoha ninjas to foolishly venture through, only to be ambushed en masse. Under normal circumstances, ninjas encountering such a situation might deploy a decoy and then launch an attack elsewhere. However, Uchiha Kei resolved to take a more extreme approach. He would traverse this very location. Though laden with the weight of high stakes, should they succeed in this gamble, the path ahead would be smooth, potentially leading directly to the Kamikaze Bridge. Uchiha Kei abhorred gambling, yet this time he possessed leverage, as Kakashi had entrusted him with the kunai of Minato Namikaze before his departure, enabling Uchiha Kei to determine the optimal moment to summon the fourth Hokage. Are you concerned that this is intentional? Uchiha Kei had not openly expressed his thoughts, yet it seemed that Hinata Aya and Imai Kenta had grasped something. It is not merely concern. It is highly probable, Uchiha Kei nodded. Thus, I have decided to adopt a more radical strategy. Isn't this akin to courting death, Captain? Imai Kenta inquired, scratching his head. However, upon witnessing Uchiha Kei create several shadow clones, he immediately comprehended. You intend to deliberately deploy the shadow clones? Ah, I see, Hinata Aya nodded. The attacking ninjas in the enemy's rear must conserve chakra, hence they will not utilize excessively draining ninjutsu. By intentionally sending the shadow clones to assault a specific point, we can compel them to rush back in support. During this window of opportunity, Kakashi can launch a surprise attack, leveraging the disorientation to strike hard. Uchiha Kei smiled. While he held a strong aversion to these two astute individuals, he could not deny that their cleverness greatly facilitated task coordination. Observing the bewildered Noira Rin, Uchiha Kei shook his head, opting not to provide any explanations. She might be a competent and sufficiently magnanimous ninja, but she was certainly not among the cleverest. Once they fully understood the situation, Uchiha Kei and the others each dispatched several shadow clones, setting off in different directions. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kei and the true forms of his companions directly followed Kakashi, realizing that creating several chakra-equivalent shadow clones would still entail a significant expenditure of energy for them. It is evident that Uchiha Kei, along with Imai Kenta and Hyuga Iane, consumed the military rations at the earliest opportunity, striving to preserve their chakra throughout the operation. Indeed, Uchiha Kei himself, being a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, is well aware of the necessary actions to take. While such measures may seem but a drop in the bucket, even a slight replenishment of chakra is preferable to facing a critical moment devoid of any reserves. It is likely that the rock ninja anticipated this, yet they did not foresee such a gambler willing to undertake these actions. After consuming the military rations, Uchiha Kei took the lead, meticulously controlling his breathing and footfalls, aiming to maintain pace with Kakashi while maximizing his chakra recovery. Let us hope you don't get us killed, Hyuga Iane remarked, disregarding the presence of others. I have been on the battlefield for 7 years and refuse to see our efforts go to waste. I have fought for 6 years, Uchiha Kei replied matter-of-factly. Imai Kenta has been in this for the longest. Hasn't he been 8 years? If we did not share a common conviction, we would not have reached this point together. While I harbor disdain for you, as we are cut from the same cloth, the current circumstances necessitate our cooperation. Otherwise, none of us will return home. Imai Kenta nodded silently, momentarily abandoning his characteristic forced smile. After a brief contemplation, Hyuga Iane also nodded in agreement, clearly aligning with Uchiha Kei's sentiments. Meanwhile, the frail and confused Haruno Rin struggled to comprehend the situation, entirely oblivious to the exchange occurring among the three. As the night deepened, 5 figures traversed the woods in succession. Kakashi finally arrived at the area defended by the rock ninja during the latter part of the night. He cautiously regulated his breathing and movements, concealing himself among the foliage as he observed the activities of the rock ninja. Kakashi was acutely aware of the significance of his mission, as well as the repercussions of his voluntary assumption of this task. Death loomed as a terrifying prospect. Yet it was not insurmountable. If his dear friend Uchiha Obito could face death with composure, why couldn't he? Though he bore the responsibility of protecting Rin, as entrusted by Obito, and sought to envision the future through the lens of his mentor, the late Minato Namikaze. The guilt within him and the emergence of Uchiha Kei led him to a decisive resolution. Obito had fallen victim to the rock ninja, and Kakashi was determined to exact vengeance. Uchiha Kei, who had initially rescued Kakashi and the others, had earned Kakashi's profound respect and sense of kinship, even though the ultimate resolution had come through his own mentor. Having shared the same generation, Kakashi held a slight recollection of Kei, although not the weakest. He was certainly not the most formidable either. His performance on the battlefield had been rather unremarkable. Yet his survival until now indicated that Uchiha Kei possessed both strength and capability. Most crucially, Kei had now awakened the Sharingan, and with such an ally safeguarding Rin, Kakashi felt willing to place his trust in him. In a bid for safety, he entrusted the kunai of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to Uchiha Obito. With these assurances, Kakashi believed that as long as he could hold off the Iwnin and create opportunities for his comrades, they would undoubtedly infiltrate the enemy's rear and accomplish their mission, ensuring Rin's safety as well. Obito, perhaps I shall soon join you, Kakashi mused silently. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed hand seals and conjured foreshadow clones, immediately instructing them to disperse and transform. Each clone shared Kakashi's chakra, a taxing endeavor for him, yet it would serve to create a convincing illusion. However, the faint surge of chakra quickly attracted the attention of the Iwnin. Yet, Kakashi was unperturbed. His intention was to draw them in. The rapidity of their discovery, however, suggested that the Iwnin boasted considerable skill, which was well within Kakashi's expectations. Before long, he noticed one of the Iwnin employing a summoning technique, likely relaying information. Are they calling for reinforcements? Kakashi pondered silently, but in the next moment, his expression turned pale as a piercing sound sliced through the air, and he was suddenly impaled by a kunai. Game over, kid. A voice echoed from behind Kakashi, yet when he turned, he found no one there. Rest assured, others will soon join you. The voice continued, laced with a cruel undertone. As the speaker withdrew the kunai from Kakashi's wound, the injured ninja was replaced by a puff of smoke. No good. A substitution jutsu? When did he? The voice's owner appeared momentarily stunned. But as another sound of slicing air reached him, he instinctively retreated, drawing a kunai to block Kakashi's attack. One must concede that this individual was indeed a seasoned ninja, though Kakashi's Sharingan easily discerned his defense. Nevertheless, Kakashi's strike failed to deliver a fatal blow. His opponent's timely retreat left only a crimson mark on his chest. What a damned kid, the voice's owner materialized, examining the wound on his chest as he scrutinized Kakashi. The Sharingan? So my camouflage technique was seen through by it? What a fortuitous discovery, a Sharingan. Kakashi furrowed his brow, taken aback by this unexpected encounter. The familiarity of the situation ignited a flicker of anger within him, reminiscent of the Iwnin who had once caused Obito's demise. Drawing in a steadying breath, he clutched his kunai, poised for an offensive. Yet, his expression soured as he sensed that all his shadow clones had been vanquished. One by one, the Iwnin emerged from various directions, encircling Kakashi completely. Kakashi never anticipated that his shadow clone would fail to even delay them. The strength of these individuals was truly formidable. However, Kakashi could not afford to dwell on this, as the chakra depletion caused by his shadow clone technique had already diminished his chakra reserves. Now, he was left with no choice but to devise a strategy to stall these adversaries, preventing them from relaying information that could allow the other rock ninja to retreat. A naive young boy, one of the rock ninjas suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Did you think we were unaware of your trickery? I was curious about which of you would be sent as bait. I never expected it to be you, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi remained silent, rather than waste words. He chose to focus on recuperating his chakra. Your teammates must have sought an escape elsewhere, haven't they? Unfortunately, The reinforcements were few to begin with, and not long ago, they received word of sightings in another area. The rock ninja paid no mind to Kakashi's silence, instead displaying a smirk. Restoring your chakra? A futile endeavor. Your fate is already sealed, as is that of your teammates. Now, let us see what you are truly capable of, and what your plans entail. No sooner had he spoken than 4 rock ninja launched a direct assault on Kakashi. He swiftly leaped to evade the initial wave of their attack. Yet, Kakashi's mind was in turmoil. He could scarcely believe that the sacrifices he had made were entirely in vain. It must be admitted that the rock ninja's blatant strategy compelled Kakashi to take action. For now, his only recourse was to continue stalling them while seeking an opportunity to break free. Notably, these rock ninja appeared intent on capturing him alive, which provided Kakashi with a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he feared he would not withstand more than a few exchanges. These rock ninja were indeed powerful. While his chakra was not critically depleted, Kakashi could only describe his situation as tentative. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, determined to explore every possible avenue. Yet, should the situation become dire, he resolved to destroy his left eye before succumbing. Obito's eye must not fall into the hands of those who sought his demise. Kakashi sprang into action, but was quickly detected. In a nearby forest, Hinata Ayum was meticulously observing the unfolding events. While she watched, she also endeavored to restore her own chakra, aware that even the use of soldier pills bore side effects. Although the recovery from soldier pills was minimal and their side effects comparatively slight, the principle of accumulation was well understood. Each small dose, given time, could amass into a significant amount, with the inevitable repercussions manifesting in the future. This applied not only to her, but also to Uchiha Kei and Imai Kenta. Knowing they had time to recover their chakra, they naturally opted against excessive reliance on medication. In dire circumstances, when survival itself is uncertain, concerns about side effects naturally fade into insignificance. Uchiha Kei slightly opened his eyes. Despite possessing the Sharingan, he could never match the Byakugan users in terms of distant observation. What is the current situation? Uchiha Kei pondered for a moment before inquiring. Have we discerned how they transmit information? Through summoning techniques, Hinata Aya promptly replied. They rely on summoning to communicate. I fear we may soon be discovered on the other side. Our plan has succeeded, Captain, Imai Kenta said with a smile, ruffling his hair. Since Kakashi is surrounded by the rock ninja, why don't we just charge in? Absolutely not. As soon as Imai Kenta's words left his lips, Noera Rin could no longer contain herself, but she was quickly interrupted by Hinata Aya. It's certainly worth considering. Hasn't Kakashi already prepared himself for such a possibility? But he is our comrade. Noera countered. Let us not forget what mission we are on, Chunin Noera. Do you wish for Kakashi to witness you following the path once trodden by his father? Observing the quarrel between the two women, Uchiha Kei felt a twinge of irritation. While the suggestions from Hinata Aya and the others were indeed commendable, he wondered if they truly believed their opponents to be fools. Despite the presence of only 4 defenders, charging in recklessly would undoubtedly stir up trouble. Yet, Uchiha Kei was reluctant to dismiss the idea. As Hinata Aya had stated, this mission was of paramount importance. If Kakashi could indeed hold off the enemies, and they were fortunate enough to slip past, everything would become considerably easier. As he contemplated this, Hinata Aya suddenly fell silent, her face appearing pale and distressed. Soon, both Noera Rin and Imai Kenta mirrored her expression. Although Uchiha Kei felt no immediate discomfort, he had an inkling of what had transpired. As expected, information surged into his mind. One of their clone teams had failed, and aside from Uchiha Kei, who had dispelled his own clone, the others had been eliminated outright. It seemed there was no time for hesitation. Uchiha Kei sighed. What is Kakashi's current condition? Humph. He.S. nearing his limit, Hinata Aya scoffed. All while we were bickering. What on earth is happening? The chakra consumption is excessive, even with shadow clones. It shouldn't be like this. Enough. It appears we have no choice, Uchiha Kei stated decisively, choosing not to disclose that the cause lay with the Sharingan. Let us move swiftly to support Kakashi, then break through before anyone else arrives. Damn it, Hinata Aya muttered under her breath, though she recognized the absence of alternatives. Uchiha Kei ignored her complaints, and Imai Kenta remained silent, likely aware that failure to act could lead to dire consequences from their own comrades. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Kei surged forward, with Hinata Aya and Imai Kenta compelled to follow suit. Noera Rin was the last to emerge, fully aware of her role as a medical ninja. The four of them dashed forward, swiftly covering the distance of several hundred meters in an instant. Uchiha Chi had activated his Sharingan during their sprint, and at that moment, everything seemed to slow down for him. It was an indescribable experience. Although he had felt such a sensation before, he had refrained from overtly using it out of concern. However, with the assistance of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Chi had acquired what he desired, and thus he would no longer allow himself to suffer. Their sudden assault immediately drew the attention of the rock shinobi, and through the Sharingan, Uchiha Chi could distinctly perceive the astonishment etched on their faces. Yet, he would not grant them the luxury of time. As they approached within a distance of several dozen meters, the chakra within Uchiha Chi exploded forth. With one hand grasping a kunai and the other holding his index and middle fingers aloft, he vanished in the blink of an eye, only to reappear before one of the rock shinobi in an instant. So swift, the rock shinobi, already startled by the sudden appearance of Uchiha Chi and his companions, turned pale at this unforeseen burst of speed. Although the other rock shinobi had momentarily recovered from their shock, it was too late for them to offer any assistance. The rock shinobi targeted by Uchiha Chi suddenly displayed a frenzied expression, recklessly charging towards Uchiha Chi's kunai. However, Uchiha Chi had long since seen through his ploy. Every movement of that fool was laid bare beneath the gaze of his Sharingan. In a sudden pivot, Uchiha Chi thrust his kunai into the air, disregarding the enemy directly in front of him. Yet, as the kunai soared, he executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from his original position. While Kakashi seized this opportunity to retreat swiftly to Uchiha Chi's side. "What brings you here?" Kakashi asked weakly. "Have you discovered something?" "Indeed, we have uncovered a few things," Uchiha Chi replied, gazing at the kunai suspended in midair, blood oozing from it. He inhaled deeply. "Let's not linger. You have your soldier pills. Consume them to restore your chakra. We must conclude this swiftly." As he spoke, the kunai embedded in the air revealed a human shape, that of the rock shinobi who had employed the secret technique of camouflage. It must be noted that the rock shinobi utilizing such ninjutsu was indeed unfortunate. Although this secret technique could yield tremendous effects on any battlefield, he had encountered Kakashi and Uchiha Chi. Not to mention, another rock shinobi named Daisher had also been dealt with by Obito Uchiha, who possessed the Sharingan. Just then, Hinata Aya and Imai Kenta arrived at the scene. Uchiha Chi, observing the three rock shinobi before him with grave expressions, inhaled deeply. "Norachunin, you keep watch over Kakashi. Aya, Kenta, let us eliminate them." His words were delivered with a sense of bravado, fully aware that his proclamation served to bolster their morale while striking fear into their adversaries. The rock ninja who perished at the hands of Uchiha Kishi was indeed formidable, yet even the most powerful shinobi can be wary of ambushes. Even the illustrious Uchiha Madara has a history of being caught off guard, let alone this individual, who was so obscure that Uchiha Kishi was unaware of his very name. Uchiha Kishi possessed an exceptionally adept body flicker technique, and with the distraction provided by Kakashi, several Leaf Village ninjas suddenly emerged, shattering the opponent's preconceived notions and leaving him momentarily dazed. It was this confluence of factors that enabled Uchiha Kishi to strike a fatal blow. However, now that the adversaries were prepared, Uchiha Kishi faced a genuine challenge. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kishi remained composed. Equipped with both the Mangekyo Sharingan and the ability to summon the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, two formidable trump cards. Although summoning Minato could be somewhat precarious in dire circumstances, Uchiha Kishi had faith that he would indeed appear when truly needed. What constituted the most perilous moment was ultimately a matter of Uchiha Kishi's own judgment. As long as he utilized his powers judiciously, even summoning Minato would not be an insurmountable task. Uchiha Kishi mused silently while the rock ninjas, devoid of any preamble, commenced their assault. As the rock ninja charged towards him, Uchiha Kishi exhibited no fear. He deftly retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and expertly hurled them at the approaching foe. The rock ninja appeared somewhat dazed and recklessly collided with the shuriken, which struck true. However, Uchiha Kishi swiftly leaped into the air, for the rock ninja had already employed the earth body replacement technique, a detail that did not escape Uchiha Kishi's keen perception. As the shuriken pierced the rock ninja, he transformed into a puddle of mud. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Kishi, the ground beneath him had morphed into a quagmire. The earth release, yellow spring swamp technique was immediately recognizable to Uchiha Kishi. He had encountered such jutsu before. Yet, The ninja wielding this technique seemed rather exceptional. As Uchiha Kei soared high, the ninja swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a massive earth dragon that erupted from the mire. Uchiha Kei frowned, but did not regard it with undue concern. Chakra surged into his Sharingan, allowing him to perceive the entire process of the jutsu unfolding. With a simple turn in midair, he effortlessly evaded the technique, and with a powerful kick, he landed upon the back of the colossal dragon, using the momentum to escape the jutsu's attack range entirely. The entire sequence was executed with a grace akin to a dragon ascending from the water, the massive earth dragon becoming merely a splendid prop for his performance. While Uchiha Kei evaded all attacks with ease, his companions, such as Hinata Aya, found themselves in a desperate plight, scrambling to evade their adversaries while rolling and crawling to escape the jutsu, accumulating dust and mud upon their forms. The rock ninja who initiated the attack noticed that Uchiha Kei appeared to be unaffected. However, he did not dwell on it excessively. Confronting a Uchiha ninja alone inherently invited such circumstances, for one's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even jinjutsu could be effortlessly seen through by him. Even if the opponent were a chunin or a low-ranking ninja of considerable strength, none would dare underestimate them, unless one possessed swifter speed or formidable resistance to jinjutsu, or perhaps a decisive jutsu. Clearly, this rock ninja did not perceive his speed as surpassing that of this low-ranking ninja, and a mere earth release seemed insufficient to subdue him unless he unleashed his full potential. This realization prompted an unexpected wariness in the rock ninja, while simultaneously igniting a spark of intrigue. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Why have I never heard of someone like you? Are you new to the battlefield?" "No, I've been on the battlefield for some time," Uchiha Kei replied, willing to engage in a bit of banter, as it would allow him to recover a modicum of chakra. "Why not? And you, who are you? You don't recognize me?" The rock ninja paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Very well, let me introduce myself properly, lest you remain oblivious to the identity of your killer." As he spoke, his gaze turned dangerously intense, and through his Sharingan, Uchiha Kei could effortlessly discern that this man's chakra had swelled to a suffocating magnitude. Who on earth was this individual? Uchiha Kei cursed inwardly, pondering if this scoundrel was indeed Inoki, that Tsuchikage. No, that couldn't be. Uchiha Kei suddenly realized. Although this fellow bore no resemblance to the diminutive Tsuchikage, he had a fleeting recollection of this rock ninja. As Uchiha Kei contemplated, the rock ninja abruptly unleashed an astonishing burst of speed and launched a punch toward him. 2-scale loss. Damn. In that moment, Uchiha Kei was nearly certain of this scoundrel's identity. This man truly was a wretched creature, for 2-scale Lus was indeed a living fossil. Having survived from the first great ninja war to the impending fourth, such vitality was akin to that of a tortoise, and his son, Lus, should be relatively young at this point. Uchiha Kei recalled that the fellow was in his 40s during the Fourth War. By calculation, Lus should now be in his 20s or 30s, aligning perfectly with the man before him. With a swift sidestep, Uchiha Kei narrowly evaded the punch. Yet the terrifying force of the blow shattered the earth beneath them. Had he not leaped in time, he would have bid farewell to this world. However, 2-scale Lus showed no intention of relenting. Undeterred by the failure of his strike, he immediately closed in again, launching another assault on Uchiha Kei. His attacks exhibiting a blatant disregard for chakra consumption, clearly intent on exhausting Kei's chakra, even if he could not vanquish him. It must be said that such a strategy truly counters Uchiha's approach. Uchiha's chakra is simply insufficient to sustain a prolonged engagement with this adversary, and he lacks the luxury of time to do so, as he receives feedback from the vanishing shadow clones in other locations. Uchiha can surmise that the rock shinobi have likely reacted as well. By employing summoning techniques to ascertain their surroundings, they will swiftly discern the true path for their escape. At that juncture, even summoning Minato Namikaze might prove to be of little assistance. With this thought in mind, Uchiha discreetly reached for his kunai. Just then, a sound akin to a chorus of chirping birds erupted from behind him. It was Chidori. Upon hearing this, Uchiha immediately deduced the situation. Although he did not believe Kakashi had recovered his chakra, his intervention was indeed fortuitous. In a 3-on-3 scenario, Uchiha and his team should not have opted for one-on-one confrontations. Their optimal strategy would have been to combine their strengths to eliminate one opponent decisively before addressing the remaining two. Regrettably, it appeared that trust was absent among the trio, resulting in their battles rarely featuring cooperation beyond one-on-one skirmishes. Even against formidable foes, they preferred to engage independently. Each of the three appeared to be in dire straits. Yet there was no inclination to assist one another. No wonder that in the future, Konoha emphasizes the concept of teamwork during the selection of lower-ranked shinobi. It is likely a response to individuals like Uchiha who compel such measures. However, this matter bore little relevance to Uchiha, who found himself in a reluctant partnership with Hinata, Aya, and Imai Kenta, marked by mutual distrust yet forced collaboration. Were they given a choice? None would willingly undertake this mission. Even if compelled, they would prefer to form a team with less demanding dynamics. Thus, with no cooperation, they were left to fend for themselves. Yet, Uchiha seemed to possess a stroke of good fortune, for Kakashi had arrived to provide assistance. Upon landing, Kakashi immediately charged towards the Earth user, delivering a Chidori directly to his chest. This unexpected strike indeed disrupted the opponent's assault. However, the Earth user, quick to react, raised an earthen barrier just in time. Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to take action, only to see Kakashi draw back his right hand and leap once more towards the Earth user. Uchiha was momentarily stunned. Was Kakashi here to create chaos? While Kakashi's sudden appearance had disrupted the Earth user's attack, his aggressive maneuver had inadvertently thrown Uchiha's offensive into disarray as well. It must be acknowledged that a lack of coordination was exceptionally detrimental, or perhaps Kakashi had simply grown accustomed to others adapting to his rhythm. With no other recourse, Uchiha attempted to synchronize with Kakashi, but this posed a challenge for him, as he was certainly not Uchiha Obito. Truly, what a chaotic situation. However, there was little recourse. Uchiha Kiyoshi could only attempt to keep pace. The Chidori technique was remarkably unique and fearsome, its piercing power and explosive force simply astonishing. Yet, this technique bore a fatal flaw. It demanded ample space for a sprint and an exceptionally high dynamic vision during rapid movement. Thanks to Uchiha Obito's contributions, the issue of dynamic vision had been resolved. One could even assert that this technique was essentially tailor-made for the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, another problem remained insurmountable: the requirement for a sprinting space. While Chidori countered Earth release, the earthen techniques were not to be underestimated. As the son of the third Tsuchikage, he had not risen to prominence solely on his father's reputation. He quickly discerned the strengths and weaknesses of the technique and would naturally not grant Kakashi the space to charge. Faced with Kakashi's second assault, he remained composed. If he could withstand this attack, he would be able to subdue Kakashi thoroughly. Yet, Uchiha Kiyoshi would not allow him such comfort. Kiyoshi understood his mission: to restrain that infernal Earth user, granting Kakashi the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. He was acutely aware that neutralizing the Earth user would render the remaining two IWA ninja ineffectual. The Earth user was not only the Tsuchikage's son, but likely his only heir. Should anything befall him, they would be in dire straits. Indeed, a commendable deed was done. To an extent, whether Kiyoshi liked it or not, both he and Kakashi's offensive maneuvers could contain the other two IWA ninja. At that moment, Kiyoshi was disinclined to ponder further. He cast a discreet glance at the other's circumstances and felt a slight sense of relief. Hinata Ayane was exemplary of the Hyuga clan, and this woman proved far more formidable than his recollections of Niji and Hinata. One could only conclude that the battlefield truly acted as a catalyst for a ninja's prowess. Though she was under severe duress, her defensive stance as a Hyuga was commendable. Despite the blood trickling from her lips, she persisted. As for Imai Kenta and Noira Rin, the situation appeared relatively favorable. It was undeniable that Kenta, who seemed merely to wear a forced smile, harbored considerable depth. While accompanied by Rin, he managed to withstand another IWA ninja's onslaught, a testament to his formidable nature, having survived on the battlefield for 8 years. With this in mind, Uchiha Kiyoshi charged once more towards the Earth user. Kakashi's second assault had reached the Earth user's vicinity, but the latter calmly evaded the Chidori, demonstrating that such a close-range strike could inflict no harm. Kakashi's anxiousness was palpable, yet it was understandable given his current state. He was not the future embodiment of balance. Just as Kakashi was sent flying by a kick and the Earth user prepared to pursue, Kiyoshi positioned himself in the path of the advancing enemy. The kunai was thrust fiercely towards the chest of Tuching, swift, accurate, and ruthless, compelling Tuching to halt his advance. Slightly agitated, Tuching evaded Uchiha Kei's kunai and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at him. Uchiha Kei immediately leaped backward, yet Tuching exhibited remarkable ninja prowess. Swiftly forming hand seals, He pressed his palms onto the ground, channeling chakra into the earth. However, Uchiha Kei remained far more composed than Tuching had anticipated. As he was about to land, his Sharingan subtly revolved. With a forceful push of his right hand against the ground, his body drifted sideways, evading the earthen spears that pierced through his afterimage and struck the ground where he was to land. Uchiha Kei landed deftly, resuming his evasive maneuvers, his form oscillating between rapid and slow, continually altering speed and angles, abruptly halting and accelerating in an instant. The intricate movements he executed flowed seamlessly, as if he had honed them through countless repetitions, devoid of any awkwardness or abruptness. Every earthen spear and the kunai thrown by Tuching, inscribed with explosive tags, were deftly evaded by Uchiha Kei. It must be said that the Uchiha Kei utilizing the Sharingan was on an entirely different level compared to his non-activated self. Yet, Tuching seemed to realize that prolonging their entanglement with Uchiha Kei would yield no favorable outcome. He shifted his focus towards Kakashi. A change of target? Uchiha Kei astutely discerned Tuching's disinterest in him, which provided him a slight sense of relief while he contemplated his escape. At this juncture, their group had essentially revealed their intentions. If the IWA ninjas were even slightly doubtful, they could retreat to the Kannabi Bridge. However, from the previous reactions and judgments of the shadow clones, Uchiha Kei concluded that the IWA ninjas likely intended to eliminate them all right here. Given this, Uchiha Kei pondered whether the IWA ninjas might be experiencing a shortage of manpower. It is well known that the Cloud ninjas are not easily trifled with, especially considering that the third Raikage was the father of the fourth. The fourth Raikage would undoubtedly harbor deep resentment over the death of his father. Furthermore, a crucial factor was that the Cloud had withdrawn their forces from Konoha, allowing them to communicate effectively with the IWA ninjas without the looming threat of Konoha. Under these circumstances, it would be entirely reasonable for the IWA ninjas to feel pressured. They likely needed to amass heavy troops along the coast and in the land of waterfalls to prevent the Cloud ninjas from launching a direct assault on their stronghold. If this were the case, it suggested that their rear guard might not be particularly strong. Hence their reluctance to allow Uchiha Kei and his companions to penetrate deeper and wreak havoc. After all, if they managed to reach that region, the IWA ninjas would likely find it challenging to locate them. Although it remains unclear whether Kakashi and his team encountered such misfortunes as depicted in the original narrative, I am acutely aware of my own predicaments. Thus, rather than emulating the events of the original story, I shall resolve to act as the situation demands. Uchiha Kei silently contemplated as he cast a glance at the disheveled Kakashi. He then turned his attention to the other two rock shinobi. Despite Kakashi's disarray and significant chakra depletion, the assistance of his Sharingan ensured his survival, provided he was not overwhelmed. Thus, Uchiha Kei resolved to first engage the two adversaries, leaving the collective assault on Lus for later. Should this strategy succeed, Lus would unlikely pose a formidable threat, perhaps even making it difficult to eliminate him altogether. With Lus now wary of him, a sneak attack was out of the question. Therefore, Uchiha Kei once again charged towards Lus, though his focus had shifted away from the latter. Subtly, he directed his gaze towards the two rock shinobi, swiftly selecting his target, the one currently pummeling Jiraiya. It was not out of a sense of chivalry. Had he felt such inclinations, they would have been reserved for Noera Rin, who possessed a far greater innocence than Jiraiya. Uchiha Kei assessed the focus of his opponent, clearly recognizing that, aside from their Byakugan for detecting enemies and assessing corpses for intelligence, the Hyuga clan's defensive capabilities were formidable. At that moment, Jiraiya resembled a turtle encased in its shell, rendering the rock shinobi utterly helpless, thus forcing him to concentrate solely on her. Such intense focus was indeed ideal for a surprise attack. Yet another rock shinobi, engaged in battle with Imai Kenta, appeared to share Uchiha Kei's intentions. Clenching his teeth, Uchiha Kei observed Kakashi still embroiled in combat and subtly signaled him. Without waiting to see if Kakashi noticed, he formed hand seals. Chakra coalesced around him, manifesting as a blue arc. In an instant, a massive fireball hurtled towards Lus. Fire release, great fireball technique. Upon executing this jutsu, he swiftly created a shadow clone, directing it to continue the assault on Lus while his true self temporarily concealed itself. However, Uchiha Kei was acutely aware that this area offered insufficient cover for prolonged concealment, and his shadow clone would not endure for long. Fixated on the rock shinobi relentlessly attacking Jiraiya, Uchiha Kei swiftly identified an opportunity. He witnessed the rock shinobi shatter Aya's defenses with a single punch, following up with another aimed squarely at her chest, the force of which produced a terrifying gust of wind, causing Uchiha Kei to feel a tightening in his own chest. Hyuga Aya's face turned ashen at the sight. She could vividly imagine the dire consequences of such an onslaught. Gritting her teeth, she gathered all the remaining chakra within her and positioned it defensively before her chest. Regrettably, even this desperate measure would prove insufficient against the overwhelming penetrating power of that punch. Although the ninja from the Land of Earth did not relish close-quarters combat, as their counterparts from the Land of Lightning did, it did not imply that the rock shinobi lacked physical prowess. Conversely, the physical prowess of the rock shinobi was terrifyingly formidable, possibly akin to the attributes they excelled in. Their strength was indeed a source of considerable distress. A single punch left Hinata Aya feeling as though her entire abdomen had been mercilessly twisted by a knife. And most critically, she sensed that her hands had been shattered by the force of that blow. Damn it! Hinata Aya cursed inwardly, realizing that she had utterly lost her combat capability. Gazing at the relentless rock shinobi, despair engulfed her. She felt a deep-seated resentment over the prospect of her demise, for she had yet to fulfill countless aspirations. Simultaneously, she harbored a silent animosity towards Uchiha Kei, questioning why he hadn't summoned Namake's Minato. Did he only consider moments of imminent danger as truly perilous? In truth, Uchiha Kei did indeed harbor such thoughts, and it must be said that Hinata Aya had accurately deduced his mindset. However, at that moment, Uchiha Kei was no longer lurking in the shadows. As his shadow clone was pierced by a stone spear, he erupted forth from the earth. The astonishingly rapid body flicker technique left Uchiha Kei momentarily breathless. Yet he paid no heed to such trivialities. The kunai in his grasp, imbued with his chakra, offered the rock shinobi no opportunity for a response as Uchiha Kei lunged fiercely towards his chest. The rock shinobi was caught entirely off guard. Engrossed in his battle with Hinata Aya, confident that his captain could easily handle two young foes, little did he anticipate that his overly trusting captain would allow a mere child to slip beneath his very nose and launch a savage ambush. Unfortunately, the rock shinobi had no time to ponder such matters. As Uchiha Kei's kunai pierced his left rear chest, he twisted it savagely, sealing the fate of the rock shinobi in eternal darkness. Shadow clone. Yamo, you wretched scoundrel. Uchiha Kei's ambush incited a furious wrath within Huangtu, akin to a resounding slap across his face. Enraged, Huangtu looked up at Uchiha Kei. Yamo was not only Huangtu's subordinate, but also a longtime friend. Their bond steeped in history. In this moment, Uchiha Kei's actions were utterly incomprehensible to Huangtu, who could not simply overlook such a transgression. Initially contemplating leaving a survivor to extract intelligence, he had now completely abandoned that notion. You little Uchiha brat, you seek death. Huangtu was consumed by unbridled fury, for both of his subordinates had been dispatched by this accursed Uchiha scion, while he might have been able to suppress his anger towards the first, as their relationship was rather perfunctory and he genuinely needed to comprehend Konoha's intentions. The case of Yamo was entirely different. He was a true friend, one known since childhood and cherished through years of camaraderie. In this moment, Huangtu cast aside thoughts of intelligence. All he desired was for this Uchiha whelp to meet his end. The degree of danger posed by the enraged Lus is truly unimaginable. Kakashi initially planned to seize a fleeting moment of distraction from Lus to launch a surprise attack with Chidori. However, Lus's reaction speed surpassed Kakashi's comprehension entirely. The instant the tearing sound of Chidori resonated, Lus had already crouched down, placing both hands firmly on the ground, allowing his formidable chakra to meld with the earth. In the next moment, a towering earth wall, at least 10 meters high, erupted from the ground, flawlessly intercepting Kakashi's Chidori. This technique, known as Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, is a fundamental ninjutsu. Yet, in Lus's hands, it yielded astonishing results. Nonetheless, Kakashi's Chidori, imbued with lightning, effortlessly pierced through the earth wall, yet Kakashi felt no joy. For as his Chidori penetrated the wall, Lus had already evaded the attack, launching a powerful punch almost simultaneously. This terrifying strike shattered his own ninjutsu and collided forcefully with Kakashi's chest. The audible crack of bones resonated, and Kakashi was sent flying, blood gushing forth as he crashed to the ground, his chest visibly caved in, appearing on the brink of death. Uchiha Kei, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Kakashi was truly facing his end? Kakashi. Nearby, Noara Rin also noticed the unfolding chaos, emitting a piercing scream. However, as she attempted to rush forward, she was forcefully kicked away by the Rocknin blocking their path. Her impulsive action inadvertently caused Imai Kenta to encounter trouble as well, leading to the collapse of their once solid defense. Uchiha Kei knew without needing to look that, at this moment, Imai Kenta likely harbored a greater desire to eliminate Noara Rin than to deal with the Rocknin. Had he not been concerned about Uchiha Kei's potential malice, which could summon the fourth Hokage, he might have truly considered taking action without others noticing. Yet, Imai Kenta was no longer focused on that woman. He would have preferred if she attracted the Rocknin's attention and was eliminated. After toppling Noara Rin, the Rocknin's focus shifted squarely onto Imai Kenta, ensuring that Noara Rin could not break through to reach Kakashi, while relentlessly assaulting Imai Kenta. At this juncture, Imai Kenta appeared to be nearing his limit, with wounds multiplying across his body. Uchiha Kei silently observed the unfolding events, although he had never prioritized his teammates. Nor did he regard the lives of famed characters in the original story with much weight. He found himself in a peculiar position. After all, how could he concern himself with others when his own survival was uncertain? However, by a stroke of fortune, Uchiha Kei had inadvertently saved Kakashi twice. He thought everything was finally falling into place. Yet, in an instant, Kakashi was struck nearly to death by the future fourth Tsuchikage's father, leaving Uchiha Kei reflecting on the fragility of life, filled with unexpected astonishment. Could it be that the ever-resilient Kakashi was truly facing his demise? However, Uchiha Kei harbored his own thoughts. With Kakashi's life hanging in the balance and Hinata Iane severely injured, this indeed seemed to align with the most perilous moment described by Minato Namikaze. Regrettably, Uchiha Kei had no time to ponder such chaotic matters, as the earth, having dealt with Kakashi, was now swiftly approaching him. The ominous aura and the overwhelming chakra were unmistakable. Today was a day he must perish. It was imperative to summon Minato Namikaze. The situation had deteriorated to an unbearable extent. Uchiha Kei mused internally. He promptly activated the body flicker technique to distance himself from the looming threat while retrieving the kunai entrusted to him by Kakashi, channeling chakra into it. Uchiha Kei was unaware of Kakashi's condition, yet he was acutely aware that if he did not act swiftly, their entire team would face annihilation. Unfortunately, fortune did not seem to favor Uchiha Kei this time, as he realized that after channeling chakra, there was no response from the surroundings. Was it the distance that posed a challenge, requiring time to prepare? Or was Minato Namikaze preoccupied? As Uchiha Kei evaded the Earth's assaults, memories of the character from the anime and manga flooded his mind. He recalled how, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, the Earth had commanded the 2nd Division of the Ninja Coalition and had once sent a tailed beast into the air with a single punch. On the battlefield, he exhibited formidable Earth release techniques, arriving at the battlefield against the Ten Tails and engaging in a decisive battle, employing Earth release, Earth Mountain technique to suppress both the Outer Path's Golem and the Ten Tails. Though not at his peak now, he had already begun to shine with future brilliance. Not to mention, each of his punches seemed to leave the Earth concave, and Uchiha Kei felt that any contact could result in his immediate demise. He sensed that misfortune loomed large over him, were it not for his Sharingan. Endowed with exceptional dynamic vision and his mastery of the body flicker technique, he feared he would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. Uchiha Kei had attempted to counterattack, yet he found his methods woefully inadequate in the face of the enraged Earth. His abilities seemed to be no more than a tickle to this titan. Earlier, the Earth had evaded his kunai and shuriken, but now he exhibited a complete disregard for evasion. Initially, he had sought to avoid injury and maintain a semblance of composure, but now he seemed utterly unconcerned. It could be said that Uchiha Kei had been unable to inflict any harm from the outset, unless he could close the distance and, unnoticed, strike at different angles to plunge the kunai into the Earth's heart. Much like he had done with the fellow named Yuanmu, success was unlikely. However, the Earth was enveloped in chakra, leaving no vulnerabilities, and Uchiha Kei found himself at a loss on how to confront this foe. As time dragged on, Uchiha Kei's anxiety intensified with each passing moment. Through the Sharingan, Uchiha Kei realized that Kakashi was nearing his limits. Prolonging this battle would undoubtedly lead to the arrival of reinforcements from the Rock Ninja, and the situation at Kenta Imai's location was already precarious. It felt as if a cat were toying with a dying mouse. As he gazed at the frenzied landscape before him, a glint of madness flickered in Uchiha Kei's eyes. If you intend to show me no mercy, then I shall ensure that you lose every last one of your comrades. Driven to desperation by this damned mission and the cursed terrain, Uchiha Kei found himself with few options. He began to wonder if he would have fared better as mere bait. Yet this question bore no answer, for he had no knowledge of the fates of the captives he had rescued, if they still lived. Yet the bait perished, especially if Minato Namikaze had reported these events. Then it was evident that his situation would be far from favorable. This mission was crucial for Konoha. The higher-ups were eagerly awaiting its completion to negotiate with the Rock Ninja. They hoped this endeavor would bring an end to the protracted conflict. And Uchiha Kei suspected their urgency stemmed from a desire to conclude matters before a full-blown war erupted between the Cloud and Rock Ninja. Such a resolution would grant them greater leverage at the negotiating table, an undeniable truth. Thus, should Uchiha Kei fail this mission, he would have no choice but to mark his forehead protector and flee to the land of rain. He had never contemplated collaborating with those deranged fanatics, nor had he ever dreamed of filling the world with love or contributing to peace. He was but an ordinary person, with humble yet pragmatic aspirations. Now, however, Uchiha Kei found it necessary to consider an escape route. He had no desire to sacrifice his life here. The anticipated support from Minato was nowhere in sight, and as he deliberated whether to flee, the relentless pursuit by the Rock Ninja began to fray his temper. Was his madness not born from the fact that he had slain one of their own? Very well. I shall eliminate your last comrade and witness just how far you are willing to descend into madness. With a newfound resolve, Uchiha Kei prepared to unveil his trump card, a secret he had coveted for quite some time and recently acquired. Once more evading the Earth-style attacks, he retreated strategically, deliberately moving toward the last Rock Ninja. Sensing the shift, the Rock Ninja grew wary, having just witnessed the death of a close ally. Yet Uchiha Kei, quick-witted, realized he was indeed nearing another Rock Ninja and swiftly changed direction, wary of a potential ambush. This disheveled appearance, coupled with the insights gained from battling Uchiha Kei, led the Rock Ninja to momentarily ease his concerns. The young man appears to possess little in the way of Jinjutsu, at least thus far, as there has been no evidence of Uchiha Chi employing any illusions. The primary reason for this is that Huang Tu has consistently avoided making eye contact with him. Being the son of the third Tsuchikage, he has grown up hearing tales of the Uchiha clan's formidable prowess. As for taijutsu, it may not be lacking. Yet given his age and physical condition, Huang Tu hardly regards him as a threat. Regarding definitive ninjutsu, Huang Tu perceives that Uchiha Chi's chakra levels are likely insufficient for any significant release. At that moment, however, Uchiha Chi suddenly inhaled deeply and lowered his head slightly. Huang Tu, witnessing this, mistakenly believed that the Uchiha youth was surrendering, yet he dared not let his guard down. This scion of the Uchiha clan was notoriously cunning, and who knew what tricks he might have up his sleeve. Nonetheless, even if this young man were to devise some ploy, such tactics would pale in comparison to absolute power. All Huang Tu needed was to remain vigilant. Just then, with his head bowed, Uchiha Chi's three tomo began to whirl wildly within his eyes, and in an instant, they merged into a singular form. A triangular diamond symbol emerged in his gaze, and as he lifted his head slightly, the emblem began to rotate. In that moment, Uchiha Chi felt his chakra surge forth like a flood released from a dam, rapidly coalescing in his eyes. This consumption of chakra left him feeling unusually drained. Under normal circumstances, without accounting for the strain on his ocular power, he would have been able to sustain it for over 10 minutes. Yet, given his limited chakra at the age of 13 and the fact that he was not a Jinchuriki, he found himself lacking the reserves necessary for such exertion. Moreover, Uchiha Chi sensed a peculiar force within his eyes, akin to stagnant water severed from its source, lying dormant. However, upon activation, this energy would undoubtedly erupt with terrifying intensity. Is this what they call ocular power? He pondered silently. But, noticing Huang Tu drawing ever closer, he resolved to unleash all of his chakra, causing his complexion to pale significantly. Time reversal. Without hesitation, Uchiha Chi activated the power of his right eye, refraining from employing the more potent time stasis. Who could fathom the dreadful cost of such ocular jutsu? Nevertheless, even the time reversal technique left him feeling as though he could hardly move. Yet, he understood that he must not falter. He had not yet lived enough. Brandishing the kunai of the fourth Hokage, He staggered to evade Huang Tu's assault, then fiercely slashed toward Huang Tu's neck. Clang! Upon contact with Huang Tu's neck, Uchiha Kei nearly lost his grip on the kunai, and astonishingly, the sound that resonated was akin to metal striking against stone. However, Uchiha Kei could no longer concern himself with such matters. Casting a glance at the crimson hue emerging from the throat of the yellow earth, he summoned the remnants of his strength and leaped toward the last subordinate of the yellow earth. Uchiha Kei fixed his gaze upon another rock ninja, simultaneously affecting both individuals with the temporal rewind. At the same time, Uchiha Kei felt a peculiar pressure building in his eyes. Perhaps it was due to his inaugural use of such a power. He sensed that his ocular energy had not been excessively depleted, yet his condition and proficiency were woefully inadequate. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Kei finally reached the side of this rock ninja, who seemed to have caught a whiff of impending peril, swiftly turning around. Alas, to Uchiha Kei, the ninja's movements appeared as sluggish as a snail. Without affording the rock ninja any chance to resist, Uchiha Kei's kunai once again targeted his neck. This time, he did not experience the sensation of striking stone. Instead, it was akin to the familiar act of slicing through flesh. In that moment, Uchiha Kei beheld the expression in the rock ninja's eyes, a gaze filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. When time resumed its natural flow, the yellow earth let out a furious roar, but with it, the crimson stain upon his neck became increasingly conspicuous. It was at this moment that he comprehended the gravity of his predicament. Hastily, he clutched his throat, assessing the situation. Yet the wariness in his eyes as he regarded Uchiha Kei was unprecedented. In that fleeting instant, Uchiha Kei erupted with astonishing speed, surpassing even the swiftness he displayed when he first vanquished Ishigo and the initial takedown of Haruki. The yellow earth could not fathom why this young boy had suddenly acquired such velocity, nor could he understand why he waited until his comrades were on the brink of collapse to unleash such power. Had he utilized his abilities earlier, perhaps his allies would not have suffered such dire fates. Regardless of his confusion, the yellow earth knew that this young boy must be eliminated. Had he not been sufficiently vigilant and taken precautionary measures against potential tricks, he might have become yet another victim of this boy's prowess. You are quite impressive, young one from the Uchiha clan, the yellow earth admitted, releasing his grip on his throat. Your speed is truly remarkable. Even the likes of Namake's Minato would find it challenging to match. Alas, you have encountered me, and it seems you possess little capacity for resistance now. If only you had employed your abilities sooner. Uchiha Kei paid no heed to the yellow earth. Had it not been for Kakashi being on the brink of death and Hinata Aya sustaining grave injuries, and had the yellow earth not avoided direct eye contact with him, while Imai Kenta was completely preoccupied, Uchiha Kei might not have resorted to utilizing the powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan so promptly. Although this power was formidable, it bore a certain irretrievable quality at this juncture, and most crucially, Uchiha Kei was loath to reveal his capabilities to anyone else. The troubles that a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can bring are all too clear to Uchiha Kiyoshi. Just look at the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, who has presumably acquired his own eternal Mangekyo, yet refrains from using it. Despite his unfortunate fate, it was a choice he made. Compared to other reckless wielders, he may well be the most at ease. Uchiha Shursui lost an eye. Uchiha Itachi bore the weight of guilt that he could scarcely absolve. Uchiha Obito is a tragic figure, and Uchiha Madara has been reduced to a mere pawn, manipulated at will. Although Uchiha Sasuke appears to be faring well, if it were not for his deep ties with Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi, the 6th and 7th Hokage, his actions alone would have warranted his demise countless times. Uchiha Kiyoshi lacks such connections. While the future remains uncertain, he currently possesses none. Given the strained relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha, he cannot afford to take such reckless risks. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Kiyoshi staggered to his feet. His chakra reserves were dwindling, yet the persistent Huang Tu would not relent. Die, you brat of the Uchiha. Without further ado, Huang Tu tightened his fists, unleashing a ferocious surge of chakra, and leaped forward, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake as he charged at Uchiha Kiyoshi. Though Kiyoshi could perceive the trajectory of Huang Tu's assault, he lamentably realized that he could no longer evade such an attack. The toll of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was immense, compounded by his prolonged battle. He was on the brink of collapse. Damn it, where has Minato Namake's gone? In that moment, as he faced his opponent, Uchiha Kiyoshi began to doubt whether the seemingly gentle and kind-hearted Minato had duped him. With no time to ponder such futile thoughts, Kiyoshi attempted a simple maneuver to evade Huang Tu's punch, only to discover that his collar had been seized at that very moment. A force, not particularly overwhelming yet sufficient, yanked the weakened Uchiha away. Bang! The resounding impact caused a sharp pain in Kiyoshi's ears as debris scattered around him. The sheer force of the blow left him momentarily stunned. When he regained his senses, he found himself sprawled on the ground, being dragged backward for several meters. The jolt caused discomfort in his neck and back, and as he turned his head slightly, he was astonished to see that his savior was none other than Kentaro Imai. "You Uchiha Kiyoshi?" he gasped incredulously. "Be quiet. How much longer until Minato arrives? Can you still move?" Kentaro did not spare Kiyoshi a glance. His eyes fixed ahead as he spoke rapidly. "I don't know how much time we have, but I need a moment to recover," Kiyoshi replied. "I can hold on for a minute. If you haven't regained your basic combat ability by then, I will flee. Then you should run now." Although Uchiha Kei was somewhat taken aback, he quickly discerned the situation of this individual. It seemed this fellow, much like Uchiha Kei himself, was hesitating to take the most lamentable step. However, the time allotted to Uchiha Kei was tragically brief. What could he accomplish in a mere minute? Even if he were to employ the special medicine of the Akimichi clan to restore his chakra, it was improbable that Uchiha Kei could regain his fundamental combat prowess within such a short span. Jinei Kenta paid no heed to Uchiha Kei's mockery and grievances. He gripped his short sword tightly, gazing intently at the billowing smoke. Perhaps if his hands were not trembling, the situation might have been more favorable. Then it came. As Jinei Kenta's words fell, the earthy figure burst forth from the smoke, sprinting forward while forming hand seals. As his seals were completed, the ground beneath Uchiha Kei and Jinei Kenta began to tremble and split apart. With the tremors growing increasingly violent, Jinei Kenta appeared unable to maintain his footing, and Uchiha Kei, who had only just managed to rise, was once again thrown to the ground. Losing his balance, Uchiha Kei fell to the earth, just in time to witness the earthy figure employing subtle tactics to bypass Jinei Kenta, simultaneously drawing a kunai to thrust towards Jinei Kenta's chest. At that very moment, his right hand, brimming with fearsome chakra, swung violently towards Uchiha Kei. In that instant, Uchiha Kei felt utterly despondent. In a desperate bid for survival, he disregarded his own physical condition and forcefully activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, hoping to buy some time. Yet, Uchiha Kei's chakra was woefully insufficient. He found himself regretting not having utilized it sooner. After all, he could have dealt with those wretched rock ninjas before addressing his teammates. As the earthy figure drew nearer, Uchiha Kei unsheathed his kunai, recalling his own initial experience on the battlefield, feeling equally helpless and fragile. In a flurry, he gripped the kunai, attempting to raise his hand. His eyes now filled with trepidation. Just at that moment, as Uchiha Kei could feel the gust of the approaching fist against his face, Jinei Kenta sensed the imminent threat to his chest. Suddenly, the earthy figure vanished. Uchiha Kei stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. Had it not been for the stinging wind still lashing against his face and the small gash on Jinei Kenta's chest, he might have believed he had fallen victim to an illusion. Uchiha Kei was momentarily dazed, but soon he seemed to grasp a likely explanation. It was Minato Namake's. Only Minato's speed could render him nearly invisible, capable of instantaneously relocating someone through space. Indeed, a resounding explosion erupted from a grove approximately several dozen meters away from Uchiha Kei. The dust that soared several meters into the air signified to Uchiha Kei that this was likely the very punch that had been destined to strike him. Upon contemplating this, Uchiha Kei couldn't help but shudder. Had the dire circumstances befallen him, there was no doubt he would have been reduced to mere muck. Nevertheless, a sense of relief washed over Uchiha Kei, as the feeling of being on the brink of despair had truly overwhelmed him. At that moment, he could barely maintain his Sharingan. Had he known he would arrive so late, he ought to have summoned others immediately. What a grave miscalculation. Feeling a semblance of safety, Uchiha Kei collapsed onto the ground, softly uttering, "I apologize for my tardiness." Just then, a voice emanated from behind him, bringing him complete solace. The voice belonged to Minato Namake's, yet it bore a serious tone, due to unforeseen circumstances. "I did not anticipate that the land of Earth would manifest here and cause such distress." At least he had arrived. Kakashi was likely at his limit, and Hinata Aya was in dire straits as well. Uchiha Kei forced himself to sit up, retrieving a soldier pill. Although he had always been reluctant to consume such things, he found little choice in the matter now. As he chewed the dry pill, he hastily began to replenish his chakra. Even a small amount would suffice. At the very least, he hoped to regain enough strength for normal movement. He no longer harbored hopes for combat, and he felt little need to engage. With Minato Namikaze present, he could merely observe from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Minato swiftly assessed Kakashi's condition, yet upon his return, his expression was grave. "Can he move?" Minato inquired with a serious demeanor. "We must leave quickly and find a safe place to rest." "It should be possible," Uchiha Kei replied, shakily rising to his feet. It was indeed a test of willpower. "Excellent. I will carry Kakashi. Kei, you take your teammate." Minato commanded directly. "Am I right? Please protect Rin. You may be the only one still possessing such capability. We must act swiftly. Enemy reinforcements are imminent." Uchiha Kei felt a wave of dismay wash over him at the first part of the statement. Was he, in such a depleted state, to carry Hinata Aya? Surely this was a jest. However, Minato's subsequent words silenced Uchiha Kei. Indeed, as the sole medical ninja, it was crucial for someone with combat ability to ensure her safety. Moreover, with Kakashi in such a condition, he required greater protection. To preempt any sudden enemy appearance, it was imperative that Minato take charge. After casting a glance at the now harmlessly smiling Minato, who dutifully hoisted the still unconscious, yet not severely injured Rin Noara, Uchiha Kei sighed and lifted Hinata Aya as well. He resolved not to report Imai Kenta's remarks made in haste. For someone like him, it was already a display of considerable restraint, although he primarily acted out of self-interest. The fact that he saved Uchiha Kei in a moment of dire peril meant that Uchiha Kei would not betray him this time. A debt of gratitude must be repaid, regardless of whether this fellow acknowledges it. Of course, Uchiha Kei harbored similar thoughts, but lacking the capacity to act on them. He preferred to avoid causing further trouble. Casting a glance at the still conscious yet weakened Hinata Aya, Uchiha Kei couldn't help but admire the formidable strength of her will. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to feed her a soldier's pill, leaving the efficacy of the act beyond his concern. "Don't expect my gratitude," Hinata Aya retorted coldly. "You merely sought to save yourself." "Indeed, my aim was my own salvation. However, I managed to eliminate 3 rock ninjas, while you merely rested upon my back." Uchiha Kei remarked with a hint of derision. "Ah, it seems fitting. Your clan, the Hyuga, has always been tasked with reconnaissance and battlefield cleanup. It must be quite a challenge for you to engage in combat." Hinata Aya's previously icy gaze flickered with some emotion. "Perhaps. You truly embody the Uchiha spirit. Single-handedly defeating 3 rock ninjas and holding your ground against the 3rd Tsuchikage's son for so long. Surely, accolades await you upon your return." "Perhaps," Uchiha Kei shrugged. "That is why I am your captain. You appear to be on the mend, so you may as well accept your fate as my subordinate for life, Aya." With the pressure of life and death seemingly alleviated, or perhaps due to the sheer horror of recent experiences, Uchiha Kei found himself inclined to speak more freely. Observing Hinata Aya's silence and the faint anger etched upon her pale face brought him an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Yet, he remained oblivious to the peculiar smile that had suddenly graced her lips. The battle had concluded, yet Uchiha Kei was cautious not to fully relax, aware that a multitude of rock ninjas still lingered behind them. Perhaps the soldier's pill was beginning to take effect, as Uchiha Kei's chakra slowly began to recover. Though it remained insufficient for combat, it allowed him to carry Hinata Aya at a faster pace without issue. Meanwhile, on the other side, Katsuchi sat up from the ground, staring at the kunai embedded in his left shoulder. He inhaled deeply, contemplating that had he not reacted swiftly and taken evasive maneuvers at the critical moment, that kunai might have pierced his heart. "Is that the golden flash, Minato Namikaze?" Katsuchi's voice was weak. He dared not remove the kunai, fearing it would lead to greater blood loss. Yet, he firmly etched the name of that individual, Minato Namikaze, into his memory, as well as that of the unknown boy from the Uchiha clan. "What of Kakashi?" Minato Namikaze asked softly, glancing at the now-conscious Kakashi, as they sought refuge in a cave nestled in the heart of the rock ninja's territory. Uchiha Kei himself was unaware of how many caves he had hidden in since arriving in the Land of Grass. However, the current situation was evidently dire, as this area was the very heart of the IWA ninja's territory within the Land of Grass, posing a constant risk of capture every hour, even every minute. Kakashi's condition was particularly precarious. Minato Namikaze had indeed contemplated directly transporting Kakashi back to the Leaf Village. Yet, it was impossible, as Kakashi was in no condition to endure the space-time technique of the Flying Thunder God. Forcing him back could very well result in his demise en route. With no other options, Minato resolved to expedite his treatment, even if it entailed danger, with the hope of returning him to the Leaf Village as soon as he was somewhat stable. Despite his grave condition, Kakashi truly embodied the genius who graduated and entered the battlefield at the tender age of 5. Perhaps he had faced unimaginable horrors, which granted him a sort of extraordinary muscle memory. In such extreme circumstances, he managed to execute evasive maneuvers while simultaneously channeling chakra for localized defense. Within the chaos, the only figure that caught the attention of the IWA ninja was Uchiha Kei. Although his demeanor towards Kakashi was not particularly amiable, there was a semblance of begrudging acknowledgement, which ultimately contributed to Kakashi's survival. While the situation was grim, "I have managed to stabilize his condition," whispered Rin Noara, the sole medical ninja present. However, Kakashi must be returned swiftly. "I can only provide temporary stabilization. True healing can only be achieved back at the village." "Understood," Minato nodded. "I will ensure he is taken back, along with Hinata Ayane." In comparison to Kakashi, Ayane's situation was far more favorable. Although her hands were fractured, it was not a matter of great concern. Not everyone faced the same misfortune as Lee, who had encountered a Jinchuriki and suffered the complete shattering of his bones at the hands of Gaara. Injuries like Ayane's were commonplace on the battlefield. Fractures were not unusual even in regular missions. Ayane's peril lay in the fact that she had also been struck by an IWA ninja known as Haruki, causing internal trauma and some bleeding, as revealed by Rin's examination. Yet, in light of Kakashi's plight, this was hardly significant. Thus, Rin provided her with minimal treatment before redirecting her focus back to Kakashi. With both Ayane and Kakashi incapacitated, the responsibility for continuing the mission now fell solely upon Uchiha Kei and Imai Kenta. Minato let out a sigh, gently patting Rin's shoulder before stepping outside. He needed to assess the situation beyond their hiding place. He held little faith in Imai Kenta's capabilities. Even with Uchiha Kei on guard outside, Kei's recovery was not promising. Having expended nearly all of his chakra the previous day, his current state remained uncertain, and the front lines were not conducive to replacing personnel. Minato even contemplated the possibility of withdrawing them all. "What is the situation?" In a spectral manner, Namikaze Minato approached the concealed tree where Uchiha Akira was hiding and softly inquired. "Not good," Uchiha Akira replied with a shake of his head. "Kenta Imai has already dealt with 3 squads, all of them Chunin and Jonin. However, if this continues, we may not be able to hold our ground here. The Rock Ninja are not foolish. They will undoubtedly check for any missing personnel. Once they discover a deficiency, a mere investigation of the patrolling and searching areas will reveal our hiding spot." Minato, fully aware of this reality, furrowed his brow and began to contemplate strategies. Uchiha Akira, on the other hand, remained unfazed, observing Kenta Imai concealed below. This young man had indeed surprised Uchiha Akira considerably. Akira was aware of Imai's formidable strength. Yet in their individual battles, they had scarcely taken the time to understand each other's capabilities. Now, with Imai virtually unscathed and his chakra recovery rate astonishingly rapid, he had become their primary offensive force, granting Uchiha Akira a precious opportunity to truly assess this individual's prowess. Impressively strong, Imai's swordsmanship was both fierce and terrifying. Paired with his acute perceptual abilities, his stealth attacks could rival those of Uchiha Akira, who wielded the Sharingan and utilized body flicker technique. However, the young man's weaknesses were also apparent. Despite his formidable sword skills and considerable chakra reserves, it seemed he possessed a somewhat limited repertoire of ninjutsu. Upon reflection, this was quite understandable. Kenta Imai was a commoner ninja, one of the most ordinary among them. Not everyone could be like Namikaze Minato, who, beyond his terrifying talent, also enjoyed an extraordinary stroke of luck. Were it not for having Jiraiya as a mentor, his chances of rising to prominence would have been considerably diminished, let alone mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Strictly speaking, Jiraiya himself was also a fortunate example. Originally intended to merely fulfill a role and serve as a testament to the achievements of the third Hokage, alongside his function as a morale booster for his team, it was indeed astonishing that he managed to rise to such heights. In the world of ninjas, despite the incessant discourse on love and mutual understanding, These notions often reflect political calculations based on current circumstances. Those who genuinely believe in such ideals may only be Jiraiya, Minato, and the future Naruto Uzumaki. Prominent clans and a select few wield the true power of discourse. In times of peace, they advocate for mutual understanding and love, believing it to be achievable. Yet in times of war, such ethereal concepts are hardly mentioned. Similarly, these influential clans possess ample resources. Even during Naruto's era, the core powers remained in the hands of these prominent families and a select few. Consider Naruto's graduating class and the one preceding it. How many among the so-called 12 legendary ninja emerged from common backgrounds? And how many of their guiding jonin could claim the same? Mike Kai is indeed an outlier, as his class comprises only one other commoner like him, while the rest are scions of affluent families and members of the Hyuga clan. In this graduating cohort, Naruto has notably transcended the status of an ordinary ninja. Even if he were not the son of the fourth Hokage, he is still a host for the Nine Tails. The sole exception is Sakura Haruno, who possesses a unique position. She is adored by Naruto, yet she harbors feelings for Sasuke Uchiha, placing her in a pivotal role to forge a special bridge of communication between Naruto and Sasuke. However, this graduating class cannot be so minuscule. Where have the other graduates gone? It is conceivable that those individuals may also be accompanied by a supervising teacher, though whether they are elite jonin remains uncertain. Moreover, they are unlikely to receive the meticulous guidance afforded to those who are prioritized for training. The task of these supervising ninjas is merely to acclimate the newly graduated genin to the lifestyle of a ninja and familiarize them with various operational processes, after which they will no longer be involved. With insufficient instructional resources and the absence of suitable mentors, commoner ninjas find themselves in such a predicament. Just as Uchiha Kei was lost in contemplation, Kenji Imai suddenly unsheathed his short blade and charged towards a certain direction. It was imperative to leave. The IWA ninja might soon catch on. Imai concealed the corpses of 3 IWA ninjas within the thicket and addressed Uchiha Kei and Minato Namikaze. Moments ago, Imai had sensed another squad approaching their location, with their objective clearly aimed at the cave where they were situated, prompting him to take decisive action. The presence of Minato Namikaze, a formidable powerhouse, instilled in him a significant sense of security, allowing him to adopt a more proactive stance. Imai's swordsmanship was exceptional. With a single strike, he effortlessly eliminated the leader of the opposing ninjas through a surprise attack. As the remaining 3 IWA ninjas attempted to scatter and return to relay information, he swiftly dispatched 2 of them, one by one. The last one was swiftly pursued and easily dealt with by Minato Namikaze. This encounter could be deemed their most effortless yet, given Minato's involvement, rendering such a challenge trivial for them. It is indeed time to depart. We have rested for nearly 7 hours, remarked Minato as he gazed at the sky. However, it must be said that your performance has exceeded everyone's expectations. Especially you two, for it is precisely your efforts that have clarified the situation on the battlefield. Yet, our mission remains unfinished, and we must continue. Uchiha Kei and Kenji Imai nodded in agreement. Though they both felt inclined to shake their heads, they refrained from such folly. After all, they needed to persist within Konoha, truly offending the esteemed leader of the Konoha Jonin class, Jiraiya's disciple, would be ill-advised. Last night, they had already gleaned the current state of affairs on the front lines and understood their predicament. Currently, the situation on the front lines appears relatively clear, with reinforcements from other fronts continuously arriving, particularly the esteemed Jiraiya. The morale of the fighting ninjas seems to have found a solid anchor. Although it is somewhat regrettable that Orochimaru has returned to Konoha for recuperation, the presence of Jiraiya is more than sufficient, especially with the formidable Minato Namikaze by their side. In truth, Minato's presence on the battlefield exudes an even greater aura of intimidation than Jiraiya's. During a recent skirmish, he dispatched over 50 IWA ninjas in an astonishingly brief period, delivering a significant blow to their morale. With only a few thousand ninjas deployed, witnessing the swift downfall of 50 at the hands of a single individual was a harrowing experience for the IWA forces. Should he continue this onslaught, the ramifications would be unfathomable. Minato's delay in joining the front line stemmed from his previous engagement, where he had coordinated a surprise attack against IWA ninjas. Upon realizing Uchiha Kei's need for assistance, he found himself unable to extricate from the fray. Even after hastily concluding that battle, several minutes were consumed, hence his late arrival. Nonetheless, This very encounter has rendered the IWA ninjas devoid of any inclination to engage on the front lines, for Minato's intimidation is profound. With Jiraiya's steadfast presence and Minato's dazzling prowess, the IWA forces have become hesitant to act recklessly on the battlefield. Additionally, their morale has suffered a further blow due to Uchiha Kei's unexpected decision to rescue several Konoha captives. Although some of these captives yearned to return to Konoha, the pressure exerted by elite shinobi such as Yamashiro Aki, coupled with their awareness of Uchiha Kei's objectives, led them to cooperate, plunging the IWA rear lines into chaos. The efficacy of their actions has been evident. Although the exact number of remaining personnel remains uncertain, the turmoil they have sown has undoubtedly impacted the front lines. Faced with formidable adversaries at the forefront and further disarray in the rear, every ninja tasked with delivering supplies or dispatch to the front is engulfed in anxiety over potential ambushes. Under such dual pressures, the IWA ninjas have begun a retreat, and it is not difficult to envision that a comprehensive victory on the front lines will soon be achieved. There even lies the possibility that Konoha could entirely annihilate the IWA forces. However, Konoha's interests lie not in a multitude of corpses, but in the survival of living IWA ninjas. Before the war between IWA and Kumo officially ignites, it is imperative to destroy the Kannabi Bridge, thereby conclusively ending IWA's presence on the battlefield of the Land of Grass, and utilizing the remaining souls as political leverage for advantageous exchanges. One can only imagine the immense pressure resting upon Uchiha Kei and his compatriots, especially as IWA forces continue their withdrawal, with some units gravitating towards the Kannabi Bridge. The perilous nature of their circumstances is palpable. They are racing against time. Failure to accomplish their mission promptly could lead to dire consequences. Not only would they face potential isolation, but even if they managed to return, their future prospects would be bleak. Judgment, imprisonment, and even capital punishment are plausible outcomes. Should they be fortunate enough to avoid blame from Konoha, they would still be unable to escape the weight of public scrutiny. The memories of Konoha's white fang linger vividly, and one can only imagine the misfortunes that now befall Uchiha Kei and his companions. Remain vigilant, continued Minato Namikaze. I will escort Kakashi and Hinata Iane back. The forthcoming mission will be undertaken by me alongside you. The prospect of his presence immediately invigorated Uchiha Kei and Imai Kina, for this was indeed splendid news. However, the two seasoned veterans refrained from overt displays of emotion, despite their elation within. At last, a formidable ally had arrived to lend them support. Yet excessive enthusiasm might skew Minato's perception of them. With Minato's protection during this mission, it was precisely the reason they wished to join his team. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Kei cautiously inquired, should we not also escort Noara Rin back? Given the forthcoming battle's unpredictable peril, she may become a liability. Rin, despite being a battle-hardened veteran, had always operated under the safeguarding presence of Kakashi, Obito, and Minato. Yet, it was unfair to place blame on her. As a medical ninja, she performed admirably. Just as not everyone could match Minato's prowess, not every medical ninja could aspire to Tsunade's heights, though she remained a guiding star for many. Minato furrowed his brow at Uchiha Kei's suggestion before nodding in agreement. Indeed, the dangers of the impending battle were shrouded in uncertainty, and Rin's unfamiliarity with Uchiha and his team could lead to unnecessary complications. While a typical mission might allow for such risks, Minato could not afford to gamble on this one. Unbeknownst to them, the entire mission at the Kannabi Bridge had been veered into an unforeseen trajectory due to Uchiha Kei's influence. The individuals assigned to execute the mission had transformed into characters that had never appeared in the original narrative. One might ponder who the legendary wielder of the Sharingan, as spoken of by the third Hokage, would ultimately become, or perhaps who the three-eyed hero would be. Firstly, I have observed the usage of the honorific Kuin. While it may seem unfamiliar to many, it is indeed a valid form of address, as it denotes respect without regard to gender. Similarly, the term Chan is gender-neutral but typically reserved for those with whom one shares a close bond. Given the current state of affairs between Uchiha Kei and Hinata Iane, one could hardly expect them to be intimate. Merely refraining from backstabbing one another is commendable. Furthermore, a reader remarked in the reviews that the protagonist is quite lackluster and overly cautious. Is he truly so? Uchiha Kei's abilities are hardly subpar. Even if I have constrained them significantly, few could rival him in a one-to-one exchange, unless one were to invoke Izanagi. Who else could match him in terms of extreme one-to-one capability? As for his seemingly weak performance, consider this. After a prolonged battle, how much chakra does he possess? Would he dare to utilize the Mangekyo Sharingan with teammates at risk? The potential for exposure is fraught with complications. As for being overly cautious, while he may be playing it safe now, it does not equate to a mindless existence as a mere cog in the machine. Why not directly summon Minato Namikaze? Uchiha Kei seems to have forgotten Minato's habit of being late. As mentioned earlier in this chapter, the rock ninja retreated and detonated a bridge. The title of that chapter was quite clear. The mission has undergone a transformation. Initially, the objective was to force the rock ninja to withdraw, but Uchiha Kei, overly cautious, sought to save a group of captives to shield himself. Whether willingly or unwillingly, these captives were compelled to partake in Uchiha Kei's mission. If they were to go mad, while one might resist in a frontal confrontation, the sudden eruption of flames behind would undoubtedly incite a desire to flee. Moreover, the Leaf Village was initially at a disadvantage. Yet now the rock ninja have thrown themselves into disarray. Is it not conceivable for the third Hokage and his comrades to capitalize on this chaos? Regarding the rock ninja's retreat and bridge construction, I envision that Konoha would not permit their escape, given the substantial number of surviving rock ninja available for negotiation. As for Minato's reluctance to act personally, I believe his strategy revolves around exerting pressure from the front, while Kakashi employs the Flying Thunder God technique to infiltrate. That appears to be his central thought process, though I am not entirely certain. This is merely my interpretation. The Kaminari Bridge mission has undergone a complete metamorphosis. What was once a covert sabotage operation has abruptly transformed into a semi-open assignment. The level of danger has escalated from a mere brush with death to an almost certain demise. One cannot help but acknowledge that a time traveler entering this mission has wrought catastrophic changes. This alteration extends beyond this single task. The entire rock ninja front has been significantly altered by Uchiha Kei. Historically, Konoha's performance on the rock battlefield has been abysmal, as they had just descended from the Kikyo mountain with no opportunity for respite before they had to defend against the rock ninja in the land of grass. Under such circumstances, anyone would struggle. If not for the thought of their homeland behind them, these ninjas would have long since faltered. Konoha, too, seems to be in a bind. Uchiha Kei believes that greater gains can be achieved, thus he made the decision to launch a surprise attack on the Kaminari Bridge. By disrupting the rock ninja's logistical support through this mission, he aims to compel them to the negotiation table to conclude the conflict. However, circumstances have shifted. Although the mission's initial intent remains unchanged, through serendipitous circumstances, Uchiha Kei has managed to disturb the rock ninja's rear with the help of the rescued captives. Now, the rock ninja find themselves on the front lines with dwindling morale, continually forced to retreat. This situation naturally boosts the spirits of Konoha. Nearly all frontline ninjas are aware of such a team behind enemy lines. Not only the frontline ninjas, but even Konoha's upper echelons have been apprised of this intelligence, particularly regarding the dossier on Uchiha Kei, which has now been placed on their desks. The news of Uchiha Kei awakening the Sharingan has been relayed through Minato to Jiraiya, and it has reached Konoha's higher-ups. It won't be long before the Uchiha clan becomes aware of his existence. However, even if they do learn of it, the Uchiha clan will find it impossible to retract Uchiha Kei, as Uchiha Kei has infiltrated deep behind enemy lines, executing the most confidential and critical mission. Konoha cannot afford any compromises. It is likely that the higher-ups in Konoha believe that having Uchiha Kei, who possesses 3 Tomo in his Sharingan, and Uchiha Obito, with his dual Tomo, remain permanently on the soil of the land of grass would be the most advantageous outcome. While Uchiha Kei may be unaware of these considerations, it does not imply he cannot surmise them. It is precisely because he can that he continues to carry out his responsibilities. They are currently racing against time, lest they face an inevitable and grim fate. As Minato Namikaze sent the injured and non-combatants away, Uchiha Kei assisted Kentai Imai in clearing the battlefield. Every nation possesses sensory ninjas, and their objective is to delay detection for as long as possible. However, Imai was taken aback when he noticed Uchiha Kei picking up a blade and fastening it behind him. "Do you know how to wield a sword?" he inquired. Curiosity piqued as he dug a grave for the fallen. "I do not," Uchiha Kei replied, shaking his head, his gaze lingering on the corpses strewn about, feeling quite overwhelmed. In their current situation, they dared not even light a fire, let alone use fire release to incinerate the bodies. Moreover, neither Uchiha Kei nor Kentai Imai possessed earth release techniques, leaving them with no choice but to resort to the most primitive method of digging graves to bury the dead. Then why carry a blade? Imai questioned, shaking his head. Suddenly, a sense of caution washed over him. Could it be? Rest assured. Your swordsmanship is so formidable and challenging to master that my Sharingan cannot directly replicate it, Uchiha Kei retorted, rolling his eyes. But do you think I require any sword techniques? After a moment's contemplation, Imai nodded in agreement. Indeed, Uchiha Kei had little need for swordsmanship. With his terrifying body flicker technique and remarkable speed, complemented by his Sharingan, he could keep pace with his own velocity. A well-placed strike at a crucial moment would suffice to dispatch his foes. Thus, it seems Uchiha Kei truly does not require intricate sword techniques. Knowing how to wield a blade is sufficient. The Sharingan is undoubtedly a coveted ability. Individuals from all walks of life aspire to attain it. Its effectiveness spans all stages of combat, although the evolution of the Sharingan often drives its wielder to madness, culminating in a state of insanity. Yet, many still yearn for the prowess of a powerful madman, as the abilities displayed across each stage of the Sharingan's development are nothing short of extraordinary. Casting a glance at Kentai Imai, Uchiha Kei noticed he had fallen silent, prompting him to refrain from further remarks. How could Uchiha Kei not have secretly copied some of his sword techniques? Although, as he had previously stated, he truly found little use for such trivialities. Having a backup plan allowed him a measure of peace. Quietly awaiting Imai to finish burying all the bodies, Uchiha Kei remained in a state of recovery. He could not afford to engage in the more strenuous tasks at hand. Moreover, it is important to note that Uchiha Kiyoshi serves as the leader of Imai Kenta. Despite the presence of Minato Namikaze, who does not constitute a member of Uchiha Kiyoshi's team, the distinction between a temporary captain and an appointed leader is significant. As long as Minato is absent, Uchiha Kiyoshi remains the captain of Imai Kenta. Imai Kenta harbors no objections, as this task is trivial for him, especially since he hopes for Uchiha Kiyoshi's complete recovery, which would ensure his own safety. After dealing with all the corpses, Uchiha Kiyoshi set off with Imai Kenta. With Minato's kunai in Uchiha Kiyoshi's possession, they were untroubled by the thought of Minato failing to locate them. Staying in one place might invite an ambush. Their judgment proved correct, as shortly after their departure, Imai Kenta sensed several rock shinobi approaching their previous hiding spot. This compelled them to hasten their pace. And approximately 10 minutes later, Minato suddenly appeared beside them. It seems the rock shinobi have discovered our presence, Minato observed, quickly assessing the situation around them. We should leave soon, or we may find ourselves surrounded. Uchiha Kiyoshi nodded. Are Kakashi and the others safe? As the original temporary squad's member and leader, Uchiha Kiyoshi recognized the need to show concern for his comrades, particularly in Minato's presence. They're fine. The Hyuga Chunin should be alright. But Kakashi needs to be returned to Konoha. Minato sighed but soon smiled again. Moreover, I encountered Jiraiya-sensei, who has pledged his cooperation. Cooperation? Uchiha Kiyoshi paused in surprise, but then nodded. This was indeed encouraging news. With frontline support to delay the return of the rock shinobi, they would have more time. Albeit not excessively so, perhaps a few hours at most. By the way, Kakashi has something for you, Minato said, retrieving a scroll from his pocket. Here, consider this a gift from him. A gift? Uchiha Kiyoshi took the scroll and slowly unwrapped it. Is this Chidori? He wondered aloud while deftly leaping through the trees, examining Kakashi's so-called gift. For a ninja, multitasking in this manner is quite normal, as one often needs to gather intelligence while on the move. Given his extensive experience on the battlefield, Uchiha Kiyoshi had grown adept at such tasks. What surprised him, however, was that Kakashi had entrusted him with Chidori, leaving him momentarily speechless. Uchiha Kiyoshi indeed lacked certain decisive jutsu, particularly those capable of forcibly breaching enemy defenses. His Mangekyo Sharingan was extraordinarily powerful, albeit with a daunting cost, and truly had the potential to dictate the outcome of battle. Unfortunately, at this stage, this ability could only be regarded as a supplementary one. Furthermore, it remained a non-renewable resource, and Uchiha Kiyoshi was cautious not to recklessly jeopardize his own vision. It is precisely for this reason that Uchiha Chi picked up a knife from the corpse of the rock ninja. Although the material of the knife was similar to that of a kunai, Uchiha Chi was inclined to believe in the superior sharpness of the blade. An additional significant factor was the length of the knife, which far exceeded that of a kunai. Previously, when stealthily utilizing the Sharingan. He had no option but to use Kanai for close combat, thus minimizing exposure. Now, however, Uchiha Kei felt emboldened to employ the standard Sharingan, naturally striving to ensure his safety. Just as he resolved to adopt swordsmanship, Kakashi turned to him and presented his scroll detailing the insights from his training in the Chidori, which left Uchiha Kei momentarily perplexed. Would it not have been more prudent to reveal it sooner? Presently, Uchiha Kei felt pressed for time to master this jutsu. He understood that Kakashi's intention was for him to learn it in the future, essentially a wish for his survival. It was a commendable blessing. Yet with the scroll in hand, how could Uchiha Kei resist the allure of its potential? Taking a deep breath, he managed to suppress those impractical thoughts. Quietly stowing away the scroll, Uchiha Kei lifted his gaze to Minato Namikaze. Please convey my gratitude to Kakashi. You should express it yourself. Minato replied with a shake of his head. Have a bit of confidence. Regardless of the outcome, I will ensure your safe return. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Kei felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was the reassurance he had been awaiting. Kenta Imai raised an eyebrow, but remained silent, instead displaying that harmless smile once more. Why follow Minato Namikaze? Beyond his extraordinary strength, he possessed the capability to escort Uchiha Kei and the others back to the Leaf Village. Initially, Uchiha Kei had envied Hinata Aya, yet now he dismissed thoughts of her, contemplating instead the possibility of returning with some measure of honor. Although he had always regarded honor as the most futile of concepts, as his sole desire was to survive, leading him to commit numerous reckless acts, he could now entertain such notions in the realm of safety, considerations for the future. Should Uchiha Kei truly become the singular hero of the Sharingan, his status in the Leaf Village would undoubtedly rise, even if merely as one of 3 Sharingan heroes. Of course, this would also attract greater scrutiny from the village's higher-ups. But what of it? At that time, the third Hokage was already resigning in shame and preoccupied with the troubles surrounding Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Danzo sought to seize this opportunity to realize his dream of becoming Hokage. This was a window of vulnerability. Even if attention were directed towards Uchiha Kei, it would not be excessively intense. By the time their affairs were concluded, Uchiha Kei might have thoroughly studied his Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the fourth had embraced Jiraiya's ideals and had members of the Uchiha clan among his disciples, regrettably, he had passed away too soon. Furthermore, the newly appointed fourth lacked the opportunity to solidify his power. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have so bluntly labeled him a puppet of the third. Had it not been for the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan might have charted a different course for their future. Or, had the fourth Hokage not encountered misfortune during the Nine Tails event, Uchiha Itachi found himself musing over these chaotic thoughts when suddenly, Minato Namikaze raised a hand to signal them to halt. Instantly, Uchiha Itachi became alert, berating himself for his momentary lapse in focus. Indeed, standing beside a formidable ally provided a sense of security. Otherwise, Itachi would not have allowed such distractions to cloud his mind. Gathering his concentration, he activated his Sharingan. Though his chakra reserves were modest, he still possessed a commendable level of combat prowess. Ahead lay several targets. Minato, with one hand resting on the ground to sense the surroundings, quietly remarked, "Most possess average chakra strength, yet there are a few with notable intensity. Uncertain whether they are shadow clones or the real deal. It seems we are not far from our objective." Uchiha Itachi retrieved a map, glancing at it. "Captain Minato, do you have any intelligence on our adversaries?" "I apologize, I am in the dark as well. Just call me Minato," he replied, shaking his head. "We may be the first and possibly the only leaf ninjas to venture here. We must adapt as we go." "Understood." Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Itachi slowly drew the ninja blade from his waist. "In that case, let us engage swiftly. I will handle the outer ninjas with Kenta. The rest will be left to you, Captain Minato. What do you think?" Minato nodded, recognizing that while Itachi's approach might seem somewhat audacious, he harbored no objections. After all, this was in line with his own strategy. Those with considerable chakra strength were likely elite jonin. Although Minato displayed modesty, his prowess had indeed reached a level where he could effortlessly deal with numerous jonin. It was preferable for Itachi's squad to confront the opponents of average chakra strength, as they were seasoned teammates with seamless coordination. Unbeknownst to Minato, he had misjudged the situation. He swiftly drew a kunai, inhaling deeply. In the next instant, the terrifying technique of body flicker was unleashed, and he vanished from the sight of Uchiha Itachi and Kenta. The two exchanged glances before promptly following suit, now exceedingly close to completing their mission. Shall we go left and right? Itachi proposed with a tilt of his head after Minato had completely departed. Yes. You are the captain. You decide, Kenta replied with a smile, not declining the suggestion. Then, let us set forth. Understood, Captain. In a flash, Itachi appeared behind an IWA ninja, seizing the opportunity before his foe could react, his blade piercing through the heart with lethal precision. Without pausing, he distanced himself and launched an assault on the remaining IWA ninjas. 30 seconds later, within the forest, the last 3 IWA ninjas had been dispatched in succession, reuniting them with their captain. The rock ninjas, as stated by Namikaze Minato, indeed exhibited a rather ordinary chakra strength. Absent any special bloodline traits, their performance was unremarkable. Uchiha Kei took a deep breath. He had already dispatched at least 4 such squads along his path. And under the might of his Sharingan and his exceptional body flicker technique, these rock ninjas posed little resistance. As for Imai Kenta and Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Kei was not entirely certain of their circumstances, as they had separated to engage in battle, leaving him unaware of the other's situation. However, he had a general sense of their direction, which alleviated his fears of losing his way. Yet, the sheer number of rock ninjas here seemed excessive. And what was with the presence of these individuals in their rear? Uchiha Kei paid no heed to the fallen rock ninjas, their eyes still open, as he pondered and continued his search for the next target. The quality of these rock ninjas indeed struck Uchiha Kei as mediocre. Most were chunin, with some appearing akin to genin. Before long, Uchiha Kei surmised the reason for this. Those remaining in the land of grass must have been pushed to their limits. The land of earth had recklessly brought about the demise of the third Raikage, resulting in a furious counterattack from the Cloud Ninjas. Currently, those Cloud Ninjas were relentless, akin to rabid dogs, relentlessly pursuing the Rock Ninjas, who had likely transitioned from offense to defense long ago. To safeguard their territory, they required elite forces. Yet the Rock Ninjas had underestimated the resilience of Konoha. Although they had dispatched a 1,000-strong ninja legion for combat and continued to send reinforcements, the quality of those reinforcements was disconcertingly lacking. Perhaps they could intimidate Konoha on the front lines, but once ambushed behind enemy lines, they would not suffice. Moreover, due to Uchiha Kei's prior maneuvers, it was probable that he had drawn out the majority of the capable defensive forces. Realizing this brought a sense of satisfaction to Uchiha Kei. If the rock ninjas they faced now were of such a caliber, it certainly did not spell a dire fate. Indeed, following Namikaze Minato had proven to be a judicious decision, even though he had almost succumbed to the earth due to this mission. Nonetheless, it had spared him from becoming cannon fodder while allowing others to take that role. Furthermore, this task provided an opportunity to forge a better rapport with Minato and gain his protection in enemy territory, culminating in this fortuitous situation. Still, caution was paramount. The core area defending the bridge must never be entrusted to such individuals. Uchiha Kei dared not be complacent. A blend of carefulness and luck was essential for survival on the battlefield. Quietly advancing, Uchiha Kei even spotted a colossal earth release technique manifesting a few dozen meters ahead of him. It appeared that Namikaze Minato had encountered somewhat formidable adversaries this time. Yet those earth release techniques collapsed within mere moments, unable to withstand the onslaught. However, none of this bore significant relation to Uchiha Kei. His adversaries were not those formidable individuals, but rather a larger group that, while numerous, was considerably simpler to manage. Capitalizing on the intricate terrain of the dense forest, Uchiha Kei swiftly identified several rock shinobi. This time, the rock shinobi displayed greater intelligence. There were 8 of them in total. Clearly 2 small teams that had sensed something amiss and began to regroup. Yet this was fortuitous, sparing Uchiha Kei the trouble of seeking them out individually. He assessed his current chakra levels, not optimistic, yet sufficient to continue the battle. Taijutsu was undoubtedly the combat style that consumed the least chakra, allowing him to dedicate his energy solely to maintaining his Sharingan. With the cover of the lush forests of the land of grass, Uchiha Kei stealthily approached his targets, soon finding himself within 20 meters of the unsuspecting rock shinobi. Their lack of awareness prompted him to reflect. These individuals were either laying traps or simply lacked experience. Regardless of the reason, they had become his quarry. An expert in ambush tactics, Uchiha Kei did not hesitate to expend his chakra at this moment. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Just as the seeds of the phoenix flower burst forth upon contact, The flames he unleashed spread in all directions, targeting the rock shinobi. The flames, controlled by his chakra, would not be easily evaded. However, Uchiha Kei refrained from wasting chakra on their management. The instant he completed the fire technique, he surged forward, his crimson eyes reflecting the shadows of the rock shinobi, as if they were already deceased. Caught off guard, the rock shinobi immediately scattered, their directions chaotic despite some forewarning. Their lack of experience and coordination were glaringly evident to Uchiha Kei, yet he did not dwell on this. His own team, while not lacking in experience, was devoid of any semblance of coordination. With a swift draw of his ninja blade, a flash of light streaked by. One rock shinobi had no time to react, falling victim to Uchiha Kei's lethal strike. Even though he had been on guard, his defenses were full of gaps in Uchiha Kei's eyes. Enemy attack. The swift demise of one rock shinobi incited panic among the others. One of them, evading the phoenix fire, immediately cried out, yet what awaited him was not the assistance of his comrades, but Uchiha Kei's blade. With the assistance of his Sharingan, Uchiha Kei executed a body flicker technique, appearing behind the startled rock shinobi, who felt an immediate pressure from behind. In a desperate attempt to evade, he moved with unprecedented speed, but Uchiha Kei's blade, tracing an uncanny arc, pierced his heart. Withdrawing his blade, Uchiha Kei performed a standard evasive maneuver, narrowly avoiding the counterattack from the aware rock shinobi. However, Uchiha Chi had no intention of continuing to evade. The continuous use of several body flicker techniques had left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He specifically targeted 2 of the more formidable rock shinobi among the 8, while he chose not to exert any other powers against the remaining 6. The Sharingan, combined with his taijutsu, was more than sufficient to deal with them. Utilizing the Sharingan's unparalleled dynamic vision, Uchiha Chi deftly sidestepped the desperate attack of the last rock shinobi, subsequently ending his life. With a sigh, he gazed at the 8 motionless figures sprawled upon the ground, feeling a slight tremor within his heart. Particularly, the pervasive stench of blood in this area nauseated him. Yet, he felt no sympathy for these rock shinobi. In the heart of war, it is either you perish or I do. Uchiha Chi had long since resigned himself to this reality. Although he was not a psychopathic individual who derived pleasure from such carnage, he undeniably relished the sensations it evoked. Life was exceedingly fragile. Perhaps they had found their release. Uchiha Chi murmured to himself, then sighed again as he retrieved a soldier's food pill. This was the 3rd he had consumed within the span of 24 hours. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that he had no other choice. Fortunately, while these pills had some side effects, they were minimal compared to their benefits. In his current state, Uchiha Chi could hardly afford to be choosy. Sheathing his ninja blade, Uchiha Chi cast one last glance at the fallen rock shinobi before turning and sprinting toward the position of Imai Kenta. The battle involving Namikaze Minato should be nearing its conclusion. He might even have begun assisting Uchiha Chi and the others in dispatching these relatively weaker rock shinobi. However, Imai Kenta's circumstances remained uncertain. Although Uchiha Chi did not particularly care for Kenta's fate, having an extra ally at this juncture would undoubtedly bolster their strength. Especially considering Kenta's remarkable recovery abilities, his condition was the best among the 2, and Uchiha Chi found himself genuinely in need of this individual's power. After running approximately 500 meters to his left, Uchiha Chi began to notice corpses on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these bodies shared a common characteristic. Much like the rock shinobi he had dispatched, they all bore fatal knife wounds. However, unlike his own swift, single-strike kills, the conditions of these corpses varied. Some had died instantly from stealthy ambushes, while others had sustained fatal injuries after a prolonged struggle. Following the trail of bodies, Uchiha Chi traced his way forward, fortuitously encountering Imai Kenta as he emerged from behind a large tree, charging toward a group of rock shinobi nearby. His speed was akin to a streak of light, and in an instant, he found himself before the rock shinobi, delivering a thunderous slash that left no room for the foe to react. The rock shinobi did not even have time to grasp a kunai before bidding farewell to this world. Be careful. The warning cries of the other rock shinobi barely reached his ears. Regrettably, after Kenji Imai struck, he showed no signs of hesitation. In an instant, his blade severed the life of the IWA ninja who had dared to speak out. Eliminating 2 IWA ninjas in one fell swoop instantly alerted the remaining ninjas, who swiftly drew their weapons, preparing to confront Kenji Imai. At this moment, Kenji Imai also paused momentarily. Uchiha Akira observed the scene, clearly understanding that a surprise attack was no longer feasible. What lay ahead was a fierce confrontation between Kenji Imai and the two IWA ninjas. Consider yourself fortunate. I never imagined that since undertaking this mission, I would find myself addicted to saving others, Uchiha Akira mused cynically. Ever since entering the battlefield, he had become an exceedingly selfish individual, and the fact that he had not harmed any of his teammates could be deemed a significant act of kindness. Of course, Uchiha Akira had indeed compelled his comrades to shield him from ninjutsu in dire situations, where survival seemed impossible, leaving him with no other choice. As for saving others, he had only done so out of the desperate circumstances imposed by this damned mission. It was unlikely that the Leaf Ninjas would ever believe that Uchiha Akira, who rescued countless captives behind enemy lines, was actually such a character. With that thought, Uchiha Akira swiftly hurled two kunai. Faced with Kenji Imai, the IWA ninjas reacted like startled prey, failing to even glance at the two kunai that were launched towards them. The recent ambush by Kenji Imai had evidently cast a shadow of fear over them. The sudden appearance of another individual forced a hasty response, as they were wary of a second surprise attack while their attention was diverted. However, they could not have anticipated that they were up against someone even more adept at ambushes than Kenji Imai. Seizing the moment as the IWA ninjas threw their kunai, Uchiha Akira surged forth. Even without employing the body flicker technique, his speed was remarkable, as his kunai collided with that of the IWA ninja in midair. Uchiha Akira had already arrived at the side of the IWA ninja. This particular IWA ninja was no fool. Almost instinctively, he swung his kunai. Yet, facing the Sharingan, his speed was not only slow, but his attack trajectory was laid bare before Uchiha Akira's keen observation. A shriek pierced the air, distorted and filled with agony, as Uchiha Akira struck down the IWA ninja with a single blow. This horrifying scene deeply unsettled the remaining IWA ninja, whose hand gripping the kunai began to tremble ever so slightly, a fact Uchiha Akira noted with silent dismay. He did not need to look further to foresee the fate of this last ninja, for Kenji Imai had already positioned himself behind the foe as Uchiha Akira launched his assault. "Thank you for your assistance, Captain," Kenji Imai remarked, flicking the blood from his blade, his expression exuding an innocent sincerity that seemed oddly out of place amidst the thick scent of blood, reminiscent of a battlefield. "Of course, I had to rescue you. Otherwise, who would shield me from ninjutsu?" Uchiha Akira sheathed his weapon. "Have you dealt with everything?" "Essentially, yes." Kenta Imai paid no heed to the words of Uchiha Kei, maintaining a sincere smile. "While I am uncertain of how many enemies the renowned Minato Namikaze has dispatched, I believe it is a considerable number." Clearly, he had noted the commotion caused by Minato earlier. It was evident that the formidable shinobi had dealt with his adversaries. Yet, the fact that he had not yet made his appearance suggested only one conclusion. He had likely taken it upon himself to eliminate some of the IWA shinobi that Uchiha Kei and his team had been unable to confront. Indeed, Minato might have utilized his remarkable speed and the Flying Thunder God technique to scout ahead. Uchiha Kei nodded thoughtfully, but suddenly turned to glance behind him. Realizing that Minato had appeared like a specter, the Flying Thunder God technique truly earned its reputation as one of the most fearsome and enigmatic jutsu in the world of shinobi, proving exceedingly effective for assassination and ambush. "Kei, I have located the target," Minato stated without preamble, his tone grave, "but it appears we are facing some complications." "Complications?" Uchiha Kei furrowed his brow. If Minato deemed the situation troublesome, it must indeed be a matter of significant gravity. Given Minato's prowess, the caliber of the adversary was likely formidable. Kei swallowed hard, wondering if the troublesome figure was none other than the formidable Tsuchi, who had successfully regrouped. However, if it were Tsuchi, he hardly seemed worthy of being labeled a complication in the presence of Minato. Perhaps it was the third Tsuchikage? Yet that too seemed implausible, as the third Tsuchikage would be occupied with defending against incursions from the land of clouds and could not possibly venture into the land of grass. What manner of foe could provoke such concern in Minato? Uchiha Kei racked his brain for answers, but found none. He turned his gaze back to Minato, hoping for enlightenment. "The exact number of the final defense squad remains uncertain, but I have observed two individuals," Minato revealed, not withholding any details. However, neither of them can be regarded as trifling. One is Katsu, and the other is Han. Upon hearing these names, Kenta Imai remained unfazed, for he had no knowledge of who they were. In contrast, Uchiha Kei's expression darkened. Though he could not recall who Katsu was, he distinctly remembered Han. If memory served him correctly, Han was the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, despite his limited screen time, having been swiftly subdued by Akatsuki at the onset. Nonetheless, his strength was undeniable. He recalled that he had once kicked Naruto, who was in the Nine Tails chakra mode, with ease. The magnitude of chakra and explosive power was beyond Ki's imagination, and he could not fathom why this individual would appear here. Given the current circumstances in the land of Earth, it was astonishing that the third Tsuchikage had dispatched the Five Tails Jinchuriki to the land of grass. Such ambition on the Tsuchikage's part was indeed remarkable. As for the uncertainty surrounding the exact personnel, that answer felt excessively vague. If fortune favored them, the numbers would be few. If misfortune struck, they would be in dire straits. Uchiha Kei and Imai Kenta exchanged a knowing glance, both acutely aware that this was the final moment. Unlike Hinata Aya, they were not graced with fortune, yet they possessed an opportunity that she lacked. Though this opportunity might seem of little practical value in their eyes, having come this far, they had no choice but to press on resolutely. I will confront Sherry. Uchiha Kei contemplated before speaking. Kinokuen, place the explosive tags beneath the bridge. I will give you all of mine. It was a pity. Had Hinata Aya still been present, he would have dealt with Han instead. Befittingly, Namikaze Minato nodded, dismissing the matter of Hinata Aya, and turned his attention to Imai Kenta. Kinokuen, proceed with the placement of the explosive tags, but exercise caution. If you encounter too many enemies beneath the bridge, do your utmost to hold them off until Kaikuen and I can provide support. Understood? Yes, Imai Kenta replied, accepting the task with earnestness. Although the uncertainty of this mission loomed large, he knew that it was undoubtedly preferable to confronting the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails or the enigmatic Sherry. One was a realm beyond his capability, while the other was a figure shrouded in ambiguity, yet associated with the formidable Five Tails Jinchuriki, suggesting he was no ordinary adversary. Should the area beneath the bridge be devoid of foes, Imai Kenta would be in the safest position. However, he was acutely aware that such an outcome was highly improbable. Kaikuen, Kinokuen, take these. Namikaze Minato suddenly recalled something and retrieved 2 pills from his ninja tool pouch, offering them to Uchiha Kei and the others. These are pharmaceuticals developed by the Akimichi clan. They significantly enhance chakra recovery with minimal side effects. However, once their efficacy wanes, you may experience extreme fatigue. Uchiha Kei nodded, accepting the yellow pill and swallowing it whole, while Imai Kenta shook his head in refusal. Kenta's chakra recovery rate was remarkably swift. The nature of his physical prowess was a mystery. In contrast, Uchiha Kei had not truly recuperated since his battle with Tsuchi, despite having consumed soldier pills, which yielded only mediocre effects. Now, at this critical juncture, having ingested them numerous times already, he was undeterred by the prospect of consuming another from the Akimichi clan. He retained a faint recollection of their medicines, aware that the red ones were to be avoided. Fortunately, none of the pills presented by Namikaze Minato were red, which alleviated his concerns. Soon, Uchiha Kei distinctly felt his chakra replenishing at an unimaginable rate. Now, let us discuss Sherry's situation, Namikaze Minato stated, observing Uchiha Kei's resurgence. Sherry is a member of the demolition squad. I have heard he possesses a Kekii Genkai. Despite his youth, his strength should not be underestimated. A Kekii Genkai? Uchiha Kei nodded. It seems I have chosen an appropriate opponent. Indeed, a Kekii Genkai requires a Kekii Genkai to counter. The explosive squad of the Rock Ninjas, led by Uchiha Kei, is indeed familiar with the future figure known as Deidara, who seems to have been part of this unit prior to his defection. However, Deidara's fortune surpasses that of his peers. He is not only a companion of the future 4th Tsuchikage, but also a disciple of the 3rd Tsuchikage. Regrettably, his eccentric personality is quite peculiar. Yet, setting aside his character and focusing solely on his abilities, he possesses considerable skill, having the capability to defeat or even eliminate the 5th Kazekage. The explosive squad of the Rock Ninjas is renowned, indicating that this Deidara is certainly no ordinary individual. If he were truly weak, the 3rd Tsuchikage would never have permitted him to join this esteemed squad, much less to stand guard alongside the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails at the Kannabi Bridge. Uchiha Kei stroked his chin, pondering whether this Deidara might share a similar affinity for clay, akin to the peculiar talent exhibited by the future version of himself. If that were the case, he would need to exercise caution. He recalled that Deidara was defeated by Uchiha Itachi through Jinjutsu. He wondered if he might attempt a similar strategy. As he sensed his chakra rejuvenating, he reflected silently on his own Jinjutsu skills. They were indeed formidable. Otherwise, he could not have devised a method to cast Jinjutsu upon himself, compelling the activation of his Sharingan. Suddenly, Uchiha Kei's expression shifted to one of contemplation. He realized that he rarely employed Jinjutsu. Previously, without the activation of his Sharingan, it was impractical to utilize such techniques. However, now he could wield them openly. Nonetheless, his demeanor quickly returned to normal. He understood that his initial opponent, the Earth Ninja, would not be easily intimidated by his Jinjutsu, especially since they could easily lock eyes. After concluding his battle with the Earth Ninja, Uchiha Kei found himself in a state of semi-exhaustion. To conserve chakra, he refrained from carelessly employing ninjutsu, particularly as his adversaries were unworthy of such efforts. However, he recognized his weaknesses. Although he had acquired a treasure trove of power, he had not adequately honed it, which elicited a sigh from him. He hoped that this war would conclude swiftly, as he had much to refine and develop. The Akimichi clan's medicinal concoctions were indeed impressive. After a brief respite of less than 10 minutes, Uchiha Kei's chakra had nearly restored itself. Glancing at Minato Namikaze and Kenta Imai, he nodded in affirmation. The three of them then stealthily approached the Kannabi Bridge. The bridge lay several kilometers away, but for these ninjas, it was merely a matter of minutes before they arrived at their destination. Concealed within the forest, Uchiha Kei surveyed the magnificent Kannabi Bridge. It was undeniably grand, yet regardless of its splendor, its fate was to be destroyed. Kenta-kun, you should hide first, Minato Namikaze whispered. Wait for Kikuin and me to engage in battle before you seek an opportunity to cross. Understood, Captain Namikaze, Kenta Imai replied quietly, appearing somewhat anxious. Wolfing Watergate did not elaborate further, turning his gaze towards Uchiha Kei, who promptly activated his Sharingan. This served as the most eloquent response. On the battlefield, it was indeed a definitive declaration from Uchiha Kei. As anticipated, Wolfing Watergate nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently signaling to Uchiha Kei. The two then surged forward, one following the other. The terrain of the land of grass was flat, yet the expanse of the forest where Uchiha Kei and his companion found themselves was lush and verdant, with dense foliage. Such a setting, however, necessitated heightened caution. One could only speculate what traps might be concealed within these woods, although their adversaries might be few. It was crucial to remember that members of the IWA, Shinobi's demolition team, lurked within. Indeed, during their sprint, Uchiha Kei keenly detected unusual traces of chakra. Ninjas were relentless warriors, employing every possible tactic without distinction between shadows, jounin, or chunin. Uchiha Kei himself was well versed in ambushes and trap setting. Be wary. There are ambushes ahead, he cautioned. Swiftly, he produced several shuriken and hurled them towards the sources of the anomalous chakra. While his shuriken did not detonate, they effectively extinguished the chakra signatures emanating from the forest. Uchiha Kei was not inclined to draw undue attention from the enemy, although he surmised they were already aware of their presence. Nevertheless, exercising additional caution was prudent. As expected, a figure suddenly materialized before Uchiha Kei. His speed was remarkable, and most critically, his fist radiated a similar chakra glow, a bloodline limit. Uchiha Kei immediately discerned this, and he sensed that this particular bloodline was immensely perilous. Having fully restored his chakra, Uchiha Kei came to an immediate halt, executing the maneuver with fluidity and precision, devoid of any stiffness or discomfort. His Sharingan, though appearing as merely 3 tomo, was fundamentally at the level of a kaleidoscope. This caliber of Sharingan granted Uchiha Kei an unbelievable enhancement in bodily coordination. Furthermore, he clearly perceived the trajectory of the assailant's attack. Seizing the moment when the assailant's strike fell short, leaving his body momentarily rigid, Uchiha Kei swiftly drew his ninja blade from his waist. The blade sliced through the air in a peculiar arc, descending directly towards the assailant's head. In the blink of an eye, the assailant was decapitated. However, Uchiha Kei did not exude any sense of triumph, for he had distinctly observed that the assailant had already fled. Uchiha Kei, being well acquainted with the art of ambush, understood that one could not strike with full force when launching a surprise attack. Restraint was essential. Unless one was prepared for the worst, aiming for a desperate exchange, failure could spell doom. Clearly, The assailant had not intended to engage Uchiha Chi with such a mindset. Are you all right? Wolfgang Watergate halted, glancing back at Uchiha Chi. You may proceed ahead, Uchiha Chi replied, surveying the surroundings. The assailant had burrowed underground, complicating Uchiha Chi's efforts to locate him. Could that individual be a hunter? Indeed. Konoha's wave wind nodded slightly. Is there no problem? It should be fine. Uchiha Chi also nodded. Moreover, even if you stay, Han will likely come over. So you should continue forward. Uchiha understood clearly that in a 2-on-2 scenario, he and Konoha's wave wind would struggle to coordinate effectively, while the enemy would have a different approach. Although they needed to be cautious of the enemy attempting to swiftly eliminate one of them through a 2-on-1 strategy. Such foolishness was unlikely from their adversaries. Setting their forces loose to give Uchiha and his companions an opportunity would not be a wise choice. Konoha's wave wind was aware of this. Thus he nodded and sprinted ahead. Is he being overly cautious? Once Konoha's wave wind departed, Uchiha Chi suddenly remarked, while I understand your concern about Konoha's wave wind turning on you, I must say your self-preservation tactics are rather seamless. After uttering this, Uchiha Chi fell silent, awaiting a response. Yet regrettably, this individual named Sho seemed entirely unaffected by his words. Uchiha Chi sighed. This fellow truly possessed remarkable restraint, perhaps fearing that Konoha's wave wind had not entirely vacated the area. Nevertheless, Uchiha Chi maintained his vigilance, though he genuinely could not locate Sho, who had evaded detection. Following a failed ambush, he resorted to using Earth Clone and then employed the heart decapitation technique. Uchiha Chi glanced around and continued, I must admit, you are quite impressive. You are far more entertaining than that dull Earth. Compared to the drab Earth, I prefer engaging with someone like you, as you possess a penchant for concealment. This is fortuitous. I have not genuinely rested in quite some time, and encountering you has indeed been a stroke of luck. Uchiha Chi continued his discourse, persistently probing for Sho's whereabouts. Regrettably, Sho remained unervingly calm, which prompted a furrowed brow from Uchiha Chi. Was this individual truly capable of such tolerance? It seemed his sardonic remarks were not biting enough, or perhaps his taunts were adequately sharp. Had it been Uchiha Sasuke in this situation, a mere confrontation would have elicited a response. Very well, if that is the case, Uchiha Chi thought, abruptly sheathing his ninja blade and striding toward the direction of Konoha's wave wind. If you wish to observe, then do so. You may harbor a deep-seated disdain for Jinchuriki. Am I correct? Perhaps your parents perished while subduing the tailed beast? You wish to leverage our hands to eliminate the five-tails Jinchuriki, do you not? You could have stated that sooner. With that, Uchiha Chi suddenly leapt into the air, seemingly intent on catching up with Konoha's wave wind. In that moment, his focus sharpened to its utmost intensity, back turned and suspended in midair. This was the most perilous moment for a ninja, and even Uchiha Chi would be loath to miss such an opportunity. As expected, just as he was about to land on the branch, a shadow surged forth once more, wielding an ominous chakra. Yet, at that moment, Uchiha Chi revealed a hint of a smile. At long last, the venomous serpent has been drawn out. With unwavering focus, Uchiha Chi reacted the instant the hunter made his appearance. In the past, he would never have taken such a perilous risk. However, Uchiha Chi has undergone a profound transformation. While he still harbors a disdain for dangerous endeavors, he recognizes that unless he exposes a flaw, this enigmatic figure known as the hunter will remain concealed. Not all rock ninjas are merely a formidable assembly of brute strength and adept at earth techniques, relishing in straightforward confrontations. They also possess a penchant for leveraging the characteristics of earth techniques to execute various stealthy assaults, delivering lethal strikes. A ninja is fundamentally a master of patience and endurance. This principle is etched in Uchiha Chi's memory. Clearly, the hunter embodies such a role, swift in movement, silent in concealment, and his bloodlust is palpable. He is akin to a venomous serpent. The moment the hunter made his move, Uchiha Chi swiftly activated his substitution technique, his Sharingan meticulously observing the surroundings. Although he appeared relaxed, he was far from it. To let one's guard down would be a folly tantamount to courting death. The hunter, evidently seasoned, struck Uchiha Chi's form, realizing the inconsistency in his target. In an instinctive reaction, he delivered a powerful kick to a nearby tree. Utilizing the recoil and the explosive force of his punch, he quickly vacated the area. Almost instantly, several shurikens shot forth from the smoke where he had just been positioned. Uchiha Chi was determined not to allow him to evade. If he were to waste time, Uchiha Chi and his companions would be left with no escape. Although the front lines were providing assistance, the duration of their support was uncertain, and they had already expended considerable time in their advance. Should they be ensnared by this venomous serpent, or if the fool Jinya Kenta fortuitously fell into an ambush? Uchiha Chi and Namikaze Minato would find themselves inextricably entangled. The consequences would be dire. Even if reinforcements from the front lines could not return promptly, they still had the support of the rear. The hunter clearly intended to stall, yet unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Chi had stealthily approached from behind. The Akimichi clan's medicine granted him a temporary surge of chakra, which he generously infused into his ninja blade. The silver edge shimmered with a faint blue light as Uchiha Chi, without hesitation, swung his blade toward the hunter, his Sharingan fixed intently on his target. Having narrowly escaped once, Uchiha Chi was determined not to allow a second opportunity. "I've got you." As anticipated, faced with Uchiha Chi's strike, the hunter opted to evade rather than confront it head-on, likely adhering to a strategy aimed at delaying these leaf ninjas. However, what he could not have foreseen was that Uchiha Chi's blade, having sliced through his substitution technique, would suddenly twist, launching another strike from an unexpected angle. Feeling an overwhelming threat, Sho realized evasion was futile. Consequently, he nimbly leaped backward, simultaneously hurling several kunai toward Uchiha Chi. While these kunai lacked lethal intent, neglecting them could still leave Uchiha Chi with some injuries. With a flick of his wrist, Uchiha Chi deftly deflected the kunai and pursued Sho, albeit having missed the prime opportunity to eliminate him, as Sho had firmly established his footing. Observing this, Uchiha Chi momentarily halted, yet his gaze remained fixated on Sho. "Not too shabby," Sho remarked with a light chuckle. "So you claim to have battled with Huang Tu? It's quite remarkable that you're still alive." "Ah, indeed perilous." Uchiha Chi replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. "Thus, I assert you will prove far easier to contend with. After all, you are merely a rodent, while he is a true warrior." "Humph, a feeble provocation," Sho scoffed, though he did not retreat. "I have always been curious about the legendary Sharingan. Let me gauge your prowess and see how you fared against Huang Tu." It became evident that this was no trivial taunt. Uchiha Chi seized the opportunity, his chakra already surging within him. Both combatants fell into a brief silence, a mere moment passing before Uchiha Chi's ninja blade was unsheathed once more. With a burst of chakra, he lunged forward in a swift thrust, the chakra-infused blade glimmering like flowing light in the sun's reflection. However, Sho, a master of the explosive core of the rock ninja, evaded Uchiha Chi's thrust with a sidestep, simultaneously delivering an elbow strike. Uchiha Chi swiftly pivoted, dodging the blow while forcefully swinging his ninja blade backward. Sho's speed was remarkable. He sidestepped beneath Uchiha Chi's blade, and an unusual glow emanated from his right hand. This peculiar radiance caused Uchiha Chi's brow to furrow. He had encountered this power before, the violent explosion lingering in his memory. Yet, this force seemed familiar, reminiscent of something he had previously witnessed in the original narrative, though the specifics eluded him. In the heat of battle, Uchiha Chi had no time to consult his notes. And indeed, he had not brought any materials with him. He surmised that this individual might merely be a minor character in the original tale. Yet even a minor character could pose significant danger, especially to Uchiha Chi in his current state. He believed that Sho's punch could potentially obliterate him. Explosive release, landmine fist. Explosive release? Uchiha Chi mused, his brow slightly furrowing. This bloodline technique seemed reminiscent of something akin to Date-RS. Nevertheless, Uchiha Chi did not dwell on it. The most crucial aspect was that a splendid opportunity lay before him. For Uchiha Kei, endowed with the Sharingan, any offensive move from an adversary reveals a chink in their armor, unless, of course, that individual has surpassed his prowess entirely, much like the formidable Hodo, against whom Uchiha Kei stands helpless. However, the IWA ninja known as Shu does not belong to that elite echelon. While this jutsu instills a sense of peril within him, Uchiha Kei is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. After a brief moment of contemplation, Uchiha Kei resolves to act. Shu's combat style is not as cautious as Hodo's. He has not evaded Uchiha Kei's watchful gaze. Thus, he activates his Jinjutsu. Unlike other illusions, the Sharingan's Jinjutsu is innate, requiring no hand seals, merely a gaze exchanged with the opponent. In the original narrative, this ability has been mastered to near perfection by only two individuals, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Itachi. There is no need to elaborate on Uchiha Itachi. His mastery of Jinjutsu is perhaps more formidable than even the legendary Tsukuyomi wielded by Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, has exploited the Sharingan's capabilities to their fullest extent. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he single-handedly confronted the allied shinobi forces, rendering them utterly disoriented with nothing but his taijutsu and the prowess of his Sharingan, incapacitating all who met his gaze as though they were mere poultry awaiting slaughter. Though Uchiha Kei may not reach the heights of these two titans, his Jinjutsu is commendable in its own right. With a surge of mental energy, Uchiha Kei unleashes his illusion just as Shu is about to strike. Suddenly, Shu finds himself ensnared in a moment of disorienting vulnerability. Uchiha Kei seizes this chance, gripping Shu's chakra-laden hand with the strength reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi's decisive maneuver against Sasuke's Chidori. He then forcefully drives Shu's hand towards the ground, while simultaneously directing his ninja blade towards Shu's head. In this dire moment, Shu exemplifies the essential qualities of a formidable ninja, rapidly regaining awareness. Although his right hand is captured and his attack trajectory altered, he still possesses his left hand. Almost instantaneously, a terrifying surge of chakra erupts from his left hand, which he recklessly thrusts towards Uchiha Kei's chest. A notable trait among ninjas, or perhaps humanity as a whole, is the instinct to resort to an ultimate trade when cornered. Uchiha Kei perceives Shu's intent, and the audacity of his actions compels Kei to release his grip and leap backwards. Uchiha Kei values his life dearly. He has no desire to falter when the prospect of returning home is within reach. Yet, he is not one to be trifled with. Although he is forced to withdraw, he deftly alters the trajectory of his blade in that fleeting moment. The ninja blade, infused with Uchiha Kei's chakra, swiftly arcs towards Shu's outstretched left hand. However, after striking the hand, Uchiha Kei quickly withdraws, relinquishing control over his weapon. The wretched fellow directly sent his left hand over, with his explosive release still lingering upon it. Boom! The tremendous roar was indeed somewhat uncomfortable for Uchiha Chi, as dust filled the air and debris scattered wildly. Uchiha Chi had no choice but to increase the distance slightly once more. Just at that moment, he suddenly observed that Sho had climbed back up and was struggling to retreat swiftly. Attempting to flee, Uchiha Chi let out a cold chuckle, promptly drawing a kunai and pursuing him. The smoke was inconsequential to Uchiha Chi. His eyes could clearly discern Sho's chakra, even catching sight of his subtle movements. Sho was currently in distress, compelled to admit that he had indeed underestimated the Uchiha clan, or more precisely, the might of the Sharingan. The Uchiha Chi before him appeared quite young, no more than 13 or 14 years of age, yet the strength of his Sharingan made Sho's scalp tingle. He had heard that one must avoid making eye contact with an Uchiha during battle and had been informed of the formidable prowess of this young man's Sharingan, seemingly reaching the level of 3 tomo. However, until he witnessed it firsthand, he had not taken it seriously. He had encountered members of the Uchiha clan before, having defeated them whether their eyes were activated or not. Thus, he regarded them more as mythic figures, yet he remained cautious, conducting his combat style and rhythm according to his own strategy. Moreover, he had been consciously avoiding Uchiha Chi's gaze. But he never anticipated that while seizing an opportunity against the Uchiha boy, he inadvertently provided the boy with an opportunity as well. Completely unprepared and without any abnormal chakra fluctuations, he fell victim to a Jinjutsu. Even though the Jinjutsu's effect lasted less than a second, that fleeting moment posed grave danger. Even as he regained consciousness, having made a swift decision, his movements were still laid bare before the Sharingan. Through a life-for-a-life exchange, Sho salvaged his own life, but lost his left hand in the process. Now, as Sho tended to his bleeding while contemplating how to deal with this young boy, he realized that if he did not stop the bleeding, he would certainly succumb to blood loss, and failing to confront this boy would lead to even greater troubles. Damn! So swift? At that moment, Sho suddenly sensed a terrifying aura emerging from behind him. However, he appeared somewhat sluggish, unable to react in time as a kunai pierced through his back and into his heart. Sho's face turned ashen, and he slowly collapsed to the ground, appearing lifeless. Standing behind him, Uchiha Chi tilted his head, a hint of mockery evident on his face. Is this all you are capable of? The disparity between you and the grave is truly vast. Uchiha Chi's tone carried a rather flippant air, imbued with a sense of relaxation. Yet, at that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth, their hand radiating with terrifying chakra as they struck fiercely towards Uchiha Chi's location. What? Uchiha Chi appeared somewhat flustered, as if he had never anticipated such an occurrence. Meanwhile, Sho remained silent, concentrating all his chakra to unleash a technique that exuded an aura of dread. Uchiha Chi seemed frozen in place, failing to take any evasive action, his expression of sheer terror instantly heightening Sho's alertness. As expected, when Sho's fist made contact with Uchiha Chi, an unusual sensation revealed it to be but a clone. Yet, Sho did not relent. He forcibly turned around, chakra swirling in his right hand, and launched another punch. However, this time he could not reach Uchiha Chi. The forced pivot, compounded by the incessant bleeding from his severed left arm, made it remarkable that he could even muster such a blow. Half a meter, 30 centimeters. 10 centimeters. Just as his fist was about to converge upon Uchiha Chi, the latter suddenly executed a subtle twist, and his kunai successfully pierced Sho's chest. The kunai, a mere 10 centimeters in length, slanted into Sho's right chest with considerable force, its sharp edge shattering his ribcage, plunging deep into his torso save for the handle. Blood flowed incessantly from the wound, dripping onto the ground and saturating the earth nearby. Did you truly believe I was oblivious to your actions? In these eyes, you harbor no secrets. Uchiha Chi's voice was chillingly indifferent, his crimson gaze piercing into Sho, before he twisted the kunai ruthlessly. In an instant, a heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the desolate expanse. Uchiha Chi withdrew the kunai, his cold gaze fixed upon the lifeless body on the ground. After a prolonged silence, once he had confirmed the absence of any signs of life, he allowed himself a slight sigh of relief. Regardless of strength, a ninja should never be underestimated. The art of feigning death is a tactic employed by many, even by formidable figures like Uchiha Madara. Feigning death is not a lesson taught in ninja academies. Rather, it is an essential skill that one must come to comprehend. Uchiha Chi had once fallen victim to such a ruse when he first entered the battlefield, had fortune not favored him. And if his opponent's act of playing dead had not exceeded its limits, starving for 3 days, he might have met his demise at the tip of a kunai. Gazing at Sho's corpse, Uchiha Chi lingered for a moment before launching the kunai towards the body. The weapon struck Sho's left chest with precision, and witnessing this, Uchiha Chi felt a sense of relief. At this juncture, even if feigned, death was likely genuine. Some individuals are born with their hearts on the right side. Yet Uchiha Chi had initially pierced his right chest, and now had punctured the left as well. It seemed he was truly beyond salvation. Uchiha Chi nodded, but just then, the ground began to tremble violently. He tilted his head, and though his line of sight was obstructed, he could sense the rising plume of smoke emanating from the direction of the Kannabi Bridge. Uchiha Chi furrowed his brow, uncertain whether the disturbance was caused by the illustrious Minato Namikaze or the unfortunate Kannabi. Yet, Uchiha Chi remained indifferent. It mattered not whether it was Minato or Kenta. Minato undoubtedly possessed the prowess to subdue a Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, being the illustrious Golden Flash capable of overcoming even the AB combination. Should Kenta truly have stumbled into a trap laid by the hunter, his demise would be well-deserved. After 8 years on the battlefield, failing to navigate such matters would deem him hopelessly inept. With swift hand seals, Uchiha Chi conjured a fireball that engulfed the lifeless body of the hunter. Watching as it was reduced to ashes, he briefly recalled the identity of this individual, but dismissed the thought. For had it not been for his heavy exhaustion and lack of opportunity, Uchiha Chi would have relished the chance to eliminate him. He hastened toward Minato's direction, finding solace only in the presence of the famed shinobi. It was not mere trust in Minato that propelled him, but rather the knowledge that Minato possessed the ninjutsu capable of extricating him from this forsaken place, especially with pursuers on their heels. Most crucially, the effects of the drug seemed to have reached their zenith. As he traversed, Uchiha Chi silently noted the impending normalization of his chakra recovery and the inevitable surge of physical fatigue, compelling him toward a swift resolution. With this thought, he quickened his pace once more, but at that moment, a violent explosion erupted nearby. The shockwave from this blast was considerably more expansive, nearly propelling Uchiha Chi off his feet, emphasizing the magnitude of the ongoing battle. Nevertheless, he did not falter. After momentarily evading the shockwave, he resumed his rapid advance. It was not long before he spotted Minato engaged in combat with a creature resembling a reptilian beast, its body ablaze with crimson energy. Has it transformed into its tailed beast form? Uchiha Chi mused, opting to conceal himself in a nearby location rather than rushing headlong into the fray. At that moment, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki appeared to be in a rather precarious state. Though capable of effortlessly severing massive trees with a mere swipe of its claw and leaving deep craters in the earth with its punches, it was regrettably unable to land a blow on Minato, whose speed rendered him elusive. With astonishing Shunshin and Hirashin techniques, Minato deftly maneuvered around the Jinchuriki, keeping it in a perpetual state of confusion. Minato engaged in a tactical dance of combat. Had it not been for the Jinchuriki's formidable regenerative abilities and decent defenses, he likely would have been vanquished long ago. However, it was merely a matter of time, as Minato exuded confidence. The two continued their fierce exchange, and the Jinchuriki launched a swift and powerful punch toward Minato. Remaining remarkably composed, Minato executed a graceful retreat, suddenly vanishing from sight. The Flying Thunder God technique had become almost instinctual for Minato Namikaze. Just at that moment, however, the host of the Five Tails, Han, executed a bizarre turn, his fist, imbued with astonishing speed, inexplicably targeting Minato's sudden position. Had he been struck too often, gaining experience? Uchiha Izumi hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. But in that very moment of indecision, Minato showcased his exceptional reflexes. Despite having just used the Flying Thunder God technique for transportation, it did not hinder him in the slightest. Han's punch concentrated the air once more, the ferocious wind generated by it flattening all the trees and rocks in its path. Such terrifying power presented a significant opportunity, and Minato did not allow this chance to slip away. From an utterly inconceivable angle, he appeared, a Rasengan in hand. As he propelled the Rasengan forward, Izumi clearly discerned the numerous marks left by previous Rasengan attacks in that very spot. This revelation struck Izumi profoundly. It became evident that Minato was relentlessly targeting a specific location, and astonishingly, he managed to strike the same spot each time. What a formidable opponent he was. Izumi mused silently. The Rasengan's power was already exceptionally potent, and now, with Minato's relentless assault on a single point, it was likely that Han could not withstand it any longer. Yet, why did Minato refrain from delivering a lethal blow? Indeed, Minato did not strike to kill. Under the explosive force of the Rasengan, Han was unable to maintain his tailed beast form, the chakra gradually dissipating to reveal the man beneath. Blood trickled from the corner of Han's mouth as he quickly distanced himself from Minato. To be truthful, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the Jinchuriki. After a moment's thought, Izumi grasped the situation. Clearly, Minato had other considerations in mind. Perhaps he was reminded of his wife, who was also a Jinchuriki. Though the likelihood of that was slim, Izumi surmised that the primary concern was the welfare of Konohagakure. Killing a Jinchuriki was no trivial matter. With this understanding, Izumi knew what he had to do. He leapt forward, reaching Han before he could react. Their eyes met, and the crimson of Izumi's Sharingan radiated an eerie power. "Rest assured, Izumi," he said calmly, "it's merely a Jinjutsu that has rendered him unconscious. I comprehend your intentions, as well as the village's. However, we must act swiftly. He harbors a tailed beast within him." Izumi observed Minato with tranquility, fully aware of his thoughts, which aligned with the village's objectives. To conclude the conflict and prevent the Land of Earth from seizing further opportunities, certain individuals could not be eliminated, such as Inoki, and indeed, the host of the Five Tails. Little did Inoki realize that he had not evaded Minato's lethal strike. It was simply that Minato chose not to take his life. Although the Land of Earth currently finds itself in a precarious situation, should certain individuals perish, these rock ninjas could potentially become ticking time bombs. Moreover, each great nation possesses a relatively ample capacity for warfare. Since Konoha has already demonstrated the ability to engage 5 adversaries single-handedly, it is plausible that the Land of Earth would desperately confront them. The Cloud Ninjas would undoubtedly relish the opportunity, while Konoha would certainly suffer grievously. Therefore, the decision made by Minato Namikaze is one that Uchiha Kei comprehends entirely, although it would be preferable for him if the enemy were to perish. He must still obey Minato's directives. As for Uchiha Kei's Jinjutsu, it is unlikely to endure for long. If this man were an ordinary ninja, Kei's Jinjutsu could maintain him in a dazed state for an extended period, perhaps even leading to his own demise. Alas, he is a Jinchuriki, possessing 2 distinct chakra sources within him that allow for a quicker escape from illusions, even those cast by the Sharingan. While the Sharingan can indeed control tailed beasts, This capability is predicated on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kei has only recently acquired this foundation. He has only possessed this eye for a few days. Not to mention, he is reluctant to expose his eye too readily, nor has he thoroughly researched the other abilities he possesses. He has familiarized himself to some extent with the ocular techniques. But after utilizing them once, he became wary, realizing the tremendous toll they exact, not merely on chakra, but also on ocular and mental energy. The process of development and exploration is arduous, and becoming acquainted with one's abilities is not achieved overnight. The path ahead for Uchiha Kei is still long. Upon hearing Uchiha Kei's words, Minato Namikaze could not help but exhale with relief. Indeed, this young man, of the same age as Kakashi, is truly remarkable, capable of contemplating issues from the village's perspective. Yet, he pondered why he had not heard of such a talent before. Gazing into Uchiha Kei's crimson eyes, Minato sighed, realizing the implications. The affairs of the Uchiha clan are not his to discuss, as they are matters of others' concern. However, such a family and its practices have undoubtedly led to the obscuring of many astute ninjas. Shaking his head, Minato, a disciple of Jiraiya and the leader of the Jonin class, was acutely aware of many things. This situation troubled him internally, especially given his intelligence, which allows him to foresee the potential consequences of continued confrontation. If only I could become Hokage, he mused quietly, though he recognized this was merely a fleeting thought. The political structure of Konoha would likely prevent this from ever being his reality. Just as Minato was lost in thought, Uchiha Kei suddenly called out, "Should we take this fellow back after completing our mission?" Taken aback, Minato pondered the dazed man before him and replied, "What a splendid idea. This would certainly provide us with greater leverage." Indeed, Uchiha Kei nodded. "By the way, what of Kannabi? Has he already departed?" Uchiha Chi surveyed his surroundings. Naturally, the task at hand was of paramount importance, and the most crucial aspect was the prospect of returning home once this damned mission was completed. Despite the relentless strife that plagued the world of Hokage, alongside the incessant internal conflicts within Konoha, even a fleeting moment of tranquility afforded Uchiha Chi the opportunity to recuperate and reflect upon his abilities. This was certainly preferable to the ceaseless peril of lingering on the battlefield, caught between life and death. The skirmish had passed, leaving no immediate signs of combat. Minato Namikaze nodded, though his expression was tinged with concern. "However, I fear the outlook is not optimistic," he remarked, his words trailing off. In an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity, and even Uchiha Chi felt a surge of vigilance. They instinctively turned their heads, and at that moment, Han, though still in a daze, exuded an overwhelming and suffocating chakra. This was the power of a tailed beast, erupting with such swiftness that within the blink of an eye, Han was enveloped in a crimson aura, which began to swell, gradually taking on the form of the beast. Uchiha Chi furrowed his brow. This situation was far from what he had anticipated. Indeed, on the battlefield, to avert potential complications, it was often best to eliminate defeated foes outright. Yet, it was unavoidable that one must sometimes contend with political considerations. The living often held greater value than the deceased. Uchiha Chi sighed, realizing that his ninja blade was rendered useless, leaving him to draw a kunai instead. He contemplated whether he should return to procure another blade. It appeared trouble was brewing. Minato let out a sigh. "You must descend. We can no longer remain here. Other IWA ninjas are closing in. It seems we must continue to fight." Uchiha Chi echoed the sentiment. "Indeed, this may complicate matters. I hope Kenta Imai performs adequately. I can only wonder about his current predicament." Minato frowned. "He faces an unknown adversary. Let us hope he remains unscathed." Indeed, adversaries lurked beneath the bridge. Uchiha Chi nodded. "If necessary, we can descend together, forcefully complete the mission, and then make our exit. This would be their last resort, albeit the most perilous one. Exposing their backs would invite a torrent of jutsu and sharpened kunai. Their best course of action was to hold the upper ninjas at bay while awaiting Kenta Imai's performance below. Should he falter, they would have no choice but to plunge into the fray and detonate the bridge. Conversely, if he succeeded, he would merely need to ascend and regroup with Uchiha Chi and the others before fleeing the scene. Very well, it seems we are left with no alternatives. May he accomplish his task. Was it to be as before? Indeed, as before. Uchiha Chi had never underestimated this mission, despite its seemingly manageable difficulty in the original narrative. Reality diverged significantly from the tale. At this juncture, The mission regarding the Kannabi Bridge had long since deteriorated, with the front line suffering continuous defeats and a significant blunder emerging from the rear. How could the rock ninja possibly remain oblivious to the movements of Konoha? Moreover, even in the original narrative, it was unlikely to be so straightforward. The lack of detailed exposition does not imply that Kakashi and his team would encounter an uncomplicated mission. Uchiha Kei inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. If a battle was inevitable, then he would not indulge in idle chatter. I will temporarily divert the five tails, whispered Minato Namikaze. You are faced with 4 adversaries. Handle them with caution. Await my return as best as you can. Rest assured, Captain Minato, Uchiha Kei replied, his tone taking on a colder edge. Though I may not match your prowess, I am no easy opponent. With a nod, Minato responded, I entrust this to you. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight, reappearing atop the five tails. The Azure Rasengan spun rapidly, and at this moment, Minato's speed surpassed that which he exhibited when confronting Han. Indeed, he had reserved his true capabilities. Uchiha Kei mused to himself, considering that Minato was someone who could contend evenly against the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and the future Fourth Raikage. If he struggled against even Han, Uchiha Kei couldn't help but wonder if he had encountered a mere imposter of Minato. Under the onslaught of Minato's attack, the Five Tails shifted its focus toward him, likely recalling the severe lesson it had received from Minato during its previous encounter with Han. Uchiha Kei had contemplated the possibility of luring the Five Tails to assault the Kannabi Bridge. However, he hesitated to voice such a notion. Setting aside the intricate relationship between the Five Tails and Han, the presence of Kenji Imai beneath the bridge rendered such a strategy untenable. Minato would undoubtedly reject Uchiha Kei's proposition. Engaging in such antagonistic maneuvers was not Uchiha Kei's desire. The decision to have Kenji Imai deploy explosive tags had originated from him, and at that moment, they had not anticipated the emergence of the Five Tails, leading to such arrangements. After all, aside from the inferior sealing techniques of the Land of Wind, those employed by other great nations were rather reliable, particularly in the Land of Lightning, where the bond between the Eight Tails and its Jinchuriki was notably profound. Turning his head, Uchiha Kei cast a cold, piercing gaze upon the sudden appearance of several rock ninjas, gripping his kunai more tightly. You are indeed difficult to pursue, he remarked, as the rock ninjas landed, revealing smirks of cold amusement. It appears your mission pertains to the Kannabi Bridge. Indeed, it does, Uchiha Kei replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. I must admit, your response time is rather impressive for a pack of strays. How does it feel to be pursued by Konoha's main forces? Or rather, how does it feel knowing that the Kannabi Bridge, merely a stone's throw away, could soon become your final resting place? The exchange bore no weight on the hardened rock ninja, who remained unfazed by Uchiha Kei's taunts. Take a good look at this bridge. It shall become your tomb. However, it must be said that you are indeed formidable, managing to force out all Five Tails. You certainly possess considerable skill. You will soon discover just how capable you truly are, for this place shall become your grave, and you will remain here for eternity. Uchiha Kei raised his right hand, the dark kunai shielding his face. Well, you two have stalled long enough. Let me see what qualifications you possess to be so arrogant. By the way, there was a fellow named Sho, similar to you, but he has already turned to ashes. Uchiha Kei's words darkened the expressions of the rock ninjas, revealing their recognition of Sho. Nevertheless, this bore no relevance to Uchiha Kei. As his chakra surged, the rock ninjas immediately assumed combat stances. Their intense gazes fixed unyieldingly upon him, their focus terrifying. Uchiha Kei surveyed the 4 individuals, noting that their chakra levels appeared similar within his Sharingan, indicating they were all dangerous foes. He recalled that they were known as the Ishizui team, a group that had caused considerable distress to many ninjas from the Leaf and had claimed the lives of numerous Leaf ninjas. However, Uchiha Kei did not dwell on this too heavily. With the battle between the Five Tails and Minato Namikaze escalating and distance widening, he had already made a decision. In an instant, Uchiha Kei unleashed his body flicker technique, charging towards the first rock ninja, his 3-tomo Sharingan igniting with a surge of chakra. This chakra momentarily disoriented the rock ninja before Uchiha Kei struck. Clang. Alas, Uchiha Kei's swift ambush tactic ultimately proved ineffective. Just as his kunai was about to pierce the wretched rock ninja, a wall of earth suddenly erected itself before him. Uchiha Kei's Sharingan penetrated the wall, revealing a rock ninja behind it. plastered with at least 10 explosive tags. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Kei kicked the wall ferociously and leaped backward. Boom. Mere seconds after Uchiha Kei's retreat, the wall erupted violently, while he perched upon a tree, coldly observing the scene. These rock ninjas were truly ruthless. Such shameless ambush tactics were employed, were it not for Uchiha Kei's Sharingan, which could perceive chakra-infused structures. He might have fallen victim to this scheme. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, as several kunai flew toward him, each bound with explosive tags. Be cautious, Takeda. They hail from the Uchiha clan. Avoid making eye contact with his eyes, and attack from the sides and behind. Just as Uchiha Kei dodged the incoming kunai, the 4 rock ninjas charged once more. Evidently better prepared this time. Uchiha Kei remained relatively calm in the face of this assault, though he had not frequently encountered such a coordinated attack. It did not mean he was without means to counter it. Moreover, he had already made certain resolutions. Should the situation become precarious, Uchiha Kei would not hesitate to wield the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, despite his reluctance to resort to such force. As he evaded an attack from a rock ninja, Uchiha Kei delivered a fierce kick in return, only to find himself leaping away moments later to dodge another assailant from behind. Yet, even with impaired vision, survival was far preferable to death. Kenta Imai found his path relatively smooth, aided by the diversion created by Uchiha Kei and Minato Namikaze, allowing him to advance with relative ease. Aside from encountering several traps that had been laid in advance, everything else was manageable. After spending some time neutralizing these traps, Kenta Imai pressed onward, acknowledging that although dealing with them consumed precious moments, it was infinitely better than being inexplicably obliterated. Listening to the tremors around him, Kenta Imai realized that both Uchiha Kei and Minato Namikaze were engaged in battle with their foes, leaving him to rely solely on his own abilities. Even if they were not embroiled in combat, he doubted that Uchiha Kei would come to his aid. Kenta Imai silently contemplated this, his previously benign and innocuous smile now absent from his face. That smile had been a facade, one he had grown accustomed to wearing at all times. However, now he could not muster the strength to smile genuinely. He was acutely aware of the peril that this mission entailed, yet evasion was not an option. He understood that the Flying Thunder God technique, devised by Minato Namikaze, had likely already been inscribed upon him. Nevertheless, he found himself favoring Minato, whose formidable prowess was tempered by trustworthiness. In stark contrast, his teammate and current captain, Uchiha Kei, was a cold-blooded individual that made Kenta Imai frown. From Kei emanated an unsettling chill, and although he had yet to commit any overtly egregious acts, Kenta Imai sensed the underlying darkness beneath Keishi's calm exterior. It was a sentiment akin to his own, yet even more terrifying and obsessive, coupled with a level of intelligence that left Kenta Imai astounded. Having such a person as a teammate could only be deemed unfortunate. Every plan and action of his was imbued with a strong sense of purpose. Whether he appeared to be acting for the greater good or the benefit of the team, his ultimate aim was solely self-serving. A calculating and astute individual, Uchiha Kei was inherently difficult to trust, especially now that he had activated his Sharingan, amplifying his already formidable abilities. Kenta Imai mused inwardly, reflecting on Hinata Aya, a woman of considerable cunning and ambition. Why had his teammates been these two? Complaining was futile, and as the tremors intensified, Kenta Imai understood that he must hasten his pace. Though he remained indifferent to the outcome of the battle in Konoha, his primary concern was whether he could return safely. If this mission proved successful, they would be able to return to Konoha in peace. Otherwise, he might truly have to leave the village. Kenta Imai bore a heavy burden, laden with unspoken thoughts and responsibilities that he was reluctant to shoulder. As he pressed onward, he quickly arrived at the edge of the Kannabi Bridge. After meticulously surveying his surroundings, he disarmed several traps and then leapt down. However, Kenta Imai did not dare to relax. Minato Namikaze had made it abundantly clear that, while he had detected 2 enemies, it remained uncertain whether there were others lurking beneath the bridge. Thus, Kenta was vigilant, despite the diminishing tremors in the vicinity. Were there truly no foes present? Upon descending, he did not immediately set up the explosive tags, but instead took a moment to scrutinize his surroundings. After nearly a minute of careful observation, his furrowed brow gradually unfurled, seemingly confirming that no enemies were near. Swiftly, Kenta retrieved explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch, a common item for any ninja to possess. However, his supply was limited. Even after receiving some from Obito Uchiha, he found that Obito's own stock was not abundant. Kenta needed to devise a meticulous plan regarding where to position these explosive tags to ensure the bridge would collapse effectively. After careful deliberation, Kenta selected the optimal spots for the explosive tags and began to place them methodically. Just then, a sudden rush of wind erupted behind him, and without warning, he felt his heart race as he widened his eyes, slowly collapsing to the ground. Just a child, a voice derisively echoed from behind him. "Is there no one left in Konoha to send a fool like you?" A figure emerged, a young man in his 20s or 30s clad in a red ninja combat uniform, clearly a rock ninja adept in the art of camouflage. However, being a defender, he quickly assessed the scene and noticed something amiss upon examining Kenta's body. The familiar sound of rushing wind behind him alerted him to the imminent danger of an ambush. With remarkable reflexes, the rock ninja pivoted swiftly, his kunai deftly clashing against Kenta's blade, using his formidable strength to push Kenta away. Kenta fell to the ground, his hands gripping his sword as he coldly regarded the rock ninja. At that moment, the body that had once belonged to Kenta revealed itself to be a mere earth clone, disintegrating into a puddle of mud. "Impressive," the rock ninja sneered, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "How did you discover my presence?" "I have encountered your kind once before," Imai Kenta remarked calmly. "From the moment I descended, I noticed you. Alas, my ambush was unsuccessful. It seems I shall have to exert considerable effort." It was difficult to discern who was the hunter and who was the prey, at least in the eyes of Imai Kenta and that damned rock ninja. They both regarded themselves as hunters, with the other as the true quarry. A moment of silence enveloped them. Verbal taunts could indeed stir the heart of a ninja. Yet against a foe with an unwaveringly cold and resilient spirit, such attacks merely squandered breath. Not everyone possesses the uncanny ability to provoke rage. Imai Kenta certainly did not. And Uchiha Kei was hardly formidable either. Die. The silence, however, was fleeting. The rock ninja had always positioned himself as the hunter, and he did not believe he could be bested by a mere child who appeared to be 14 or 15. Grasping his kunai, the rock ninja unleashed at terrifying speed, charging at Imai Kenta with ferocity. Imai Kenta scoffed in disdain as a layer of azure chakra enveloped his ninja blade. In an instant, he demonstrated remarkable swiftness. Just as the attack was about to land, he lowered his head, narrowly evading the strike, though a few disheveled strands of hair were severed and drifted through the air. Yet, his blade did not waver. With a swift motion, he compelled the rock ninja to evade. As they crossed paths, both retreated momentarily. Imai Kenta felt a tingling in his right hand. He understood that this adversary's strength was likely beyond a mere brute force confrontation. It appeared that he could no longer afford to hold back. Indeed, Imai Kenta had always maintained a facade of restraint, whether before or after teaming up with Uchiha Kei. He had consistently appeared the weakest, the most innocuous. However, he knew that his reservations were perceptible to Uchiha Kei and the others. As the position of a Chunin was merely a title, surviving 8 years on the battlefield without any reserve was simply unfeasible. Yet, Imai Kenta was confident they remained unaware of the specific capabilities he had withheld. Now, with no support in sight, for the sake of survival, he could no longer pretend. To continue the charade might lead to Uchiha Kei neglecting to recover his body, as that fellow would likely incinerate his corpse with a fire jutsu and leave with a smile. "Interesting, little boy," the rock ninja sneered as he charged once more. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Imai Kenta's demeanor shifted to one of steadiness. As he evaded the rock ninja's assault, he swiftly formed hand seals. In the next moment, a water dragon surged from the depths below, soaring into the sky. Imai Kenta could perform ninjutsu. If Uchiha Kei were to witness this scene, he would surely be astonished, especially given how adeptly Imai Kenta executed the technique, which belied the notion that he had only recently learned it. Clearly, this individual had undergone extensive training and practice in ninjutsu, a fact that starkly contradicted Uchiha Kei's impression of Imai Kenta as a mere civilian ninja without the opportunity to learn such skills. The water dragon surged toward the rock ninja with great speed, yet the latter was not to be trifled with. There were no flamboyant movements or elaborate jutsu employed. He merely adjusted his grip on the shuriken with one hand and stabbed fiercely at the head of the water dragon. The sharpness of the shuriken combined with his formidable strength resulted in a single thrust that cleaved Kenji Imai's water dragon in two. Yet, his onslaught did not cease. He charged once more toward Kenji Imai's position. Kenji Imai remained remarkably composed. Although the rock ninja exuded an intimidating aura, it did not intimidate him. With swift hand seals, Kenji initiated his own technique. Suddenly, the rock ninja's expression shifted as he leapt into the air, avoiding a barrage of earth spears that had inexplicably emerged from the ground. These spears were exceptionally sharp, and had he not jumped, he would surely have been impaled. Seizing the opportunity while the rock ninja was airborne, Kenji drew his ninja blade with lightning speed and severed the rock ninja in half. There was no fluctuation in his expression. It was as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. However, in the next moment, his form dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Within the haze, a shadowy figure materialized, seemingly frozen in place. Drip, drip. Blood trickled onto the ground as the smoke began to clear. The rock ninja stared incredulously at the blade embedded in his chest, feeling his strength ebb away with each drop of blood. Shadow clone, he murmured weakly. When did you see me? In the moment you unleashed your earth pillar spear, a cold voice replied from behind him. It was Kenji Imai. I could not see you. I am not of the Uchiha clan. However, I could sense you. Did you believe that your initial ambush against me was mere fortune? I must admit, you played your part convincingly, but I can perceive your chakra. As the smoke completely dispersed, Kenji Imai stood behind the rock ninja, his blade driven deep into the latter's back. The blade pierced through, blood flowing profusely along its edge, a swift and merciless strike. Soon, Kenji forcefully withdrew the blade, and the rock ninja collapsed to the ground, crimson blood staining the bridge pier as Kenji seated himself. I'm utterly exhausted. I never anticipated encountering a camouflage user. Uchiha Kei must be seething with rage. Kenji mused humorously to himself. Had it been Uchiha Kei dealing with this foe, a mere performance would have sufficed to eliminate him. Not to mention, even Hinata Aya could easily handle it. The advantages of the ocular clans are indeed considerable. Taking a deep breath, Imai Kenta sought to calm his emotions. Although the recent battle was not particularly protracted, it nonetheless left him feeling fatigued, a weariness that stemmed from mental strain. However, he quickly rose to his feet, aware that his mission was far from over. Compared to the burdens faced by Minato Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha, his task was significantly less arduous. Yet it remained of utmost importance. Swiftly setting up the explosive tags, Imai Kenta prepared to ascend. Currently positioned beneath the bridge, he was unaware of the situation above, but he sensed that a fierce battle was still underway. The tremendous tremors and explosive sounds he had experienced while fighting that rock ninja hinted at the intensity of the conflict. He hoped fervently that Minato was safe. After all, how would he return without him? His concern was shared by Itachi Uchiha, who also wished for Minato's well-being. However, unlike Imai Kenta's apprehensions, Itachi remained devoid of any such thoughts, fully aware of Minato's formidable strength. Few ninjas could perform at a level comparable to that of a divine being during the Fourth Great Ninja War, and Minato was certainly one of them. Despite having faced significant setbacks at the hands of Uchiha Madara and Obito, it was likely that those two had since reached an even higher echelon of power. Had Minato not met his untimely demise, his innate talents might well have allowed him to rival Naruto in strength in the future. At this moment, Minato felt no pressure at all. Although the Five Tails had fully emerged, he managed to cope with the overwhelming speed with relative ease. Especially now that he had fully unleashed his abilities, Minato was generous with his chakra, launching a barrage of inventive techniques based on the Rasengan, each more perplexing than the last, yet he found them to be quite effective. The Five Tails before him was utterly incapable of mounting any serious counterattack. After all, this was not the land of fire, nor was it in close proximity to Konohagakure. The Five Tails was not one of the tailed beasts belonging to their village. Thus he felt no obligation to seal it. With no constraints on his actions, he unleashed his might, and the Five Tails was soon gasping for breath. If nothing unexpected occurred, this battle would soon reach its conclusion. Yet, he pondered the circumstances elsewhere. Minato silently mused. The recent vibrations from beneath the bridge indicated that foes were indeed lurking below, and he wondered how Itachi was faring. Taking on 4 rock ninjas alone could not be an easy feat. It seemed imperative for him to act swiftly. With this thought, Minato conjured another Rasengan, one significantly larger and more formidable than before. Itachi Uchiha, panting heavily, surveyed the 4 rock ninjas before him, realizing that he had indeed encountered worthy opponents. If faced in a one-on-one scenario, he could have dealt with them without much difficulty. But the current predicament was far more chaotic. Indeed, Itachi felt acutely overwhelmed. While the coordination among the four ninjas was not flawless, their teamwork was undeniably effective. The Shishui team truly exemplifies the trouble they have caused for Konoha in the Land of Grass. Their coordination is impeccable, and their tactics are specifically tailored to counter Uchiha Aki's Sharingan. One member consistently engages Uchiha Aki directly, while the other three launch stealthy assaults from the sides and behind. Regardless of how Uchiha Aki attempts to pivot or evade, they maintain their formation around him. The individual confronting him is persistently dedicated to restraining Uchiha Aki, not with the intent to eliminate him, but rather to prevent him from observing his surroundings. This relentless pressure indeed hinders Uchiha Aki, as the optimal strategy against the Uchiha clan is to overwhelm them with numbers, thereby negating the advantages of their Sharingan. What a troublesome adversary, Uchiha Aki mused. These individuals have truly taken shamelessness to an art form. Although such tactics are commonplace, they leave him feeling exceptionally perturbed. Were it not for the medicinal aid from the Akimichi clan that has restored his chakra, coupled with his extensive battlefield experience enabling him to sustain his vitality, Uchiha Aki would likely be incapacitated by now, not defeated by these four rock shinobi, but exhausted by his own limits. However, the effects of the Akimichi medicine have long since waned. While Uchiha Aki has yet to feel the full brunt of physical weakness, he is acutely aware that it is an eventuality. Once the medication's suppressive effects wear off or his chakra is entirely depleted, his fate will be sealed. Engaged in combat with these rock shinobi for several minutes, the wounds on Uchiha Aki's body are steadily increasing. It is impossible to remain unscathed when besieged by four formidable ninjas. Most critically, Uchiha Aki's muscles are now in considerable pain, although he can evade some weapon strikes. He cannot entirely escape the onslaught of fists and feet. His strength is formidable. Even against some jonin, he can hold his own or even prevail. Yet, his age limits his physical resilience. Despite relying on his Sharingan and keen speed to mitigate damage, the injuries he sustains are not trivial and do affect his combat effectiveness. Continuing down this path, Uchiha Aki realizes he may soon find himself in dire straits. Drawing a deep breath, his expression shifted to one of danger. Though he had long been prepared to invoke the powers of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he adhered to the principle of using it only as a last resort, awaiting the arrival of Minato Namikaze. Yet, Uchiha Aki now understands that such thoughts are unwise. While he can maintain high-intensity fighting for the time being, as a ninja, he recognizes that his situation might soon be discerned by these four rock shinobi. The wounds adorning his body serve as undeniable evidence. If they can inflict such minor injuries, it is not inconceivable that they could ultimately deliver a fatal blow if this persists. Uchiha Chi found himself in a state of hesitation, pondering whether to harness the abilities of his left eye or his right, as it seemed either power could easily handle the adversaries before him. However, he felt it prudent to refrain from experimenting with the capabilities of his double eyes, given the disastrous impression it left during his initial attempt. After all, this was not a moment of dire life-and-death urgency. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Chi raised the kunai in his hand to fend off a surprise attack from a rock ninja behind him. Yet, in the next instant, his expression shifted to one of alarm. Unbeknownst to him, another rock ninja had taken advantage of his momentary distraction and launched a powerful kick at him. The impact jolted him from behind, overwhelming him with such force that it felt as if his very organs were about to be expelled. Uchiha Chi was sent flying backward, but in a desperate maneuver, he managed to brace himself with one hand against the ground, narrowly evading several incoming kunai. Such coordinated assaults were not new to him. He had faced them countless times before. Uchiha Chi landed firmly on the ground, forcing down the blood that surged in his throat. His face flushed red before quickly paling. He bowed his head, gasping for breath for a moment. "You are indeed formidable," one of the rock ninjas remarked suddenly. "To withstand the four of us for so long at your age is a testament to your lineage from the Uchiha clan. We will study your corpse thoroughly. Eliminate him." "Yes." The remaining three rock ninjas shouted in unison, dispersing and launching themselves toward Uchiha Chi from different angles, encircling him once more and leaving him no avenue for escape. At that moment, a cold smirk appeared on Uchiha Chi's face. He abruptly lifted his previously bowed head and fixed a chilling gaze upon the advancing rock ninjas, his blood-red eyes revealing a triangular-shaped design that began to rotate slowly. "Is that all you have?" Activating his Mangekyo Sharingan once more, Uchiha Chi experienced an unprecedented sensation, one of ultimate control over his own body. Although he could not increase his speed, he felt his coordination improve dramatically. Had he employed this eye from the outset, he surmised he would not have been struck so many times by their blows. However, he also sensed his chakra draining at an alarming rate, akin to a flood unleashed from a dam, flowing several times faster than when he used his three-tomo Sharingan. Time leap. Though he could withstand this rapid depletion, it was unsustainable. With this realization, Uchiha Kei immediately activated his ocular technique. In an instant, he felt his speed accelerate further. As the fastest rock ninja aimed to slash down with his kunai, Uchiha Kei seized his arm with astonishing speed. With a slight twist of his right hand, he disarmed the ninja, causing the kunai to fall. Uchiha Kei deftly caught the falling weapon midair and, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, drove the kunai into the ninja's heart. With a sudden pivot, Uchiha Kei's enigmatic triangular-shaped Sharingan began to rotate slightly, causing the second rock ninja to freeze in place. The kaleidoscopic genjutsu was far beyond the capabilities of a mere three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Kei harbored no compassion. His body adjusted once more as he seized the third rock ninja, who was armed with a kunai. With a powerful twist of his right hand, the rock ninja's body contorted, and the kunai he held punctured the chest of the second rock ninja with unerring precision. Realizing the dire situation, the third rock ninja was met with Uchiha Kei swiftly drawing a kunai across his throat. In rapid succession, he had dispatched 3 rock ninjas. Yet Uchiha Kei felt a slight throbbing in his left eye, a common consequence as long as it did not lead to hemorrhaging. Unfortunately, he noted that his chakra was depleting at an alarming rate. The utilization of this ocular technique accelerated the loss, and even the peculiar substance within his eye began to diminish slowly. However, now was not the time to dwell on such concerns. With a swift release, the kunai shot forth from his hand as he dashed forward. In the instant the kunai struck the last rock ninja, he gripped the ninja's throat tightly. "Do you wish to dance as well?" Uchiha Kei's right hand constricted around the ninja's neck, accompanied by a deafening explosion and the tremors of the ground. With a forceful twist and pull, blood began to trickle from the last rock ninja's mouth. Uchiha Kei opened his eyes, and the surrounding scenery gradually transitioned from a blur to clarity. The light here was dim, the temperature cool, and the humidity in the air was palpable. The rocky walls around him were not smooth, presenting an oval shape. It was evident he was within a cave. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Kei felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, despite the discomfort that enveloped his body. He had finally completed that cursed mission and successfully returned to the stronghold of Konoha. Rubbing his left eye, which still throbbed slightly, he noted that his vision did not appear to be adversely affected. It was to be expected, after only a few uses. It would be foolish for him to go blind. How could Uchiha Madara possibly have battled Senju Hashirama for so long before attaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? As long as one did not recklessly overuse various ocular techniques like Uchiha Sasuke in his haste to adapt, blindness would not come so easily. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke had sufficient preparation. Rather, Uchiha Obito had ensured adequate readiness, leaving them unconcerned about the prospect of Sasuke losing his sight. Nevertheless, it must be said that Uchiha Sasuke's growth through such methods was indeed rapid, with his mastery of Susanoo advancing at an astonishing pace. Still, it was this tranquil existence that provided Uchiha Kei with true solace. As the swelling in his left eye subsided, he released his grip. Though the environment was far from ideal, being a cave, Uchiha Kei understood he was safe. This sense of security enveloped him with comfort, marking the most at ease he had felt since entering the battlefield 2 weeks prior. It is truly difficult to fathom that just yesterday, Uchiha Akira was engaged in a fierce battle against the rock shinobi. Just yesterday, Uchiha Akira harnessed the power of his left eye, the leap of time, propelling his speed to an astonishing level. With this ability, he effortlessly dispatched the 4 rock shinobi. In a state of accelerated time, Uchiha Akira understood that he had effectively separated his temporal flow from that of his adversaries, who remained ensnared in the normal flow of time. This disparity allowed his speed to surpass that of those bound by conventional time, yet he was cautious not to exceed a certain velocity. He recognized that pushing himself too fast could jeopardize both his physical form and his vision. The rapid depletion of chakra coupled with the swift exhaustion of his ocular power could render him utterly incapacitated in battle. Thus, while he maintained a measured pace, he still suffered from eye strain and significant chakra depletion once the combat concluded. The effects of the Akimichi clan's medicine had waned, and the rapid consumption of chakra, compounded by the accumulation of fatigue over time, resulted in considerable discomfort. Uchiha Akira shifted his body slightly, and immediately felt a wave of soreness envelop him, prompting a reluctance to move further. The four rock shinobi were indeed formidable, particularly in their coordinated efforts, which posed a considerable challenge for him. Had it not been for the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Akira might have been forced to revert to his previous tactics of retreat. Although the three-tomo Sharingan was powerful, it proved insufficient for the task at hand. Fortunately, Uchiha Akira was no longer the individual he once was, despite the negative repercussions of utilizing the Mangekyo's techniques. These consequences paled in comparison to his instinct for survival. Moreover, this encounter afforded him newfound insights into the leap of time technique, particularly its effects on his own state, which he deemed worthy of documentation and further exploration. Thus far, Uchiha Akira had employed both the leap of time and the reversal of time techniques, two diametrically opposed ocular arts that provided him with profound reflections and inspiration. If he could refine his control to a greater degree, he mused, he could execute a kunai throw while simultaneously activating the leap of time upon the weapon, thereby rendering his ambush nearly undetectable to his foes. Conversely, if he activated the reversal of time in the instant an adversary sought to ambush him, he could effortlessly counter their assault. Most crucially, such strategies seemed to promise a more efficient and less laborious approach. Indeed, the art of combat for a ninja necessitates time and energy conservation, for one can never predict what challenges lie ahead. For Uchiha Akira, conserving energy was of paramount importance. This method of application would better preserve both chakra and ocular power, as sustaining a technique on a single individual for an extended duration vastly differed from applying it briefly to an object or an enemy. Experience necessitates both practice and reflection. Uchiha Kei has already suffered a minor setback. Should he encounter those four IWA ninjas again, he would undoubtedly avoid such a dire predicament. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly heard the crisp sound of footsteps approaching him. Almost instinctively, he drew a kunai and warily gazed towards the entrance of the cave. However, it was not long before a smile crept across his face. Indeed, prolonged exposure to the battlefield often yields numerous aftereffects, and overreacting is evidently one of them. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kei did not perceive this as a flaw. Maintaining constant vigilance is an essential quality for any ninja, whether in times of war or peace. Keikuin, you're awake? Minato Namikaze entered, observing Uchiha Kei slowly sheathing his kunai. He chuckled softly. There's no need to be tense. We are safe now. It seems you've managed to rest quite well. Hello, Captain Minato, Uchiha Kei replied, shaking his head after securing his weapon. I still feel a bit sore all over, but fortunately, it's nothing serious. However, I fear I won't be of much help in battle. There is no need for combat any longer, Keikuin, Minato said, settling into a nearby spot. The orders have already been sent from above. You are to return to the village. Back to Konoha? Uchiha Kei nodded, though surprised. It was well within the realm of his understanding. Having displayed his Sharingan with 3 tomo, it was unlikely that even the third Hokage and his council could remain unperturbed, let alone the Uchiha clan itself. During wartime, despite myriad conflicts, the Uchiha and Konoha would behave with a certain decorum. Neither side dared to provoke the other excessively. Consequently, Uchiha Kei, now possessing the 3 tomo, could not remain on the most perilous battlefield. Even if several Uchiha ninjas were dispatched, they would assuredly retrieve him home. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Kei nodded. He was indeed willing to leave the battlefield, as he required time to recuperate, particularly regarding his Mangekyo Sharingan. He truly needed to meticulously document his thoughts. Uchiha Kei conversed with Minato for quite some time, discerning that Minato harbored a friendly disposition towards him. This realization brought a sense of joy to Uchiha Kei's heart. Although Minato had governed for less than a year before his untimely demise, perhaps during his remaining time, Uchiha Kei might still acquire certain advantages. Uchiha Kei contemplated his future path, for regardless of his desires, he had become a member of this clan in this world. Figures such as Danzo and the third Hokage were hardly paragons of virtue. Both were insidious and duplicitous. The only distinction was that Danzo openly displayed his treachery, claiming that all his actions were for the sake of Konoha, while the third Hokage, with feigned benevolence, exhibited the grace and compassion of a Hokage. Yet it was the ninja clans of Konoha that likely understood his true nature best. The two individuals undeniably managed the Hidden Leaf Village exceptionally well during their tenure. However, as they aged, the once resplendent tree of Konoha inevitably began to rot from within. Power acts as the finest catalyst. While their paths may not diverge entirely, a certain dissonance has undoubtedly emerged between them. Nevertheless, there exist certain matters on which their perspectives align unequivocally. The transformation of the fourth Hokage into a mere puppet was the third Hokage's masterstroke. Had he not harbored such ambitions, he would not have assumed leadership following the fourth's demise without reopening the Hokage selection process. In his eyes, he must surely consider himself the most suitable Hokage. Although the specter of Danzo may pose an obstacle, one must not forget the trust-based voting among the Jonin. Danzo's highest achievement thus far has merely been acting Hokage. Speaking of Danzo, he is undoubtedly a man consumed by self-interest. His infiltration of the Umbu and control over Root make his intentions all too clear. The Umbu represents the most intricate division within Konoha's ranks, shrouded in mystery and formidable in combat prowess, excelling in both assassination and protection, a force that only the Hokage can command. Rest well, soon you shall return, along with your team. It is because of you that the nature of the ongoing war has become increasingly apparent. Minato Namikaze, unaware of Uchiha Keyoshi's thoughts, smiled at him before rising to depart. Turning back, Uchiha Keiyoshi shook his head, disinterested in dwelling on such matters. Observing Minato's retreating figure, he could only wish him good fortune. There is no denying Minato's formidable strength. This is an irrefutable fact. Uchiha Keiyoshi vividly recalls the scene he witnessed after defeating 4 rock shinobi. The terrifyingly immense Rasengan, each radiating an ominous aura, rained down, culminating in a cacophony of explosions and the anguished cries of the 5 tails. Only then did the battle reach its true conclusion. Uchiha Keiyoshi cannot forget the moment he found himself in awe, realizing that he had miraculously snatched a second chance at life from Minato's hands. It is no wonder that Uchiha Obito, during his assault on Konoha, was decisively thwarted by Minato. Although Obito lost an eye, his mastery over the Sharingan and the Mangekyo Sharingan far surpasses Uchiha Keiyoshi's current capabilities. Nevertheless, Keiyoshi mused that had he possessed Obito's level of skill, his odds against Minato would have been significantly greater. You employ your Flying Thunder God technique. The instant you emerge, I shall activate my time stop and swiftly sever your neck, Uchiha Keiyoshi contemplated. As for the fate of his eyes post-usage, he remained uncertain. Yet he was certain that he possessed a means to overcome Minato. Reclining on the stone bed, Uchiha Keiyoshi relaxed his mind. Suddenly recalling a pertinent thought, he seemed to have underestimated Imai Kenta. Despite having always regarded Imai as a formidable figure, he now realized that he had still misjudged him. As a fellow rock shinobi guarding the Great Bridge, Imai could not possibly be a mere triviality. However, when Uchiha Kei encountered Imai Kenta yesterday, he discovered that although the latter bore some scratches and had expended considerable chakra, he had nevertheless completed the mission and returned alive. This could only signify one thing. He had triumphed over the rock ninja concealed beneath the bridge, perhaps even vanquished him, thus successfully fulfilling his task. Indeed, this individual was no ordinary foe. In contrast, Hinata Aya fared rather poorly. Uchiha Kei stroked his chin, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that this woman acted with intent? At that moment, Kakashi was gravely injured. And as both a teammate of Kakashi and one to assess the severity of injuries, Yamanaka Rin would naturally prioritize attending to Kakashi. Thus, Hinata Aya, Uchiha Kei had previously felt a twinge of envy towards her plight, but upon reflection, he began to suspect that perhaps Hinata Aya had indeed acted with malice. As a woman who had survived numerous battles, it was highly improbable that she would be easily subdued by a rock ninja jonin, especially given her lineage as a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan. Hinata Aya harbored a deep-seated disdain for herself, a fact well understood by Uchiha Kei. This resentment stemmed not only from the clan's ocular techniques or the manifestation of their bloodline limits, but also from the realization that they were fundamentally similar in nature. Uchiha Kei dismissed her dislike. After all, it was only natural for someone of her caliber to be discontented with him as her captain, a person she perceived as lacking in strength. Moreover, the historical enmity between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans undoubtedly exacerbated her discontent. Even if Uchiha Kei could stealthily eliminate some rock ninja jonin, such feats were contingent on surprise and the opponent's unpreparedness. Hinata Aya likely believed that her clan's formidable defenses would easily allow her to subdue Uchiha Kei. However, everything changed once Uchiha Kei activated his Sharingan. In light of having offended Uchiha Kei, coupled with the perilous nature of their mission, the possibility of her intentionally injuring herself skyrocketed. This thought left Uchiha Kei both amused and exasperated. Was he truly destined to eliminate her on the battlefield of Kannabi, or perhaps to turn against his own teammate within the village? Such actions were not in his character, and despite her disdain, he had no intention of marking his forehead protector in defiance. As for the mission itself, Uchiha Kei was unlikely to take drastic measures, for the value of her abilities in countering ninjutsu and combat was far greater than the consequences of her demise at his hands. Now, this woman was on her way back to Kannabi, presumably alongside Kakashi. She likely had not anticipated that she and Imai Kento would be returning as well. Uchiha Kei felt a sense of anticipation regarding her expression when they next met. He thought, not without a hint of malice, I truly underestimated you. Not just you, but even Imai Kento. Yet, I shall remember both of you. Uchiha Kei's return to Kannabi did not stir much commotion. On the front lines of the Land of Grass, the exploits of Uchiha Kei and his companions had long since spread, and nearly all the participating ninjas from Kannabi were well aware of just how formidable this young boy truly was. Their mission remained shrouded in secrecy. However, as the conflict stabilized, these leaf ninjas became acutely aware that their task was essentially a perilous venture into enemy territory. Yet, despite the grave nature of such an assignment, Uchiha Akira and his young squad displayed remarkable ingenuity, managing to rescue at least 15 leaf captives. Furthermore, in the face of casualties within Minato's team, they stepped up as substitute members, collectively accomplishing a mission that could potentially end the war. Moreover, the exploits of Uchiha Akira and his companions were nothing short of extraordinary. Through Akira's strategic acumen, a contingent of leaf ninjas unexpectedly emerged behind the rock ninja lines, sowing discord among their ranks and undermining the morale of the frontline troops. Subsequently, Akira and his team launched a surprise assault on the defenses established by the rock ninjas, effectively decimating the squad led by the third Tsuchikage's son, Kori. While it was ultimately Minato's intervention that secured their safety, it was evident that these youngsters possessed formidable prowess. In the end, even with only 3 members remaining, Uchiha Akira and his team successfully completed their mission. Minato triumphed and captured the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, hastening the conclusion of the war, while the civilian ninja, Kentai Imai, astoundingly obliterated the Kannabi Bridge. Akira's feats were even more remarkable. He eliminated a member of the Rock Ninjas Demolition Squad, then, encircled by the Shurshui team, dispatched them all in a spectacular display of skill. Though Akira appeared rather exhausted upon being retrieved by Minato, no one dared to mock him. Countless leaf ninjas had suffered at the hands of the rock ninjas he had slain. Both the Demolition Squad Shika and the Shurshui team bore the stain of leaf blood on their hands, some possibly belonging to their own friends and comrades. Akira's vengeance against those rock ninjas not only avenged his fallen allies, but also instilled a sense of gratitude within the leaf ninjas. Their relief at the prospect of Akira returning to the leaf was palpable. Such a talent had already achieved so much on the battlefield. The remainder could be managed by others. It must be said, the ordinary ninjas were rather endearing. The decay lay only within the core of the leaf, while its facade remained resplendent. Yet, this facade proved even more dangerous. After a few days of well-deserved rest on a stone bed, Uchiha Akira finally felt ready to move about again. Following a fortnight of relentless travel and ceaseless combat, compounded by numerous soldier pills and the medicinal concoctions from the Akimichi clan, his body had reached its limits. Even after a few days of proper rest, Akira was cognizant that he had not fully recuperated. He required at least another week of rest and rehabilitation to regain his pre-mission condition. However, that was of little concern now, as Akira no longer needed to fight on the battlefield. He would be returning to the leaf the following day. Thus, even though the medical ninjas on the battlefield did not wish for Uchiha Haru to stir up trouble, they were helpless against his persistent annoyance. He was confined to limited movement within the encampment, rendering any thoughts of training or combat frivolous. As he made his way through, countless leaf ninjas greeted him. And although Uchiha Haru felt indifferent towards such gestures, he maintained a smile and responded to each one. Despite his inner apathy, it is a fundamental courtesy to acknowledge those who extend goodwill with a smile. This fosters a sense of recognition in others, making future requests or favors considerably easier. The conduct of these leaf ninjas was commendable. Most hailed from humble backgrounds, their thoughts simple and sincere, making it essential to cultivate amicable relations with them. As he continued his stroll, Uchiha Haru unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, Yamanaka Masato. At that moment, Masato was not clad in battle attire, but rather swathed in bandages, suggesting he had sustained severe injuries. Uchiha Haru had initially assumed that Masato had perished, otherwise, during their breakout from the Rock Ninja defenses against the Yellow Earth Squad. He would have been engaged in distracting some of the Rock Ninjas nearby, rather than leaving Uchiha Haru and his team to resolve the issue with shadow clones. However, it appeared that he was indeed alive, albeit in a rather dire condition. "Yamanaka-san, it has been a while," Uchiha Haru remarked as he approached to greet him. "Oh, it's you, Haru-kun," Yamanaka Masato exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, but his face soon brightened with a smile. "Well done. I heard you took out the team of Ishimizu Sho. Truly impressive." "You're too kind," Uchiha Haru replied modestly, shaking his head, his demeanor devoid of arrogance. The Ishimizu Sho squad had garnered a notable reputation on the battlefield of the Land of Grass, having claimed numerous leaf ninjas as their victims. Their team of 4, operating in perfect harmony, excelled in both offense and defense, each member a formidable jonin, having existed as long as the conflict between leaf and rock ninjas. Unfortunately, they had encountered the Uchiha Haru, who had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, catching them off guard and leading to their swift demise. "Yamanaka-san, what happened to you?" Uchiha Haru inquired, reluctant to dwell on the details of that ill-fated squad. The injuries sustained by those individuals were too grievous to contemplate, and Uchiha Haru had not had the opportunity to erase their remains before exhaustion overtook him. Fortunately, their bodies were likely taken by the rock ninjas. "I was surrounded," Yamanaka Masato replied nonchalantly, glancing at his bandaged form. "Just call me Masato, please. I fractured a few ribs and sustained some fractures in my limbs, but thankfully, I made it back alive. It's a pity about the others." Uchiha Haru fell silent, realizing that the decoy squad had likely perished in the Land of Grass. He still remembered the jonin named Kageyama Kosuka, who had been inspired by the will of fire. He wondered if he regretted his choices. However, whether others regret their choices or not, Uchiha Kei is unaware. He only knows that his decision was indeed correct. Even with numerous jonin and chunin undertaking the mission together, the outcome revealed that only one person returned, severely injured. One can only imagine that had Uchiha Kei remained there, his fate might have been equally grim, perhaps buried in some nameless forest. Although he allowed others to take his place in peril, he does not harbor any regrets. Life is filled with dreams, and each person possesses their own unique brilliance. After several days, Uchiha Kei finally returned to Konoha alongside a group of wounded comrades. Gazing at the familiar gates of Konoha and the 3 statues standing resolutely on Hokage Rock, he was overwhelmed with emotion. At last, he had returned. At last, he was alive. This sentiment was not exclusive to Uchiha Kei. His fellow injured shinobi shared the same profound feelings. The desire to survive is not merely a thought held by Uchiha Kei. It resonates deeply with all who tread the battlefield. Although such thoughts may not be conducive to combat, they represent the most profound hidden desires within each individual, which resurface once safety is assured. Perhaps due to their status as a non-victorious faction, no one came to welcome them. Uchiha Kei paid little mind to this. However, as he bid farewell to Nara Shajin and prepared to head towards the Uchiha clan's territory, he suddenly noticed several ninjas clad in Uchiha attire approaching him. Some among them were familiar faces, yet he had no real connection with them, for they were not of the same ilk. Within the clan, these individuals belonged to the category deemed worthy of cultivation or those who need not face the battlefield. They served the clan elders or were members of the Konoha Guard. In simple terms, they epitomized typical Uchiha clan members who would generally look down upon someone like Uchiha Kei, as he did not even possess the Sharingan. However, in this moment, things were different. News from the front lines had transformed Uchiha Kei, the once marginal figure, into one who now wielded the Sharingan, complete with its 3 tomo. "It appears you have gained the clan's recognition," Nara Shajin remarked upon seeing the Uchiha members, smiling at Uchiha Kei. "I shall not disturb you any longer. I must return. Thank you for rescuing me. You've already expressed your gratitude numerous times along the way." Shajin, Uchiha Kei smiled. "Be sure to return home quickly. Your injuries are far more severe than mine. Indeed, next time we meet, I might just call you Jonin Ki, Nara Shajin teased, waving goodbye before turning to depart. Uchiha Kei watched him leave with a smile, but as Shajin gradually walked away, the smile faded from his face. Nara Shajin belonged to the Nara clan, and while the specifics of his relationship with Nara Hei remained unknown, he undeniably embodied the qualities of a competent ninja from a prestigious family. Building a good rapport with such ninjas undoubtedly bears its advantages. However, with the departure of the other party, Uchiha Kei no longer felt the need to maintain that smile. He was not Imai Kenta, after all. Furthermore, the presence of an irksome individual had arrived, and Uchiha Kei held a certain disdain for these members of the Uchiha clan, or rather, those who served the clan elders. Each family is a labyrinth of complexities. Even within the clearly defined branches and main families of the Hyuga clan, internal strife is ever present. In the past, Hyuga Hayashi faced considerable pressure from the clan's elders regarding the issue of Hyuga Hinata, yet his most formidable challenges originated from the third Hokage. The Uchiha clan is also rife with differing factions, where the clan elders and the clan leader may not always align. Otherwise, the clan leader would not have ventured into battle while these individuals remained behind. It is plausible that Uchiha Fugaku wished to cultivate Itachi, but there may be underlying motives at play, such as control over the Konoha Guard. This particular power, while a catalyst for the deteriorating relationship between the Uchiha clan and the residents of Konoha, is also a force capable of corrupting the soul. Welcome back, Uchiha Kei. A female member of the Uchiha clan greeted him with a formal smile as he rejoined his team. Uchiha Kei recognized her as Uchiha Jun, a strikingly beautiful woman with considerable influence within the clan. Ah, greetings, Uchiha Kei replied, nodding with a calm demeanor, his tone neither cold nor warm. Uchiha Jun paid no heed to Kei's attitude and continued to smile. Welcome back, and congratulations on your achievements at the front lines. However, as you are aware, we have received intelligence indicating that you have awakened your Sharingan, and we wish to verify this. Indeed, Kei nodded, a cold smile playing in his mind. It was evident that their interest lay solely in the Sharingan. This clan regarded that pair of eyes as paramount, equating them with power, even if unspoken. The underlying thoughts of the clan members, particularly those of considerable strength, could be sensed. Thus, any young member like Uchiha Kei who had awakened the Sharingan was deemed worthy of their attention. Yet, before anything else, one matter needed confirmation: the grade of his Sharingan. According to the reports, Uchiha Kei had awakened a 3-tomo Sharingan, a phenomenon unprecedented in the clan's history. Uchiha Kei was acutely aware that his eyes were not as extraordinary as they appeared. He was not a misguided chosen one like Uchiha Obito. If it were possible, he would gladly conceal the 3-tomo and present merely 2 or even 1, but the reality was that he could not. Otherwise, he would have long since unleashed his Sharingan recklessly. However, circumstances had changed. If they wished to see, then he would oblige. For what they would witness was merely a facade obscuring the truth that Uchiha Kei concealed. With his eyes tightly shut, he opened them the next moment, revealing a pair of crimson orbs, 3 dark tomos swirling slowly around his pupils. The 3-tomo Sharingan represents the pinnacle of the ordinary Sharingan. Upon witnessing this pair of eyes, the expressions of those who had come to greet Uchiha Kei subtly shifted, revealing emotions of both envy and jealousy, regardless of how well they masked them. Even if they attempted to conceal their feelings, they could not hide their reactions from Uchiha Kei's gaze, which only deepened his internal smirk. It was likely that few among them had evolved their eyes to such a degree. Moreover, this was not even the limit of Uchiha Kei's potential. Nevertheless, this stage was more than sufficient. Uchiha Kei clearly observed Uchiha Jun's countenance grow solemn, though she soon adorned a more radiant smile. Shaking his head, Uchiha Kei closed his Sharingan and silently regarded the group before him. Indeed, Kikuin is truly a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jun remarked with a brilliant smile. I believe both the clan leader and the elders would be exceedingly pleased to witness a talent of your age, poised to invigorate the future of the Uchiha clan. Prodigy? Uchiha Kei's expression remained unperturbed. I am well aware of my capabilities, and I am quite fatigued. I do not wish to engage in idle chatter with you. If you have something to convey, please be swift. Are you able to bear the pride of a prodigy? We are here to welcome you home. Have I returned already? In the office of the third Hokage, the third Hokage set down the document in his hand, took a deep puff from his pipe, closed his eyes to ponder for a moment, and then opened them again, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. To be fair, the third Hokage was profoundly astonished. He never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary Uchiha child would exhibit such brilliance. Had he not possessed great confidence in Konoha's mission assessments and intelligence system, and had he not been convinced of the integrity of the individual who submitted this information, he might have dismissed it as fabrication. Kakashi Hatake was undoubtedly a source of endless surprises, yet in comparison to this Uchiha child, he appeared relatively mundane. The most striking aspect was that this boy had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan right from the outset, a phenomenon that, not only would the Uchiha clan find unprecedented, but even he, who had nearly witnessed the entirety of Konoha's development, had never encountered. As for how far this boy would ultimately progress, the third Hokage was uncertain. He had other matters to contend with, notably Kakashi. The Uchiha clan truly exhibited eccentricities. Aside from Uchiha Kei, another child had also awakened, namely Uchiha Obito, Kakashi's teammate. This child perished shortly after awakening, a development that the third Hokage deemed an unfortunate reality. While such perilous thoughts were unacceptable during wartime, as every ninja was a vital force in safeguarding Konoha, there were underlying issues to consider. Yet, if he had to die, why bestow his eyes upon Kakashi? Was it a gift to commemorate Kakashi's promotion to Jonin? If so, does that imply that every Uchiha clan member could offer a gift to every Konoha ninja who ascended to Jonin? Naruto Uzumaki, the disciple of Jiraiya, surprisingly acquiesced in this matter, which left the third Hokage in a state of considerable distress. Although he believed this approach to be sound, the Uchiha clan was unlikely to relent easily. The confluence of these vexing issues was indeed a source of great agitation for the third Hokage. Otherwise, he would not have hastily assigned Jiraiya to the battlefield in the Land of Grass. This once naive disciple had now matured to a commendable stature. It was hoped that the Uchiha clan would refrain from causing further turmoil. The third Hokage, biting his pipe and adjusting his conical hat, mused that the war was nearing its conclusion. The responsibility of negotiating with the Rock Ninja should pose little difficulty for Jiraiya and Naruto. However, the mere thought of Orochimaru, another of his disciples, heightened his agitation. Even the promising reports from the battlefield in the Land of Grass failed to enliven his spirits. Orochimaru had recently become quite restless, and the continuous emergence of troubling matters had begun to exert pressure on the third Hokage. It appeared that his disciple had indeed undergone a significant transformation, one that rendered him nearly inscrutable, necessitating a degree of caution from the Hokage himself, which was undeniably tragic. Was it Danzo's influence, or perhaps something else? He fervently wished that no chaos would arise prematurely. Just as the third Hokage grappled with these concerns, Uchiha Itachi returned to the Uchiha clan. Throughout their journey, Uchiha Shun incessantly engaged Itachi in conversation, and Itachi reciprocated as best as he could. He was acutely aware of his position and, to speak candidly, he indeed required the resources of the Uchiha clan. Although he held a disdainful view of those around him, he exercised patience and conversed extensively. Upon their arrival at the Uchiha estate, the individuals who received them expressed their intent to take their leave, clearly intending to report their findings. Were they attempting to gauge my stance? After they departed, Uchiha Itachi shook his head, dismissing their presence. Their inquiries were rather insipid. Yet through them, Itachi gleaned their underlying intentions, subtly suggesting certain internal clan matters and promising some corresponding benefits. Itachi merely nodded in acknowledgement, conveying his understanding. Yet he refrained from making any definitive statements, for such matters were inevitable. Itachi felt compelled to exhibit a degree of resentment and pride to allay their concerns, and the ultimate decision of whose subordinate to become was of little consequence. After all, having just emerged from the battlefield and accomplished a perilous mission, it was only natural to harbor some discontent. Moreover, reaching the level of the three-tomo Sharingan at such a young age would indeed be peculiar without a modicum of pride. Uchiha Itachi abhorred superficial exchanges. However, in the absence of a clear vision for his future, he found himself compelled to navigate these waters. The family represented another battlefield, one that was scarcely safer than the external conflicts. Countless individuals who had distinguished themselves on the battlefield had ultimately fallen victim to the internecine strife within their own clans and nations. Walking alone along a familiar path, Uchiha Kei followed the trail of his memories back to his home. The abode of Uchiha Kei was neither grand nor humble, merely a modest residence suitable for 3 inhabitants. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of his parents in this lifetime. Uchiha Kei did not arrive in this world as a celebrated member of the clan, destined for glory. Rather, his relationship with his parents was strikingly ordinary, making it challenging for him to cultivate any profound emotional bond. "Welcome back, Kaikuin," exclaimed his mother, Uchiha Ryoko, her face lighting up with a smile as she rose to greet him. "Ah, I'm back," Uchiha Kei replied with a nod, his gaze flitting over the excited woman and the calm man seated in the living room, whose eyes betrayed a hint of suppressed emotion. Uchiha Kei's father, Uchiha Kei, had once been a chunin but suffered injuries during the Second Shinobi World War, effectively ending his ninja career. Thus, Uchiha Kei could no longer be considered a true ninja. He now relied on the clan's resources and connections to engage in business ventures to sustain the household. He was a quiet, reserved man, perhaps burdened by the imbalance within himself since the demise of his ninja aspirations. Nevertheless, he treated Uchiha Kei with kindness, laying the foundation for his son's skills, albeit limited by his own chunin-level prowess and perspective. Uchiha Kei felt gratitude for his father's teachings, which had proven invaluable when he first stepped onto the battlefield. Uchiha Kei's mother was a civilian employee within the Konoha Guard, possessing strength akin to a genin, and spent her days documenting trivial matters, existing on the fringes of advancement. "You're still as aloof as ever. Your temperament is truly difficult," Uchiha Ryoko remarked, accustomed to her son's distant demeanor. "I heard you were injured. Are you all right? Should we visit a hospital?" "I'm fine. I just need to rest." Uchiha Kei shook his head in response. Alas, it seemed that his parents were among the few in the Uchiha clan who prioritized his well-being over their own Sharingan. However, Uchiha Kei found it difficult to adjust to their roles, from birth until now, returning to Konoha for a few days of rest. He soon began to venture into the forest he had trained in, citing the need for practice. Uchiha Ryoko had strong reservations about this. Uchiha Kei, typically quiet and well-behaved, exhibited a dynamic that felt less like that of a parent and child. Initially, both Ryoko and Keisuke struggled to adapt, but after many years, they had grown accustomed to it. Their only recourse was to pour their love into this child, for they had few other options. While they were pleased that Uchiha Kei had gained recognition on the battlefield and awakened his Sharingan, particularly the 3-tomo variant, their primary concern remained his physical condition. However, as a father, Uchiha Keisuke is considerably more composed than Uchiha Ryoko. Uchiha Itachi has been on the battlefield for 6 years, and it is evident that Keisuke trusts Itachi's judgment. After all, regardless of a ninja's prowess, their physical health is paramount. He himself is a testament to this truth. Uchiha Itachi made his way toward the forest where he often trained, uncertain if he was being watched. It is clear that Itachi can no longer be considered a mere marginal figure. Lacking the reconnaissance abilities of Jinai Kenta and Hyuga Aya, Itachi reluctantly decided to forego visiting the place where he stored his records and instead focused on training and experimenting with other techniques. For instance, the Chidori entrusted to him by Kakashi, a scroll encompassing various ninjutsu, as well as Kakashi's insights, has yet to be thoroughly examined by Itachi. Innately skilled with fire chakra, Itachi embodies the characteristics typical of the Uchiha clan, whereas his proficiency with lightning chakra remains uncertain. Nevertheless, a ninja's inherent chakra affinity does not dictate their lifelong capabilities. Other chakra types can certainly be cultivated through diligent practice and refinement. Itachi vaguely recalls whether Uchiha Sasuke's lightning affinity was innate or acquired. Yet he distinctly remembers the numerous feats Sasuke accomplished using the lightning-based Chidori. The Chidori, far from being a simplistic technique, combines both chakra nature transformation and form alteration, rendering it a comprehensive ninjutsu. Intriguingly, this technique serves as a foundation from which Uchiha Sasuke has developed numerous variations, such as Chidori Stream, Chidori Blade, Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Thousand Birds, and Kirin, making it comparable to the Rasengan in many respects. Indeed, the similarity in the techniques produced by master and disciple is remarkable, a thought that crossed Itachi's mind after reviewing Kakashi's materials. The Rasengan, while undeniably formidable, can also be regarded as a rudimentary technique. Its sheer power is undeniable, yet its adaptability far surpasses that of the Chidori, and certainly spans realms beyond it. This may be linked to the path chosen by Naruto Uzumaki. Yet the foundational nature of these two techniques dictates their future evolution. The Rasengan is a ninjutsu devoid of chakra affinity, akin to a blank canvas. capable of producing varied effects based on different chakra types. In contrast, the Chidori has a defined nature. However, when compared to the Rasengan, the Chidori is indeed more suited to the Uchiha clan. Itachi is not greedy. What is most suitable for him is the best choice. It is evident that the Chidori not only aligns with his capabilities, but also complements his Sharingan. With this in mind, Itachi resolutely commenced his training in this technique. The art of ninjutsu was not particularly challenging for Uchiha Kei, as he had already documented Kakashi's hand seals and chakra flow through his Sharingan during their joint missions. Uchiha Kei was not a paragon of virtue. After all, he had deceitfully claimed ignorance of his replication of Kenji Imai's swordsmanship. Thus, it was implausible that he would overlook Kakashi's ninjutsu, especially when lacking such a pivotal technique, which he would never allow himself to miss. However, despite his ability to copy, Uchiha Kei found himself in an awkward position, unable to utilize what he had learned, a predicament involving far too many complexities. And he lacked the time to resolve them on the battlefield. Had he acquired the scroll earlier, he could have practiced diligently, rather than taking his time now. This was indeed a source of frustration for him. Mastering and practicing ninjutsu was an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor, with Uchiha Kei dedicating most of his efforts to harnessing lightning attribute chakra and its transformation. In the original narrative, it took Sasuke several days to achieve this milestone, and Uchiha Kei humbly believed his talent did not measure up to that of this yet-to-be-born prodigy, prompting a lack of urgency on his part. Should he encounter a significant obstacle, a visit to the Konoha hospital would suffice, especially since Kakashi was still recuperating there. As days elapsed, encouraging news from the front lines continued to arrive, which Uchiha Kei had anticipated. Having obliterated the Kannabi Bridge, the supply and reinforcement lines were severed. Leaving his nation to contend with a horde of lunatics, the rock ninjas of the Land of Grass were already akin to lost souls. What puzzled Uchiha Kei was the absence of any further disturbances from Uchiha Jun and his companions since their last visit, as if he were invisible to them. Nevertheless, this suited him well, for he had never held a fondness for them. Their silence meant he would not seek them out either, at least for now. Uchiha Kei's current objective was to master the Chidori, a technique that would provide him with a decisive advantage in critical moments. Although Uchiha Ryoko expressed her dissatisfaction with his training regimen, she refrained from voicing further complaints. Each night, she diligently applied ointment to his right hand, aiding his recovery. After a fortnight of rigorous training and practice, Uchiha Kei gradually unraveled the complexities of lightning attribute chakra and its transformation, for which he owed a debt of gratitude to the materials provided by Kakashi, facilitating his progress. As Uchiha Kei performed the hand seals, arcs of electricity danced across his right hand, intensifying in number and causing him to frown, as these arcs proved challenging to control. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred. With his eyes turning a vivid crimson, his physical coordination and control significantly heightened. At that moment, the once unruly arcs of electricity became subdued, as a harmonious sound resembling birdsong emanated from the vast ball of lightning chakra in Uchiha Kei's right hand. This melodic noise brought a smile to Uchiha Kei's face, and soon the symphony of chirps multiplied, growing louder and clearer. 1, 2, 10, 20, 100, 200, until it felt as though thousands of birds were singing simultaneously, their voices resonating far and wide. You had best reveal yourself now. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that this technique will not befall you, Uchiha Kei stated with a hint of coldness as he slightly tilted his head. While he might not detect those who hid, he certainly would not pretend not to see those who concealed themselves poorly. Indeed, a ninja who has emerged from the battlefield possesses remarkable acuity, Kiken, Uchiha Jun remarked as she stepped gracefully from behind a great tree, offering a compliment. Do not misunderstand. I am not here to spy on your ninjutsu practice, but rather to deliver a message. Speak. The clan leader has returned, and he wishes to see you. Uchiha Fugako has returned, following Uchiha Jun towards Fugaka's residence. Uchiha Kei could not help but ponder silently. If memory served him, this perennial shadow had been dispatched to the front lines, accompanied by his son. His return indirectly indicated that the IWA shinobi's offensive had waned, suggesting that matters would soon be resolved, perhaps within months or even weeks. After all, countless IWA shinobi had perished, many of whom may include the third Tsuchikage son, the Yellow Earth. However, Uchiha Kei speculated that this individual had likely retreated. Yet, it mattered little. The host of the Five Tails remained in the hands of Namikaze Minato, which meant that with this bargaining chip, Konoha was unperturbed. Such a strategic asset was not something the third Tsuchikage would relinquish lightly. This could be described as a moment of glory for Namikaze Minato, a prime opportunity to accumulate political capital. Over the past fortnight in Konoha, Uchiha Kei had begun to discern whispers of discontent. No matter how focused Uchiha Kei remained or how adeptly Konoha concealed its affairs, public opinion required guidance rather than mere suppression. The situation surrounding Orochimaru was one that few would choose to believe. Setting aside the question of his veracity, Konoha's recent desperate maneuvers indicated their anxiety. Perhaps differing perspectives birthed divergent approaches. Uchiha Kei, hailing from a technologically advanced world, perceived the landscape with greater clarity. If all unfolded as anticipated, Uchiha Kei's investments seemed poised to yield results. Yet true rewards would demand patience, for Namikaze Minato was still merely the leader of the Jonin class, not yet the Hokage. The role of Hokage is a unique position. Even a Hokage devoid of significant authority carries an image and symbolic weight far surpassing that of a Jonin leader. Contemplating these matters, Uchiha Kei turned to glance at Uchiha Jun, suddenly realizing something rather intriguing. Because Uchiha Kei initially believed that this woman was a subordinate of a certain elder within the clan, the current situation appeared to be quite different, as her allegiance seemed to lie with Uchiha Fugaku. A cold smile unwittingly crept across Uchiha Kei's mind. The small village of Konoha was already intriguing enough, but it seemed the even smaller Uchiha clan harbored its own complexities. The elders and the clan leader were, to some extent, not united in their intentions, compounded by the rivalry between the dovish and hawkish factions. With the upper echelons of the clan being indoctrinated, it was no wonder that such a clan would face extinction. "We have arrived, Keikuin." Shortly thereafter, the two reached Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Uchiha Jun smiled and said, "I shall take my leave now. The clan leader wishes to have a private audience with you." "Thank you," Uchiha Kei replied with a calm, yet polite nod, then proceeded alone towards Uchiha Fugaku's chambers. The residence of Uchiha Fugaku was quite expansive, arguably the largest dwelling of the Uchiha clan, which was entirely reasonable given his status as clan leader. As the face of the Uchiha, he could not afford to let the clan's name be tarnished in any regard. Accompanied by a servant hired by the clan, Uchiha Kei traversed the corridor until he arrived at a small pond, where the water was remarkably clear, revealing numerous fish swimming about. A delicate bamboo tube, crafted from verdant bamboo, continually replenished the water, and the soothing sound of the flowing water mingled with the crisp sound of the bamboo tapping against the stones, creating a delightful melody. Such a tranquil atmosphere naturally instilled a sense of peace within one's heart. Beside this serene pond, a pavilion housed a middle-aged man who sat alone, sipping tea, none other than Uchiha Fugaku. Upon noticing Uchiha Kei, he raised a hand in a welcoming gesture, prompting Uchiha Kei to approach without hesitation. If they were to meet, it would be prudent to do so earnestly, and Kei found the environment quite agreeable, bringing him great comfort. Clan leader. Upon reaching Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Kei sincerely bowed slightly. While he could afford to disregard the man's status, he dared not underestimate the weight of his gaze. "Keikuin, please have a seat. There is no need for such formality." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, gesturing for Uchiha Kei to sit. "This is our first meeting, is it not? I have not had the pleasure of meeting you before." "Indeed, clan leader," Uchiha Kei respectfully replied, nodding. Although Uchiha Fugaku urged him to relax, Kei remained steadfast in his decorum. "I have heard of your exploits on the battlefield, and upon my return, Jun spoke of you." Uchiha Fugaku took a sip of tea before continuing. "I must admit, you have indeed impressed me, and your presence has stirred quite a few within the clan." Uchiha Kei remained silent, attentively listening to Uchiha Fugaku's words. In truth, he was well aware of these matters. The individuals he had stirred were not solely confined to the Uchiha clan, but also included the higher echelons of Konoha. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not elaborate further, and naturally, Uchiha Kei chose not to reveal his own astuteness. In the realm of restraint, Uchiha Fugaku undoubtedly reigns supreme. In the sphere of indecision, he similarly claims the title. Furthermore, one might even speculate that in terms of eccentricity, he could very well be at the top as well. The three-tomo Sharingan. How intriguing, how astonishing. Uchiha Fugaku set down his teacup, the crisp sound of bamboo striking stone resonating in the air, and suddenly remarked, "You have already awakened your Sharingan. have you not? Uchiha Izumi furrowed his brow but chose not to respond, remaining silent and regarding Fugaku with a gaze filled with confusion. Simultaneously, he pondered what fault he might have revealed. After much contemplation, it seemed Izumi realized he had not exposed any weaknesses. Those who had seen his Sharingan before were all deceased, be they foes or allies. The only ones alive were those who, after awakening their Mangekyo Sharingan, had no choice but to reveal their powers. To awaken with 3 tomo is an occurrence not documented in the clan's records. Uchiha Fugaku, undeterred by Izumi's silence, continued. It appears you have swiftly mastered your Sharingan after awakening it, displaying a proficiency that is hardly characteristic of a novice. Remarkably, you even eliminated the Shursui team. Truly fascinating. Now it becomes clear. Uchiha Izumi began to grasp the situation. Perhaps outsiders were oblivious to the intricacies of the Sharingan. Yet as the clan leader and a holder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku was undoubtedly aware. The perfect utilization of the Sharingan requires extensive mastery and research. Yet Izumi awakened with 3 tomo and adeptly vanquished a renowned ninja team. How extraordinary. They underestimated you, clan leader. Nevertheless, Uchiha Izumi remained unfazed, calmly stating, furthermore, if I had possessed the Sharingan all along, why would I not have employed it directly? Indeed, perhaps they had been careless. And you have no reason to decline such an accolade. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled in agreement. Regardless of the reason, you shall be etched into the annals of history. Etched into history? A cold smile flickered within Uchiha Izumi. This could very well be a death list. The Uchiha clan registry resembles a record of the deceased, with only Uchiha Sasuke surviving amidst a sea of fatalities. Even those who escaped death ultimately met their demise, be it Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, or even the departed Uchiha Madara. All had perished, leaving Sasuke as the sole survivor. Uchiha Izumi harbored no interest in this notion of being recorded in history. However, since it was Uchiha Fugaku who spoke, he could only nod in calm acknowledgement, refraining from offering any commentary. After concluding this topic, both fell into silence, the only sounds being the gentle flow of water in the pond and the crisp strikes of bamboo against stone. Uchiha Izumi turned his gaze towards the fish in the small pond, while Uchiha Fugaku quietly sipped his tea. After a prolonged moment, Fugaku slowly set down his teacup, his eyes locking onto Uchiha Izumi. Chijuin, what are your thoughts on Kakashi's eyes? Uchiha Fugaku gazed calmly at Uchiha Kei, though his inquiry seemed to hold little weight in his mind. Kakashi's eyes? Uchiha Kei glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, instantly discerning the underlying implications of his words. It was, after all, a mere test of his resolve. From the very beginning, he had been assessing him. Admittedly, Uchiha Kei had revealed a slight weakness, yet what of it? As he had previously stated, why not utilize the Sharingan he possessed? Such a choice could not only alter his fate, but also shield him from greater peril. As long as Uchiha Fugaku remained oblivious to the true nature of his thoughts, any flaws exhibited by Uchiha Kei would pose no threat, provided he did not acknowledge them. Moreover, Uchiha Kei had yet to uncover the path to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku would likely never fathom this enigma. The inquiry about the Sharingan served to gauge Uchiha Kei's sentiment towards the clan, while the question regarding Kakashi's eyes was an attempt to discern his feelings toward the village. Uchiha Kei perceived the situation with clarity. He was uncertain how Uchiha Fugaku regarded his attitude towards the clan, which appeared rather indifferent. Nonetheless, Uchiha Kei was aware that he might have left Fugaku with the impression of being dismissive of the clan, a notion not entirely unfounded, given that he had never received proper training or care. If Uchiha Kei truly held the clan in high regard, considering its honor as his guiding principle, it would indeed be peculiar. Not everyone is like Uchiha Obito. This matter, it seemed, required the patriarch's personal judgment, as he was merely a chunin. Uchiha Kei swiftly provided his answer, as such matters did not warrant prolonged contemplation. Is it true that Obito willingly gave his eyes to Kakashi? Uchiha Fugaku tilted his head, curiosity evident in his gaze. How do you believe this situation will ultimately resolve? I am but a chunin, patriarch. Uchiha Kei replied with a tone that was calm yet resolute, clearly indicating his indifference to the matter. It seems you harbor some resentment towards the clan, and perhaps the village as well. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled softly, then sighed. Very well, I understand. Since Chijuin has no thoughts on this issue, I shall refrain from pressing further. A ninja who does not value the clan and shows little regard for its sentiments is destined to be cast aside. However, this premise hinges on having nurtured the individual and afforded them the clan's benefits. A family would not cultivate a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yet, to expect loyalty from someone you have not properly nurtured is a folly that any reasonable person would not entertain. Uchiha Kei's evident stance led Uchiha Fugaku to perceive him as such a person, one who would not feign gratitude or assert that his existence hinged upon the clan. However, this realization brought a sense of reassurance to Uchiha Fugaku. Consider, without any familial guidance, merely relying on the nurturing of his father for a brief period before heading to the battlefield, the individual who, through sheer determination, awakened the Sharingan and survived. What gratitude could he possibly harbor towards his clan? Yet, such a person is indeed more deserving of cultivation, though harboring resentment. His feelings are more authentic. If he does not take pride in the Uchiha clan, then let us re-establish his perspective. Individuals like Uchiha Kei are not uncommon within the Uchiha lineage, particularly those on the fringes, of whom there are countless. Were it not for Uchiha Kei's awakening of the Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku might not have even acknowledged his existence, let alone sought an audience with him. Despite certain influential factions, it is time for a shift in perspective. Uchiha Fugaku sipped his tea and remarked, "Remember this, although you may not hold your clan in high regard, without it, your very existence would be untenable. You require the clan's affirmation. Is it because I possess these eyes?" Uchiha Kei said, his gaze cold, his eyes now of vivid crimson. "Indeed, while I too wish it were otherwise, within this clan, we have undeniably arrived at this juncture." Uchiha Fugaku nodded without reservation. Strength and the Sharingan are the metrics by which one's potential is assessed. Your father has not demonstrated exceptional prowess. He has become desolate. Thus your birth did not attract considerable attention. Not every Uchiha can awaken the Sharingan, yet every individual who does can become a formidable force. I hope you grasp this. Kai. Uchiha Fugaku paid no heed to Uchiha Kei's crimson eyes, an act that bordered on rudeness and transgression, yet he dismissed it entirely. Calmly, he raised his teacup for another sip, then turned to observe the fish freely swimming in the pond, but soon sighed deeply. Uchiha Kei was akin to the fish in this pond, and the pond itself represented the Uchiha clan. No one could escape such confines. Moreover, who among the Uchiha is not a fish in this pond? Yet this pond has transformed from a clan into a village. Everyone appears to enjoy a semblance of freedom. Yet they are perpetually constrained by the water. Perhaps only by mastering this pond can one sit serenely in a pavilion akin to the pond, sipping tea while watching the fish strive to showcase themselves. But how easy is that to achieve? I believe I understand, clan leader. At that moment, Uchiha Kei suddenly retracted his Sharingan and spoke in a calm tone. Then what shall I gain? The clan's recognition, its power, and its nurturing. Perhaps having heard Uchiha Kei's words, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly broke into a smile. What you once lacked, you shall now possess entirely. Oh, the fish must indeed showcase themselves within the pond. After departing from Uchiha Fugaku's residence, Uchiha Kei returned directly to his own home. Uchiha Fugaku's probing felt rather juvenile in the eyes of Uchiha Itachi. Not only did Itachi possess a level of education from his previous life that allowed him to discern right from wrong with clarity, but his familiarity with the narrative also revealed Fugaku's intentions. On one hand, it was evident that Fugaku had grown weary of Konoha's treatment. As a founding clan of the village, the Uchiha had faced extreme oppression, a situation unbearable for anyone. On the other hand, Fugaku, indeed the father of Uchiha Itachi, harbored a sincere desire for peace within the village, a sentiment he shared with his son. However, as the clan leader, he bore the burden of responsibility. And amidst the conflicting emotions and the long-standing distrust and suspicion stemming from the Ninetales incident, he ultimately chose the path of rebellion. Regrettably, although he was capable and ambitious, Fugaku lacked the qualities of a true tyrant. As Uchiha Itachi lay on his bed, he reflected silently. The very son he had nurtured became the final straw that broke him. Itachi understood his father, yet simultaneously struggled to comprehend his decisions. His understanding stemmed from the essence of familial bonds. Had he been in Fugaku's position, he too might have leaned more towards family rather than any other inclination. However, his inability to comprehend Fugaku's choices arose from the fact that his father had made what Itachi considered an utterly absurd decision. He had wagered the lives of his entire clan to compel Itachi to make a resolution a course of action Itachi could never endorse. Fortunately, it was still early days. Itachi was but a child, and Uchiha Shursui had yet to fully mature. Although Itachi's current strength was lacking, he possessed the potential for substantial growth, bolstered by his Sharingan, and he now had a wider array of choices before him. Presently, Itachi faced three options, none of which could be deemed favorable. The first, the simplest and most convenient, was to align himself with Konoha. This notion, familiar to Itachi from numerous tales, was something he neither desired nor wished to pursue. He was acutely aware of the nature of Konoha's higher-ups, as was Fugaku. The four great leaders were all products of the second Hokage's tutelage, and their attitudes toward the Uchiha clan were well understood. Itachi would not place his trust in them. If circumstances allowed, he would prefer to eliminate them outright. The second option involved aiding the Uchiha clan in executing a coup, allowing them to ascend to the coveted position they so fervently desired. Yet, Itachi found this plan even more ludicrous than aligning with Konoha. Aside from himself, the rest of the Uchiha seemed utterly deranged. Those who had awakened their Sharingan were madmen, while those who had not lacked the strength necessary to become Hokage. Did Itachi truly need to take the field himself? He neither possessed the status nor the qualifications for such a role. The final option was to bide his time, amassing strength before the Uchiha faced extinction, and ultimately defecting from the village. However, within the depths of his heart, Uchiha Kei was resolutely opposed to this decision. Contemplating the future trends, he understood that aligning himself with Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly lead to doom. Even if Uchiha Kei were to eliminate both Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha before their growth, and subsequently attempt to convince Madara upon his resurrection that everything had been a ruse, he recognized that the probability of success in such an endeavor was no less daunting than aiding the Uchiha clan in seizing power. A man as confident as Madara would never believe Uchiha Kei, and Obito would also prove a formidable adversary. Moreover, one must not forget that the Sage of Six Paths, that ancient being, was still watching over the world through his chakra. Who could predict the monumental troubles Uchiha Kei might encounter while attempting to eliminate Naruto and Sasuke? As for embracing the role of a Dark Lord, Uchiha Kei was unwilling, and who could tell if the Akatsuki or Konoha would come seeking him? Would bounty hunters not think of him as their next target for profit? In summary, the path of a rogue ninja was fraught with peril without the protection of an organization. Alas, it seemed an inescapable dead end. Uchiha Kei rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of his predicament. The challenges he faced were indeed formidable, yet he understood that he must eventually make a decision. What if the ruler of Konoha were to treat the Uchiha clan with kindness? Suddenly, Uchiha Kei paused, as if a glimmer of inspiration had struck him. Although his thoughts and plans were beset with obstacles, if he were to succeed, everything would transform. Yet, there were difficulties to surmount, such as earning Uchiha Fugaku's trust while simultaneously gaining greater power within the Uchiha clan. Luckily, his knowledge from the original narrative provided insights into Fugaku's psychological shifts and true intentions. A smile unexpectedly graced Uchiha Kei's lips. All he required was an anchor, a small point of leverage to resolve these issues. As for what lay ahead, that was beyond Uchiha Kei's current contemplation. Perhaps this time, what he envisioned and attempted would become his fourth option. However, it was still too early, and Uchiha Kei had to proceed with caution, considering his current abilities were insufficient. He needed to enhance his strength to unleash the full potential of the Sharingan, for in this world, lacking power was tantamount to courting death. As for who was the fish in the pond and who merely observed from the shore, that was a matter not easily discerned. Uchiha Fugaku, however, seemed to be a reliable ally. The following morning, at dawn, several Uchiha clan ninjas arrived at Uchiha Kei's doorstep, tasked with escorting him to the archives. The Uchiha clan had accumulated a wealth of documents and materials over the years, encompassing various ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even insights from their predecessors. These resources were invaluable. Thus, entering the archives necessitated specific qualifications. It is evident that the Uchiha clan's defining trait is the Sharingan, yet this alone is insufficient. The materials concerning this matter are exceptionally important, and to peruse them, one must gain the approval of the clan leader or the elders. Uchiha Itachi has already awakened the Sharingan, boasting the prowess of the three tomo. Thus, he has attained preliminary qualifications, further solidified by the endorsement of Uchiha Fugaku, which naturally grants him access. The unexpected arrival of these ninjas surprised both Uchiha Keisuke and Uchiha Ryoko, Yet upon learning of their intentions, they felt an overwhelming sense of pride. After all, only a select few are granted entry into the archives, and now their child has achieved this. Although this child seems somewhat indifferent to their recognition, Uchiha Itachi's circumstances have improved considerably, perhaps due to his absence from the battlefield. He has dedicated all his energy to enhancing his abilities. The Uchiha clan's archives are indeed vast and offer significant assistance to Uchiha Itachi. Beyond supplementing his ninjutsu knowledge, he has focused primarily on notes pertaining to the application of the Sharingan. Having awakened his Sharingan early and wielding it sparingly, he possesses a high level of proficiency. However, he humbly acknowledges that his foundational skills require further refinement. With the augmentation of these materials, Uchiha Itachi is confident that, given time and continuous practice in battle, his comprehension and mastery of the Sharingan will reach unprecedented heights. With the potential of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi can afford to slow down and diligently hone his fundamentals. Previously, in his struggle for survival and a secure future, he paid little heed to the importance of foundational skills. He forcibly elevated his Sharingan to its limits, relying on a fortuitous circumstance involving the misfortune of Namake's Minato to awaken the Mangekyo in a life-or-death situation. Though Uchiha Itachi can still harness the power of the Mangekyo with considerable strength, reckless usage of this power before discovering a method to attain the eternal Mangekyo will inevitably lead to consequences. This reality foreshadows Uchiha Itachi's future. He must rely primarily on the three tomo as his main combat strength, rather than emulating Uchiha Sasuke, who possesses an innate ability yet remains nearly invincible. After all, he is the reincarnation of that legendary figure, perhaps inherently blessed with a form of immortality akin to Uzumaki Naruto. In addition to diligently studying various ninjutsu and the intricacies of the Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi has also attentively reviewed materials on swordsmanship. The Uchiha clan's taijutsu is robust, if not formidable, and with the assistance of the Sharingan, their combat becomes significantly more straightforward and efficient. To better exploit the advantages of the Sharingan and to enhance his combat efficacy, Uchiha Itachi resolved to continue utilizing a ninja sword, just as he had done on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Thus, he finds it necessary to procure a blade. After thoroughly examining the chaotic yet remarkably valuable materials, the first thought that emerged in Uchiha's mind was this: there was little merit in pursuing further knowledge of ninjutsu. Fire release was the primary technique of Uchiha, and after supplementing his repertoire with some essential fire release jutsu, he deemed it sufficient. As for lightning release chakra, Uchiha had only just begun to master it, and with Chidori already at his disposal, there was no necessity to delve into other techniques. Instead, he needed merely to refine, perfect, and develop Chidori. However, he could not help but notice a growing resemblance to that younger generation. Uchiha realized that he indeed bore some likeness to the yet-to-be-born Uchiha Sasuke, but after much contemplation, he concluded that this might not be such a bad thing. After all, Sasuke's successful endeavors were well known, and Uchiha could not ignore the wisdom in learning from and emulating him. Nonetheless, Uchiha was not merely a copycat, for while Sasuke would ultimately abandon fire release, Uchiha had not forgotten the sheer terror of Uchiha Madara's mastery of it. Additionally, he had no intention of neglecting Jinjutsu. Madara's ability to seamlessly employ Sharingan illusions in battle rendered his adversaries as helpless as mere wooden stakes. Uchiha aspired to reach that level in the future, and he was confident that, given time, he would attain it. No Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan ever appeared ordinary or ineffectual in the future. Even the foolish Uchiha Shursui left behind eyes that caused quite a stir. Having returned for quite some time, it was now appropriate to visit Kakashi. Uchiha had not forgotten about Kakashi. He had spent his time in rigorous training since his return. By day, he would immerse himself in the Uchiha library, absorbing knowledge, and by afternoon, he would diligently apply what he had learned in practical exercises. Of course, he would not neglect to continue honing Chidori. As night fell, he dedicated himself to refining his chakra, the importance of which was self-evident. He did not wish to find himself in a position similar to Kakashi's, struggling due to a lack of chakra and facing evenly matched battles. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha bid farewell to Ryoko and stepped outside. Establishing a rapport with Kakashi was of utmost necessity, especially as it could aid Uchiha in his envisioned plans. Moreover, Uchiha intended not only to visit Kakashi but also to pay a proper visit to Hinata Ayame. despite his disdain for her. After all, she was still his teammate. As a teammate, Uchiha felt compelled to engage in some superficial niceties, regardless of whom he was visiting. However, what Uchiha did not anticipate was that just as he departed the gates of the Uchiha clan and made his way into the village, several Umbu suddenly appeared before him. The unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned Uchiha Kei. Had this been anywhere other than Konoha, he might have instinctively taken action. Nevertheless, even within the confines of Konoha, Uchiha Kei maintained a prudent demeanor. Regardless of the allegiance of these Umbu, Kei harbored no fondness for them. "The Hokage wishes to see you," the leading Umbu stated. Devoid of any superfluous words. "The Hokage?" Uchiha Kei paused, but soon nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. I shall go at once. Thank you for your trouble." The prospect of meeting the third Hokage? Uchiha Kei pondered this internally, realizing he likely had no authority to refuse such a summons. After all, the third Hokage was a figure of immense stature. During his tenure, he had led Konoha through 2 ninja world wars, both of which seemed poised for victory under his guidance. His renown was unparalleled throughout the village. To be summoned by the Hokage was, in the eyes of most, a significant honor for Uchiha Kei. As he watched the Umbu vanish from sight, he redirected his path toward the Hokage's office, all the while contemplating the purpose behind this summons. Yet, after a brief moment of reflection, Kei surmised that the Hokage's intentions were likely exploratory in nature. His lineage, battlefield performance, and the Uchiha clan's previous treatment of him certainly warranted the Hokage's inquiry. Even if no substantial outcome were to arise, it could serve to bolster appearances, demonstrating to others that Konoha was united in harmony. In essence, until Uchiha Shursui had been manipulated, any member of the Uchiha clan could potentially become like him. "Third Hokage," Uchiha Kei said respectfully as he entered the office, bowing deeply to the middle-aged man seated before him. Though he was indeed middle-aged, he stood at the cusp of his later years, possibly on the brink of entering the realm of the elderly. Nonetheless, even now, the power of the third Hokage was formidable. Merely sitting there, Uchiha Kei could sense an aura of authority emanating from him. "Ah, Kei," the third Hokage remarked, having been engrossed in documents. Upon seeing Kei enter, a warm smile spread across his face. "I apologize for my busyness of late. It has prevented me from meeting you sooner. I have long wished to see you." The third Hokage's demeanor was gentle, seemingly devoid of the ruthless decisiveness of a warrior. He exuded an aura reminiscent of Minato Namikaze, akin to a refreshing breeze. Had Uchiha Kei not been familiar with the original narrative, he might have been easily deceived. Or, had he been unaware of the relationship between the third Hokage and Danzo, as well as Danzo's character, he might have genuinely fallen into a trap. Regardless, the third Hokage remained the Hokage, while Uchiha Kei was merely an ordinary chunin, their status worlds apart. "Thank you for your kindness, Hokage." Uchiha Kei is remarkably honest and respectful. Serving Konoha is the duty of every ninja within its walls. To serve Konoha? The third Hokage furrowed his brow for a moment. But soon a smile graced his lips. He realized he had overthought the matter. After all, what profound insights could a mere child possess? Yet, the boy was indeed correct. He had fulfilled the responsibilities expected of a Konoha ninja. Perhaps it was his advancing age and the myriad troubles he had encountered recently that led him to magnify trivial matters. The third Hokage, no longer the vigorous youth he once was, had to accept the undeniable truth of his gradual aging, feeling acutely aware of his waning vitality. "May I inquire what brings you to seek me, Hokage-sama?" Uchiha Kei was oblivious to the third's contemplations. Had he known, it would have mattered little to him, for his words had been deliberately chosen. "It is regarding your performance on the battlefield. We have reached some decisions," the third Hokage said, steadying himself and adopting a gentle demeanor. Gazing at the young boy before him, the third felt a profound sense of admiration. This child had accomplished an astonishing series of feats. Not only had he ensured the success of his mission, but he had also rescued numerous Konoha ninjas. Although ultimately only Yamamoto Masato returned alive, their retaliatory actions behind enemy lines against the IWA ninjas were nothing short of extraordinary. In many respects, this was more commendable than any directive issued by the third Hokage. Even though only one person returned, in the Hokage's mind, that was sufficient. This boy had orchestrated such significant events, successfully completing his mission while also joining the bluffing team, which had suffered losses, to undertake a task that could potentially end the war. Despite being merely 13 years old, He possessed the calm judgment required on the battlefield, the strength to slay Jonin single-handedly, and the formidable presence of the three-tomo Sharingan. Thus, the third Hokage resolved to elevate the boy's status. From this day forth, you shall be known as a Jonin of Konoha, he announced warmly to Uchiha Kei. Congratulations, Kei. All that remains is for you to fill out this form. Is that so? No examination required? Uchiha Kei queried with a hint of confusion as he accepted the form. He glanced over its contents, detailing the responsibilities and obligations of a Jonin, along with the associated benefits, and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Becoming a Jonin truly meant transcending the realm of lower-ranking ninjas, marking a threshold into the very core of Konoha. However, crossing this threshold was no simple feat. While there were many Jonin from the Uchiha clan, only one, Uchiha Kagami, who had long since passed, had genuinely entered the inner sanctum. The circumstances surrounding Kagami's demise remained a mystery, one that Uchiha Kei could neither fathom nor articulate, leaving the hidden truths shrouded in ambiguity. Indeed, you possess that qualification, the third Hokage affirmed with a nod. He stood, looking intently at Uchiha Kei. Thank you for all that you have done for Konoha. You are truly a hero. Hokage-sama, I am unworthy of such praise. Uchiha Chi felt a wave of nausea wash over him internally, yet he maintained a calm and composed demeanor as he replied, because I am a ninja of Konoha. Without Konoha, there would be no Uchiha Chi. He skillfully adapted his words to suit the audience, speaking fluently whether in the presence of humans or spirits. Oh, the third Hokage's gaze flickered, soon softening into a more benevolent expression. I understand, child. It seems you have other matters to attend to, do you not? You have returned to Konoha for nearly a month, yet you have scarcely ventured beyond the Uchiha clan's territory. Indeed, there were matters to address. Having previously sustained injuries that necessitated recuperation, he now sought to reconnect with his comrades, particularly Kakashi. Speaking of his friends, a subtle smile graced Uchiha Chi's lips. Observing this, the third Hokage gestured for Uchiha Chi to proceed, and without lingering, Uchiha Chi promptly completed the documents provided by the Hokage and exited the office. However, he cast a fleeting glance at the towering building and the Hokage rock behind it, a cold smirk forming within him once more. As expected, they truly regarded him as Uchiha Chi's sure sway. Meanwhile, the third Hokage's amiable smile gradually faded as he pondered Uchiha Chi's departure. The young man's response appeared almost too perfect, his demeanor strikingly flawless. He resembled a ninja of the Uchiha clan who had endured grievances yet remained devoted to Konoha and his comrades. The third Hokage understood while the nature of Uchiha affection often manifested towards family or friends. Clearly, Uchiha Chi held his teammates in high regard, and in a strict sense. His mission had indeed been fraught with injustice. Given that his task was essentially a death sentence, it was only reasonable for him to harbor some resentment. Yet, observing Uchiha Chi's calmness, the third Hokage wondered if he had managed to reconcile his thoughts. What perplexed him, however, was the sudden bond Uchiha Chi seemed to have formed with his current teammates. Having lost so many comrades yet remaining alive himself left the third Hokage in a quandary. Perhaps his previous teammates had perished, while this current group had survived. After much contemplation, the third Hokage arrived at a tenuous explanation, further engagement, and observation. He hoped Uchiha Chi could emerge as a valuable asset. The third Hokage shook his head. In former times, he would have been far less inclined to trust an Uchiha so readily. Yet now, the situation with Orochimaru had become a source of relentless headache, particularly as some findings from the Umbu investigations demanded his immediate attention. The issues surrounding the Uchiha clan, negotiations following the ninja war, and Orochimaru's affairs weighed heavily upon him, making him acutely aware of his advancing age. He felt an urgent need to find a youthful and spirited successor. After departing from the Hokage's office, Uchiha Chi made his way directly to the flower shop. During his time studying within the Uchiha territory, he had rarely ventured out. But this time he noticed an abundance of ninjas populating the streets. The ninjas appeared to be somewhat injured, yet their spirits remained remarkably high. A number of them even greeted Uchiha Kei enthusiastically upon spotting him. Instantly, Uchiha Kei discerned that these warriors had likely just returned from the battlefield, having fought valiantly in the land of grass, much like himself. He exchanged pleasantries with them, attentively listening to their tales, which elicited a sigh from him. Their conversations revolved around their heroic exploits on the battlefield, or lamented their unfortunate fates of being wounded before they could vanquish their foes. Uchiha Kei couldn't help but shake his head at their bravado, observing that most of them, despite their exhilaration at surviving, bore an undeniable desire to return to the fray. Uchiha Kei believed that the higher-ups of Konoha would, in pursuit of their vision for the village's future, send these men into peril without hesitation. The cohesion among ordinary ninjas in Konoha was indeed astounding. History had shown that under the orders of the village's elite, these common warriors would willingly sacrifice themselves for an abstract cause. It was precisely their sacrifices that had paved the way for Konoha's current prosperity, yet, ironically, they received nothing in return, as the fruits of victory had long been appropriated by the village's leadership and prominent clans. Standing apart from the jubilant crowd, Uchiha Kei maintained a serene demeanor, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. There was a certain bliss in remaining oblivious to the grim realities surrounding him. However, he refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks, opting instead to smile at the ninjas. Deep down, he sensed that the war might finally be drawing to a close. Shaking his head, Uchiha Kei slipped his hands into his pockets and continued on toward the flower shop. It wasn't long before he found one in Konoha. To his surprise, he encountered Yamamoto Masato there. Masato? Uchiha Kei inquired, a touch perplexed. What brings you here? Is this flower shop owned by your clan? More or less. Masato replied with a smile. It's just that our young clan leader acquired it to alleviate his wife's boredom. He has gone to the battlefield, as you know. As for me, I'm currently unable to train or return to the front lines due to my injuries, so I thought I'd lend a hand here. Uchiha Kei nodded, reflecting on how every generation of the Inuzuka clan seemed destined for the battlefield. It was a testament to the legacy of the third Hokage. However, their status ensured that they would not venture into the most perilous of conflicts, thus significantly increasing their chances of survival. Yet, given their commitments, their families could not accompany them. Yamamoto Hachi, being a man of sentiment, certainly understood the importance of caring for his family and children, making it quite natural for him to establish a flower shop for his wife. Moreover, this flower shop serves to bridge the gap between clan ninjas and civilian ninjas, a notion that aligns splendidly with the policies inherited by the second and third Hokage, at least on the surface. Are you here to purchase flowers? Yamashiro Masato inquired, gazing at Uchiha Akira, suddenly reminded of something. Visiting family. Friends? Oh, is it your teammate? Yes, Uchiha Akira nodded. Kakashi and Hinata Aya. Do you share a good relationship? Yamashiro Masato replied, I apologize, but I am not well versed in the language of flowers, so I have nothing to recommend. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed to a nearby orchid. However, this particular flower is often chosen by others who come to buy, so I believe you might consider it. Orchid. Uchiha Akira glanced at the flower indicated by Yamashiro Masato. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately nodded. He was not knowledgeable about floral symbolism. For him, the only flower he recognized was the carnation, and he was quite unfamiliar with others. Yet, since it was a suggestion from Yamashiro Masato, Uchiha Akira decided to trust his judgment, viewing it as an opportunity to foster a better relationship with him. Though they fought as ninjas on the same battlefield, and Uchiha Akira had even saved him, the factions they belonged to had always posed a certain dilemma. In the past, Uchiha Akira would not have entertained such thoughts, given the strained relationship between the Uchiha clan and the third Hokage. However, he was acutely aware that the pivotal factors leading to the third Hokage's withdrawal to the background were the conclusion of this war and the matter concerning Orochimaru, and he surmised that this moment was not too distant. While the third Hokage would still exert control over the fourth Hokage, these clans would likely find themselves with new options, as both the third Hokage and Danzo had become increasingly unpalatable. With the orchid he purchased from Yamashiro Masato in hand, Uchiha Akira proceeded toward the hospital. The Konoha hospital was bustling with activity, thriving with visitors. Following the trials of this recent war, compounded by the events instigated by Uchiha Akira, many Konoha ninjas had returned to the village. Naturally, the number of injured patients in the hospital had surged, and the corridors were filled with those visiting loved ones. However, there were also many who mourned the loss of survivors from the recent battles, their families weeping in despair. To avoid disturbing others, or perhaps unwilling to spread their sorrow, they kept their voices hushed, their sobs merging with the lively sounds of the crowd. Uchiha Akira was not particularly fond of such sounds, yet he had grown accustomed to them, having witnessed far more brutality on the battlefield. With a sense of detachment, he headed towards Kakashi's room and soon arrived. Akira-kun? Upon pushing open the door, he noticed that the room housed many injured ninjas, and Kakashi was among them. The moment Noera Rin spotted Uchiha Akira, she waved enthusiastically, her call instantly silencing the entire room. The reputation of Uchiha Kei has indeed grown significantly. Upon his entrance, nearly all the injured turned their gaze towards him, and it wasn't long before their family members and friends seemed to awaken from their daze, rushing towards Uchiha Kei. Are you Lord Kei? We are immensely grateful for all that you have done. Thank you. Without you, Ryokai might not have returned at all. Thank you, thank you. The enthusiasm displayed by the families of these leaf ninjas was overwhelming, marking what might be the first instance in nearly 14 years that Uchiha Kei encountered such fervor. Internally, Uchiha Kei felt a complex mix of emotions. He recognized the genuine gratitude emanating from these individuals, yet he understood that his motivations were ultimately rooted in self-preservation. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kei was no fool. He smiled warmly at the families of the injured and made sure to greet the wounded as well. Some of these individuals might have crossed paths with him in the land of grass, and among them were those who had shielded him from shurikens in the past. Lord Kei appeared gentle and quite popular. Once Uchiha Kei had managed to navigate through the crowd, Noera Rin, wearing a smile, remarked, "Well, Kei, you certainly deserve such treatment. After all, you are a hero." A hero? Uchiha Kei chuckled and shook his head. In truth, you are all heroes. You were merely injured, forced to withdraw prematurely. Compared to engaging with figures like Uchiha Fugaku or the third Hokage, Uchiha Kei preferred interactions with someone like Noera Rin, who possessed a sweet innocence, as it spared him from second-guessing his words or actions. Kakashi, in Uchiha Kei's eyes, was similarly uncomplicated. Unlike Hinata Aya or Imai Kenta, he didn't induce discomfort, allowing Uchiha Kei to feel at ease in his presence. "No, Kei, had it not been for you, I would likely be dead," Kakashi said, struggling to sit up. "That blow from the earth was quite brutal. Thankfully, you held him off and summoned our teacher." "You are mistaken, Kakashi. You should be thanking Rin," Uchiha Kei replied, patting his shoulder. "I merely did what I was obligated to do. After all, I am your captain. Moreover, I must express my gratitude for the information you provided. It has been immensely beneficial." While Uchiha Kei relished the appreciation from Kakashi, he was acutely aware of the proper words to convey. Rin undoubtedly held a far higher place in Kakashi's heart than he, Uchiha Kei. Additionally, Uchiha Kei genuinely needed to thank Kakashi, as the Chidori technique, though not yet formally utilized by him, had undoubtedly aided him significantly. Regardless of his motivations, Uchiha Kei felt compelled to express his gratitude for Kakashi's assistance. "Have you mastered it already?" Kakashi tilted his head, surprised. "Impressive. I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. You certainly didn't come across as a top student back in school." "Please, even if I wasn't at the top, I wasn't a failing student either." Uchiha Kei couldn't help but roll his eyes at this remark. In the classroom, Uchiha Itachi's performance, neither particularly outstanding nor deplorable, was not a manifestation of his own volition. Without the use of his Sharingan, his true capabilities were merely average. Had it not been for Uchiha Keisuke's discreet assistance and Itachi's reluctant transformation into an aged silver coin, his survival until today would indeed be questionable. If blame were to be assigned, it would likely fall upon Konoha or perhaps this ongoing war. Had Konoha not compelled his graduation in the 2nd grade, he would not have been thrust onto the battlefield, and if it weren't for this war, he wouldn't have faced such an obligation to graduate prematurely. "I recall how you were reprimanded by Guy back then." At this moment, Noera Rin chuckled softly, just like a Beto. But as she uttered these words, a sudden silence enveloped her. Indeed, Itachi had been chastised by Might Guy during practical combat classes, although Itachi remained unfazed. For Guy had decisively defeated Obito in his youth and Uchiha Madara during the 4th Great Ninja War. The very words "I, Madara, deem you the strongest" served as the highest commendation. However, while Itachi was indifferent, others held a different perspective. Losing to a non-ninjutsu practitioner like Might Guy was considered a disgrace. Itachi tilted his head, observing the now silent Kakashi and Rin. He understood that Rin inadvertently mentioned Obito, casting a shadow over their spirits. Recognizing that his presence was no longer conducive to the atmosphere, Itachi refrained from revealing the true circumstances surrounding Obito, especially since Kakashi played a significant role in Obito's descent into darkness. Though Rin's thoughts contributed to the situation, the true puppet master behind the scenes was Uchiha Madara. How could they, mere ants, hope to struggle against such forces? "I shall take my leave," Itachi announced, rising from his seat. Do not dwell in sorrow. Life must always move forward. Though I am not well acquainted with Obito, I believe he would not desire for you both to pass your lives enveloped in grief over him. Shouldn't you strive to lead a remarkable life? When you ascend to the Pure Land after your demise, and he inquires about the changes of the world and your respective journeys, would you wish to confess that you lived in guilt throughout your existence? My apologies, Itachi-kun. Rin and Kakashi replied instantly, with Rin's eyes glistening with unshed tears. No need to thank me. We should consider ourselves friends, Itachi said casually, waving his hand dismissively. Yet, just as he was about to exit, he turned to Kakashi. Remember, if any members of the Uchiha clan trouble you, you understand the reason. Come to me when that happens, understood? Kakashi, touching his crimson eye, pondered for a moment before nodding. I understand, Itachi-kun. We are indeed friends. Itachi-kun, allow me to accompany you, Rin offered. There's no need for that. Rin, please stay with Kakashi. I must visit another person. Itachi declined her offer. As he stepped out of the hospital room, he could still hear Rin speaking to Kakashi, praising Itachi's gentleness, which elicited a bemused smile from him. Indeed, spending time with these two innocent souls brings a sense of ease to Uchiha Kei. Beyond mere companionship, he finds a certain fondness for them, as they embody qualities he seldom encounters. They represent hope and virtue, and according to Kei's recollections, this hope and virtue are unlikely to tarnish in Kakashi's presence. Alas, such attributes elude him. Uchiha Kei sighed, pondering, if not for the sake of survival, who would willingly choose to become this way? Is it not a form of joy to be blissfully ignorant? With this thought, Uchiha Kei pushed open the door to Hinata Aya's hospital room. The interior bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi's quarters, though it was predominantly occupied by female ninjas. His unexpected arrival momentarily stunned these kunoichi, yet the disruption was minimal, as the hospital welcomed a myriad of visitors daily. However, Hinata Aya was notably taken aback by Kei's presence. She never anticipated that he would come to see her. What brings you here? Hinata Aya inquired, her expression tinged with confusion. Almost instantly, a smile illuminated her face as she added, how rare it is for an Uchiha to visit a Hyuga. It seems Kikun is indeed quite exceptional. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans are renowned throughout Konoha and the broader ninja world as prominent families of ocular prowess, yet their relationship cannot be described as harmonious. The two dojutsu, in certain aspects, overlap, yet they diverge in their respective developments. For instance, the Sharingan excels in insight, while the Byakugan is unparalleled in reconnaissance. There exists a profound historical connection between the two, yet it is likely that only Uchiha Kei is aware of this. Others remain oblivious. The competitive nature between the clans fosters an environment rife with subtle power struggles and conflicts. Hinata Aya, belonging to the branch family, felt no trepidation towards Uchiha Kei, even dismissing him prior to his display of the Sharingan. Regardless of Kei's prowess, the advantage of bloodline limits was apparent. Both clans are formidable in their own right, and in the absence of the Mangekyo Sharingan, their strongest ninjas would appear evenly matched. However, circumstances have shifted, with Uchiha Kei now revealing his Sharingan. Hinata Aya finds herself compelled to adopt a more respectful demeanor, albeit rooted in apprehension. Nonetheless, her underlying irritation remains. I have come to visit my comrade, Uchiha Kei replied, his expression warm with a smile. As the only wounded member of our team, it is only fitting that, as captain, I express concern for my subordinates. Kikun, you misspoke. Do you wish for something unfortunate to befall Captain Fujiku? Hinata Aya blinked in surprise, her confusion evident. Or have you received some news? This woman is truly formidable. Uchiha Kei inwardly cursed, noting that her sarcasm had intensified remarkably over the past few days. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, prior to his transposition, he had possessed several accounts at the 13th level of resistance. Although Uchiha Kei had since grown weary of hurling insults and engaging in verbal altercations, such behavior was not befitting of his current stature. Naturally, I wish for Captain Fujiku to live a long life, but regrettably, even if he were to return, it is unlikely he would continue as our captain. However, there are always unexpected turns of fate. Uchiha Kei smiled, leaning slightly closer to Hyuga Iane. I just emerged from the office of the third Hokage. Before you stands a Jonin, Hyuga Chunin. You? A Jonin? Hyuga Iane's expression shifted. For although she had anticipated this, Uchiha Kei's rapid ascent to Jonin still exceeded her expectations. Should Uchiha Kei truly attain the rank of Jonin, it would likely spell the end of Captain Fujiku's involvement, as this mission was entirely under Uchiha Kei's leadership. He had proven his capability to lead a team through arduous tasks. With a Jonin like Uchiha Kei, who perhaps integrates into the team even more seamlessly than Fujiku, it is only a matter of time before Fujiku is reassigned. Uchiha Kei's visit, as Iane conjectured, was likely a performance for the others to witness. "Congratulations, Captain," she said, her heart brimming with frustration, yet masking it with a smile. Uchiha Kei observed her fluctuating expressions with satisfaction. Children from prominent families are often like that, harboring profound animosity while maintaining a semblance of decorum in the presence of others. Especially in a family as strictly hierarchical and tradition-bound as the Hyuga, their upbringing ingrains such poise into their very essence. "Thank you, Iane," Uchiha Kei nodded, then suddenly whispered, "Take good care of your injuries. There will be plenty of time for us to interact in the future. Then I shall rely on the captain's care." Hyuga Iane replied, nearly gritting her teeth. "Fear not. Caring for the vulnerable is a natural duty." Uchiha Kei's smile grew even more radiant. "And I must say, Iane, your performance was quite impressive. It is truly something I can learn from." "Captain, what do you mean?" A look of confusion appeared once more on Hyuga Iane's face, as if she were genuinely unaware of what he referred to. Yet even without activating his Sharingan, Uchiha Kei noticed her pupils dilate slightly, reinforcing his suspicions. This woman likely intended to injure herself deliberately, but what confidence did she possess that she would not face repercussions? Hyuga Iane was ambitious, decisive, and highly self-preserving. She must have observed some detail that prompted her actions. After much contemplation, Uchiha Kei seemed to grasp a few insights. Nothing significant, merely pondering a few matters. Uchiha Kei leaned closer to Hinata Aya, disregarding her discomfort as he softly spoke. "Captain Minato mentioned before leaving that in the direst circumstances, one could summon him. But what constitutes the gravest danger? Kakashi's severe injury? That is somewhat accurate, yet insufficient for me to resolve my true determination. The most effective method would be to inflict injury upon myself." "What are you saying, Captain?" Hinata Aya's brow furrowed slightly. "I'm feeling rather fatigued." "Do not fret." Uchiha Kei paid no heed to her words and continued. "Although your actions are perilous, I believe you have noticed my movements. With your Byakugan, even inadvertently, you could detect my attempt to strike. The moment when the enemy is most at ease is when you have been defeated. At that time, you were undoubtedly terrified, likely fearing that I would allow that rock ninja to slay you, correct? However, if you were to perish, that rock ninja would naturally shift his focus to others. You are aware that I have no desire to die. Thus, you deduce that I would not permit that rock ninja to kill you. That is merely your conjecture, Captain." At this juncture, Hinata Aya's expression had darkened considerably. Externally, she appeared remarkably calm, yet internally, a tempest raged. Indeed, Uchiha Kei was entirely correct. She had acted deliberately, gambling on the notion that Uchiha Kei would not allow the rock ninja to take her life, thus diverting his attention towards her. She wagered that after both sustained injuries, Uchiha Kei would summon Minato Namikaze. It must be said that her gamble was entirely successful, for she knew Uchiha Kei valued his life immensely and would undoubtedly make the most prudent choice in such extreme circumstances. Moreover, this injury would allow her to depart the battlefield of the Land of Grass without any harm to her reputation. After all, having survived the interception by the Yellow Earth team was fortunate enough. Sustaining severe injuries was merely expected. This gamble enabled Hinata Aya to extricate herself successfully. However, what she had never anticipated was that Uchiha Kei had seen through her. Just as with his Sharingan, at this moment, Uchiha Kei had fully discerned her intentions. Exiting the Konoha hospital, Uchiha Kei felt exceedingly pleased, especially reflecting upon Hinata Aya's pale and unattractive visage, which brought him immense satisfaction. This woman truly dared to gamble and possessed considerable cunning, devising such a strategy in such extreme circumstances, successfully extricating herself from the battlefield and from her mission. The most critical aspect was that her objectives were achieved through Uchiha Kei himself, a realization that later left him feeling quite vexed. How could he not feel exhilarated after directly exposing her thoughts? However, Uchiha Kei also understood that even if he unveiled her scheme, it would serve little purpose. Would he truly report this woman? Setting aside the fact that Uchiha Kei lacked concrete evidence, this woman could easily accuse him of slandering her. Should she become unhinged and demand that the Yamanaka clan's ninjas examine her mind, it would be Uchiha Kei who would find himself in the most dire predicament. The actions and words of their small team can be deemed a complete violation of battlefield ethics, trampling upon the very principles of warfare. As the captain, Uchiha Kei is undoubtedly the first to bear the brunt of the consequences. Despite his considerable achievements, in the eyes of the higher-ups in Konoha, such accolades are of little significance. The remains of the once great Konoha White Fang serve as a stark reminder. How could a newly promoted jonin like Uchiha Kei possibly contend with Konoha? Moreover, one must not forget Uchiha Kei's surname, which spells certain doom should he encounter any trouble. For the sake of family honor, his clan may not protect him, and Konoha would not spare him either, leaving Uchiha Kei unable to withstand Hinata Aya's self-destruction. Nevertheless, possessing leverage over Hinata Aya brings Uchiha Kei a measure of comfort. This incident is likely to temper her behavior, and it has served as a wake-up call for him. The battle at the Kannabi Bridge has clarified the capabilities of Imai Kinta for Uchiha Kei, establishing a precedent that renders him wary of underestimating Hinata Aya. Indeed, she has proven herself to be both cunning and unpredictable, not someone to be taken lightly. Should I place unwarranted trust in her, I might find myself ensnared in perilous situations in the future, Uchiha Kei mused as he walked, relieved to have realized this in time. It seems he must seek an opportunity to deal with her in the future. With this thought, a glint of danger flashed in Uchiha Kei's eyes. This woman possesses far too many secrets that she ought not to know, while he too holds leverage against her. Her position within the branch family may subject her to the control of the main family at a critical moment. The Hinata clan is astute. Unlike the Uchiha, who often misinterpret the circumstances, they have likely already aligned themselves with the third Hokage. Should the third reveal even the slightest intention, they would likely have no qualms about handing Hinata Aya over. Although Uchiha Kei wishes to avoid such a scenario, he must contemplate alternative strategies for his own safety. Indeed, the environment is one of the fundamental elements that can drive a person to madness. In times of peace, when all aspire towards the light, Uchiha Kei would not have found himself in this predicament. Having endured the horrors of war and recognizing the trajectory of his clan, he is reluctantly compelled to tread the path he most fears. Yet, a flicker of hope remains in his heart. He must take things one step at a time. If his plans succeed, more options will present themselves in the future. However, this requires time and careful plotting on his part, and he must focus on his own affairs. Of course, Uchiha Kei has also prepared for the worst. Should his plans falter, he must be ready to leave Konoha. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, though his heart may be dark, he could never bring himself to harm those who nurtured and guided him. Without the pressure of the kaleidoscope, Uchiha Kei, though not transformed into a different person, found his inner self and rationality gradually aligning with a singular focus. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noted the sun's brilliance, heralding a splendid day ahead. Uchiha Kei deemed it prudent to engage in further cultivation. Having shed his former identity as a destitute youth, he now possessed a plethora of resources at his disposal. Neglecting to enhance his abilities would indeed signify a lapse in judgment. Moreover, Uchiha Kei intended to meticulously document the evolution of his kaleidoscope and explore various conjectures while reflecting on the forthcoming transformations. With this in mind, he decided to venture towards the forest where he typically practiced, all the while maintaining a vigilant watch over his surroundings. The path he chose became increasingly level, for only by distancing himself from the dense woods could he ascertain whether he was being followed. As he proceeded, Uchiha Kei realized he was drawing closer to a precipice. In that moment, he activated his Sharingan to observe his environment, only to be disheartened by a revelation. He had spent a full month after returning to Konoha misinterpreting his circumstances, engaging in a battle of wits with mere air. It appeared that despite possessing such extraordinary eyesight, he was regarded as nothing more than a mere fish in the eyes of the higher-ups in Konoha. Feeling a twinge of frustration, Uchiha Kei stroked his chin thoughtfully. The war had only recently concluded, and the third Hokage would hardly commit such folly. Moreover, his attention was likely still occupied with negotiations with the Rock Village and the matters concerning Orochimaru. Sighing, Uchiha Kei acknowledged the severity of his preconceived notions. Yet he reasoned that such caution was not unwarranted. In this era, meticulousness was essential, and it could serve as preparation for himself, even if it appeared somewhat foolish at present. Having reconciled these thoughts, Uchiha Kei felt a sense of relief, yet he remained steadfast in his vigilance. Caution was never misplaced, even if it rendered him seemingly foolish. Maintaining his careful demeanor, Uchiha Kei took a circuitous route and, before reaching his concealed underground base, summoned a shadow clone for extra precaution. He was wary of creating too much commotion within his quarters, especially given his frequent missions and battlefield engagements. Even if sealed, the possibility of discovery was not negligible. For safety's sake, Uchiha Kei resolutely refrained from conducting such activities in his home. Upon entering the dimly lit chamber, he refrained from switching on the lights. The crimson hue of his Sharingan illuminated everything before him. Despite the inhospitable conditions, Uchiha Kei found the environment well suited to his current state. Since he had confirmed that the third Hokage and the Konoha elite were momentarily preoccupied with other affairs, his visits to his small base had gradually increased. However, Uchiha Kei dared not be overly arrogant. Even while he was engrossed in researching and documenting his Sharingan, he prudently created a shadow clone to remain in the surrounding forest. This shadow clone could serve to confuse any potential observers, as well as mislead passersby. Moreover, using a shadow clone for training had been validated by Naruto Uzumaki. Recognizing its efficacy, Uchiha Kei was keen to seize the opportunity. Though it was regrettable that his chakra reserves were somewhat limited, otherwise, he too would have desired to learn from Naruto. Regardless, Uchiha Kei was able to fulfill his wish of meticulously recording and studying his Mangekyo Sharingan. Unfortunately, after only a brief period of documentation, he was compelled to pause, as news of Minato's victories on the front lines began to trickle back to the village like falling snowflakes. The IWA shinobi, having lost all confidence in this war, could hardly withstand the onslaught of Minato and Jiraiya, especially with their supply lines severed. Though many IWA shinobi resolved to fight to the bitter end, even attempting to ambush Narashikaku and his delegation. It was evident that the Land of Earth no longer wished to squander its energy on the battlefield of the Land of Grass. Having reached this juncture, the focus of the Land of Earth turned towards preserving their strength, seeking a dignified conclusion to the conflict, and figuring out how to deal with the brawny Cloud Shinobi. Currently, aside from a contingent tasked with guarding against IWA shinobi and protecting the negotiation team, most of the other ninja had returned to Kanahigakure. It was truly hard to fathom that just a month prior they had been locked in a fierce struggle. Yet due to the blunders of the Land of Earth and Minato's audacious raid on the Kannabi Bridge with Uchiha Kei's team, the war seemed on the verge of concluding. Of course, the primary credit belonged to Minato. Though Uchiha Kei had gained some renown during this campaign, it was Minato who remained in everyone's memories. Moreover, Minato's contributions throughout the war led to a series of victories, further elevating his prestige. For a time, the golden flash of Konoha eclipsed all others in the realm of ninja reputation. With such honor, Minato returned to the village. The battlefield in the Land of Grass no longer required his presence. Upon hearing that the third Hokage seemed to have reached an agreement with the Sand Shinobi, Uchiha Kei could only shake his head in dismay. It appeared that the third Hokage had been somewhat rattled by the war, opting to negotiate with the defeated rather than waiting for them to approach. Perhaps the price paid by Konoha had been too steep, leading him to believe that the village was no longer suited for continued combat, hence making a decision uncharacteristic of a victorious nation, particularly with the terms he proposed. It was worth noting that Inoki was currently in a dire situation, and the IWA shinobi were now intimidated by Minato. The third Hokage's actions might jeopardize the interests of many. However, this course of action was hardly surprising to Uchiha Kei, as it closely resembled the situation that would later befall the Hyuga clan. Although the methods may appear vastly different, the essence remains the same, sacrificing certain interests for the greater good of Konoha. These interests could represent an entire clan or the collective of Konoha's shinobi. The distinction between the overall benefit to the village and that of the higher echelons of Konoha presents a topic ripe for contemplation. Nevertheless, such matters bore no relevance to Uchiha Kei, who was diligently immersed in the study of his Mangekyo Sharingan, meticulously documenting an array of data to assess the disparities between the Mangekyo and the ordinary Sharingan. This disparity was not in terms of ocular techniques, but rather the augmentation this pair of eyes offered to Uchiha Kei when excluding those techniques, such as insight, bodily coordination, enhancement of Jinjutsu, and control over ninjutsu. Yet, before he could compile this data, he was compelled to cease his endeavors as the third Hokage was to hold the grand funeral for Konoha. War invariably demands sacrifices, a truth universally acknowledged, leading individuals to grow increasingly numb amidst the cycles of life and death. For the shinobi, who are akin to machines of slaughter. This numbness is even more profound. They not only disregard the lives of others, but also their own. However, when such sacrifices encroach upon those they hold dear, they often discover that their emotional detachment is not as profound as they had presumed. This encapsulates the current sentiment perfectly. The most effective remedy for such numbness is a period of mourning, one that serves to remind these shinobi of their humanity. Simultaneously, it functions as a political spectacle, whether out of genuine sorrow for those who sacrificed themselves for Konoha, or a display of the recognition bestowed upon these fallen warriors by the higher-ups of the village. It is an unavoidable occurrence. Uchiha Kei had little interest in such matters, yet as an elite shinobi of Konoha and one who had participated in the conflict, he had no choice but to accompany Uchiha Fugaku to the ceremony. This could be viewed as a reflection of his status. The attendees of the funeral were predominantly elite shinobi, apart from a few commoners who had distinguished themselves and the heads of prominent clans. Uchiha Kei also spotted Kakashi and Minato Namikaze. Dressed in a black kimono, he stood in the second row of the Uchiha clan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in the attire, preferring his battle garb instead. As he surveyed the crowd and the monument engraved with countless names, even in his state of numbness, Uchiha Kei could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. The day was devoid of rain, yet the atmosphere was exceptionally somber, mirroring the sentiments of the majority of the common shinobi present. No one spoke of the deceased's life, nor were there any tears shed. It was eerily silent. Devoid of sound, everyone stood in quietude, each lost in their own thoughts. They understood that words were futile. From this day forth, there would be no mention of him, for his name had become synonymous with sorrow. His tale will fade into the annals of time, dissipating beneath this sky, lost amidst the dust of history, leaving behind a name on a memorial plaque that, though devoid of meaning, carries profound significance. The patriarch, it has been rumored, may resign amidst the turmoil surrounding the third Hokage, and someone has proposed that you be nominated to elect the fourth Hokage. At that moment, Uchiha Sai, whose spirits had also been dampened, suddenly heard a voice beside him murmur, "Let us not speak of this matter any further." Uchiha Fugaku, without even opening his eyes, dismissed the topic outright. "What shall we do about Kakashi?" The voice continued. "He is not one of our clan, yet possesses the Sharingan. If you utter such words again, I shall take action." Uchiha Sai interjected abruptly, his eyes now a deep crimson, with 3 tomos slowly rotating within them. Uchiha Sai had long pondered the triggers that would influence Uchiha Fugaku. Understanding Fugaku's character, he contemplated when such a trigger might arise, or how he might present one to ensnare Fugaku's attention. To his surprise, this trigger emerged sooner than anticipated. Who is Kakashi? This individual happens to be the future 4th disciple, and Uchiha Sai had, to some degree, expressed goodwill towards Kakashi, presenting a reasonable point of entry. How effectively Uchiha Sai could convey this trigger would determine its reception by Uchiha Fugaku. It was evident that Sai's remarks and actions had already captured Fugaku's attention, marking a promising beginning. Uchiha Sai had previously demonstrated a lack of concern for his clan, and while this was indeed factual, Fugaku remained skeptical of Sai's newfound stance. As expected, this young man exhibited a certain unpredictability. The members of the Uchiha clan were taken aback by Uchiha Sai's sudden display, particularly upon seeing those striking crimson eyes with their 3 tomo, which left them momentarily unsettled. "What is the matter with me?" Uchiha Sai's demeanor was resolute. At such a time, to discuss these matters, have you forgotten the relationship between Kakashi and Minato Namikaze, as well as the powerful figures standing behind Minato? The village has only just regained its tranquility, and you seek to shatter this calm? Have you ever seen the battlefield? Uchiha Sai, you dishonor the legacy of our clan. This individual was evidently intimidated by Uchiha Sai, who had indeed never set foot on a battlefield. How could one who has never faced war dare to speak of honor? A cold smile graced Uchiha Sai's face. "My honor is earned through my own efforts, and you lack the right to partake in it." Kakashi's eyes were bestowed upon him by Obito. "You do not even respect the will of a battle hero, and you dare to speak of Uchiha's glory?" Uchiha Sai's words were both venomous and profoundly unsettling, leaving the middle-aged man beside him utterly speechless. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Uchiha Sai showed no inclination to lower his voice. The members of the Hyuga clan nearby could clearly hear their exchange. It is not difficult to envision that it will not be long before the 3rd Hokage and the other ninjas of Konoha attending this funeral become aware of the situation. and this aligns with Uchiha Kei's objective. It seems to serve as a reminder to this individual, while, in reality, it is merely an attempt to speak favorably of the third Hokage or the ordinary ninjas of Konoha, since Uchiha Kei intends to present a triggering point for Uchiha Fugaku. The value of this point must not be trivial. Otherwise, Uchiha Kei would be perceived as foolish or simple-minded. As Uchiha Kei spoke these words, he observed Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor, and indeed, Fugaku's expression underwent subtle changes. It was a complex mix of anger, confusion, and contemplation, a reaction that pleased Uchiha Kei immensely. If his disingenuous display failed to move Uchiha Fugaku, it would signify Uchiha Kei's failure. Uchiha Fugaku remained true to himself, devoid of the Nine-Tails incident. He could not bring himself to make a decisive stance, or perhaps, deep within, he still sided with Konoha. However, his allegiance was to the village itself, rather than to the faction of the third Hokage. Enough, both of you, no one to stop. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku expressed his position. Now is the time to honor our heroes. Let us not disgrace ourselves further. Kakashi's Sharingan was a gift from Obito. Let us respect the will of the departed. Yet, a member of the Uchiha clan attempted to speak further, only to be interrupted by Uchiha Kei. Has the clan leader's message not been sufficiently clear? Uchiha Kei's eyes had reverted to their original state. Do you understand what it means to respect the deceased? Do not speak any further, Kei. Uchiha Fugaku timely intervened in their exchange. Hashin is of your father's generation. He is indeed your elder. Elder? Uchiha Kei fell silent. Yet his face bore an unmistakable smirk, as if to question how such a worthless individual could be considered his elder. This attitude ignited Uchiha Hashin's ire. Yet he recognized that he could not unleash his frustration, for Uchiha Fugaku's stance was abundantly clear. Even if he found Uchiha Kei insufferable, he dared not voice his dissent against the clan leader's wishes. The confrontation between Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Hashin did not stir any significant turmoil. The memorial for the hero proceeded and concluded as it ought to. However, once all was said and done, Uchiha Kei noticed the unfriendly gaze directed at him by Uchiha Hashin, to which he could only sigh in response. Nonetheless, Uchiha Kei did not dwell on it excessively. Having resolved to pursue his plan, he understood that sacrifices were inevitable. Uchiha Kei recalled a saying, "How can one achieve both perfection and fulfillment in this world? To not disappoint both the Tathagata and the beloved." Indeed, everyone yearns for a flawless conclusion. Yet how could such a thing possibly exist? Even if it were to exist, it would require immense effort and unspoken sacrifices. Uchiha Chi is quite pragmatic. He harbors uncertainties regarding the efficacy of his plans. Nevertheless, for the sake of his own life and the safety of his future choices, he is willing to take a risk. However, Uchiha Chi remains astute, employing a strategy that appeases both sides, marking his greatest compromise. After all, one must always consider various contingencies, mustn't one? Chikuin, please wait. Just as Uchiha Chi intended to depart, a voice called out from behind, none other than that of Minato Namikaze. Captain Minato, is there something you require? Uchiha Chi inquired politely. Turning to face him, I have heard about the earlier incident, Minato stated candidly, bowing slightly to express his gratitude. Thank you for coming to Kakashi's aid. I am truly grateful. Captain Minato, there is no need for such formalities. Uchiha Chi was taken aback by Minato's gesture and promptly interjected. I had merely advised Kakashi that if any member of the Uchiha clan sought him out, he should direct them to me. This is simply me fulfilling my promise. And there is no need for such thanks. In truth, Uchiha Chi mused, he was merely leveraging Minato's future status for his own benefit. He sighed inwardly, feeling a certain fondness for Minato's straightforwardness. Yet, the contrast between Minato's openness and the cunning of the third Hokage prompted Uchiha Chi to shake his head. It is no wonder Orochimaru would claim that Minato is merely a puppet of the third. Following the funeral, Uchiha Chi returned to a relatively tranquil routine. His daily life revolved around visiting the library to read, practicing, and documenting data on the Sharingan. These days were simple, yet fulfilling, though certain circumstances compelled him to slightly adjust his schedule, such as dedicating mornings solely to recording Sharingan data. After Kakashi emerged from the hospital, perhaps due to Minato's busyness or his own curiosity about Uchiha Chi's progress with Chidori, he sought out Uchiha Chi. Of course, Kakashi refrained from visiting the Uchiha clan's territory, fully aware that his possession of the Sharingan would render him unwelcome. By sheer coincidence, while trying to evade Might Guy, Kakashi inadvertently ventured into a relatively unfamiliar forest and encountered Uchiha Kei, who was practicing with shadow clones. Consequently, Uchiha Kei adjusted his schedule to train alongside Kakashi. Although this arrangement was somewhat inconvenient, it provided Uchiha Kei with a greater sense of security. With Kakashi's protection, he surmised that even if Konoha were tracking him, they would likely remain oblivious to his whereabouts. Moreover, having Kakashi as a training partner afforded Uchiha Kei a competent combat counterpart. Although Kakashi's chakra reserves were lacking, his extensive practical experience with the Sharingan proved invaluable. Uchiha Kei had always believed that immersing oneself in solitary practice was the least effective method, as one could never truly ascertain their progress or the potential outcomes of their training. Uchiha Keyoshi's prowess has surged dramatically, not only due to his unique method of awakening the Sharingan, but also through relentless efforts on the battlefield, albeit sometimes at the expense of his comrades' lives. While he has acquired a plethora of new skills, he currently lacks a worthy opponent to serve as a sparring partner, and he is not inclined to seek out Uchiha Fugaku at this moment. Consequently, this matter has lingered unresolved until, fortuitously, Kakashi appeared before him. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Keiyoshi sent Kakashi sprawling to the ground with a swift kick. After recklessly activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, he found himself seemingly on par with Kakashi, despite their age difference. Keyoshi's survival tactics hinge on his mastery of body flicker technique and ambush strategies. However, the latter proves futile on the front lines, as his confrontation with Kakashi epitomized a true clash of warriors. Nonetheless, Keiyoshi recognized that Kakashi was still acclimating to the Sharingan, which likely contributed to his repeated defeats. "Are you all right?" Keiyoshi inquired, extending his hand to help Kakashi to his feet. "You still struggle with the Sharingan, and your utilization of it is alarmingly rudimentary. Your Genjutsu is lacking, and your deeper perceptive abilities remain untapped. You must strive harder." "Thank you," Kakashi replied, accepting Keyoshi's assistance to rise. "The Sharingan drains me significantly, and my chakra is limited due to my lineage." Kakashi found himself in a peculiar predicament. Having acquired the Sharingan, he was unable to deactivate the eye. The constant activation of the Sharingan is a tremendous strain on chakra, particularly given that Kakashi has yet to reach his peak age. Furthermore, due to his bloodline, the energy expenditure of his 2-Tomo Sharingan surpasses that of Keyoshi's 3-Tomo Sharingan by several magnitudes, a source of Kakashi's frustration. "Train harder. There are no other solutions," Keiyoshi shrugged, offering no better advice. Should he suggest that Kakashi acquire a tailed beast? Or perhaps, like Shimura Danzo, integrate the cells of the first Hokage into his body? Such notions were absurd. Even with a tailed beast, Keiyoshi would not hesitate to seize it for himself. Observing Danzo's ghastly demeanor made it evident how much he had endured. Achieving such a transformation is far from simple. Without Orochimaru's assistance in relentless research and refinement, Danzo would not have reached such a stage. Indeed, in the realm of Naruto, few can rival Orochimaru in the pursuit of scientific endeavors. "The Sharingan is, for me, a veritable abyss of chakra," Kakashi lamented as he and Keiyoshi found a spot to sit, pulling up their masks to obscure their eyes. "Keep pushing forward. Once your chakra keeps pace, I may impart some insights I have gleaned regarding the Sharingan," Keiyoshi declared, reflecting for a moment before issuing an open-ended proposition. Without allowing Kakashi a moment to process, he continued, "By the way, where was that blade of your father's, which harmonizes so well with chakra, forged?" "Thank you, Keiyoshi-kun." Although Kakashi's reactions were somewhat sluggish, he evidently heard the conversation. "As for my father's blade, I'm not entirely certain about it." "What's the matter? Do you desire the sword?" "Indeed," replied Uchiha Kei, nodding slightly. "I hope to acquire a blade that can seamlessly integrate with chakra, as I have developed some insights regarding your Chidori." Uchiha Kei would not divulge that his reluctance to engage closely with adversaries stemmed from the profound impression left by that fellow, Huang Tu. After a single punch, the man had vanished, and Uchiha Kei was not keen on reliving such an experience. Having already amassed considerable knowledge in swordsmanship, he had long intended to seek a suitable blade. However, the swords available in Konoha were largely incapable of enduring the strain of Uchiha Kei's chakra, shattering after little use. This predicament led Uchiha Kei to contemplate Kakashi, as, to his recollection, apart from the blade Orochimaru had provided to Sasuke, only Kakashi's previous short sword seemed resilient enough to withstand the ravages of chakra. Uchiha Kei had no intention of approaching Orochimaru. Recently, during a memorial event in Konoha, He had encountered Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha. That moment presented an optimal opportunity for engagement, yet Uchiha Kei dismissed the notion, preferring to avoid interaction with an individual destined to betray Konoha. Orochimaru's reputation had become rather peculiar, as the discourse within the village grew increasingly polarized, dividing into two factions. One side, represented by Orochimaru's subordinates, vehemently condemned and occasionally punished those who spread rumors. Conversely, allegations regarding Orochimaru's illicit experiments circulated relentlessly, particularly following incidents of his subordinates' violence and the mysterious disappearances of Konoha's citizens and shinobi, escalating tensions to a peak. Uchiha Kei chose neither to partake in nor to discuss such matters, and Orochimaru exhibited no inclination to defend himself. Clearly, he was a proud individual, seemingly indifferent to offering explanations or perhaps too disdainful to resort to deceit. Additionally, with the third Hokage having subtly expressed a desire to step down, the leadership of Konoha found itself in a state of uncertainty. New ideas and a sword? As Uchiha Kei's thoughts drifted, Kakashi murmured, "Perhaps I can assist you." Later, around dusk, Uchiha Kei and Kakashi bid each other farewell, the hour growing late. They had exchanged a wealth of thoughts, particularly regarding Uchiha Kei's concepts for the further development of Chidori, such as Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Thousand Books. Kakashi found Uchiha Kei's ideas captivating, and it was evident that Uchiha Kei would not need to exert much effort. Kakashi would likely undertake the research himself, as these modifications were rooted in his own ninjutsu, which he comprehended far more deeply than Uchiha Kei. As for Kakashi's assertion that he could offer assistance to Uchiha Kei in terms of blades, Uchiha Kei paid little heed to it, for he found himself at a loss, awaiting whatever fate had in store. He meandered back to his humble abode, but upon opening the door, a frown creased his brow. Within, aside from Uchiha Ryoko and Uchiha Kei, sat an unfamiliar figure. "Welcome back, Kei." Uchiha Ryoko greeted him with a bright smile. "Ah, I have returned," Uchiha Kei replied with a nod, his gaze shifting curiously to the stranger. "Who might he be?" "Honored Kei, I am Uchiha Asahi." The man introduced himself with a demeanor of humility. "I have come to extend an invitation to you for the clan meeting. I arrived a bit early and, not having met you, took the liberty of waiting here. I hope you can forgive any inconvenience." "A clan meeting, you say?" Uchiha Kei studied the humble man, his curiosity piqued, and nodded. "I understand. Please, lead the way, Asahi." Asahi's courteous demeanor was such that Uchiha Kei found it difficult to find fault. Indeed, he felt an unbidden fondness for this individual. Yet, Uchiha Kei was perplexed as to why this man would display such amiability. Was it a facade, or did someone behind him wish for him to have options? Shaking his head, Uchiha Kei dismissed these considerations. Whether genuine or feigned, he had already made his resolutions. Regarding the clan meeting, Uchiha Kei was not entirely surprised. With his 3-tomo Sharingan and the title of hero of the battlefield earned at the tender age of 13, it was only natural for him to be granted an opportunity to attend such an assembly. "We have arrived, honored Kei," Uchiha Asahi announced, guiding him through a labyrinth of turns until they reached a quaint structure. "Thank you, Asahi," Uchiha Kei acknowledged with a nod. "I shall enter now." Just as Uchiha Kei was about to step into the small dwelling, Uchiha Asahi suddenly bowed deeply. "Thank you. Were it not for your completion of that mission, which nearly brought the war to a close, my child might not have returned." Understanding dawned upon Uchiha Kei, and he nodded thoughtfully. It was his actions that had ensured Uchiha Asahi's son could come home. However, this realization elicited a wry smile from him, for he recognized that his mind had been too tightly wound, conjuring various conspiracies at every turn. Yet, if Uchiha Asahi's son was also on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, it seemed likely that he, too, belonged to the forsaken class of ninjas. "Is that so?" Uchiha Kei inquired, nodding once more. "What is his name?" "Kawa," came the reply. Uchiha Akira smiled softly. "His name is Chuan. But my son possesses limited talent and has yet to awaken the Sharingan. He remains merely a Chunin. If it weren't for you, Kiyoshi, I would only be fulfilling my duties." Uchiha Kiyoshi interrupted him. "Thank you for bringing me here. I shall enter now. Regardless of circumstances, I am grateful to you, Kiyoshi." Uchiha Akira bowed once more to Uchiha Kiyoshi. Humanity is indeed peculiar. It is somewhat amusing that Uchiha Kiyoshi, who is entirely unfamiliar with Uchiha Chuan, inadvertently influenced a vastly different outcome through a mere gesture. As a father, Uchiha Akira felt a sense of gratitude towards himself, leading Uchiha Kiyoshi to reflect on the plight of parents everywhere, as it is likely that Uchiha Akira would prefer his child not to tread upon the battlefield. Yet, he had no choice, just as Uchiha Kiyoshi, Uchiha Keisuke, and Uchiha Ryoko were equally constrained. Pushing open the wooden door, Uchiha Kiyoshi entered the small room, which was surprisingly spacious, yet already filled to capacity with members of the Uchiha clan. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Although all eyes turned towards Uchiha Kiyoshi, many harbored a semblance of discontent, yet none voiced their grievances. Uchiha Kiyoshi surveyed the room, then selected a spot to kneel. Among the assembly, he recognized Uchiha Fugaku and the individual he had previously offended, Uchiha Hashiro. The others were strangers to him. Since everyone was present, the meeting could commence. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Uchiha Kiyoshi and solemnly stated, "Kiyoshi, this is your first clan meeting. I do not hold your tardiness against you. However, please remember that you are now an elite ninja of the Uchiha clan. We hold clan meetings weekly, and I hope you can arrive punctually next time." "I understand." Clan leader, Uchiha Kiyoshi replied calmly, nodding in acknowledgement, refraining from any argument. Moreover, he was aware that his presence here was merely to fill a space. He had no backing and represented only himself. Uchiha Kiyoshi possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the clan's circumstances, though it was rooted in a time when the Uchiha clan was on the brink of annihilation. He was oblivious to the current discussions taking place within the clan and could not discern whether the ninjas present belonged to the hawkish or dovish factions among the various interest groups. It is hard to fathom how estranged familial ties can become within a clan. Perhaps, before returning from the battlefield or awakening his Sharingan, these individuals would remain entirely unaware of who Uchiha Kiyoshi truly was. As he observed the ninjas, guided by Uchiha Fugaku, presenting a myriad of proposals and subsequently embroiling themselves in disputes, Uchiha Kiyoshi felt as though he had stumbled into a bustling marketplace. Were it not for Uchiha Fugaku's continual mediation and compromises, it seemed likely that the ninjas would devolve into physical altercations. Uchiha Kei sat quietly in the corner, observing everything unfold before him. Seizing this opportunity, he began to discern the factions within the Uchiha clan. In essence, his initial thoughts were confirmed. The Uchiha clan had indeed divided into two camps. However, despite their differing methods, their ultimate goal remained the same: to safeguard the interests of the Uchiha clan. The hawkish faction advocated for a more resolute approach. Yearning for recognition as one of the founding members of Konoha, they had never been afforded the rights they believed were due to them. They aspired for the Uchiha clan to advance rather than remain confined to their current circumstances. Such sentiments predominated within the Uchiha clan. One should not underestimate the intelligence of the Uchiha, for, although many appeared eccentric, a small contingent possessed remarkable insight. This select few could easily discern the true nature of the so-called Konoha police force, yet the allure of power had become their shackles. Were it not for the Uchiha's genuine need for authority to sustain their status, those astute individuals might have long suggested abandoning the police force altogether. It was precisely this awareness that instilled in them a sense of resilience. Whether Uchiha Fugaku perceived this reality was debatable, but Uchiha Kei recognized it as material for contemplation. What surprised Uchiha Kei was the apparent lack of discussion among the Hawks regarding a coup. Was it because the Ninetales incident had yet to occur? He pondered. Or perhaps the rumors of the third Hokage's impending abdication provided them with a semblance of respite. Regardless of the reason, Uchiha Kei remained indifferent. Even when they proposed that Uchiha Fugaku run for election, he merely chuckled inwardly. The likelihood of Uchiha Fugaku's election was something many already understood. However, the fact that both the Hawks and Doves reached a consensus on this proposal presented a dilemma for Uchiha Fugaku. The Dove faction within the Uchiha had not vanished entirely, though their numbers were few. They advocated for achieving consensus with Konoha through peaceful discourse, seeking to restore the Uchiha clan's honor through non-confrontational means. Their perspective was intriguing. They believed that following a war, when the village was in a state of reconstruction, cooperation was essential rather than adopting a combative stance that would strain relations. To be candid, their reasoning was not without merit, yet they underestimated the animosity that Konoha's upper echelons harbored towards the Uchiha clan. They were acutely aware that figures like the third Hokage were far from benevolent. Thus they spoke only of the village rather than the third Hokage himself. Moreover, they viewed the third's impending retirement as an opportunity to thwart any further ascendancy of his faction. However, this notion was somewhat naive. They had never contemplated their own shortcomings. While the third Hokage was indeed detestable, if they did not take steps to reform themselves, even the election of a Hokage sympathetic to the Uchiha clan would not suffice. In comparison to the Uchiha clan, the entire Hidden Leaf village appears somewhat diminutive. Even the mightiest of ninjas harbor a fear of being ambushed by a kunai. After sitting for over an hour, Uchiha Kei began to feel a twinge of boredom. Initially, he found it amusing to gather intelligence and observe the antics of these individuals. However, as the hour dragged on, he realized that neither the so-called hawks nor doves among them grasped the crux of the issue. Apart from the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials in Konoha dismissing their views, even the villagers themselves seemed indifferent to their cause. Particularly disheartening was their fervent advocacy for Uchiha Fugaku to participate in the selection for the fourth Hokage, a notion that Uchiha Kei found increasingly difficult to bear. Aside from the faintly comical pallor of Uchiha Fugaku's face, the entire discussion felt akin to a tedious comedy film whose humor had long since faded. Just as Uchiha Kei began to succumb to drowsiness, a member of the Uchiha clan suddenly stood up, his action commanding the attention of all present. Esteemed clan leader, participating in the selection for the fourth Hokage embodies our collective hope. I implore you to give it serious consideration, this Uchiha ninja stated solemnly. Therefore, I shall not dwell on this matter any longer. Thank you, Shukuin, Uchiha Fugaku replied, his previously stern countenance easing slightly. I will contemplate this carefully. Is there anything you wish to add? Uchiha Shu. Upon hearing this name, Uchiha Kei instinctively stroked his chin. He had heard of this individual, reputed to be a formidable Uchiha ninja. However, Uchiha Kei had little personal connection to Shu, as his notable achievements primarily took place on the battlefield in the Land of Water, where he clashed fiercely with the Cloud Ninjas. Uchiha Kei had also visited the Land of Water, but at that time, he was merely a novice genin, destined to remain on divergent paths from Shu. Rumor had it that Shu possessed the prowess of an elite jonin. Furthermore, he had a brother named Uchiha Yu, who was also incredibly powerful and had fought alongside him on the battlefield, currently serving as one of the captains of the 3rd unit of the security department. Both brothers possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan, forming a duo that could instill terror in their adversaries, having undoubtedly claimed countless lives of Cloud Ninjas. Most crucially, both were staunch hawks. Uchiha Kei was uncertain about the allies behind them, but it was clear that these two individuals were not to be trifled with. Their strength alone would deter most from provoking them, especially with influential supporters within the clan. Initially, Uchiha Kei had not paid much heed to Shu, but as he inadvertently noticed the gaze of one named Uchiha Haoshu directed toward him, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Clan leader, what I wish to address this time concerns Hatake Kakashi. Indeed, as Uchiha Shuichi spoke, Uchiha Kiyoshi's expression darkened noticeably. Yet again, it was Kakashi? This accursed Uchiha Hashiru was courting death. Were these hardliners bereft of reason, clinging to Kakashi as a means to flaunt their bloodline pride? However, Uchiha Kiyoshi's grim countenance soon dissipated, replaced by a hint of a smile. In the original narrative, this matter was left unresolved, indicating that these individuals were destined for failure. While Uchiha Kiyoshi was unaware of whether this scene transpired in the original story, he understood that if his plans were to proceed, an inevitable clash with these individuals was forthcoming. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kiyoshi remained unperturbed. He discerned Uchiha Fugaku's displeasure, a sentiment likely shared by Uchiha Shuichi. Yet, the fact that he stood there signified a certain stance, one that was likely unfriendly towards Uchiha Fugaku. Shuichi, let us not revisit this matter, Uchiha Fugaku insisted, his face tightening further. We must honor the will of the deceased. I apologize, clan leader, Uchiha Shuichi replied, maintaining a demeanor of respect. I understand your perspective, and I am willing to honor Uchiha Obito's will. However, his eyes pertain to the most sacred secrets of our Uchiha clan. My apologies, clan leader. I cannot endorse this course of action, and I believe many clansmen share my sentiments. Uchiha Shuichi's words were deftly articulated. Was not the Sharingan the Uchiha clan's most guarded secret? The Sharingan was indeed the family's greatest unspeakable secret. Uchiha Obito's actions could be seen as a blatant defiance of the Uchiha clan's established rules, rendering his behavior perilous. Furthermore, Uchiha Shuichi had mobilized the majority of the clan's ninjas, which, in essence, had become a choice between clan and individual. Uchiha Fugaku was acutely aware of this, and it only served to deepen the scowl upon his face. While the significance of the matter could vary, the most hawkish members appeared to perceive a golden opportunity, a chance to exert pressure on the higher echelons of Konoha. You of Konoha covet our ninja clan's secrets. Today it is Uchiha, but will it be Hyuga tomorrow? What of the Yamashiro, the Akimichi, the Naro? Kakashi's affiliation with Minato Namikaze, who was a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and a pupil of the third Hokage, only compounded the gravity of the situation. Thus, any aggression towards Kakashi would effectively serve as pressure directed at the third Hokage, who, to a significant extent, would be reluctant to be labeled as someone yearning for the secrets of the ninja clans. Even if he suspected Danzo might act in such a manner, he could never admit it, nor allow himself to be branded with such a label. Should Uchiha Shuichi's plans unfold favorably, they could deliver a substantial blow to Konoha, which would find itself bereft of a means to retaliate. Moreover, Uchiha Shuichi and his faction were contemplating whether to leverage this opportunity to extract even greater advantages from the third Hokage. However, all of this is entirely contrary to what Uchiha Fugaku envisioned. He is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and would never acquiesce to such matters. Yet, gazing at the individual before him, Uchiha Fugaku cannot help but sigh inwardly. He harbors no fondness for the third Hokage and his companions. Yet he yearns for the stability of the village. Should they indeed proceed with this course of action, they may reap certain short-term benefits, but in the long run, it would surely sow the seeds of disaster. His objective is to persuade this individual before him, and even to sway those members of the Uchiha clan who are troubled by this issue. Just as he was deep in thought, Uchiha Itachi suddenly stood up. Do you even comprehend the words you are uttering? Uchiha Itachi regarded Uchiha Shu with a hint of mockery in his expression. To invoke the clan's name and override personal convictions, even at the cost of bringing calamity upon the family? Should I label you as short-sighted or simply brainless? Uchiha Itachi, I have heard of you, Uchiha Shu replied, turning his head to face Uchiha Itachi, his expression impassive, a remarkable hero of the battlefield. Yet your vision is constricted, limiting your understanding. You perceive only what is visible to you, which reveals your ignorance. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from interjecting. Do you understand? Who can truly ascertain who is ignorant? Uchiha Itachi remained undeterred by Uchiha Shu's gaze, dismissing the glances from the other meeting participants. Moreover, since I am qualified to attend this meeting, does that not grant me the right to speak? If that is not the case, I shall take my leave immediately. Please, Itachi, feel free to express your thoughts, Uchiha Fugaku said. Though his countenance was less than favorable, he forced himself to maintain composure. If Uchiha Itachi had something to convey, then let him do so. Despite his youth and lack of authority, with his 3-tomo Sharingan and the status of a promoted Jonin, having proven his prowess on the battlefield, he certainly qualifies to participate in this discussion and voice his opinions. Uchiha Fugaku was also eager to hear what Uchiha Itachi intended to say, using this time to contemplate strategies for dealing with Uchiha Shu. Yes, clan leader, Uchiha Itachi nodded, then turned his gaze toward Uchiha Shu. Uchiha Shu, is it? I pose a question to you. Which is more crucial, the clan's secrets or its survival? Undoubtedly, the survival of the clan, Uchiha Shu replied, furrowing his brow. Yet he articulated the answer. Very well, then let me ask you this. Given that everyone is aware of Kakashi's identity, have you considered the cost of seizing the Sharingan from him? Uchiha Itachi stated flatly, mirroring Uchiha Shu's earlier demeanor. It seems you only see that Konoha is troubled by Kakashi's Sharingan, ultimately compelled to relinquish it. I surmise that you are contemplating how to extract some benefits from the higher-ups in Konoha, are you not? Such foolishness and ignorance will lead your clan down the path to annihilation. Uchiha Itachi, clarify your words. Uchiha Shu had yet to respond, but his brother, Uchiha Yu, suddenly exclaimed, my brother cannot possibly be wrong. Not only that, but Uchiha Yu's eyes transformed into a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. Those present were taken aback by the escalating tension. Uchiha Shu furrowed his brow, as this development exceeded his expectations. His brother, true to his name, was a warrior. Yet it seemed that this very name inclined him to resolve conflicts with his fists. However, before Uchiha Shu could utter a word, Uchiha Kei had already activated his Sharingan. I possess the 3-tomo Sharingan as well. Do you intend to confront me before the clan leader? Uchiha Kei remained composed, yet his words were artfully crafted, neither appearing overly aggressive nor betraying any semblance of fear. Although Uchiha Kei understood that this opponent was formidable, the location was significant. This was one of the core power centers of the Uchiha clan, where the elite shinobi gathered for a meeting. Should this individual resort to violence, it would only signify one thing. He wished to sever ties with the clan. Of course, it could also be viewed as a lack of foresight, regardless of the interpretation. He would find it impossible to set foot in this place again. Enough. What are you trying to achieve? I am still the clan leader. You should all exercise restraint. Uchiha Kei was correct in his assessment. Uchiha Fugaku could not tolerate such behavior. Rising to his feet, he cast a cold glare at Uchiha Yu, before shifting his gaze to Uchiha Kei, momentarily glancing at Uchiha Shu as he did so. Kikuin, if you have something to say, please continue. Yes, clan leader. Uchiha Yu's commotion had drawn the attention of everyone present to Uchiha Kei. While this had been the case before, many had previously regarded him with disdain, viewing him as an inexperienced novice. His presence here merely indicated his commendable strength and remarkable potential for growth. Yet what could one expect from a mere child? However, the situation had changed. Although Uchiha Kei had not demonstrated much political acumen, his demeanor alone had begun to astonish them. Faced with Uchiha Yu, he exhibited no signs of panic, and even invoked the name of Uchiha Fugaku as a shield, suggesting that the young man possessed considerable intellect. Most importantly, Uchiha Fugaku seemed inclined to hear him out, indicating that perhaps the young man's prior assertions had also been of interest to the clan leader. Thus, why not listen to what this young man had to say, and why his opinions could garner the approval of Uchiha Fugaku? Retrieving the Sharingan would not only embarrass the higher-ups in Konoha, but it would also provide the clan with certain short-term advantages, as I previously mentioned. Uchiha Kei appeared unaffected, maintaining his calm demeanor as he continued. However, have you considered that such actions might not only offend a currently prominent and powerful ninja, but also further tarnish the already tenuous reputation of the Uchiha in Konoha? And what of it? Uchiha Shio gazed coldly at Uchiha Chi, asserting, "What right do you have to give away what belongs to us?" If the third Hokage were to unequivocally declare his disinterest in researching this eye, it would inevitably belong to Kakashi. A hint of mockery appeared on Uchiha Chi's face. At that point, you will have offended not just the third Hokage's faction, but have also burdened our clan with the disgrace of disregarding the dying wishes of a hero. Let us not forget, we recently participated in a significant event. As Uchiha Chi spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Uchiha Fugaku, uncertain of how Fugaku had persuaded these individuals. Yet Uchiha Chi, a man of modern sensibilities, held his own opinions and perspectives. Uchiha Obito was merely an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. His death was inconsequential. However, the demise of a war hero, whose will remains unfulfilled, would surely tarnish the already dubious reputation of the Uchiha clan even further. Recently, the third Hokage had held a grand funeral and memorial for the fallen ninjas, with the capable members of the Uchiha clan attending under Fugaku's leadership. This event was vividly etched in the memories of all ninjas present, many of whom had participated in the war and lost comrades and friends. It is easy to imagine that if the Uchiha clan were to emerge shortly after the funeral, it would be akin to courting death. That remains merely your assumption, yet even so, the family secret. Uchiha Shio's expression shifted, though he maintained an air of calm. Unfortunately, he was abruptly interrupted by Uchiha Chi. For the sake of unknown glory and your trivial ambitions, are you willing to plunge the entire clan into darkness? Uchiha Chi coldly regarded Uchiha Shio. Thus, I deem you a short-sighted and ignorant fool, to defy the will of a fallen hero and instigate such turmoil immediately following a memorial event, all while offending powerful figures who bear no ill will towards the Uchiha, is not an act of upholding our clan's honor and secrets. It is an act of thrusting the Uchiha into despair. At that moment, Uchiha Shio's complexion shifted dramatically, mirrored by the expressions of the other Uchiha present. Indeed, Kakashi is my friend, and I must protect him. But let us not forget, I am also an Uchiha. The mocking smile on Uchiha Chi's face grew increasingly pronounced and frigid. Perhaps the third Hokage is eagerly anticipating your actions. Uchiha Chi had now fully succumbed to reckless rhetoric, oblivious to the true intentions of the third Hokage or the circumstances surrounding Kakashi's eye preservation. Nonetheless, Uchiha Chi had achieved his objective, to showcase a facet of himself beyond mere talent before Uchiha Fugaku. Although this sudden display might seem jarringly out of place, it did not imply that Uchiha Chi lacked the merit to contemplate such matters. As a sagacious individual, Uchiha Kei was acutely aware of the advantages and disadvantages of his actions, and he would only proceed when the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Indeed, his words plunged the assembled ninjas into profound contemplation, accompanied by an array of inexplicable questions. Why did this young man conceive such thoughts? How did he possess such extensive knowledge? Who exactly was he? Not only the attending ninjas, but Uchiha Fugaku's expression was also laden with confusion. Is this truly what you wish to convey, Keikoin? After a long pause, Uchiha Fugaku finally nodded. Who imparted this knowledge to you? Or is it your own reasoning? Considering how long I've been back and the individuals I've interacted with, the clan leader should be aware, Uchiha Kei replied with a nonchalant smile. On the battlefield, one cannot survive without a modicum of intellect. This, I believe, the clan leader understands. Do elaborate, Uchiha Fugaku interjected directly. I have lived at the bottom for as long as I can remember. Those of you in lofty positions likely encounter few intriguing matters, Uchiha Kei shrugged. The methods of the guard division are both brutal and despised, and many clan members believe themselves superior, inciting widespread resentment. I faced my share of troubles during my time at the Ninja Academy. Moreover, numerous family members have been vocal in their complaints, coupled with your prior remarks, which shaped my judgments and thoughts. Uchiha Kei spoke half-truths. Even Uchiha Itachi had faced difficulties at school, let alone Uchiha Kei. Yet, while Itachi's troubles arose post-Kyuubi's rampage, Kei's misfortunes stemmed purely from the pitfalls laid by the guard division. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential, as Uchiha Kei merely needed a rationale. Especially since the subject of their earlier discourse was evident to even the most naive observer. As Uchiha Kei elucidated, the attending ninjas could not help but marvel at his brilliance. To analyze and derive such insights based on personal experiences and their recent discussions was indeed remarkable for one of his age. No wonder he had managed to devise a perfect plan to accomplish a seemingly impossible mission. Those familiar with the intricacies of his tasks were now reluctant to underestimate Uchiha Kei. Is this the case? Uchiha Fugaku regarded Kei with a penetrating gaze before nodding. You truly embody the genius of our clan, Keikoin. I comprehend your implications. One cannot claim to be a genius, Uchiha Kei replied as he settled down. Clan leader, please consider my efforts as those made for my friends. The Uchiha clan meeting concluded around 9 o'clock that evening. Uchiha Kei emerged from the small chamber, appearing as calm as when he had entered. However, beneath this tranquil facade, his heart brimmed with elation. Through this clan meeting, Uchiha Kei had successfully showcased himself within the relative core of the Uchiha family. Most crucially, he had captured Uchiha Fugaku's attention. Treat each clan member as though they were pieces on a chessboard. Those of ordinary strength are relegated to the role of pawns, while those of greater prowess may aspire to be rooks or knights. However, an individual possessing intellect without significant strength can only be deemed a counselor, whereas a person endowed with both intellect and strength is akin to a rook. Uchiha Chi is acutely aware of his circumstances, though he harbors aspirations of being a counselor. The present reality compels him to strive for the status of a rook. Should an opportunity arise, Uchiha Chi is determined to ascend to the rank of king, for it is only from that vantage point that he can guarantee his safety, with pawns, knights, bishops, and rooks alike dedicating themselves to his protection. Yet, this is not the moment for such ambitions. Lacking both sufficient strength and influence, Uchiha Chi finds himself at the nascent stages of his journey, and he has accurately assessed his position. Unfortunately, his actions have evidently encroached upon the interests of certain individuals, notably the hardliners, who have come to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards this newcomer to the Uchiha clan. Interestingly, the first individual Uchiha Chi offended upon his return was Uchiha Haoshu, seemingly a member of that very hardline faction. During this clan meeting, Uchiha Chi inadvertently antagonized both Uchiha Shio and his brother Uchiha Yong, a deviation from his usual diplomatic demeanor. He typically conducts himself with utmost courtesy, even when faced with disdain, maintaining a stoic facade. Such overt antagonism could very well lead to treachery on the battlefield, yet Uchiha Chi is resolute in his plans, which are destined to clash with the interests of the hardliners. The stakes are high, and life and death may hang in the balance. As he walked, stroking his chin, Uchiha Chi mused, moreover, in my plans, these hardliners must perish. After all, opposition is inevitable, and I shan't concern myself with them any longer. Indeed, these hardliners must be eliminated, for whether in internal or external matters, They are nothing more than a group of deluded zealots, brazenly flaunting their ignorance. With the added complication of a brainwashed Uchiha Itachi, they are unwittingly presenting opportunities to the four great leaders of Konoha. If Uchiha Itachi, with his questionable intellect, is to be despised, then those who have led the Uchiha clan into despair deserve even greater scorn, with the so-called four great leaders of Konoha being the most contemptible of all. How remarkable, indeed, is your position, Chikuin. Just as Uchiha Chi was lost in contemplation, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. No wonder you managed to survive such a perilous battlefield. We underestimated you. There is no need for such pleasantries. You have effectively disregarded my existence, have you not? Uchiha Chi glanced up at the speaker, Uchiha Shio and his brother Uchiha Yong. After all, I was merely an unknown pawn in the past, unlike you, a long-celebrated hero. There is no need for such hostility. We are, after all, members of the same clan. Uchiha Shio did not take offense at Uchiha Chi's demeanor, though Uchiha Yong appeared to be simmering with anger. Perhaps in the future, we will have opportunities for deeper exchanges and collaboration, as we are all working for the clan's benefit. Who can predict the future? Uchiha Kei smiled slightly and said, Forgive me, Shikuin. After a day of rigorous training, I find myself quite famished. Having uttered these words, Uchiha Kei turned on his heel and departed, showing no interest in engaging in idle chatter with someone he deemed doomed. His demeanor incited Uchiha Yu to clench his fists. Had it not been for Uchiha's timely intervention, he might have confronted Keiru to express his grievances. Since their return from the battlefield in the land of soup, the brothers had been met with nothing but reverence. Yet this impudent boy dared to treat them with such disdain, which you found utterly intolerable. That insufferable brat is far too arrogant. Uchiha Yu scoffed. It's merely luck on his part. We awakened our Sharingan long ago and achieved the third Tomo even earlier. Yet, he is undeniably a prodigy. Uchiha Shu observed Keiru's retreating figure and shook his head. Even if you or I were dispatched on the task he undertook, it would have been perilous at his age. Yet, he remained composed and devised the most effective solution. Perhaps it is indeed a stroke of fortune. However, the most critical point is his awakening of the three Tomo at such a young age, a feat unprecedented within our clan. His talent is undeniably remarkable, but talent alone is insufficient. He lacks the time to hone and master his abilities. Uchiha Yu retorted dismissively, though soon he grew anxious and asked, Brother, what if we have failed this time? No need to fret. I believe the elder will understand. Uchiha Shu replied nonchalantly. However, you are correct about one thing. His arrogance may lead to his downfall, especially as he remains oblivious to the true nature of the situation. The discontent among the commoners and ninjas? How could a lion coexist peacefully with sheep? A lion views sheep merely as sustenance. In Uchiha's eyes, the Uchiha clan represented the lion, while other clans and ordinary citizens were merely sheep, sustaining their lineage. This notion resonated deeply within the hardliners. Yet they remained blissfully unaware that the sheep they scorned were backed by a pack of ravenous wolves. Moreover, a rebellious lion had emerged from their pride. Uchiha Kei disregarded Uchiha's invitation and returned home, feeling the pangs of hunger. Anticipating a lack of provisions at home, he resolved to fetch some money and venture out to dine. However, to his surprise, both Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Ryoko awaited his return. Their faces radiated joy, for their son had been granted the honor of attending the Uchiha clan meeting. This sense of pride was foreign to them, yet now their son had achieved it. How could they not feel a swell of pride? Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Kei sighed inwardly, aware that they would remain oblivious to the fact that this clan meeting would eventually serve as a catalyst for the Uchiha clan's downfall. After the conclusion of the Uchiha clan meeting, Uchiha Kei returned to his routine life. Nevertheless, his life underwent certain transformations. Under the influence of Uchiha Ryoko's promotion, Uchiha Kei found himself engaged in idle conversations with other Uchiha matriarchs. The fact that Uchiha Kei attended the clan meeting became widely known throughout the Uchiha clan. Consequently, whenever Uchiha Kei ventured out to train with Kakashi, he often found himself the center of attention. Although the onlookers were exceedingly amiable, Uchiha Kei could not shake the uncomfortable sensation of being treated like a spectacle. What left Uchiha Kei utterly speechless was the number of young ones who had fallen prey to their parents' subtle jabs. It seemed their most frequent admonition was to observe Brother Kei from Aunt Ryoko's household, who had achieved the remarkable feat of becoming an excellent ninja and participating in the clan meeting at such a tender age, urging the children to emulate him. Uchiha Kei found himself inexplicably transformed into the paragon of another's aspirations. However, he wished fervently that these youngsters would not consider him their role model. If they were to emulate him, would he not have to constantly guard against their potential betrayals? Uchiha Kei was acutely aware of his own nature. And if these little imps were to adopt his virtues, he could confidently assert that the future of Konoha would be compromised. Yet, if such a scenario could lead to the downfall of Konoha and its four great leaders, perhaps it could be deemed a rather appealing notion. Of course, this was merely fanciful thinking. To this day, Uchiha Kei had only encountered Jinai Kinta and Hugo Aya, who bore the closest resemblance to himself. Beyond these children, Uchiha Kei had also discerned that another faction of Uchiha ninjas had begun to seek his company. These individuals, originally significant figures within the clan, frequently visited Uchiha Kei's residence, much to the astonishment of Uchiha Keisuke and Uchiha Ryoko. However, this only served to swell their pride, as it indicated that their offspring had reached a height they could scarcely hope to attain. Uchiha Kei, on the other hand, frowned at the notion of engaging with these individuals, as it was evident they had misconstrued his intentions. His opposition to Uchiha Shizuku and the hardliners was merely part of his own strategy, and it did not signify his endorsement of the dovish faction. The dismal impression left by these so-called Uchiha doves was hardly less severe than that of the Hawks, perhaps even more so. Uchiha Shisui, that fool, was undoubtedly one of their ranks. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi, who had strayed from the path under Shisui's influence, was their paragon, having tragically eradicated his own family, proving to be even more ruthless than Uchiha Kei, the outsider. If the Hawks were a collection of deranged, arrogant fools, then the so-called doves represented a breeding ground for deeply disturbed individuals and traitors. They had cultivated two exceptional Sharingan, one of whom was brainwashed by the third Hokage, leading to an ill-fated ambush due to his misplaced trust in Konoha. Ultimately, rather than seeking solutions to the clan's dismal future, he opted for the cowardly choice of suicide, a manifestation of profound weakness. One individual annihilated his entire family, including his own parents, leaving only his beloved younger brother, wholly disregarding the lives of others. Were it not for Uchiha's inner machinations compelling such behavior, the very individuals he most desired to eliminate would undoubtedly be included in that reckoning. In the face of this unwelcome entourage, Uchiha had no inclination to engage with them, yet felt compelled to feign politeness and engage in superficial pleasantries. Even if Uchiha Sasuke were to visit, he would maintain this facade. He managed to conceal his emotions even in the presence of the third Hokage, who could be considered the principal architect of his tribulations, let alone this current assembly. Nevertheless, the mere presence of these individuals irked him to no end, prompting him to dedicate more time to training with Kakashi. In the forest where Uchiha engaged in prolonged training, the clashing of blades and shurikens echoed through the trees as two figures darted back and forth. However, the skirmish did not last long. A silver-haired figure clad in a mask soon found himself sprawled on the ground, clearly Kakashi, while Uchiha scrutinized the ninja blade in his grasp. This weapon had been presented to him by Kakashi that very day, catching Uchiha by surprise. "You were rather ruthless," Kakashi remarked, rubbing his abdomen where Uchiha had delivered a sharp kick. "Is something troubling you? Your strikes were particularly fierce." "There are indeed many concerns, but none of great consequence," Uchiha replied. "Besides, what just transpired was merely a light spar. The battlefield is devoid of tenderness." A smile graced Uchiha's lips as he curiously inquired, "What is the story behind this blade? Last time, I thought you were jesting." "Do I seem to be jesting?" Kakashi shook his head. "This blade was once wielded by my father, crafted from the same material. I have no intention of using a sword any longer." "Your father was a hero," Uchiha interjected before Kakashi could finish. "Even though his blade has shattered, why not find a way to repair it? Standing on the shoulders of giants, you should forge a new path. Surely Obito would not wish for you to live in such a manner." Uchiha often pondered why Kakashi, with such remarkable swordsmanship, had chosen to forsake the blade, increasingly resembling a typical Uchiha ninja. Initially, Uchiha had assumed that Kakashi's sword was irreparable, as the metals compatible with chakra were indeed rare. Yet, now that Kakashi had fashioned himself a short blade, it was evident that the material was still within his reach. Upon reflection, Uchiha arrived at a somewhat perplexing conclusion. It was Obito. In Kakashi's mind, Obito had perished due to his actions and burdened with Obito's eyes. It was only natural that he sought to maximize their value in order to atone for his loss. However, the harsh truth remained that Obito had not died. In the future, he would witness Kakashi himself execute Rin, leading to his complete moral descent. Thus, it could be said that Kakashi had irrevocably strayed from the right path. Kakashi's future combat style indeed bears a resemblance to that of the Uchiha clan, employing ninjutsu to probe the enemy, and utilizing the insight of the Sharingan in conjunction with Chidori to eliminate foes. However, unlike the Uchiha, whose Sharingan imposes minimal strain and bears little chakra consumption, Kakashi faces a different reality. The Sharingan is a veritable vortex of chakra for him. Attempting to adopt the Uchiha's combat approach raises questions about his own judgment. Kakashi murmured to himself, contemplating whether Obito would wish for him to exist in such a manner, standing upon the shoulders of giants, before falling into silence. Observing this, Uchiha Itachi shook his head, having expressed all he could. The path ahead lay solely with Kakashi. Kakashi's contemplation did not linger for long. After a brief respite, he rose once more to engage in combat with Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, too, was willing to spar with Kakashi, as such encounters allowed him to swiftly grasp the techniques he had learned. They fought with abandon, save for the restraint of not delivering lethal blows. Beyond Kakashi, Itachi pondered whether to summon Might Guy, whose taijutsu was undeniably formidable. Although he was a practitioner of taijutsu, his remarkable speed could be perceived by Itachi's Sharingan. Yet his body struggled to respond in time. After much deliberation, Itachi decided against this course of action for the moment. While Might Guy was indeed fast, Itachi's own physical coordination had significantly improved with the awakening of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The enhancements brought forth by the Mangekyo Sharingan were inconceivable. It not only amplified Genjutsu to a considerable degree, making it more challenging to detect during usage, but it also dramatically heightened dynamic visual acuity. Furthermore, it likely enhanced certain specific ninjutsu as well. This was merely an augmentation of techniques, and the drawbacks were evident, requiring the activation of the Mangekyo. The narrative does not explicitly detail the enhancements to physical capabilities, but through Uchiha Madara's insights, Itachi gleaned an understanding that the benefits bestowed upon the body post-activation of the Sharingan could diverge into two or more distinct pathways. The first of these, akin to Uchiha Izuna, is an enhancement of chakra, a theory Itachi surmised with confidence. It is noteworthy that the post-transplant Uchiha Madara was the sole individual capable of contending with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, in terms of chakra. With the amplifications provided by the Mangekyo Sharingan alongside the vast chakra acquired post-transplant, he remains the only one to have left the first Hokage gasping for breath. Madara's eyes likely conferred significant boosts to agility, paralleling Itachi's current state. Upon acquiring the complementary powers of two pairs of eyes, Madara exhibited virtually no flaws, despite still being bested by Hashirama in battle. The physical enhancements Itachi derived from his Mangekyo Sharingan pertain specifically to agility, a realization he reached through careful analysis of data and reflections on previous battles. If he were of the formidable chakra type, he would not be frantically consuming pills during the final stages of battle, nor would his chakra growth remain relatively slow even now. Nevertheless, regardless of perspective, Uchiha Chi found himself quite satisfied with this enhancement, as his combat style inherently favored swiftness. After all, speed was of the essence, effortlessly deflecting Kakashi's attack. His Sharingan swiftly scanned the surroundings, instantly pinpointing the Kakashi who had concealed himself with Earth style. Uchiha Chi cleaved through the shadow clone before leaping towards Kakashi's position. Aware of his exposure, Kakashi wasted no time emerging from the ground to engage Uchiha Chi directly. Unfortunately, under the pressure of the Sharingan, Kakashi found himself grasped by the hand while attempting to distance himself for his Chidori, with a blade poised at his throat. Another loss, Kakashi sighed. Indeed, relying on the Sharingan while battling a true Uchiha was too ambitious. You performed admirably, certainly stronger than many Uchiha. Once you adapt over time, the outcome between us may not be so certain. Uchiha Chi, with a smile, lowered his blade, fully aware that he had gained an advantage. Thus he refrained from excessive pride. After all, the future Kakashi would be a formidable equal, capable of stalemating any opponent, having mastered the Sharingan to its utmost potential. Furthermore, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely possess a Mangekyo Sharingan. While Uchiha Chi harbored confidence in eventually overcoming him, Such a confrontation would undoubtedly demand considerable effort and substantial personal cost. In light of this, why not take the opportunity to tease him a bit now? Perhaps. Kakashi wiped the sweat from his brow. Your suggestion may indeed warrant consideration. Utilizing swordsmanship might suit me better, but I fear that it may cloud Obito's vision. Uchiha Kei regarded Kakashi as if he were foolish. The Sharingan is unparalleled in perception. While the Uchiha often employ ninjutsu to test their foes, it does not imply our taijutsu is lacking. Why not endeavor to maximize certain capabilities of the Sharingan, then integrate them with your swordsmanship and ninjutsu, forging a new path that melds your lineage with Obito's vision? At this juncture, Uchiha Kei paused, observing Kakashi lost in contemplation, a smile unwittingly gracing his lips. It appeared Kakashi had indeed been influenced by his words. Although Uchiha Kei recognized that, to some extent, his relationship with Kakashi might merely be as a substitute for Obito, he remained indifferent to such matters. Who would concern themselves with trivialities when benefits could be reaped? Uchiha Kei's desire for Kakashi to evolve was, in a way, self-serving. For the path he envisioned for Kakashi was one he had once aspired to himself. Uchiha Kei had no need for the Sharingan. He had acquired something even more formidable. Yet, the mastery of advanced swordsmanship was something he sought earnestly. Kakashi can be regarded as a testing ground for Uchiha Kei, should Kakashi succeed on this path. Uchiha Kei could certainly draw insights from his endeavors. Naturally, Uchiha Kei would not entirely replicate the swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan, but extracting its essence and infusing it with his own comprehension poses no challenge, especially when ninjutsu and swordsmanship intertwine, and the integration of the Sharingan necessitates time for refinement. Uchiha Kei is not inclined to expend excessive time on this matter. Much like how Uchiha Kei inspired Kakashi to develop Chidori, he has temporarily viewed Kakashi as a means to cultivate his own ambitions, awaiting the fruits of his labor. Moreover, a crucial aspect remains. Kakashi may one day join the Umbu, and a more formidable Kakashi within the Umbu aligns perfectly with Uchiha Kei's aspirations. Indeed, should Uchiha Kei's plans come to fruition, Kakashi would undeniably be an indispensable asset. If circumstances permit, Uchiha Kei would even be willing to elevate Kakashi to a position more advantageous to his own interests once he gains greater influence. I understand, and I will give it serious consideration. After a considerable pause, Kakashi regained his composure and solemnly nodded to Uchiha Kei. Thank you, Keikuin. Not at all. Let us be on our way. Uchiha Kei replied with a smile, waving his hand as he and Kakashi prepared to leave the forest. However, as they walked, they suddenly noticed a small figure standing precariously at the edge of a cliff, approximately several hundred meters away. This discovery perplexed both Uchiha Kei and Kakashi. After a moment of contemplation, they decided to approach the child, having both observed the Uchiha emblem adorning the child's clothing. What has happened to your child? Uchiha Kei inquired. How should I know? I hardly recognize most of the clan members, came the reply. Uchiha Kei genuinely had no idea what was amiss, but in the next instant, they were shocked to see the child leap off the cliff. Both were momentarily stunned, questioning the situation. However, they reacted swiftly, using body flicker technique to arrive at the cliff's edge and peer down. While observing, Uchiha Kei pondered which clan's child was in such despair. Yet, upon recognizing the child using kunai to slow his descent, Uchiha Kei's eyes narrowed slightly. He contemplated whether to throw a kunai down to assist the child. Thank you, Keikuin. Uchiha Fugaka said, bowing alongside Uchiha Itachi. Thank you for saving this child. There is no need for such courtesy, clan leader. In truth, even if I hadn't intervened, he would have been fine. Uchiha Kei replied graciously, shaking his head. Moreover, it was not solely my effort. Kakashi also contributed significantly. Indeed, the child they discovered at the cliff's edge was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Had it not been for Kakashi's presence, Uchiha Kei might have impulsively drawn a kunai and hurled it at the boy. Although Kakashi was unaware of Uchiha Itachi's identity, he would have instinctively rushed to save anyone in such perilous circumstances, regardless of his knowledge of the child's background. Uchiha Kei sighed inwardly. He could only descend with Kakashi to rescue Uchiha Itachi. Upon reflection, it was likely that if not for Uchiha Itachi, others might have stepped forward. The circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan were exceedingly intricate, especially following the Nine-Tails assault and the demise of the fourth Hokage, which had driven the clan to the brink of extinction. Coupled with internal discord and the activities of traitors, it could be said that even in the absence of Uchiha Itachi, the clan was perilously close to ruin. It was feared that the third Hokage might even take matters into his own hands, although such an action would irreparably damage relations and escalate the conflict. It was conceivable that, to eliminate the Uchiha threat, such drastic measures could be undertaken. Casting a glance at the quiet boy standing beside Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Kei, despite being cognizant of the chaotic circumstances, felt an inexplicable urge to admonish the child. However, he realized that he likely would not have the opportunity to address the boy, at least for the time being, and thus, such considerations were momentarily set aside. As for nurturing this child and instilling his own ideals, Uchiha Kei pondered this and ultimately decided against it, recalling the remarkable achievements of Uchiha Itachi, which sent a chill down his spine. It was entirely possible that his efforts would ultimately be overshadowed by the third Hokage's influence. Kakashi? Uchiha Fugaku mused briefly before nodding. I understand. Yet I must express my gratitude. Also, Keikuin, it has been quite some time since you last visited for tea. Due to the demands of training, I have been rather pressed for time. Clan leader, Uchiha Kei replied politely with a smile. However, I shall certainly pay a visit when the opportunity arises. Seizing the moment is preferable to waiting for a suitable day. I trust you have no pressing matters at hand? Uchiha Fugaku tilted his head, suddenly speaking. Uchiha Kei paused momentarily, but after consideration, he nodded. Since it is the clan leader's invitation, I shall graciously accept. Uchiha Kei found the prospect of sharing tea with Uchiha Fugaku rather tedious and mentally taxing. Although Uchiha Fugaku was indecisive and unfit to lead during such existential crises, he possessed a keen intellect. When the Uchiha clan faced its demise, it was uncertain whether he had already perceived certain truths, opting to exchange the lives of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke for the survival of the clan. Cold and selfish, if such traits could be deemed virtues. They seemed fitting in his case, though Uchiha Kei remained uncertain of the accuracy of his assumptions. Yet, the future would unfold as it may. Uchiha Kei's contemplations were of little consequence, for the deceased cannot articulate their thoughts, unless through the reanimation jutsu. The complexities of human emotions were mirrored in Uchiha Fugaku's character. Engaging in a battle of wits with him was both monotonous and troublesome. Yet Uchiha Kei found it impossible to decline, unless he could demonstrate sufficient merit to earn the man's trust or instill a sense of caution. Uchiha Kei's plans would inevitably falter. Silently following Uchiha Fugaku to the pond's edge, Uchiha Kei noticed that the man seemed disinclined to summon his son. However, there is little for Uchiha Kei to articulate. Heaven knows what Uchiha Fugaku is contemplating. Perhaps he perceives his offspring as sufficiently astute and wishes to expose him to certain matters ahead of time. The two took their seats in the pavilion by the small pond, while the young Uchiha Itachi busied himself preparing water for tea, creating an atmosphere of remarkable harmony. Uncertain of Kyo's future intentions, Uchiha Fugaku finally inquired once Itachi had brewed and poured the tea into their cups. Intentions? Uchiha Kei tilted his head, unsure of what Fugaku was referring to, whether it concerned his ambitions within the clan or in the village. Within the clan, Kei had indeed offended the hardliners. Yet they were still family, and his intellect captivated many, keeping their interest piqued. Conversely, the moderates found Kyo's ideals resonant with their own. Although his motivations stemmed from a desire to protect his friends, it did not deter them from wishing to align this promising young ninja with their cause. As for his aspirations within the village, he contemplated joining the Konoha Guard, which would afford him a more comfortable environment and considerable influence. Alternatively, he could continue to serve the village, contributing to his team, which was renowned for its heroism. Many had managed to escape the tribulations of war thanks to their efforts. Continuing to serve in such a unit would undoubtedly yield numerous advantages, a prospect worthy of consideration. I suppose I remain uncertain. It is prudent to observe for now. Uchiha Kei replied ambiguously, as he was unclear about Fugaku's exact inquiry. It is wise to be cautious. Not every choice offers a path for retreat. Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a hint of profundity. Indeed, I have taken note. Kei nodded. While it is true that some choices leave no room for reversal, ensuring ample alternatives before making a decision is indeed Kei's approach. What is your perspective on the clan, Kei? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly questioned after taking a sip of tea. The clan? Kei furrowed his brow. This query was not easily answered, for he understood the intricate complexities within the Uchiha lineage. Although he had only recently entered this sphere, he was well prepared, and thus, not entirely surprised. Yet certain truths were not easily spoken. Raising his gaze to meet Fugaku's, and then glancing at Itachi, Kyo contemplated his response. It is quite complex. The clan is like a disbanded army lacking a coherent focal point, and even the clan leader may find it challenging to navigate, Kyo stated calmly. The faction opposing the higher echelons of Konoha, led by Uchiha Shu, stands in stark contrast to those advocating for peaceful negotiations. They remain intractable, and perhaps there are even more players behind the scenes. You are quite perceptive, Kyo. Uchiha Fugaku nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, do you understand why this is so? I mean, the relationship between the village and the clan. Uchiha Keisuke took a deep breath, a hint of derision crossing his features as he replied, the answer is quite simple. It all boils down to power, does it not? Indeed, it is a matter of power, at least from the perspective of the Uchiha clan, who perceive their authority as having been undermined. As for the deeper issues, I fear they have not contemplated them, or perhaps they dare not voice them. The troubles within the Uchiha clan have long been rooted in deep-seated vulnerabilities, existing since the inception of Konohagakure. In earlier times, the first Hokage, a true embodiment of the will of fire, kept these issues in check. However, following his demise, the manipulative second Hokage seized power, initiating a campaign against the Uchiha. The clan's ancestors were already attuned to this shift, leading to early acts of rebellion among some Uchiha ninja, such as one known as Uchiha Shana. Uchiha Keisuke recalls this individual as a cunning hawk who held a deep disdain for Tobirama Senju. The source of this discontent likely stemmed from Shana's keen awareness of Tobirama's actions. Unfortunately, during that era, Uchiha Madara had recently defected, and Senju Hashirama had not been gone for long. Most were still gripped by fear of Uchiha Madara, and it is likely that few within the clan paid heed to Uchiha Shana's grievances. As for whether he is still alive, Uchiha Keisuke is uncertain, but he suspects that Shana may have perished. The Uchiha clan once basked in glory. Even after Madara's departure, many possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Shana was likely among them, alongside others such as Uchiha Rai, Uchiha Baru, Uchiha Naka, and Uchiha Jori. Sadly, 3 of these individuals fell victim to the clan's power struggles and various intrigues, leaving only Uchiha Naka and Uchiha Jori. Regrettably, although the original narrative does not explicitly state it, the prolonged silence of Uchiha Jori suggests he was likely a member of the Doves, one who may have influenced Uchiha Naka. What remains etched in Uchiha Keisuke's memory is the name Izanami. Indeed, it was Uchiha Jori who created the endlessly looping Genjutsu, Izanami, which in the future, Uchiha Itachi would wield against Tobi in Sage Mode. The once formidable Uchiha clan, after losing Madara, truly became a fragmented entity. Those who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan faded into obscurity for various reasons, failing to realize their potential. The second Hokage, likely aware of the Uchiha clan's internal disarray, and harboring a long-standing aversion to them, opted to take decisive measures against the clan. Initially, he approached this with caution, for instance, by establishing the Ninja Academy. Certainly, the establishment of the Ninja Academy not only undermined the Uchiha clan, but also diminished the influence of other ninja families, including the Senju clan. However, this was a measure aimed at enhancing the overall quality of Konoha, and no one dared to oppose it. Subsequently, when the time was ripe, the second Hokage brazenly relegated the Uchiha clan to the periphery of Konoha's core power, assigning them to the Konoha police force. Initially, the ancestors of the Uchiha clan likely voiced vehement objections, but in light of Madara's issues and the dominance of the pacifist faction, they found themselves powerless. Particularly, Senju Tobirama, aware of the Uchiha clan's temperament, deliberately sought out and nurtured individuals like Uchiha Kagami, who even became his disciple. This effectively signaled to the Uchiha clan that they were indeed significant and had opportunities ahead. As the third Hokage ascended, this notion grew increasingly influential. Over time, the Uchiha clan likely became accustomed to their roles. Yet, the problem lies in the fact that the Uchiha family is not one to remain complacent. There are always individuals who stir trouble. If their power were sufficiently formidable, such provocations might be tolerated, but currently, in an age where the Mangekyo Sharingan is almost legendary, such provocations could lead to self-destruction. Power is a suffocating force that breeds insatiable greed. Although it is invisible and intangible, its existence is palpably real. Those who provoke, lacking adequate strength, have begun to harbor dangerous thoughts that should not exist. Is it merely power? Uchiha Fugaku nodded at Uchiha Itachi's response. Yet his disappointment was palpable. Beyond power, there are undoubtedly deeper layers to consider. Uchiha Itachi grasped Fugaku's intent, perceiving this as a test of character. This revelation surprised Itachi, as it unfolded far more swiftly than he had anticipated. Regardless of the speed, Itachi resolved to seize opportunities to subtly entice Fugaku, this indecisive character, closer to him. When the time is ripe, controlling him entirely would be Itachi's ultimate goal. Itachi possessed such opportunities because Fugaku's weaknesses were well known to anyone familiar with the narrative of Naruto. However, Itachi needed to be patient in ensnaring Fugaku. Fugaku inquired, slightly puzzled, taking a sip of tea before turning his gaze towards Itachi. Do you have any insights? Itachi, clan leader, what I am about to convey may merely be my own conjecture, Itachi responded, swirling his teacup before glancing at Uchiha Sasuke beside him. However, I fear that many truths may be uncomfortable to hear. Are you certain you wish to expose a fledgling to such unsettling speculations? A fledgling will inevitably become an eagle. Fugaku furrowed his brow, but ultimately shook his head. Speak your mind, Itachi. I understand, clan leader. Uchiha Itachi swiftly set down the teacup in his hand, a peculiar expression emerging on his face. During his time in the archives, he had perused numerous texts, many of which contained intriguing insights from certain predecessors regarding the Sharingan. The books within the archives indeed recorded a plethora of fascinating accounts, such as battles with particular individuals and activities of the security department. Uchiha Itachi's assertions held validity. Yet these narratives were merely personal reflections, their details often shrouded in ambiguity. Consequently, he referred to them as his conjectures, although what he articulated was far from mere speculation. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, as I gleaned from that clan meeting, was fundamentally a manifestation of an imbalance of power. Uchiha Itachi calmly remarked, ultimately, it is the village's policies that have led us to this point, and it is likely that the second Hokage played a significant role in this progression. Was Uchiha Madara the architect of all this? With the conclusion of Uchiha Itachi's words, Uchiha Fugaku's teacup clattered onto the table. My apologies, that was rude of me, Uchiha Fugaku said, staring at the cup now lying on the table. After a moment of silence, he managed a forced smile and addressed Uchiha Itachi, acknowledging that such a lapse in composure was indeed inappropriate. Uchiha Itachi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that his father, who always appeared so composed, would display such a lapse. The astute Uchiha Itachi chose to remain silent, yet he firmly etched one name into his memory, Uchiha Madara, the individual who had caused his father to falter. Please refrain from mentioning that name again, Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku steadied his emotions. Although I am unaware of where you encountered that name, I implore you not to bring it up again. I understand, clan leader, Uchiha Itachi replied, nodding with an outward calmness that belied his inner tumult. The terrifying aura of Uchiha Madara was undeniable. Even though he had long been regarded as deceased in the minds of these individuals, none dared to dispute the immense power he wielded. In the future, when Uchiha Madara resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique, he would unequivocally demonstrate the extent of his terror, validating the fears held by those who remembered him. Uchiha Itachi harbored a sense of reverence for Uchiha Madara, yet at present, he found himself less intimidated. Perhaps that entity was nearing his end. As for the future, Uchiha Itachi chose not to dwell on it excessively, recognizing that his journey to strength would require time. He was not Uchiha Sasuke or Naruto Uzumaki, who seemed to ascend effortlessly as if aided by some external force. Uchiha Itachi was acutely aware that he could not compare himself to these two. Yet he also recognized that he possessed his own advantages. He believed that, even if he fell short, he could ultimately reach the level of Uchiha Itachi. Please continue, Itachi. Once Uchiha Itachi had prepared the tea anew, Uchiha Fugaku sighed and continued, since that ninja departed, the seeds of calamity have already been sown, have they not? Some policies of the second Hokage seemingly targeted all ninja clans. However, it is likely that his true intention was solely focused on the Uchiha clan. Why do I say this? Uchiha Fugaku calmly inquired while sipping his tea. The Konoha Guard. Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly. The Konoha Police Department established by the second Hokage is the root of all this. Ostensibly, this vital department was entrusted to the Uchiha. Yet in reality, it relegated the Uchiha clan to the role of punishing evildoers. Under the guise of monitoring criminals, the police department was constructed alongside the prison. brazenly pushing the Uchiha clan into the corners of Konoha. At this point, Uchiha Itachi paused to observe Fugaku's expression. As expected, Uchiha Fugaku appeared unfazed. Although his thoughts remained inscrutable, this demeanor prompted a nod from Itachi. Such composure is befitting of a clan leader. Moreover, Fugaku's silence evidently encouraged Itachi to continue. Though he noted that the young Uchiha Itachi stood nearby, seemingly lost in contemplation. Such maturity at such a young age, possessing the mindset of a Hokage? Uchiha Itachi shook his head. He seemed mature, yet was surprisingly naive, unaware that calamities do not spare family. Uchiha Itachi harbored a dislike for this young boy. After careful consideration, Uchiha Itachi organized his thoughts on how to proceed, ultimately deciding to retain some insights for later. Certain notions, he believed, would be more compelling if unveiled gradually. Surely, the clan leader could comprehend this. Indeed, during the last clan meeting, Itachi sensed that some members shared this awareness. Having clarified his thoughts, he spoke directly. I suspect that the second Hokage's objective was to monitor the Uchiha, to ensure an immediate response should another individual like the previous one arise. In his view, this would better safeguard Konoha. I understand now, Itachi-kun, Uchiha Fugaku interjected, sighing. There's no need to continue. I grasp your meaning. Fugaku naturally understood Itachi's words and comprehended the motivations behind Senju Tobarama's actions. After all, Tobarama had been in conflict with the Uchiha clan for many years and possessed profound knowledge of them. Furthermore, he had personally experienced the Uchiha Madara's assault on Konoha. Though ultimately defeated by Senju Hashirama during the Valley of the End battle, the cost had been the life of the first Hokage. Thus, Senju Tobarama feared the emergence of another Uchiha Madara within the clan, posing a threat to Konoha, necessitating constant vigilance. After all, Uchiha Madara's power was formidable. Moreover, Fugaku could surmise that the second Hokage viewed the Uchiha clan as inherently malevolent, a sentiment echoed by several clan elders. Given the presence of numerous followers of Uchiha Madara within their ranks. Itachi-kun, do not speak of this matter outside, Fugaku contemplated before earnestly addressing Itachi. I understand, clan leader. These are merely my personal speculations. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. What a jest! Would uttering such words lead to one's demise? He merely speaks here, which is precisely why he initially favored letting Uchiha Itachi depart. Naturally, Uchiha Shisui later contemplated that the current Uchiha Itachi is still young, and sowing some seeds in his heart may not be a bad idea. Whether these seeds take root or sprout is of little concern to Uchiha Shisui. His intent is solely to vex Uchiha Itachi. If, in the future, Uchiha Itachi possesses strength and encounters the third Hokage, it would indeed be intriguing if he were to inquire about such matters. Should the third Hokage, in a fit of urgency, eliminate him, the situation would become even more fascinating. Would he retaliate or remain passive? Uchiha Shisui mused quietly. Of course, it is also possible that the third Hokage feigns calmness and questions him about who revealed such information, subsequently attempting to brainwash him to return to me. Regardless of the outcome, Uchiha Shisui has contemplated every conceivable scenario, and should his plan succeed, the third Hokage would likely find himself in dire straits. Conversely, should the plan fail, Uchiha Shisui remains unfazed. If it truly falters, he would either capitulate or flee, ensuring he never brings calamity upon himself. Observing Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor, Uchiha Shisui felt he might be one step closer to realizing his ambitions. For this time, the political acumen he exhibited was even more formidable than before. Lord Shisui. Just as Uchiha Shisui reveled in his own thoughts, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly emerged from his reverie, his gaze piercing. Yes, clan leader. Uchiha Shisui promptly lowered his head, adopting a facade of humility and respect. There is no need for such pretense. In your eyes, I am likely just a failure, sighed Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Shisui longed to affirm this, adding that he was a cold-blooded lunatic. However, he had not yet inflated his ego to such an extent, and he quickly shook his head. No, clan leader, this is merely my conjecture. Please do not take it to heart. You are indeed quite cautious, Lord Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a casual smile, though his expression soon turned serious. I wonder if you have any thoughts on becoming a mentor? To teach a fledgling? Uchiha Shisui, despite his faltering memory, could not forget how he had just described Uchiha Itachi. While teaching Uchiha Itachi could indeed strengthen his bond with Uchiha Fugaku, The thought of Uchiha Itachi's future deeds made it difficult for Uchiha Shursui to harbor any fondness for him. As an observer, Uchiha Shursui might instinctively overlook his actions, remembering only his deep affection for his brother and his willingness to sacrifice everything, even venerating him as a god. Yet, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he felt it was only conscientious not to have knocked out Kakashi after that lad fell off the cliff, tossing a few shurikens and jumping down to strangle him. Although the boy is still young and may have room for change, Uchiha Shursui has no interest in such matters. Much like how he has not intervened regarding Uchiha Shursui's current situation. He regarded himself as inferior to other time travelers, who had achieved remarkable feats such as becoming a jonin at the tender age of 5, mastering the kaleidoscope to the level of a shadow by 10, and effortlessly defeating the likes of Uchiha Madara by the age of 12 or 13. Now, at nearly 14, he was acutely aware of his own talents, and thus Uchiha Kei felt no compulsion to engage in such endeavors. Furthermore, should my plans succeed, it might even serve as a form of transformation for him. He mused quietly. Even if he were to find himself in the embrace of the third Hokage, under successful circumstances, he would still be an excellent pawn. Yet, beyond this anticipated rationale, there lay a deeper reason for Uchiha Kei's reluctance to take matters into his own hands. In the world of Naruto, there existed a disconcerting pattern that filled him with trepidation. Students often ended up eliminating their teachers. Consider the well-known figures. Orochimaru betrayed and killed his own mentor, the third Hokage, while Uchiha Obito took down his teacher, Minato Namikaze. Even Nagato vanquished his own sensei, Jiraiya. It is no surprise that even Kakashi nearly met his demise at the hands of Sasuke. This serves to illustrate the perilous nature of being a teacher, particularly when one contemplates the actions that Uchiha Kei was destined to undertake. While Uchiha Kei believed he would not fall short of Uchiha Itachi's prowess, the greatest fear for a ninja remains the threat of ambush, especially given that stealth was Uchiha Kei's forte. Thus, he was determined to avoid such foreboding circumstances befalling him, as safeguarding against a formidable ninja's surprise attack proved to be an exhausting and precarious endeavor. Uchiha Kei categorically rejected Uchiha Fugaku's proposition, even eschewing any ambiguous wording in his refusal. One can only imagine the expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face upon hearing Keiji's response. He was utterly astonished that Keiji would dare to offer such an answer, prompting a frown to crease his brow. He began to doubt whether someone was indeed advising Uchiha Kei behind the scenes, for how else could one explain such an illogical decision? Keiji, I require an answer. Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor turned grave, while Uchiha Itachi regarded his older brother with curious eyes. The teacher of the clan's younger scion should not be me, Uchiha Kei stated resolutely. Firstly, I need to improve myself. My foundation is rather lacking, as the clan leader should be aware. Secondly, I believe the teacher for the younger scion should possess a certain political inclination. There are many candidates, and they need not necessarily be from within the clan. Uchiha Kei was adept at diverting misfortune, and he would absolutely not assume the role of Uchiha Itachi's mentor, regardless of who took on Uchiha Itachi. Whether he would emerge as a dutiful son or a compliant disciple was of no concern to Uchiha Kei. Moreover, Uchiha Keiji's assertion held merit. Uchiha Fugaku's son was indeed the clan's younger scion, and the choice of his teacher should reflect a political stance, thereby expressing Uchiha Fugaku's own political inclinations. Regardless of Uchiha Fugaku's true feelings, Uchiha Itachi's decision to seek a mentor could be seen as a positive signal. Although Uchiha Kei is often regarded by many as a Dove faction, in reality, both the Dove and Hawk camps understand that this young man does not truly align with either side. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, is well aware of this. Therefore, Uchiha Kei's assertion that one should seek a mentor with a political stance, rather than him, is quite reasonable. There are people both within and outside the clan. One merely needs to choose. It seems that Kei harbors some reservations, which I comprehend. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku quickly grasped what Uchiha Kei intended to convey and nodded, saying, "In that case, let us temporarily set aside matters concerning Itachi. He is still young, merely 4 years of age." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kei exhaled a sigh of relief, as he had seemingly extricated himself from the considerable burden that was Uchiha Itachi. However, before Kei could further ponder, Uchiha Fugaku spoke again. "Nonetheless, if time permits, I hope you can guide this child, at least to broaden his horizons and discern right from wrong." Uchiha Kei's expression hardened once more as he glanced at the somewhat anxious Uchiha Itachi. After a moment of reflection, he ultimately nodded, "I understand, clan leader." At this juncture, it would be rather difficult for Uchiha Kei to decline. Yet he noted Fugaku's mention of time. This concept is challenging to define and offers considerable leeway. Uchiha Kei could easily manipulate his own schedule to appear busier than he truly is. If he truly cannot evade this, he could simply entrust Uchiha Itachi to Kakashi. After all, in the future, Kakashi would be Itachi's superior, so allowing them to interact early on would be prudent. Surely Kakashi would find it hard to refuse a child from the Uchiha clan. After discussing these assorted matters, Uchiha Fugaku refrained from broaching any topics related to the clan or village and instead began inquiring about Uchiha Kei's recent circumstances. This exchange resembled a caring elder inquiring about a younger relative. Uchiha Fugaku even took the time to ask about the ninja blade at Kei's waist. Upon learning the details, he expressed displeasure, questioning why Kei did not seek assistance from the clan. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been overwhelmed with gratitude. Yet Uchiha Kei harbored no such sentiments. What appeared to be a congenial gathering concluded after about an hour, as Uchiha Kei needed to return. And Uchiha Fugaku's wife had come to call for him. Maintaining a smile, Uchiha Kei departed from Fugaku's residence. This time his smile lingered longer than on the previous occasion, for he was genuinely pleased. This meeting had been remarkably successful, and Uchiha Kei was certain it had successfully piqued Uchiha Fugaku's interest to a greater degree, marking a significant step forward in Kei's plans. What followed was a period of patient waiting, seeking opportunities to unveil further points of influence. For some time thereafter, Uchiha Kei continued with his usual life, while Uchiha Fugaku did not seek him out again. Although Uchiha Itachi was occasionally requested to visit Uchiha Kei, he invariably returned empty-handed. Uchiha Kei would not simply wait idly for him to arrive. Moreover, he lacked both the time and energy to instruct him. Should he advise Uchiha Kei to contemplate more deeply, to judge wisely, and to use his own eyes to explore the essence of truth? Uchiha Kei had no leisure for such matters. He was predominantly engaged in sparring with Kakashi daily, having not sought out either Imaikinta or Hinata Aya. Given the absence of any missions from above, Uchiha Kei had no reason to interact with them. The impressions he had of the two were rather unfavorable, and it was likely that they felt similarly toward him. Their relationship resembled that of three magnets. Thus far, there had been no mutual attraction, only repulsion. Sparring with Kakashi, a true prodigy among ninjas, bestowed upon Uchiha Kei myriad unforeseen benefits. Yet, it was somewhat vexing to observe Kakashi's seemingly excessive rate of progress. Perhaps inspired by Uchiha Kei's guidance, Kakashi had indeed resumed wielding a blade, abandoning the misguided path suggested in the original narrative, and embraced Uchiha Kei's recommendations. The outcome was astonishing. Both Kakashi and Uchiha Kei were taken aback to discover that this new approach appeared to suit Kakashi exceedingly well. Kakashi had always been a capable swordsman, even though he seemed to have strayed after his father's demise. However, due to his age, he had continued to wield a sword predominantly. It had only been slightly over a month since Kakashi had put down his sword, yet upon picking it up again, he felt no awkwardness whatsoever. In fact, he had grown even stronger. With the Sharingan bestowed by Obito, Kakashi's insight was rapidly advancing. Clearly, he had no intention of squandering chakra without visual genjutsu and was determined to maximize the potential of his Sharingan's perceptive abilities. Of course, he did not rely solely on swordsmanship. Uchiha Kei's advice lingered in his mind. Previously, Uchiha Kei had proposed several enhancements to the Chidori and had broached the subject of integrating ninjutsu with swordsmanship. Consequently, Kakashi had been experimenting and developing in that direction. As a result, during their recent training sessions, Kakashi had managed to create something that left him quite perplexed. Observing the short blade in Kakashi's hand, emanating a brilliant azure glow, along with its eerie acceleration and the sudden manifestation of lightning chakra, Uchiha Kei found himself somewhat flustered. Had it not been for Uchiha Kei's superior Sharingan insight and quicker reflexes, that sudden burst of speed could have easily defeated him. In a battlefield scenario, such an event could have meant a fatal outcome for Uchiha Kei. Furthermore, he noted that this combat style seemed to consume chakra relatively sparingly. Although Kakashi's chakra reserves were still limited and required sustaining his Sharingan, he appeared nothing like the Kakashi from the original narrative, who would be incapacitated after a mere skirmish with Zabuza, despite sensing that this persona was somewhat feigned. "Is this your new sword technique?" After the battle concluded, Uchiha Kei, seated on the ground, inquired with curiosity, "Your sudden acceleration was likely induced by the lightning release stimulating your physical capabilities, correct?" "Indeed," Kakashi replied, sitting beside Uchiha Kei, his gaze fixed on the blade in his hand, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within him. "I didn't expect to succeed on the first attempt. Perhaps it's due to Obito's blessing, and the Chidori is my creation, which might explain it." "Please, Obito is not dead," Uchiha Kei silently scoffed. Yet he refrained from elaborating to Kakashi, choosing instead to focus on Kakashi's new sword technique. Kakashi displayed no desire to conceal anything. In his perspective, this was a collaborative endeavor with Uchiha Kei. Given that Uchiha Kei possessed the Sharingan and could also utilize Chidori, it was inevitable that he would eventually devise something similar. Through Kakashi's explanation, Uchiha Kei grasped the essence of the sword technique. Both Kakashi's blade and Uchiha Kei's were forged from the same material. However, Kakashi's weapon was a short sword that originally belonged to his father. This blade exhibited remarkable chakra conductivity and compatibility, enabling him to employ it in conjunction with chakra for ninjutsu. Kakashi's combat style was anything but conventional. He enveloped the blade in chakra, albeit a thin layer to conserve energy. This subtle coating not only rendered his weapon more lethal, but also endowed it with unexpected effects. Should Kakashi seize the opportunity, he could unleash a surge of lightning chakra in an instant, enhancing his speed to strike his adversary. Furthermore, the chakra already enveloping the blade could rapidly transform into lightning chakra, capable of incapacitating foes and causing internal damage. One could assert that this technique incorporated three formidable attributes: explosive power, paralysis, and destruction. An adversary struck by this blade, unless exceptionally strong, would likely meet their demise. In the original narrative, Yamato lay incapacitated after being struck by Sasuke's Chidori, illustrating how lethal such an effect could be for the majority of ninjas. Uchiha Kei stroked his chin, contemplating Kakashi's transformation, which appeared quite successful thus far, revealing intriguing innovations. This resonated deeply with Uchiha Kei's aspirations, validating his hypotheses through Kakashi's path and absorbing the essence of Kakashi's techniques as nourishment for his own growth. Although his methods lacked transparency, he could be considered a life mentor in the shadows. Moreover, he found Kakashi's newly developed techniques to be exceptionally suited to his own style. This marked a promising beginning, and Uchiha Kei was confident that Kakashi would continue to innovate, allowing him to maintain and deepen their current relationship while gradually reaping the benefits. By the way, does this sword technique have a name? Uchiha Kei leaned against a grand tree, pondering aloud. "I haven't yet decided on a name," Kakashi replied. Kakashi gently touched his head and remarked, "I believe you could assign him a name, as this endeavor is crafted according to your vision. Although it was I who developed it. Shall I think of a name?" Uchiha Kei tilted his head, pondering for a moment before leisurely inquiring, "What do you think of the name Arashikiri?" The name Arashikiri swiftly earned Kakashi's approval. Although it did not incorporate water-nature chakra, such matters could be gradually refined in the future. In the land of lightning, within the village of Cloud, there exists a bloodline limit formed by the combination of lightning and water chakra, known as Arashi. Kakashi perceived that Uchiha Kei was perhaps offering him a superior blueprint. He appreciated the sentiment and intended to experiment with it. Moreover, Kakashi now felt that merging his own strengths with those of Obito might indeed be the optimal approach. It must be noted that Kakashi had not yet descended into the despair depicted in the animated recollections. Perhaps this was due to the fact that Rin had not yet fallen by his hand. Consequently, combined with Uchiha Kei's past intervention on his behalf, they managed to maintain a relatively favorable, if not improved, relationship. As for the name Arashikiri, Uchiha Kei's aptitude for naming was likely inferior to his ninja talents. Thus, he decisively drew inspiration from a game he had previously played, as the effect appeared quite reminiscent. After acquiring this sword technique, Uchiha Kei dedicated time to practice diligently, discovering that the technique was not particularly challenging for him. However, the difficulty lay in the necessity to instantaneously unleash lightning chakra to augment the weapon's effectiveness at the moment one identified an opening in the enemy's defenses, delivering either lethal or non-lethal strikes. This required exceptional insight and mastery over bodily coordination, skills that, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he possessed in abundance. Additionally, he was particularly fond of the paralysis effect this technique offered, especially as he encountered an increasing number of skilled adversaries who might evade his deadly strikes. Previously, Uchiha Kei had struggled against such foes, seeking opportunities to strike. However, with Arashi Kiri in his arsenal, he realized that even if an opponent managed to evade the first blow, the paralysis effect would undoubtedly hinder them from dodging a second. Of course, this depended on the opponent. Should he face someone like Uchiha Madara or the third Tsuchikage, Orochimaru, they would likely not be overly concerned by this paralysis effect. Uchiha Kei mused internally, Madara was beyond reach. And Orochimaru's ability to resurrect individuals rendered the early stages of this ninja world seemingly uneventful, yet the future held battles of divine magnitude. Uchiha Kei had once lamented that ninjas seemed to decline with each generation, reminiscing about the formidable prowess of the first Hokage compared to the character of later ninjas. Yet, after witnessing the performances of Naruto Uzumaki and his peers, he refrained from voicing such opinions, especially regarding the seemingly extraordinary battles depicted in Boruto, which appeared to truly embody the essence of divine conflict. Perhaps the profession of a ninja is an immeasurable existence. Regardless of their strength or weakness, they all possess the ability to shine and emit their brilliance. However, the most formidable among them are the bloodline ninjas. I, too, am a bloodline ninja, and I possess a deeper understanding than most, granting me greater opportunities for experimentation and choice. After parting ways with Kakashi, Uchiha Kei made his way toward the Uchiha clan's territory, his mind wandering as he pondered, now that I have acquired the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I must also contemplate the path that lies ahead. It is rather unexpected that I find myself considering such matters, yet, without brothers by my side. What does the eternal Mangekyo truly signify for me? Although dusk approaches, and Uchiha Kei is scheduled to attend the Uchiha clan meeting today, there is still ample time, and he feels no urgency. Walking in silence, he reflects on the records he has kept regarding his ocular techniques. Despite having only 3 uses documented, an incomplete dataset, Uchiha Kei has meticulously noted them down. Each of these 3 techniques possesses considerable power, yet none represent their full potential. Uchiha Kei is uncertain how to elevate these techniques to their complete forms. Could it possibly involve the ability to use the Mangekyo Sharingan indefinitely? However, would that not render him blind? This notion is something Uchiha Kei cannot accept. As for Susanoo, he has yet to discover a fruitful avenue for exploration. However, he has surmised the essence of this ocular technique. In his recollections, both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Madara utilized it even while their Mangekyo Sharingan remained incomplete. Among them, Uchiha Madara's prowess is particularly striking, for he employed Susanoo even without functioning eyes. Does this imply that, with the right approach, one can wield Susanoo with minimal, if any, detriment to their Mangekyo Sharingan? In Uchiha Kei's memory, Susanoo manifests as a colossal entity constructed of chakra, serving both offensive and defensive roles while augmenting the potency of ninjutsu. Essentially, it is a manifestation of chakra, yet how to solidify this entity and unleash its inherent might remains a point of contemplation for Uchiha Kei. What he can ascertain is that the essence of this construct lies in a certain combination of yin release and chakra. While Uchiha Kei is uncertain about the method of extracting yin release, possessing this direction simplifies many complexities. Beyond Susanoo, Uchiha Kei has also made estimations regarding the duration of his ocular techniques. He recalls that during his initial use of these techniques, he was engaged in an extended battle, his chakra and mental state far from optimal. Consequently, he slightly extends the duration of his techniques based on his state, though mindful of his opponent's strength. He only dares to extend it by a few seconds. Uchiha Kei's caution is not unwarranted. He fears that against a formidable opponent, his eyes may falter. While against a weaker adversary, there is simply no necessity to activate these ocular techniques. The principles governing time leap and time reversal are akin to this rationale, though the chakra consumption of these single-eye techniques is considerably lower than that of time stop. Uchiha Kei recalled that when he utilized these 2 ocular techniques, they seemed capable of encompassing an individual or a certain area. For instance, the time reversal simultaneously affected both the barren earth and a certain rock ninja named Akai. Conversely, the time leap exhibited exceptional enhancement effects on a singular target, as demonstrated when he single-handedly vanquished a formidable team of rock ninjas in the final stages. These ocular techniques were intrinsically linked to his ocular power and chakra. Uchiha Kei pondered with a thoughtful stroke of his chin. Could it be that as long as his chakra and ocular power were sufficiently potent, he could manifest the complete version of these techniques? While he remained oblivious to the full extent of the complete version, he was at least confident that he would no longer experience debilitating eye pain accompanied by hemorrhaging after brief usage. Moreover, the crucial factor was that with ample ocular power and chakra, he could also endeavor to experiment with the Susanoo. The capabilities and explosive potential of the Mangekyo Sharingan necessitated continuous usage and refinement. No one could fully harness the powers of these eyes without substantial time dedicated to practice and study following their acquisition. Even Obito relied on the remnants of white Zetsu, and Sasuke was gradually honed through relentless challenges. However, achieving such a level of mastery was no simple feat, fraught with numerous intricate problems. For instance, Uchiha Kei contemplated acquiring materials akin to those used by Obito, yet the subsequent handling of those materials posed a significant dilemma. Additionally, he needed to seek someone capable of assisting him in assessing his physical parameters, tasks that were far from straightforward. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kei harbored no intention of surrender. It was the very tenacity and profound will to survive that had propelled him to this point, ultimately granting him the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan he had long desired. This could only be regarded as a milestone victory. Considering the terrifying adversaries that loomed on the horizon, if Uchiha Kei remained stagnant at his current stage, his demise would be inevitable. As for materials, he had indeed formulated some ideas and, with a stroke of luck, could potentially procure them. However, the question remained, how to proceed once he obtained them. Uchiha Kei felt a headache brewing as he gazed at the increasingly close vicinity of the Uchiha clan compound. Shaking his head in resignation. Forget it. I shall not dwell on these thoughts. If all else fails, I could intercept Orochimaru when he intends to flee or perhaps raid his lair. He mused that confronting Orochimaru head-on might not bode well for him, as the current iteration of Orochimaru was likely not the same individual who could be easily subdued by mere Jinjutsu in the future. The outcome of a direct confrontation with Orochimaru was uncertain. Even if he could defeat him, eliminating him would prove impossible, given that Orochimaru had already researched the cursed seal, a simplified sage mode, prior to his departure. Thus, Uchiha Kei concluded that the most prudent course of action would be to infiltrate his lair, where he might uncover valuable insights. Alternatively, he pondered the possibility of intercepting Orochimaru when he was injured. The only cautionary note was regarding the third Hokage and his allies. Uchiha Kei recalled that the third Hokage had indeed been present at that location, having witnessed the release of Orochimaru and subsequently dispatched forces to pursue him. Upon contemplating this, Uchiha Kei could only let out a resigned sigh, ultimately deciding to take one step at a time and make judgments based on circumstances as they unfolded. Shifting his focus away from Orochimaru, Uchiha Kei's thoughts returned to the Eternal Eye. He had formed some understanding of the power of the kaleidoscope, but the Eternal Eye truly warranted deeper contemplation. Based on the words of Uchiha Madara and his own deductions, he categorized the Eternal Eye into two types, one that enhances physical coordination and agility, and another that amplifies the quantity and potency of chakra. Uchiha Kei speculated that his brother's awakening might lead to the emergence of two distinctly oriented eyes. The most typical example would be Uchiha Itachi's eyes, which, although unclear, likely leaned towards physical enhancement, while Uchiha Sasuke's were inclined towards chakra amplification and power. Although Uchiha Madara had once stated that Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were agile, by that time, Sasuke's eyes had already inherited from Itachi. When these two types of eyes merge, it would equate to an enhancement in both physical coordination and control, while simultaneously increasing the chakra quantity and its potency possessed by the eyes. The notion that a singular kaleidoscope lacks a future is not without reason, as since Indra, no one has managed to awaken the Eternal Eye in one go. The subsequent appearances of the Eternal Eye have also demonstrated that the power of such eyes has been divided. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna are brothers, as are Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. According to the original work, it seems that only one of these pairs has achieved the Eternal Eye status. This can be interpreted as the fusion of the brothers' eyes, compensating for the kaleidoscope's deficiencies, rendering their eyes immune to blindness, and significantly enhancing their capabilities. At this thought, Uchiha Kei, though uncertain of the accuracy of his deductions, felt confident that he was on the right path. His own eyes exhibited a certain inclination, specifically towards enhancing physical coordination, a fact he could distinctly sense. Thus, should he seek a kaleidoscope inclined towards chakra? Uchiha Kei furrowed his brow. Uchiha Shursui. Or perhaps Uchiha Itachi. After a moment's reflection, he swiftly dismissed both options. Clearly, neither was a viable choice based on his speculation. Uchiha Itachi no longer needed consideration. He likely shared the same inclination towards physical coordination as Uchiha Kei. As for Uchiha Shursui, the matter grew somewhat elusive. Yet, given his title of Shursui of the Body Flicker, it seemed plausible that he too was an agile ninja. However, this seemed of little use. Uchiha Kei sighed. There was still one individual in mind, though he hesitated to take action. Uchiha Fugaku. Setting aside the question of whether he could defeat him, Uchiha Kei believed that if he were to strike unexpectedly, utilizing any ocular technique aimed at his neck, he might succeed. But what would follow? Subsequently, all of Uchiha Kei's premeditated plans crumbled, rendering it impossible for him to remain within the Uchiha clan or even the entirety of Konohagakure, unless he chose to endure humiliation and join the root organization. Otherwise, he had no option but to leave. Shaking his head, Uchiha Kei deemed it prudent to avoid risks, particularly since the true inclinations of Uchiha Fugaku remained unclear. Should Fugaku lean towards physical coordination, Uchiha Kei would be utterly doomed. Even if he were to acquire the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan, how would he utilize it? It was inconceivable to implant the eyes within his own or conduct experiments upon himself. Uchiha Kei would never subject himself to such perilous trials. An unforeseen mishap could result in the loss of his own sight. How fortunate it would be to possess a pair of brothers. Uchiha Kei sighed, contemplating the prospect of capturing them, tormenting them, and ultimately coercing one to awaken the Mangekyo, only to slay one sibling, thereby nurturing the eternal Mangekyo through the other. Yet, the quest for suitable candidates and necessary apparatuses posed a significant challenge. Uchiha Kei felt an onset of frustration. Finding the right individuals was daunting, for he sought brothers with promise, not those lacking potential. He required powerful allies. Ideally those whose eyes had already manifested the three tomo, and preferably, they would share a strong bond. Additionally, the matter of equipment loomed large. He needed to eliminate one brother while they were at their weakest, ensuring the survivor remained alive but devoid of consciousness. A vessel required no awareness, merely the physical strength to cultivate the eternal Mangekyo. The survival of a being without consciousness necessitated apparatuses to sustain their bodily functions. It was evident that Uchiha Kei currently lacked both essential conditions. Perhaps he could procure the equipment, yet the crux of the matter was his utter lack of funds. Rubbing his temples in distress, Uchiha Kei soon halted as an individual obstructed his path. Uchiha Yu? Tilting his head, Uchiha Kei inquired about the meaning behind this interruption. I have some words to convey to you. Uchiha Yu replied disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Uchiha Kei. As if I would seek you out otherwise. You needn't speak. Uchiha Kei interjected. If your intent is to prepare me mentally or solicit my allegiance, you may remain silent. You are courting death, little brat. Uchiha Yu's gaze turned menacing. Had they not been within the Uchiha territory, he might have resorted to violence. Yet, as Yu's eyes radiated danger, so too did Kei's. It appeared as though a ready-made specimen had presented itself to him. Initially, Uchiha Kei pondered where to find a powerful brother who would also be at odds with him. Serendipitously, Uchiha Yu had leaped into his path, much to Uchiha Kei's astonishment and delight. If there were anyone with whom he had a contentious relationship, Uchiha Yu undoubtedly ranked as one of the most irksome ninjas within his clan. The most discontented individual might be Uchiha Hashiro, who has been severely threatened by himself. However, in the eyes of Uchiha Kyo, this fellow hardly qualifies as a person of significance. Even though he possesses the title of Jonin, he has never set foot on the battlefield, so how could Uchiha Kyo possibly hold him in esteem? Although I too have survived through cunning means, I at least had the experience. Beyond my disdain for this individual, it is evident that he lacks any true camaraderie. Even if Uchiha Kyo were to engage him, it would serve no purpose. Hence, he is disinclined to waste time and energy on such a character. Conversely, Uchiha Yu is a different matter altogether, as he is sufficient to provoke thoughts in Uchiha Kyo. Their relationship is fraught with animosity. The last time Uchiha Kyo clashed with Uchiha Yu's elder brother, Uchiha Shu, this fellow nearly resorted to violence against Uchiha Kyo. Although he was ultimately restrained by Uchiha Shu, Uchiha Kyo has etched this incident in his memory, and one could argue that he is indeed at odds with this pair of brothers. Crucially, These brothers represent a faction of hardliners, an exceedingly vital force within their clan. Uchiha Kei has no intention of sparing these hardliners in his plans. While the Uchiha clan's descent into chaos is not solely attributable to these so-called hardliners, they have certainly played a significant role in exacerbating the situation. The Dove's ideology is not fundamentally flawed. Rather, they underestimated the actions of the third Hokage, inadvertently nurturing two traitors. However, the hardliners seem to possess a fundamentally flawed mindset, believing that problems can be resolved through brute force. If they were sufficiently powerful, it might be acceptable. But as the saying goes, their ambition does not align with their capabilities. Thus, in comparison to these so-called doves, Uchiha Kei is resolute in his plan to eliminate all these cursed hardliners first. He cannot afford to leave any future threats. As for the doves, he does not intend to spare them either, but any reckoning with them must wait until his plans are more fully realized. Uchiha Kei has never regarded himself as a benevolent soul. He will certainly devise ways to deal with these vexatious individuals. However, prior to that, he must gain sufficient influence, and if his plans unfold smoothly, there will be no need for Uchiha Kei to take direct action. A fortuitous windfall indeed. With a frigid gaze fixed upon Uchiha Kei understood that once a decision had been made, meticulous planning was essential. He certainly did not wish to leave any incriminating evidence. Lost in a labyrinth of chaotic thoughts, Uchiha Kei found little interest in the clan meeting. In fact, he was too apathetic to even listen to their discussions. Ultimately, two factions bickered incessantly, with their representatives red-faced, refusing to yield to one another. Nonetheless, regardless of how heated their disputes became, a final resolution was still required from Uchiha Fugaku. Thus, Uchiha Kei drifted through the entire clan meeting, yet his distracted demeanor captured the attention of many. There is no denying that Uchiha Kei has garnered significant notoriety, not only within the village as more and more shinobi return, but also beyond, earning him the moniker of Hero of the Sharingan. Furthermore, within his clan, Uchiha Kei has established quite a reputation. Having boldly confronted Uchiha Shu and subsequently gaining the support of Uchiha Fugaku, who even invited him for tea at his residence. This incident is widely known. Although the Uchiha clan's territory is vast, certain matters are difficult to conceal, especially since Uchiha Fugaku has shown no intent to keep it a secret. Consequently, in the eyes of many, this young lad holds a position of considerable importance, and their clan leader's approval of him sends certain signals. However, it is unfortunate that today, this young man is unusually quiet, which has caught them off guard, even leaving Uchiha Yu perplexed about the situation. Little does he know, Uchiha Kei's mind is preoccupied with thoughts of how to eliminate him. Once the clan meeting concludes, Uchiha Kei promptly departs from the small room. Having formulated a plan during the gathering about his next steps, his subsequent task involves gradually acquiring intelligence on this individual, enabling him to ensure that their disappearance from Konoha occurs unnoticed. Young Master Kei. Just as Uchiha Kei was making his way, Uchiha Shu unexpectedly called out from behind. I apologize for my brother's previous behavior. He was quite rude. There's no need for such insincerity. Wasn't he merely delivering your message? Uchiha Kei glanced back, suddenly breaking into a smile. Is it amusing? I shall remember your words. Young Master Kei, I believe there may be some misunderstanding. Uchiha Shu was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of what he had just said, yet Uchiha Kei's response was far from what he had anticipated. We sincerely wish to invite you to join us. Although your views and perspectives diverge from ours, I am confident that we can reach a consensus. From Uchiha Shu's perspective, Uchiha Kei's silence during the clan meeting might have indicated he was contemplating something significant and valuable. However, the young man's current demeanor has taken him by surprise. Could it be that this lad truly intends to oppose them to the bitter end? Uchiha Shu furrowed his brow. This was hardly promising news. He had always believed that someone as astute as Uchiha Kei, especially given his battlefield performance, would not lack intelligence. Yet, it now appeared that this young man might be rather foolish. While his brother's temperament is somewhat extreme, if Uchiha Kei cannot withstand such provocation and fails to make even the most fundamental choices for the sake of his meager pride, then there is little reason to pursue him. Resisting for one's dignity is a commendable choice. But making choices without a clear path is not a sign of pride or wisdom, it is sheer folly. It seems that young Kei still requires some contemplation. Without waiting for Uchiha Kiyoshi's response, Uchiha Shu hastily reached a conclusion. Indeed, Kiyoshi's choices are not erroneous. Many decisions warrant considerable contemplation. For certain choices leave no room for retreat once made. I appreciate your counsel. The clan leader has imparted similar wisdom to me. Uchiha Kiyoshi shook his head. I am well aware of the choice I must make. Thus I do not require your guidance. There is truly no need. For I intend to eliminate you. After the clan meeting concluded, Uchiha Kiyoshi remained quiet for a while. Without sufficient intelligence, he would not act recklessly. Exposing himself would spell disaster. Thus, he continued to lead his ordinary, busy life, diligently recording notes, reading, and engaging in rigorous training with Kakashi. Kakashi's rapid progress left Uchiha Kiyoshi astounded. It seemed that upon discovering the path most suited for him, Kakashi's prowess advanced at an astonishing pace. In Kiyoshi's estimation, the current Kakashi could likely resolve a confrontation against his past self on the battlefield in mere moments. Could this truly be the essence of genius? Uchiha Kiyoshi scratched his head, pondering whether, if the Hitaki clan were also descendants of the Otsutsuki, Kakashi might reach the level of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, potentially rendering their futures inconsequential. Of course, this was merely speculation. The world of Hokage heavily favors appearances. Being born into a clan of Otsutsuki lineage undoubtedly places one several tiers above others from the outset. Consider the likes of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. His practical experience is nearly non-existent. Yet he nearly matched Naruto in battle, solely relying on the Otsutsuki bloodline and his Rinnegan. In Kiyoshi's words, it is akin to a pig possessing such strength achieving this level of prowess. Uchiha Kiyoshi already possesses the foundation of a bloodline, though his innate talent is lacking. He possesses intelligence that others do not, which is the primary reason Kiyoshi believes in his future potential. However, that is a matter for the future. Without present effort, there can be no future. Moreover, I have my share of pressing matters. Indeed, Uchiha Kiyoshi has many concerns, with the most pressing task being to ascertain Uchiha Yu's direction of action and gather specific intelligence regarding his strength. At this juncture, he found himself reminiscing about Hinata Aya, for with her presence, many intelligence issues might not require his direct involvement. However, Uchiha Kiyoshi would never consider collaborating with that woman. Engaging in such perilous dealings would only provide her with leverage against him. He had already harbored negative thoughts regarding her and was contemplating how best to resolve this troublesome situation, so why would he willingly furnish her with any leverage? Should she become aware of this, she would undoubtedly be the first to betray Uchiha Kiyoshi, especially since she had already crossed him on numerous occasions, leaving her in a state of unease. As he strolled leisurely down the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Kei began to ponder what he should prioritize. Should he first ascertain the movements of that individual, or delve into understanding their capabilities? Just as he was lost in thought, a green figure suddenly flipped upside down and zipped past him with astonishing speed, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Taken aback for a moment, Uchiha Kei soon broke into a smile, for if he was not mistaken, that individual must be Might Guy. To his surprise, the inverted green figure swiftly retreated and came to a steady stop beside him. Kei! Might Guy exclaimed with delight as he regarded Uchiha Kei, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It's been a while, Guy, Uchiha Kei replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. You still radiate such vitality. Of course, Guy proclaimed, pushing himself upright with both hands and standing tall, a broad grin revealing his gleaming white teeth. This is my youth after all. By the way, Kei, it's truly been ages since I last saw you. Ever since you became a great hero, our paths have seldom crossed, and it's the same with Kakashi. Let us not dwell on the great hero business. I merely did what was expected of me. Uchiha Kei instinctively took a step back, noting the copious amounts of sweat glistening on Might Guy's form. As for my absence, I've been recuperating from injuries. Kakashi is likely in a similar situation. With a gesture of thumbs up, droplets of sweat visibly cascaded away, and Uchiha Kei wished to avoid becoming splattered with them. When there is no imminent danger to his life, Uchiha Kei does not intentionally display indifference towards individuals with relatively simple thoughts. Moreover, his plans necessitated cultivating friendships, rather than treating everyone with a cold demeanor akin to that of a deck of cards. No, you are a hero. On the topic, Might Guy became earnest. If it weren't for you, the tide of the war might not have shifted so favorably. Let us not discuss that, Uchiha Kei interjected decisively, shaking his head. Even if I am a hero, I once kicked you back in school. What difference does it make? It makes a significant difference. Might Guy seemed to reminisce about the incident when he toppled Obito and Uchiha Kei, instinctively scratching his head. You were certainly not the same back then. But let us set that aside. Since you're out, shall we spar a bit? Maybe next time. Uchiha Kei quickly shook his head. I need to check the mission hall. Although I have no intention of taking on a mission, it's prudent to see what tasks are available to gauge the current situation. While he had not previously made a decision, he now resolved to visit the mission hall. Although the tasks from the security department and those from the mission hall operate within two distinct systems, the latter is bustling with activity. Perhaps Uchiha Kei could unearth something intriguing. Gathering intelligence inherently involves sifting through various details, and the mission hall of Konoha serves as a lively hub for information exchange. The foreign spies, eager to acquire intelligence, resort not only to prolonged infiltration within Konoha, but also to various channels to obtain the information they seek. Even if they leave the mission hall without the desired news, disappointment does not settle upon them. After all, not everyone plays the lead role in this narrative, and arriving here does not guarantee the fulfillment of one's desires. If necessary, a visit to the security department would suffice, perhaps to uncover something valuable. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he indeed possesses the right to access the security department, especially since its head is none other than Uchiha Fugaku. It would not be unreasonable for Uchiha Itachi to pay a visit to the clan leader, despite the timing being somewhat inappropriate. Furthermore, due to the constraints of his identity, he is unable to review the attendance records of the security department. However, a simple tour remains within his reach. If he were to acquire the attendance routes utilized by the Uchiha, his task would then be to ascertain their capabilities and ambush them en route. Kai once again gave a thumbs up to Uchiha Itachi, proclaiming, "Then let's strive for success. I shall put forth my own efforts." Uchiha Itachi, taking a step back, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us endeavor together." Observing Might Guy once more performing handstands while circling Konoha, Uchiha Itachi felt a pang of envy for his boundless energy and remarkable physical prowess. Uchiha Itachi had never burdened himself with weights, primarily because he would never compromise his performance on the battlefield. Yet, even upon returning, he refrained from such encumbrances. However, Guy's dedication was somewhat intimidating. Uchiha Itachi could not ascertain the specifics of his weight during combat, yet he distinctly noticed that this man was currently laden with considerable weight. The exact amount remained unclear, but envisioning Lee triggered a bead of cold sweat on Uchiha Itachi's forehead, especially since Guy was running upside down around Konoha. This fellow is truly extraordinary. Uchiha Itachi swallowed hard, muttering, "No wonder he could kick Tobi and then strike Madara. I was not unjustly felled by him in my youth." Rubbing his face, which had long since lost its sensitivity to pain, Uchiha Itachi seemed to recall the incident from years past when this individual had sent him sprawling. Shaking his head vigorously, Uchiha Itachi continued toward the mission hall. The older generation of Konoha's elite still numbered significantly, and he was acquainted with most of them. It was inevitable, after all, as they all belonged to the same cohort, making it difficult not to know each other. In his earlier days, when Uchiha Itachi was merely a novice, he harbored aspirations of clinging to their coattails. Yet, fate played its hand, and Uchiha Itachi unexpectedly emerged as a great hero, something that likely surprised many. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Itachi stroked his chin, recognizing that his generation was quite large, boasting numerous notable figures. Not to mention Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, Rin, Asuma, Guy, and Shizune, all of whom were from his cohort. Following them were a couple of junior classes, including Irika, Marino Ibiki, and Anko, among others. One could assert that the future of Konoha, as recalled by Uchiha Itachi, was largely shaped by the talents of these few generations. Encompassing a broad spectrum of classmates and comrades, Uchiha Itachi silently contemplated that it would be prudent to engage more with them, regardless of whether the plan succeeded. Should failure ensue and he chose to flee, these individuals could very well become the principal force pursuing him. A favorable relationship might even lead to a lighter hand when it came to their pursuit. Lost in these chaotic thoughts, Uchiha Itachi arrived at the mission hall. The hall was bustling with a considerable number of people, including some familiar faces that sparked vague recognition in him, clearly indicating that many had recently returned from the battlefield. Although Konohagakure enjoyed the support of the Fire Nation's daimyo, a place that relied entirely on others without considering its own economic development would likely never see a promising future. Consequently, Konohagakure would extract a portion of the funds from ninja missions and also impose a certain tax rate on various industries within the village. In truth, it was not just Kannabi. Other villages likely operated under similar circumstances. However, the industries within the villages were never the most lucrative. The substantial task quotas were the true foundation for the prosperity of all ninjas and villages. Uchiha Kei often pondered whether the conflicts among the major nations' ninja villages stemmed not only from a struggle for land and resources, but also from a desire to display their military might while seizing a greater share of tasks. Uchiha Kei casually selected a spot to sit, appearing to wait for others to accept missions, while directing his attention to the idle chatter of those around him. Yet, to his dismay, he realized that after sitting there for quite some time, no one dared to broach the topic of the Uchiha clan, despite several ninjas approaching him to exchange greetings. Enduringly, Uchiha Kei engaged in light conversation with them, declining a few mission invitations, until a sudden realization struck him. I am indeed a fool. He cursed inwardly. After a brief glance at the mission board, feigning disappointment, he prepared to leave, dressed in the Uchiha clan's attire, emblazoned with the prominent Uchiha symbol on his back. How could anyone dare to discuss matters concerning the Uchiha clan in his presence? The Uchiha clan held considerable prestige in Kannabi, especially since they controlled the village's security department. Although their reputation was somewhat tarnished, no one would dare speak freely in front of a member of the Uchiha clan. Helpless, Uchiha Kei felt he had truly miscalculated. He recalled instances from his past when several individuals had spoken ill of the Uchiha clan in his presence, but times had changed. Uchiha Kei had returned as a hero. Even if some ninjas harbored discontent, they would not vent it upon him. After all, these ninjas were discerning enough not to misplace their ire on Uchiha Kei, complicating matters for him. It seemed he would have to visit the security department. Uchiha Kei sighed and set off towards the outskirts of Kannabi. Presently, the Uchiha clan's territory was not overly expansive, still relatively close to the village's central area, but the security department and the prison were situated a bit farther away. After the Kyubi crisis erupted in Konoha, the village's reconstruction cast the Uchiha clan to the outskirts, further aggravating the tensions among its members. This alienation provided fertile ground for the hardliners to gain traction, while the moderates gradually shifted their allegiances, leading to a predictable demise. As Uchiha Kei proceeded on his path, he unexpectedly encountered a few familiar faces, intriguingly connected to him. On one side stood the Uchiha clan's enforcement team, led by Uchiha Hashu, a figure whom Kei held in some disdain. Opposite them were two outsiders. One was a youth, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age, already bound by the enforcement team, while the other was an individual with whom Uchiha Kei shared a peculiar relationship, Uchiha Kei, his current guiding jonin. Though Kei had not seen Kohei for some time, he retained a favorable impression of him, a loyal ninja devoted to the Hokage, characterized by a cheerful disposition and commendable strength. They had undertaken several missions together, and Kohei had offered significant assistance. Yet, Kei's allegiance to his own stance made him less than fond of Kohei, considering that loyalty to the Hokage equated to loyalty to the third Hokage. Furrowing his brow, Kei approached Jonin Fujiku. It has been a while. Kei. Fujiku, who had been engaged in a dispute with Uchiha Hashu, paused at Kei's greeting. Indeed. It has been a while. What is going on? Shaking his head, Kei turned directly to Uchiha Hashu. This does not concern you, Uchiha Kei. Hashu retorted with a cold snort. You are not a member of the guard. I advise you. Before he could finish, Hashu's eyes widened in shock. His expression contorted as Kei did not afford him the courtesy of completing his sentence, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Kei had not intended to resort to such measures. After all, what if he had misjudged the situation and Hashu's actions were justified? Moreover, conducting himself in such a manner before outsiders could tarnish his family's reputation. However, the mere sight of Hashu irked him immensely, especially since the latter had consistently opposed him and had caused considerable trouble regarding Kakashi, indirectly hindering Kei's plans. Conversely, one might argue that Kei owed Hashu a debt of gratitude, for without him, Kei might not have found suitable subjects for his experiments so expediently. Yet, the mere presence of Hashu filled Kei with frustration. While Kei's actions appeared impulsive, they were indeed calculated. He had reached a point of no return with the hardliners and had resolved to take action against Uchiha Yu. The more adverse his relations became with the hardliners at this juncture, the less their suspicion would weigh upon him should Uchiha Yu succeed in his endeavors. Such evident traces would not escape notice, and having demonstrated his own intellect, Kei knew the hardliners would tread carefully. Moreover, even if there were doubts, Uchiha Kei was not without his contingencies, for which he owed a debt of gratitude to Lord Orochimaru. Fuku Kohei stood in stunned silence. And not only he but also the other Uchiha clan ninjas were equally astonished. To speak candidly, Uchiha Haoshu was not entirely inept. It was merely that he could not have anticipated that Uchiha Kei would strike without any forewarning. Observing the agonizingly pained Uchiha Haoshu on the ground, Uchiha Kei shook his head and turned his gaze towards the other Uchiha ninjas. Upon noticing Uchiha Kei's attention, these individuals immediately grew cautious, clearly apprehensive about a sudden attack from him. "Fear not, I have not lost my sanity. This is a matter of personal grievance," Uchiha Kei declared, raising his hands in a gesture of reassurance. "Furthermore, Fuku Kohei serves as my guiding jonin and has provided me assistance on the battlefield. Thus I believe I am entitled to inquire about this matter." The Uchiha ninjas, observing Uchiha Kei's demeanor, breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure he exerted was undeniably formidable. His standing within the clan, coupled with his survival on the battlefield and the activation of his three-tomo Sharingan, placed him beyond the reach of these ordinary Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Kei's attitude and explanations had effectively provided them with a means of escape from their trepidation, and these individuals were not entirely devoid of self-awareness. "Indeed, Lord Kei," one Uchiha ninja suddenly interjected, showing no hesitation in addressing a mere boy of 13 or 14 as Lord. "The individual we apprehended is named Fuku Kohei. He was taken into custody for violating public order and disregarding warnings." "That is not the case," protested the captured boy, Fuku Kohei, suddenly speaking up. "My brother has returned from the front lines, and my mother and I went to greet him, yet you would not allow us passage. After all, is it so unreasonable for me to see my brother after he has returned from battle? Are you aware of the consequences your actions may incur?" Another Uchiha ninja snapped in anger. "By charging in alone, how many others might follow your example? What if a stampede ensues? Can you take responsibility for such an outcome? Do you wish for them to survive the battlefield only to perish in your fervent embrace?" But, Fuku Kohei stammered, momentarily at a loss for words in the face of the Uchiha ninja's tirade. Hearing this, Uchiha Kei began to comprehend the situation, prompting him to roll his eyes. This was, after all, a trivial matter, and one could even argue that the actions of the security department were entirely justified. Consider the implications if everyone behaved as this boy did. What would the outcome be? It was likely the ninjas would endure no harm. Yet the ordinary families of these ninjas would suffer greatly. However, the inherent arrogance of the Uchiha clan rendered them disdainful of any need for explanation, compounded by their often brutal methods and the biased portrayal of their actions, which only served to alienate them further from the hearts of the people. "I understand now." Uchiha Kei nodded slightly, casting his gaze upon the members of the Uchiha clan. "I apologize for having to stop you, but sometimes I believe it would be wise for you to invest some effort in explaining matters to them. After all, they are the families of heroes, and it is understandable that their emotions might run high upon their loved one's return, is it not?" "Ah, yes, indeed, Lord Kei," responded one Uchiha ninja, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. "We have not been considered enough. And you, young one," Uchiha Kei continued, turning his attention to Fujika Koda. Despite the fact that Koda was of similar age, Kei spoke directly. "Your brother has returned as a hero from the battlefield. It is only natural for you to feel excited after such a long separation, yet rules must be adhered to, otherwise the consequences may be too great for any of us to bear. Do you not agree?" Fujika Koda wished to say something further, but was promptly subdued by Fujika Kohei, who pressed his head down and addressed Uchiha Kei. "I believe he recognizes his mistake, Lord Kei." "Thank you." Uchiha Kei nodded, indifferent to the young one's expression, as he was not one to concern himself too much with such matters. Though he was not a member of the guard, his actions could certainly be deemed overstepping. However, he chose not to dwell on it. Fujika Kohei was his guiding jonin. Regardless of their actual relationship, it sufficed that others were aware of this connection. Moreover, Uchiha Kei had not intervened to absolve the young one of his transgressions. His sole intention was to reprimand Uchiha Hoki. Perhaps the young one had indeed come to terms with his misdeeds, for he ceased his commotion and obediently followed the Uchiha ninjas. In contrast, Uchiha Hoki had been dealt a harsh kick by Uchiha Kei and could only be carried away by other Uchiha ninjas. Observing Hoki's pitiful state brought Uchiha Kei a sense of unusual satisfaction. He was curious to see if Hoki would seek assistance from others. "Thank you, Kei," said Fujiko Kohei, watching his brother's subdued silhouette. Although still somewhat concerned, he did not forget to express his gratitude to Uchiha Kei. Not a problem, merely a trivial matter, Uchiha Kei replied, shaking his head dismissively. However, your brother does appear quite youthful. He seems to be of similar age to myself. Fujiko Kohei appeared to be in his 30s, while his younger brother looked much like Uchiha Kei. This piqued Kei's curiosity, and Fujiko Kohei seemed to find the topic slightly awkward, scratching his nose without providing a direct answer. Uchiha Kei, disinterested in pursuing the matter further, had his own affairs to attend to. With a casual wave, Uchiha Kei turned to leave. Captain Fujiko, I shall take my leave now. I will attempt to discuss your brother's situation, although I cannot guarantee it will yield results. Thank you, Kei, Fujiko Kohei replied, seemingly relieved. It seems this war has changed you considerably. There is a notable difference from when we first met. Is that so? Uchiha Kei chuckled lightly. Perhaps this can be considered a form of growth. Indeed. Fujiko Kohei smiled slightly, remarking on the significant differences between the Uchiha he had once known and the current situation. Oh, Captain, you were acquainted with some Uchiha ninjas in the past? He inquired. Indeed, otherwise you wouldn't have joined my team. Speaking of which, that individual was quite formidable. His name is Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Kei found it quite surprising that someone so seemingly disconnected from the esteemed Jonin mentor would actually know Uchiha Yu. This revelation prompted Uchiha Kei to ponder deeply. If they were to be considered teammates, perhaps Fujiko Kohei possessed valuable information regarding Uchiha Yu. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Kei deliberately halted his steps and cast a look of feigned confusion toward Fujiko Kohei. Since you know him, why not simply mention his name? Uchiha Kei asked curiously. The one I injured earlier has a good relationship with Uchiha Yu, and Uchiha Yu holds considerable influence within the clan, especially in the Konoha Guard. If it were of any use, I would have sought it out long ago, Fujiko Kohei replied with a wry smile, revealing a sense of resignation. Uchiha Kei nodded inwardly. Realizing his assumptions were correct, their camaraderie as teammates appeared to be rather superficial. It was conceivable that their so-called teamwork merely consisted of charging into battle against the Cloud Ninja, or perhaps they had genuinely formed a team. Yet their relationship was certainly not one of closeness. Uchiha Yu was known for his volatile temperament, coupled with an unwavering sense of Uchiha pride. He often held disdain for even his fellow clan members, let alone outsiders. Is that so? Uchiha Kei nodded, acknowledging Uchiha Yu is indeed an unlikable character. Even within the clan, it seems you share a similar sentiment towards him, Fujiko Kohei remarked, scratching his head in exasperation. Nevertheless, he is undeniably powerful. If it weren't for him, I might not have had the opportunity to serve as your Jonin mentor. Uchiha Kei chuckled inwardly, eagerly anticipating Fujiko Kohei's recounting of their past encounters. He intentionally shared his thoughts to resonate with Fujiko Kohei, yet Uchiha Yu's prowess was certainly remarkable. It was likely that Fujiko Kohei had embarked on numerous missions alongside him. Thus he must have a considerable impression of the man. With this in mind, Uchiha Kei sought to evoke Fujiko Kohei's memories, encouraging him to share intriguing anecdotes. Oh, can you share more about him? Uchiha Kei inquired, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I am curious as to why he holds such a high status within the family. It is said that his strength is truly formidable. Indeed, it is quite terrifying. Fujiko Kohei sighed, not dwelling on the matter further, and began to recount his recollections. Uchiha Yu has an elder brother named Uchiha Shu, both of whom displayed extraordinary prowess on the battlefield of the Land of Water. At that time, I was assigned to a team alongside Uchiha Yu. It seems to be a peculiar custom in this world. Ninjas often recount every detail when reminiscing about past events. Uchiha Kei found himself at a loss, compelled to endure the narrative unfolding before him. Fortunately, Fujiko Kohei's account was remarkably detailed, even encompassing various battle intricacies, albeit from his own perspective. Uchiha Kei listened intently, and as they reached the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory, Fujiko Kohei concluded his tale. My story is somewhat like this. Fujiko Kohei remarked with a smile at Uchiha Kei. It is rather amusing. At that time, I was utterly powerless against it all. Although looked down upon by Uchiha Yu, I must indeed express my gratitude for having my life saved by him. No, such is the nature of the battlefield. Uchiha Kei shook his head, saying, Captain Fujiko, I have arrived home. Thank you for escorting me back. I shall take my leave now. Not at all, Kei, Fujiko Kohei replied, patting his head. By the way, my younger brother, do not worry, Captain Fujiku. Uchiha Kei smiled. I will ponder a solution. At the very least, I shall ensure he does not suffer. Thank you, Kei. I hope to hear about the stories from your mission next time. Certainly. As Uchiha Kei watched Fujiku Kohei's retreating figure, his smile swiftly faded. Rubbing his chin, he began to synthesize and analyze the information gleaned from Fujiku Kohei. The memories that Fujiku Kohei held of the Uchiha were primarily rooted in their collaborative endeavors on the battlefield. For instance, he recounted a particularly perilous encounter with a user of wind release. This individual was robust, skilled in taijutsu, and executed wind release techniques flawlessly. During that encounter, Fujiku Kohei nearly met his demise. However, it was Uchiha Yu who stepped forth, confronting the Cloud Shinobi alone and unleashing an astonishing display of power. With the insight provided by the Sharingan, coupled with his mastery in Jinjutsu and fire techniques, Uchiha Yu ultimately vanquished the formidable Cloud Shinobi. From Fujiku Kohei's description, Uchiha Kei could ascertain that this individual was indeed extraordinarily formidable, likely at least an elite jonin, based on his previous readings. Proficient in Jinjutsu, adept in taijutsu, and an expert in ninjutsu, it could be said that he excelled in every aspect. Notably, his fire techniques, as described by Fujiku Kohei, possessed tremendous power and a wide range, capable of engulfing a significant portion of a small forest in flames. Moreover, he wielded the terrifying bloodline of the Sharingan. Having mastered its use from an early age, one could only imagine the extent of his prowess and the challenges he presented. However, Uchiha Kei was not without confidence. He understood that unless there was a complete suppression of Uchiha Yu's abilities in a particular domain, achieving victory in a one-on-one confrontation would indeed be quite challenging. It is important to note that Uchiha Itachi's annihilation of the entire clan was facilitated not only by the assistance of Konoha and Obito's covert machinations, but also by the Uchiha clan's unguarded nature, which significantly contributed to the tragedy. Furthermore, Uchiha Itachi possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, a form of absolute power in its own right. As only the Sharingan could counter the Sharingan, a fact not to be taken lightly. The Sharingan of Itachi Uchiha serves to suppress others, allowing him to ambush and subsequently dispatch other elite Uchiha with ease. Uchiha Shursui, at the age of 13 or 14, possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan akin to Itachi's. Without any pressing circumstances, Uchiha Yu would likely not regard Uchiha Shursui as a threat, even though Shursui may not disregard his ocular prowess as Itachi did. The overwhelming suppression of the eyes would significantly favor Shursui's chances of victory. Nonetheless, caution remains imperative. As Shursui neared his home, he abruptly halted. Should he truly encounter trouble, he must not hesitate to employ his ocular techniques. Although the ocular dominance is undeniable, Shursui is acutely aware of his disadvantage in other respects. He is reluctant to frivolously expend his currently irreplaceable ocular power unless he finds himself in a dire predicament. Having gathered intelligence regarding Uchiha Yu's strength, Shursui began strategizing to ascertain Yu's patrol routes. With a decision made to take action, Shursui resolved to show no mercy and to act without delay. His team had returned to Konoha for some time. Although the frontline battles had largely concluded, negotiations remained ongoing, keeping them in a state of conflict. It was not impossible for their team to re-enter the Land of Grass, potentially for other missions. Not just them, but any combat-capable individuals should not be squandered. Shursui recalled how Kakashi's team had re-entered the Land of Grass, only to be ensnared by Uchiha Madara, who had gained prior intelligence. During that battle, Rin Noera was forcibly imbued with the Three Tails. In her effort to safeguard Konoha, she chose to perish at Kakashi's hand when besieged by the Umbu of the Mist. This act profoundly impacted the futures of both individuals. Witnessing this tragedy, Uchiha Obito awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan mere months later. Madara possessed an uncanny understanding of the Sharingan, as well as the human psyche. It was his perception of the goodness within Obito that led him to grotesquely distort that goodness into malevolence. The brighter a person is, the darker their fall into depravity can be. The complexities of human nature are deftly manipulated by this man on the verge of demise. And the devastation wrought by Obito's descent into evil is terrifying. The future has already revealed the answer. In Shursui's view, Minato Namikaze's team was akin to the future Team Kakashi, merely with different individuals succumbing to darkness. Kakashi's favoritism towards Sasuke is not solely due to Sasuke's Uchiha lineage, but perhaps because he sees echoes of his own past within him. Shursui now harbors concerns that he may have to collaborate with them on this mission, as their team has previously worked alongside Kakashi's. Although Uchiha Kei indeed contemplated participating in this mission, he was acutely aware that upon his return, he would likely be thrust into the role of nominating the fourth Hokage. Consequently, prior to his departure from Konoha, he resolved to address certain matters within his control, particularly concerning his brother Uchiha Yu. Even if he could not resolve both issues, securing at least one would suffice. After all, the turmoil surrounding Orochimaru was intensifying, and the disappearance of an Uchiha at this juncture would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. Moreover, upon his return, the circumstances could shift dramatically. It was possible that the security department would intensify their scrutiny. Yet, the prospect of attempting to stimulate the Mangekyo Sharingan required time, and the life support device also necessitated careful consideration, which left Uchiha Kei feeling somewhat vexed. Suddenly, he realized that he was devoid of both funds and time. With a sigh, he lamented the unfortunate state he found himself in. Now, Uchiha Kei contemplated whether he should undertake some missions to earn a bit of money. However, as he deliberated, he felt uneasy. What if these tasks caused him to miss out on the matters he truly wished to engage in? Resigned, Uchiha Kei decided to take things one step at a time, recognizing that if he found himself in a tight spot, he might have to seek a loan from Uchiha Fugaku. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Uchiha Kei turned around curiously. Having returned to Konoha for a month and a half, his reputation had quietly risen, and with his newly acquired eligibility to attend clan meetings, numerous Uchiha ninjas had begun to address him as Lord Kei. Lord Kei, the clan leader wishes to see you. The Uchiha clansman spoke with a degree of respect, adding, "The leader is currently at the security department." "I understand. I will go there immediately." Uchiha Kei nodded in acknowledgement. He had mentally prepared himself for this meeting with Uchiha Fugaku, especially considering he had publicly confronted a member of the security department. While such an incident was somewhat embarrassing, Uchiha Kei felt justified in his actions, having acted appropriately in handling the situation. Aside from confronting the security department personnel, he had merely engaged Uchiha Haoshu, so he did not believe Uchiha Fugaku would be excessively punitive. After spending a bit of time, Uchiha Kei arrived at the security department, quickly noting that the atmosphere among the personnel was rather excessively serious. Particularly upon his entrance, the complex expressions on their faces elicited a sense of amusement within him. Was it really necessary? Had he not merely struck Uchiha Haoshu? Did this individual possess such a formidable reputation within the security department? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Uchiha Kei walked into the security department, disregarding the gazes of the ninjas inside, and headed straight for Uchiha Fugaku's office. "Come in." As Uchiha Kei knocked, Uchiha Fugaku's voice resonated from within. Upon entering, Uchiha Kei was surprised to find that Uchiha Fugaku was alone in the office. Uchiha Haoshu was conspicuously absent. This situation took Uchiha Kei by surprise. The absence of the main party involved only indicated one thing. Uchiha Fugaku himself likely did not regard this matter with much seriousness. Although he had already surmised the situation, Uchiha Kei still bowed respectfully. There was no need for pretense. Could one not deduce the circumstances upon witnessing this scene? Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and gestured toward a chair beside him, saying, "Please, have a seat." "Yes, clan leader." Uchiha Kei nodded and quietly took a seat. "I wonder if there is anything else the clan leader wishes to discuss with me? What do you think?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired with a hint of amusement. "Your analytical skills impress me, and you are quite astute. Take a guess as to why I summoned you." "My analytical prowess stems from my understanding of future events." Uchiha Kei silently cursed, but quickly began contemplating Uchiha Fugaku's intentions. Given that Uchiha Haoshin was absent and Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor was not angry, it was nearly certain that this individual was not seeking to trouble him. The most probable scenario was a routine matter. After all, he was the clan leader, and even if he held a favorable view of Kei, he could not afford to display it excessively. Suddenly, Uchiha Kei seemed to grasp certain possibilities. Previously, he had spoken of the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, and during a clan meeting, he had unreservedly criticized the style of the guard division, deeming it quite detestable. The actions of Konoha's upper echelons, combined with those of the Uchiha clan, had increasingly alienated the Uchiha from Konoha. This time, as an Uchiha, he had dealt a significant blow to the members of the guard division, effectively striking a resounding slap to the faces of those hardliners. Was it possible that Uchiha Fugaku was contemplating change? Was he viewing Kei as a catalyst? Or perhaps, did he perceive Kei's actions as aligning with Konoha's interests, intending to recruit him as a spy in the dark underbelly of Konoha? In an instant, Uchiha Kei found himself overthinking the situation. Have you figured it out? Uchiha Fugaku observed the young boy lost in thought and could not help but feel a surge of emotion. He never anticipated that a child would be the one to recognize the immense peril inherent in the relationship between the clan and Konoha, much like himself. Even more astonishing was the realization that the one who saw through it all was a figure once considered marginal within the family. Indeed, while Uchiha Fugaku may have heard the name Uchiha Kei, it was only in passing, having seen it on deployment lists. Such lists typically comprised clan ninjas requested by the village, allowing family ninjas to select and compile their own names. Those appearing on such lists were generally viewed as lacking prospects within the clan and held no great aspirations. Yet, curiously, this list contained two anomalies. One was Uchiha Obito, who opened his eyes to reveal the double Tomo, tragically perishing on the battlefield of the Land of Grass, with even his remains unrecoverable. The other was even more remarkable, Uchiha Kei, who opened his eyes to unveil the three Tomo. Although Uchiha Fugaku sensed that this young lad was somewhat peculiar, as he had only recently awakened his Sharingan, he was astounded when the boy single-handedly vanquished the Rock Ninja's explosive demolition team in the subsequent fierce battle. This was not the end of it. He later eliminated the Rock Ninja's Shursui team, accomplishing these feats independently. One can only imagine the terrifying talent he possessed. If it were not for the lack of evidence to substantiate his suspicions, he would hardly believe that Uchiha Itachi had just awakened his eyes. Upon meeting this young man, Uchiha Fugaku found him quite intriguing. The boy was remarkably intelligent and exhibited certain characteristics befitting his lineage, which piqued Fugaku's interest. The young man's performance during the Leaf Village funeral further aligned with Fugaku's thoughts. These occurrences deepened Fugaku's fascination with the lad, reaching its zenith during a clan meeting. He was utterly taken aback by the boy's unique yet profoundly logical perspective on issues. Remarkably, their thoughts were in perfect harmony, driven by this newfound interest. Uchiha Fugaku began to pay closer attention to the young one, eager to observe what choices he might make within the complexities of their clan environment. However, he was surprised to find that the boy made no choices at all, not even taking the time to greet him, the clan leader. Nevertheless, Fugaku did not concern himself too much with the boy's behavior, knowing that he was either immersed in books or training. He respected the high standards the boy set for himself. What Fugaku did not anticipate was that during their eventual encounter, it was his own son who had leapt from a cliff, only to be saved by this young lad. While perplexed by his son's actions, he felt immense gratitude towards the boy. Hence, Fugaku called the lad over to converse, deciding to address his son's situation at a later time. Uchiha Itachi displayed remarkable maturity and depth of thought. As his father, Fugaku speculated that his child was not attempting to take his own life, a matter he preferred to keep from the boy's mother. Yet, Fugaku was utterly unprepared for the profound shock that arose from their casual conversation. It was during this exchange that he began to regard Uchiha Itachi not merely as a child. The boy's insights were astoundingly perceptive, allowing him, at such a tender age and with incomplete information, to discern the intricacies of the village's relationship with the Uchiha clan through his training experiences. Such clarity of thought eluded many adult clan members, even when presented with extensive literature. Uchiha Fugaku realized he had underestimated this young man. Despite his repeated elevation of the boy's assessment, he felt he still did not fully grasp the extent of his capabilities. The boy had already proven his strength, and at merely 13 or 14 years old, he had ample room for growth. In terms of wisdom, he has proven himself, demonstrating his abilities on such a complex battlefield and amidst the intricate environment of villages and families. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku resolved that he could no longer allow this young man to drift outside the family. The boy maintained a connection with Kakashi, which might harbor ulterior motives, thoughts that Uchiha Fugaku dared not entertain. "Do you intend to reform the Konoha Guard, clan leader?" Uchiha Shursui suddenly inquired. As Fugaku regarded him with a complex expression, he had come to realize that Uchiha Itachi's involvement in the Umbu and his role as a double agent primarily stemmed from the outbreak of the Ninetales incident. Similarly, Uchiha Shursui had always leaned towards Konoha, yet his entrance into the Umbu occurred after the Ninetales attack, a time when relations between the Uchiha and Konoha were precarious. The elder foxes of Konoha appeared to placate the Uchiha clan on the surface, yet how could they fail to discern the machinations of these individuals? Moreover, Due to shared ideologies, both Uchiha members had been effectively brainwashed into defecting. Now, absent the tumult of the Nine Tails incident, it was unlikely that Konoha would permit the Uchiha to infiltrate the Umbu. Thus, the most plausible explanation was that Uchiha Fugaku indeed sought to alter the Konoha Guard, and the perspectives presented by Uchiha Shisui likely struck a chord with the clan leader, especially since Shisui was nearly advocating for a dovish approach. Initiating changes to avert potential crises was undoubtedly a prudent choice, even amidst formidable challenges he wished to undertake. This was certainly good news for Uchiha Shisui, as it indicated the successful progression of his plans. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku did not conceal his thoughts. There were too many who harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan, and the distance between the Uchiha and the village was widening, a sight he did not wish to witness. This is a challenging endeavor, clan leader Uchiha Shisui contemplated, deciding it prudent to exercise some restraint. Many within the clan may not permit you to proceed in this manner. I am well aware. But certain matters necessitate a firm stance, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Reflect upon this and provide me with some counsel, if you would, clan leader. Before Uchiha Fugaku could finish his thought, a knock resounded at the office door. Lord Yu has arrived. Uchiha Yu is here? Uchiha Shisui nodded calmly. It was indeed time for his arrival, as he had not concealed his whereabouts. How could you be unaware? Uchiha Fugaku responded with a composed acknowledgement and stood, making his way to the door. Consider this carefully, Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku stated calmly. Wait here while I speak with you. Yes, clan leader, Uchiha Shisui replied, rising and bowing respectfully. Though he held little regard for Uchiha Yu, having someone to assist in resolving troubles was preferable to stirring up more issues. Uchiha Fugaku likely summoned him with this intention. While eliminating conflict was impossible, perhaps it could be alleviated to some extent. With a smile, Uchiha Fugaku closed the door to his office, while Uchiha Kei began to survey the surroundings. However, when his gaze fell upon Uchiha Fugaku's desk, he was taken aback. There lay the newly devised patrol map for the security department ninjas. It seemed that even fate itself conspired against Uchiha Yu this time. Uchiha Kei recalled a saying from his gaming days, playing well is not as valuable as strategizing well. Initially, he found this notion somewhat extreme, believing that without skill, no amount of strategy would suffice. Yet, he later recognized the truth in those words. Whether one was a master or merely a novice, luck undeniably played a significant role. In this new world, fortune became even more crucial, as it directly pertained to Uchiha Kei's very life. For instance, on the battlefield, should an enemy ninja hurl a kunai at him with no means of evasion, it would be fortuitous if either the adversary or a teammate appeared just in time to intervene. In any realm, besides possessing ability, one must not underestimate the importance of luck. Otherwise, countless talented individuals would remain unappreciated. Uchiha Kei considered himself relatively fortunate. Although he had encountered some truly unfortunate events, this time, luck was undeniably on his side. Gathering intelligence on Uchiha Yu and his mission routes required minimal time and effort, leaving Uchiha Kei in awe of his good fortune. In a moment of spiteful retaliation, Uchiha Kei had taken action against Uchiha Haoshu, only to discover that his superior, a Jonin, had once been teammates with Uchiha Yu. Intrigued to see how Uchiha Haoshu would respond, Uchiha Kei ventured to the security department, where, surprisingly, Uchiha Fugaku offered to assist him with some issues, despite recognizing it as a mere gesture to maintain familial harmony. However, in an unforeseen twist, Uchiha Fugaku inadvertently left Uchiha Kei alone, allowing him to uncover the patrol routes. Upon seeing this information, Uchiha Kei could only reflect on how even fate seemed to wish for Uchiha Yu's demise. After approximately 10 minutes, Uchiha Fugaku returned, during which time Uchiha Kei had memorized the patrol map. When Uchiha Fugaku re-entered, Uchiha Kei had already returned to his previous position. Uchiha Yu accompanied Fugaku, visibly displeased yet suppressing his anger, clearly having received a stern conversation from Uchiha Fugaku, rendering him more restrained. Kikuin, Uchiha Fugaku stated as he settled back into his chair. Make time to visit Haoshu, understood? I will extend my sincere apologies. Uchiha Kiyoshi offered a slight bow to Uchiha Fugaku, yet he did not cast even a glance at Uchiha Yu. I have indeed overstepped. I shall return and reflect earnestly upon my words and actions. Go on. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand dismissively. By the way, during this time, do take the opportunity to instruct Itachi as well. He scarcely finds you at home whenever he comes to visit. I shall, Uchiha Kiyoshi nodded before turning to leave. Instructing Uchiha Itachi? He pondered whether he would have the time, as Uchiha Kiyoshi felt that his schedule would be rather packed, despite his intention to reflect on his conduct. According to the route and action plan, Uchiha Yu was scheduled to embark on his next patrol in 3 days, leaving Kiyoshi with ample preparation time. As a ninja, there was much to be done upon receiving intelligence on the enemy, the most fundamental task being reconnaissance of the terrain and selecting an ambush site. Additionally, there were numerous supplies to gather, such as kunai and shuriken, which required replenishment. A warrior must be equipped for battle. How could one fight without weapons? With this in mind, Uchiha Kiyoshi resolved to venture out tomorrow to procure the necessary ninja tools, and he intended to survey the map to identify the most suitable locations. In his estimation, an ideal ambush point need not be overly concealed. Excessive secrecy would only arouse suspicion. A location with minimal foot traffic would suffice. Lord Kiyoshi. Just as Uchiha Kiyoshi was deep in thought, a voice interrupted him. Turning around, he saw Uchiha Asahi. Asahi-kun, there's no need for such formality. What brings you here? Lord Kiyoshi, a classmate of yours is waiting outside. Uchiha Asahi replied with unwavering respect, disregarding Kiyoshi's words. A classmate? Kiyoshi paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Very well, I understand. Thank you for the message. Uchiha Asahi bowed once more before silently departing. Observing Asahi's demeanor left Kiyoshi somewhat puzzled. He had saved the man's child. Yet this display of gratitude felt almost excessive. Could it be that Asahi was contemplating some future investment, hoping to place his child under Kiyoshi's tutelage? Contemplating this, Uchiha Kiyoshi made his way outside, and before long, he encountered Kakashi, Guy, and others awaiting him. What brings you all here? Kiyoshi inquired, somewhat bemused. While Kakashi's presence was not surprising, the inclusion of Might Guy, Noara Rin, and Akane was unexpected. Even the younger generation like Nara Shikamaru and Iriko were among them. A stark deviation from Kiyoshi's anticipations. Initially, Kiyoshi thought Kakashi had summoned him for training, and he had no objections to that. After all, he had acquired the intelligence he sought. Training would be beneficial. Moreover, during such sessions, he could quietly release a shadow clone to procure some ninja tools or conduct reconnaissance, an opportune moment for preparation. It seems that training in the company of others is far more advantageous than training alone with Kakashi. With so many witnesses present, Uchiha Kei feels a sense of safety. However, the purpose of their gathering remains unclear. If it is merely collective training, it could indeed become somewhat bothersome. Kei, it is as follows. Might Kai approached directly. We currently have no missions, but most of us have returned, so Rin suggested we gather. A gathering? Uchiha Kei pondered, stroking his chin, then nodded in agreement. Sure. Let us convene. He had not anticipated such an outcome, yet he did not oppose it. In fact, he wholeheartedly approved. These individuals represent the future foundation and pillars of Konoha, and cultivating a good rapport with them has always been one of Uchiha Kei's strategies. Regardless of whether his plans ultimately succeed or fail, it is a form of investment in his future. Cheers. In a barbecue restaurant in Konoha, Uchiha Kei and Kakashi's group raised their cups, the only regret being their youth, which precluded them from indulging in alcohol. Nevertheless, it was evident that they were unconcerned. The purpose of such a gathering was to revel in joy, and the atmosphere suggested that they were indeed enjoying themselves. Uchiha Kei sat among them, observing his jovial peers, and the vibrant ambience transported him back to the days he first entered the ninja academy. Yet, he remained somewhat reticent, uncertain of what to articulate, a sentiment shared by Kakashi. Kakashi, perhaps burdened by a wealth of experiences, particularly those marked by sorrow, was reluctant to recount tales of the battlefield. Conversely, Uchiha Kei was at a loss for words. His experiences held little relevance. Should he regale them with how he survived to become a hero of Konoha at the age of 7? Although they seemed genuinely interested, Uchiha Kei found himself unsure of how to respond. Faced with their eager gazes, he could only selectively share certain stories, dismissing others with casual indifference. Fortunately, the youngsters of this era had all endured the ravages of war and understood that the battlefield often harbors painful memories. Had it been Naruto or Sasuke's generation, they would likely have pressed for every detail. Kei, I never imagined that you appeared so unremarkable back then, and unlike other Uchiha, you did not exude pride. Yet now, you stand at the forefront. Red sat across from Uchiha Kei, and after he shared some of the tales he could tell, she couldn't help but express her astonishment. Others echoed her sentiments. particularly Mike Kai, who was nearly beside himself with excitement. Listening to Uchiha Kei recount stories of rescuing captives, aiding Kakashi, and ultimately breaking through the enemy lines stirred a fervor within him. Although Uchiha Kei refrained from sharing the stories following Kakashi's departure, they were aware of the information circulating among other ninjas. For instance, one individual had single-handedly vanquished the IWA Ninja Demolition Squad, as well as the formidable Ishimizu Shu team, which had posed considerable challenges for Konoha ninjas. One could only say that luck had favored him. Uchiha Kei touched his nose and reflected. Though I have experienced life and death, I also had the rescue of Captain Minato. However, it seems you have become the most formidable among our cohort. At that moment, Kakashi sighed beside him, remarking, "Yet, there aren't many of us left in this generation. Perhaps the subsequent ones will fare better." Kakashi's words bore a hint of melancholy, plunging the atmosphere into a somber silence. Indeed, the remaining students were few, for war is a relentless meat grinder, obliterating humanity and emotions while effortlessly claiming lives. Regardless of age, the horrors of war cast an inescapable shadow over their generation, yet it also served as the very foundation of their growth, igniting a heartfelt yearning for peace. "Let us not dwell on such matters," Uchiha Kei insisted, tapping the table before raising his glass. "At least we are alive. We shall carry the will of our fallen comrades and live for their ideals. When we lay to rest, we will tell them that their sacrifices shaped the world of our dreams. Cheers." His words ignited a fervor among those present, prompting them to eagerly clink their glasses together. Observing this scene, Uchiha Kei smiled inwardly, realizing that a few encouraging words could stir such passionate emotions. Perhaps his admiration had blossomed into genuine friendship. Meanwhile, another Uchiha Kei had quietly infiltrated the crowd. This Uchiha Kei was merely a shadow clone, having created it under the pretext of needing the restroom as he accompanied Kakashi and the others into the barbecue restaurant. After employing a transformation technique, the clone stealthily departed the restaurant and proceeded along Uchiha Yu's patrol route. Uchiha Yu was an exceedingly proud individual, relying solely on himself, thus presenting Uchiha Kei with an excellent opportunity. However, due to Yu's esteemed position within the clan, his patrol route was certainly not in obscure areas, which posed a challenge for Uchiha Kei. If Uchiha Kei were discovered, all his plans would likely come to naught, a situation he was keen to avoid. With his head bowed, he tread cautiously along the route, scrutinizing and contemplating his surroundings. The closer he got to the security department, the more agitated he became. Not only was this insufferable patrol route short, but it also meandered around the core of Konoha, with the only relatively deserted area alarmingly nearing the security department. This left little room for Uchiha Kei to maneuver, and he was uncertain whether a battle here would swiftly attract the attention of the guards. Would he truly have to resort to the powers of the Mangekyo? Uchiha Kei pondered, reluctant to utilize such an irreplaceable force, especially before he had completed his research. Yet, if compelled, he would not hesitate. Though it may be irreplaceable and hidden away, in the face of extreme circumstances, does one truly still care? With this thought, Uchiha Kei made a resolute decision. Aside from hoping that matters would not escalate to that point, he had little reason to hesitate. However, he soon halted, as he suddenly noticed that the forest nearby seemed somewhat unusual. Turning towards the thicket, Uchiha Kei commenced a meticulous observation of his surroundings. The shadow clone technique, while not particularly unique, possesses significant utility. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto Uzumaki adeptly employed this technique to enter Sage Mode and even harness the power of the Nine Tails chakra. Yet, for the Uchiha clan, this technique proved somewhat troublesome, as it rendered them unable to utilize the Sharingan. Perhaps this is due to the Sharingan being a special bloodline limit? Despite Uchiha Madara's ability to employ wood clones in conjunction with Susanoo, it is evident that he could accomplish such feats even without eyes. It can only be said that this ocular technique likely does not necessitate the Sharingan as a medium, but rather is a fusion of Yin release and chakra. Without the ability to wield the Sharingan, Uchiha Kei diligently scanned the area, drawing upon his battlefield experience to enhance his observational skills. Before long, he discovered numerous signs of conflict within the woods. However, rather than mere traces of battle, it seemed more akin to evidence of rigorous training. Lord Yu has always been a remarkably diligent individual, often engaging in training after completing his patrol missions. Is that so? No wonder Yu possesses such a stellar reputation. It It appears he is not merely basking in empty accolades. Be cautious with your words, Kisama, Uchiha Asahi said, glancing nervously around, fearing that Uchiha Kei's remarks might be overheard by others. Fortunately, the area was devoid of onlookers, allowing Uchiha Asahi to breathe a sigh of relief. Earlier that day, Uchiha Kei had sought him out to inquire about matters pertaining to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Asahi, aware of the strained relationship between this individual and Uchiha Yu, earnestly divulged all that he knew and had heard, hoping to steer Uchiha Kei away from impulsiveness and potential trouble. However, it appeared that his efforts might bear little fruit. Is this the pride of a genius? Uchiha Asahi felt a sense of helplessness. Youthful pride among talented individuals is to be expected, yet when that pride veers into arrogance, it becomes a detrimental trait. Many are aware of the tumultuous relationship between Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Yu, yet under the patriarch's suppression, no significant conflict has arisen. Now, with Uchiha Kei inquiring about Uchiha Yu, it seems he is merely taking precautions. Do not worry so, there is no need for such fear. Am I truly one to resort to violence against him? Uchiha Kei chuckled as he regarded Uchiha Asahi. You know well that my relationship with him is less than amicable. It is only natural to gather information in advance. I understand, Kisama. Uchiha Asahi lowered his head, uncertain whether Uchiha Kei's words bore truth. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to feign belief. I understand your intent. Rest assured, even if I were to speak of this before him, it would not be of great consequence. Uchiha Kei nonchalantly waved his hand. Nonetheless, I appreciate the information you've provided. It has illuminated just how formidable he truly is. And I now possess a clear direction for my efforts. Is that so? Uchiha Asahi revealed a sincere smile. I eagerly anticipate Lord Kei surpassing Lord Yu and becoming the strongest in our clan. The strongest in the clan? Uchiha Kei chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. In the Uchiha family within Konoha, being the strongest held little merit. For in the future, any Uchiha wandering the world could easily obliterate this clan. Of course, if the conversation turned to making him the foremost Uchiha, Uchiha Kei would hesitate to engage. The true strongest Uchiha would be resurrected in a decade or so, demonstrating to the world what Uchiha power truly entailed. With a casual wave of his hand, Uchiha Kei departed, having acquired all he sought. Through Uchiha Asahi's words, he validated the findings of his shadow clone from the previous day, confirming that everything aligned perfectly with his conjectures. This revelation afforded Uchiha Kei an exceptional opportunity. From his observations the day prior, Uchiha Kei noted the extensive training regimen employed by the Uchiha, including traces of fire-style ninjutsu. Such training would inevitably create considerable commotion. Uchiha Kei mused, given this, when we engage, the disturbance we create might not immediately attract the attention of others. Indeed, a person accustomed to training in ninjutsu could hardly maintain silence, as significant noise would naturally ensue. However, Uchiha Kei discerned a crucial distinction. The difference between training and combat lies in continuity and duration. In actual combat, one cannot continuously deploy ninjutsu nor rely on a singular technique, as these are fundamentally disparate from practice. Therefore, should Uchiha Kei engage Uchiha Yu, it would inevitably be discovered. He estimated that if their exchange were reciprocal, it would likely be mere minutes before others took notice. Unless Uchiha Kei resorted to utilizing his Mangekyo Sharingan and employed his ocular techniques to subdue Uchiha Yu swiftly, he could achieve a rapid resolution. Yet, the prowess of Uchiha Yu instilled a sense of trepidation in Uchiha Kei. Through his research and documentation over time, he had grasped certain aspects of his ocular techniques. Firstly, he recognized that his ocular techniques were intertwined not only with his own chakra and ocular power, but also with the capabilities of his adversaries and allies. When he activated his ocular techniques, it essentially became a process of chakra and ocular suppression. His chakra intertwined with his techniques, ensnaring his opponents within the effects of his ocular prowess. The essence of all ocular techniques is quite similar, essentially, apart from those endowed with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Is there anyone who can wield multiple ocular jutsu without succumbing to exhaustion? Take Uchiha Itachi's return to the village after the demise of the third Hokage as a prime example. After employing Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi just once, he was left on the brink of collapse, both chakra and ocular power severely depleted. Uchiha Sasuke's situation is not dissimilar. His relentless battles have rendered his eyes blind faster than anyone else. How long has it been since Sasuke awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan? Though the anime does not delve into specifics, Uchiha Obito recalls it was hardly a long duration, at most, around a month. Yet, in that brief span, he was perilously close to losing his sight. His battles were exceedingly intense. He faced the 4 Kage in succession, and had it not been for Obito's timely intervention, he might have fallen victim to the 3rd Tsuchikage. Thanks to Karen's assistance in restoring his chakra and healing his injuries, he earned the right to continue, ultimately catching up to Danzo and eliminating him. However, the confrontation with Danzo depleted his chakra and ocular power, and engaging with Kakashi's team led to a complete exhaustion of his abilities, culminating in his blindness. Uchiha Obito certainly does not wish for such a fate to befall him, particularly as he leans towards speed, making it all too easy to overextend with ocular techniques. Once his chakra runs out and he attempts to forcibly use these techniques, it would spell his doom, especially when facing an opponent with superior chakra, which would exacerbate his depletion. But how then are the tailed beasts controlled? Uchiha Obito suddenly pondered this. If his ocular techniques are closely tied to chakra, how could those tailed beasts be managed? However, he swiftly realized his folly. He is not of the Senju clan, those who rely on an unfathomable reservoir of chakra to subdue the tailed beasts. He is an Uchiha, entirely capable of employing the Sharingan's Genjutsu to dominate those creatures. Perhaps the Mangekyo Sharingan inherently counters tailed beasts, as the illusions it casts are beyond their endurance. Uchiha Obito believes that with diligent training, he too could wield the Mangekyo to control the tailed beasts. Speaking of which, the tailed beasts truly have a tragic fate. Uchiha Obito's side, the Uchiha clan psychologically oppresses them, while the Senju clan applies physical domination. What a lamentable existence. Uchiha Obito silently strode through the streets of Konoha, his cold gaze surveying the ordinary folk around him. His eyes resembled those of a lone wolf, dangerous and brimming with aggression. Upon meeting Obito's fierce stare, the ordinary citizens instinctively lowered their heads or averted their gaze. Their breaths grew shallow, and their demeanor became markedly anxious. To Uchiha Obito, these ordinary people appeared as nothing more than a troupe of jesters. This sensation brought him immense satisfaction. He relished the sight of their terror, as if he and the Uchiha clan were the true sovereigns of Konoha. Indeed, in Uchiha Obito's mind, the Uchiha clan ought to reign supreme over Konoha. At this moment, the Uchiha clan has become feeble and ineffectual. His elder brother tirelessly strives for the prosperity of their lineage, yet there are innumerable dissenting voices within the clan. Behind these opposing sentiments stand many individuals. Uchiha Yu has little affinity for politics, yet this does not imply he is oblivious to such matters. In his eyes, those who exhibit weakness are merely the ones purged from the family. It is precisely their presence that has rendered the clan increasingly cowardly and incompetent. Fortunately, an ever-growing number of clan members are awakening to this reality. Uchiha Yu silently mused. He believes that in the near future, his brother will undoubtedly realize his aspirations, and the elder will fulfill his long-standing wishes. Within the Uchiha clan, the number of those aligned with them has been steadily rising. With the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, they are demonstrating remarkable prowess on their respective battlefields. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's influence in Konoha is undeniably waning. They have been largely excluded from significant decision-making processes. Coupled with the aspirations of their forebears, they feel compelled to reclaim the rights that rightfully belong to them. Once a minority, they have now become the majority. Yet, Uchiha Kei, that insufferable brat, why does his brother hold him in such high regard? As Uchiha Yu walked, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger at the mere thought of Uchiha Kei. Deep down, he harbors a profound disdain for that young boy. Uchiha Kei's father, Uchiha Keisuke, is merely a chunin, and having sustained injuries that effectively ended his ninja career, he is hardly imposing. His mother, Uchiha Ryoko, no longer possesses any significant ninja abilities, and their ancestors have not produced formidable shinobi. A child born into such a family, in Uchiha Yu's eyes, is entirely devoid of potential, a notion further substantiated by Uchiha Kei's childhood experiences. Astonishingly, however, this boy, perhaps by sheer luck, awakened his Sharingan on the battlefield, and upon its activation, achieved the formidable 3-tomo. Uchiha Yu invested an immeasurable amount of time, effort, and determination to elevate his own Sharingan from 1 to 3-tomo. Yet this boy, in the face of a fatal misstrike from Namake's Minato, he astonishingly unleashed an incredible power. activating his Sharingan just in time to evade a lethal blow. Death is undeniably the greatest fear of any individual, and awakening the Sharingan amid such peril is not entirely unfathomable. Although Uchiha Yu dismisses the manner of this awakening, the fact that he achieved the 3 tomo so effortlessly fills him with overwhelming envy. Why should he, who has labored so diligently, be overshadowed by a boy who attained such prowess merely by skirting the brink of death? This stark disparity fuels Uchiha Yu's resentment towards Uchiha Kei, a sentiment that nearly erupted after Kei openly opposed his brother. In his mind, his brother's status is on par with that of his parents. Moreover, from a young age, it was his elder brother who provided him with the most care and protection. Uchiha Itachi openly opposed his brother and succeeded, which incited Uchiha Sasuke's utmost ire towards this young man. A few days ago, Uchiha Itachi brazenly attacked Uchiha Kakashi, presenting Uchiha Sasuke with an opportunity for revenge, while simultaneously igniting his curiosity about the true capabilities of this individual. According to the report published by the Hokage, this young man single-handedly eliminated the IW Ninja's demolition unit and subsequently annihilated a squad led by Ishikawa Haruki. Such achievements are undeniably formidable. However, Uchiha Sasuke sensed that something was amiss. It was implausible for someone who had just awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan to accomplish such feats. He himself might not even be able to achieve that. It is highly likely that Minato Namikaze deliberately relinquished the credit, especially considering that a member of the Uchiha clan perished at the hands of his squad, and that Kakashi, that brat, possesses a Sharingan. What a pity. If it weren't for the fact that Uchiha Sasuke secretly berated his clan leader for being too weak, he would have found it hard to bear. In truth, Uchiha Sasuke harbored little affection for Uchiha Fugaku. He deemed him excessively feeble, even though he appeared to adopt a neutral stance, seemingly always considering the clan's welfare. Nevertheless, many decisions originating from their lineage were dismissed, particularly those proposed by his brother, which left Uchiha Sasuke feeling quite unsettled. Nonetheless, he understood the importance of hierarchy and dared not show disrespect to his clan leader, nor would he disregard his commands. Well, perhaps it is best to engage in some training. Growing increasingly agitated, Uchiha Sasuke hastened towards the Konoha Guard Division. His training ground lay within a small grove about 1 to 2 kilometers from the Guard Division. Ever since joining the Guard Division, he had diligently trained every day. Being a ninja is a profession that values strength, and his brother had always been exceptionally powerful. As his younger brother, he could not afford to fall behind. Deep down, he harbored hopes of surpassing his brother, believing that only then could he better protect him. Even if his brother were to slacken in his training and devote himself entirely to the clan's development, he would still be there to uphold their legacy. As for patrolling duties, Uchiha Sasuke hardly regarded them. It was unlikely that anyone would dare cause trouble in his presence. Moreover, his commitment to training was well known among the Guard Division, even to clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, yet no one dared to comment. Such circumstances emboldened Uchiha Sasuke further. Since everyone remained silent and indifferent, why should he concern himself with their opinions? If it weren't for the position of deputy leader. Uchiha Sasuke moved swiftly, entering the grove in no time. The woods were serene, with only a few birds chirping incessantly. Uchiha Sasuke relished this atmosphere, casually removing his forehead protector and shedding his green vest, casting them aside. He then commenced his warm-up exercises, unaware that a pair of eyes were observing him intently. As he engaged in warm-up exercises, the owner of those piercing eyes moved. A flash of azure light flickered, and suddenly, Uchiha Yu bore a long gash upon his back. But as the wound spread, he transformed into a mere wooden figure. A substitution technique. Uchiha Kei stood silently, observing the wooden effigy before him, then turned to gaze at a large tree, where Uchiha Yu now perched, coldly watching him. Uchiha Kei had, of course, witnessed the use of the substitution technique. Yu's speed was remarkable, having vacated the original position as he completed the maneuver, and Kei chose not to pursue. He found it curious that, despite his careful concealment, he had been detected. Uchiha Kei? Intriguing. Uchiha Yu scoffed. From the angle at which you drew your blade, you intended to subdue me? Are you not curious how I discerned your presence? Indeed, Uchiha Kei did not mince words. He readily acknowledged the truth. He refrained from employing the transformation technique, knowing well it would be futile against the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and surmised that there was no point in wasting chakra if concealment was impossible. Because of the birds, Uchiha Yu chuckled lightly. I train here daily, well acquainted with the nests of the local birds. You concealed yourself adeptly, yet your arrival startled them. They would never alight in your vicinity. Birds? Uchiha Kei cast a glance upward, conceding that he had indeed overlooked the keen sensitivity of these creatures. And he could not deny Yu's impressive observational skills. Who would take the time to monitor the whereabouts of birds? Even on the battlefield, Kei would not typically concern himself with such things unless specifically seeking to cause a commotion that would send the birds soaring and reveal their descent. It was worth noting that Kei had not disturbed them upon Yu's arrival. Since you have made your move against me, I shall not hold back, Uchiha declared, twisting his neck. I will kill you. Oh, Uchiha Kei flicked his wrist, brandishing his blade. Then let us see. You will come to understand, Uchiha intoned, his hands swiftly forming seals. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Humph, tiresome, Uchiha Kei scoffed, leaping backward slightly. Yet, at that moment, an ominous sense of danger surged within him, prompting him to swiftly glide several meters to the side. A chilling sound of a shuriken sliced through the air, narrowly grazing the fabric of his clothing. Without looking, Kei was aware that a massive tear had been ripped into his back. So fast, Uchiha Kei couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing speed of his opponent, who had cleverly employed fire style to obscure his vision, achieving the element of surprise. Had Kei not reacted with remarkable swiftness and agility, he would have been struck. Now that he had regained his composure, Uchiha Kei would not be caught off guard again. With his crimson eyes, adorned with 3 spinning tomo, he landed gracefully, using the tips of his toes to pivot, propelling himself back toward the shadow lurking behind him. In the fleeting moments of brilliance, Uchiha Kaido's ninja blade emanated a brilliant azure chakra, and with a swift motion, he slashed backward. Uchiha, no novice himself, adeptly parried Kaido's strike with the aid of his 3-tomo Sharingan, though he appeared relaxed on the surface. Internally, he could not help but marvel at the prowess of this young adversary. Such rapid reflexes were not entirely unique, yet they were undeniably impressive. Uchiha was acutely aware of his own speed. The fact that Kaido could respond and counterattack so swiftly indicated not only quick reflexes, but also remarkable bodily coordination. It was no wonder he had dispatched numerous formidable foes on the battlefield. You felt no fear. He surmised that Kaido's previous opponents had underestimated him, leading to their downfall. Now that he had recognized these nuances, he was determined not to make the same mistake. He regarded Kaido as an equal foe, despite the latter being merely a boy of 13 or 14. Even in this brief encounter, you could not deny Kaido's strength. When you became serious, he was truly formidable, and Kaido could sense a shift in the atmosphere. Initially, Yu's speed had posed little pressure, but as their physical confrontation persisted for a minute, Kaido began to grasp Yu's intent. Fast, precise, ruthless. These were the 3 words that encapsulated Yu's combat style. With the assistance of his Sharingan, Yu's taijutsu exhibited scarcely any flaws. Had Kaido not possessed a Sharingan of his own, he might have found himself overwhelmed. Nevertheless, Kaido remained unfazed. Their battle had only just commenced, and he was eager to test his capabilities. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the forest as Kaido and Yu engaged in increasingly fervent exchanges, yet curiously, neither bore any wounds. Kaido understood that this situation could not last indefinitely. He could feel the immense strength behind Yu's strikes, yet Kaido's speed surpassed that of his opponent. Consequently, Yu's attacks were either parried by Kaido or evaded altogether. The pivotal factor was that Kaido wielded a ninja blade gifted by Kakashi, a weapon capable of channeling chakra, while Yu relied on nothing more than a commonplace kunai. This disparity in equipment meant that if Kaido seized the opportunity, he could deliver a significant blow to Yu. Eventually, under the relentless pressure from Kaido and Yu's own persistent assaults, Yu's kunai finally shattered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu had long recognized that Kaido's blade was extraordinary. With calm resolve, he hurled the broken kunai at Kaido while swiftly retreating, employing ninjutsu to obscure Kaido's line of sight, thereby buying himself precious time. His series of maneuvers flowed seamlessly, completed in the blink of an eye. How could Uchiha Kei possibly miss such an excellent opportunity? After training extensively with Kakashi, Uchiha Kei not only mastered the Gale Slash, but also drew significant insights from Itachi Uchiha's Shadow Clone Explosion technique. Particularly, the creations derived from fundamental ninjutsu possess a certain level of deception akin to the Moonlit Dance. Although Uchiha Kei does not know the Moonlit Dance, it does not impede his ability to conjure something remarkably similar. With remarkable speed, Uchiha Kei advanced, wielding a blade in one hand while the other was raised in a singular stance, as an intense wave of blue chakra radiated from him. In an instant, he vanished in a puff of smoke, only to reappear as three distinct figures, each lunging toward Uchiha from different angles. The moonlit dance? No, that can't be. Uchiha was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the three Uchiha Keis, for this technique was exceedingly renowned. The moonlit dance of the Leaf Village swordsmanship, conceived by the second Hokage, is a paramount secret technique capable of delivering a lethal blow to adversaries. The essence of this technique lies not in its effect or power, for the clones it produces can be easily discerned by the Uchiha clan. Although the Sharingan can distinguish truth from illusion, it cannot guarantee an advantageous response in the heat of close combat. The second Hokage likely employed this technique numerous times to eliminate Uchiha ninjas. This was the crux of the matter. It was a ninjutsu of the second Hokage. At that moment, Uchiha began to suspect that Uchiha Kei had fully aligned himself with the Hokage faction. How else could he possess such swordsmanship? Yet, Uchiha, being a formidable ninja, quickly discerned that he had been deceived by Uchiha Kei. This was not the moonlit dance at all, but rather a clever ruse. While the clones produced by the moonlit dance shatter upon contact, they can inflict damage, whereas Uchiha Kei's clones were merely shadow clones. Upon engaging with one, it dissipated into smoke, and Uchiha instantly pinpointed the real Uchiha Kei's location. Uchiha Kei's technique was fundamentally a feint, meant to subtly confuse the opponent in the critical moment of life and death. That slight bewilderment could determine the line between survival and defeat. Uchiha Kei knew well that Uchiha undoubtedly had countermeasures, yet he had already closed in on making the situation perilous for his opponent. With a cold huff, the ninja blade in Uchiha Kei's hand gleamed once more, while simultaneously, his left hand radiated a dazzling light. A substantial gathering of tangible lightning chakra surged forth, emitting a low, ominous hum. Uchiha's expression shifted as he beheld Uchiha Kei's left hand, crackling with electricity, and he immediately contemplated the implications. However, Uchiha remained sufficiently composed. He promptly assessed the situation in response to Uchiha Kei's sudden assault. As the incessant low rumble of thunder approached him, he suddenly twisted his body slightly, seizing the left hand of Uchiha Kei with his left, preparing to exert force to twist it off. Simultaneously, his other hand thrust a kunai towards Uchiha Kei's abdomen, his eyes radiating an eerie chakra, evidently poised to cast a genjutsu. Yet, in the fleeting moment their gazes locked, Uchiha suddenly sensed a disorientation. Though it was merely an instant, it was sufficient for Uchiha Kei to free his left hand from Yu's grasp. In that moment of confusion, Uchiha Kei executed the body flicker technique, and even though Uchiha had regained his composure, he still felt the dense aura of the blade behind him. Not to be outdone, Uchiha, with his formidable foundational skills, employed the body flicker technique in this critical instant. Nevertheless, he sustained several cuts from Uchiha Kei's blade. Once Uchiha had created a sufficient distance, he gasped for breath. Your eyes cannot be. They are all three tomo, and you have only just awakened them. How can your genjutsu be so rapid and potent? Humph, a frog in a well. Uchiha Kei had no intention of explaining anything at that moment. Time was not on his side. Battles between Uchiha rarely involved genjutsu, especially when their strengths were evenly matched. The Sharingan's resistance to genjutsu was formidable, and even when Uchiha intended to use it, it was only under the assumption that Uchiha Kei would be too preoccupied to defend himself. However, he never anticipated that Uchiha Kei would act faster than he could. In truth, Uchiha Kei had indeed been waiting. His eyes were superior to Uchiha's, thus Kei could find an opportunity to strike a decisive blow. Such a battle might be time-consuming and exhausting, but whether for the protection of his eyes or the assessment of his abilities, it was undeniably necessary. Now, the situation appeared favorable. Uchiha Kei had a clearer understanding of his capabilities. If it were not imperative, he would not resort to using his trump card, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Kei abruptly formed hand seals. Now that he had gained the upper hand and wounded Uchiha, he was determined to maintain his advantage. Fire release, great fireball technique. Like a perfect replication, Uchiha Kei unleashed a fire release, and in the next moment, he utilized the body flicker technique to appear behind Uchiha, his ninja blade gleaming with a cerulean light. Uchiha Yu was swiftly cut by Uchiha Kei. But such injuries were trivial for him. He immediately began forming hand seals as well. However, before he could complete his seals, he abruptly broke off. For Uchiha Kei was employing the same tactic as before. This jutsu was fundamentally impairing his judgment. Damn brat. Uchiha Yu cursed silently, swiftly retreating diagonally while mentally resolving. If you wish to learn from me, then I shall learn from you. Yet caution enveloped his thoughts regarding this boy's eyes, which bore an unsettling quality. With this in mind, Uchiha Yu retaliated with a kunai thrust, his speed astonishingly swift. Uchiha Kei deftly parried the kunai, feeling a peculiar mix of emotions, yet amusement prevailed. He discerned Uchiha Yu's intentions, but what of it? His own tactics merely involved countering each move while integrating the swordsmanship he had covertly acquired. No matter how formidable Uchiha Yu might be, he could not possibly adapt to such a style with alacrity. The battle raged on, and it seemed as though their roles had reversed. Yet, Uchiha Yu increasingly sensed something amiss, while Uchiha Kei grew ever more ferocious. Having returned to Konoha after a period of rigorous training, Uchiha Kei's chakra remained in pristine condition, unlike the awkward state it had been in on the battlefield. He felt no trepidation in facing Uchiha Yu. In fact, he felt emboldened. Although Uchiha Kei had always been cautious in assessing his own strength, he now realized he had perhaps underestimated himself. Suddenly, a frown creased Uchiha Kei's brow as he sensed his proximity to the Konoha Guard Division. A shadow clone he had dispatched for reconnaissance sent back a report. It appeared that the guards had also become aware of the unfolding situation and were mobilizing towards their location. This development irked Uchiha Kei. He had hoped to refine his fundamental skills against a worthy opponent, but it seemed that would not be possible. Nevertheless, he sighed inwardly, wishing for at least 10 more minutes. Clearly, he had underestimated the Uchiha's response time. At that moment, Uchiha Yu's voice broke through from behind him. You truly deserve to die. The kunai lunged forth, madness etched upon Uchiha Yu's face. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that madness froze. His kunai had completely passed through Uchiha Kei's form, while a blade had pierced his own back. I told you, you are quite tedious. Moreover, you are excessively arrogant. Uchiha Kei's figure slowly materialized behind him, revealing a peculiar triangular diamond shape glimmering in his eyes. Ahead lay the clan leader. Under the guidance of a fellow clan member, Uchiha Fugaku arrived in a small grove not far from the guard division. The sky had darkened considerably, and Uchiha Fugaku silently surveyed his surroundings, pondering the events that had transpired. Earlier that day, he had noticed signs of fire release not far from the guard division. Initially, he had dismissed it, knowing that Uchiha Yu often trained in that vicinity. However, this time felt distinctly different. The continuity of the training seemed less enduring than anticipated. Most concerning was the sight of trees continuously toppling. Even rigorous physical training should not yield such destruction. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku sensed an unfamiliar chakra in the area. To err on the side of caution, he instructed the guards to investigate the situation. If all was well, there would be no issue, but should any peril arise, they would be prepared to respond swiftly. It is an undeniable truth that Uchiha Yu is exceptionally powerful. However, the strength of a ninja cannot be solely determined by their chakra. The unpredictability of various factors is overwhelming. Even members of the Uchiha clan, upon activating their Sharingan, have met their demise on the battlefield. Naturally, no one dared to defy Uchiha Fugaku's orders. Although they did not anticipate any issues arising from a ninja as formidable as Uchiha Yu, they thought it prudent to investigate. However, upon their arrival, they were utterly taken aback by the devastation before them. The forest lay in ruins, bearing the unmistakable scars of battle. Shuriken, blade marks, and traces of ninjutsu were conspicuously present, yet aside from some bloodstains and a broken shuriken, there was no sign of Uchiha Yu himself. This horrifying scene left the Uchiha ninjas in disbelief. After a thorough search, they came to the grim conclusion that Uchiha Yu had likely been ambushed. Reluctantly, they hurried back to report the matter in detail to Uchiha Fugaku. Initially, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, but soon dread enveloped him at the thought that only the high-ranking officials of Konoha could have silently dispatched Uchiha Yu. Yet, he pondered the motives behind such an action. Did they intend to instigate a war between Konoha and the Uchiha? However, after much contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku deemed this unlikely. Although the Great Ninja War appeared to be nearing its end, a formal conclusion had yet to be reached. Provoking a civil war would only serve to benefit other ninja villages, and the higher-ups of Konoha were certainly not foolish enough to overlook this reality. After reflecting on the situation, Uchiha Fugaku was inclined to believe this was an elaborate frame-up. But why target Uchiha Yu, and why at this particular moment? Uchiha Fugaku could not fathom the reasoning, yet he resolved to conduct a thorough investigation. Even if he dismissed the possibility of Konoha's involvement, he would remain vigilant. The relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha was indeed strained. Previously, Uchiha Fugaku had merely been aware of this tension, but after being confronted by Uchiha Itachi, he now fully comprehended its gravity. Thus, even if he suspected Konoha was not behind the incident, he would continue to exercise caution. He could not afford to place his trust in Konoha lightly. You may all leave. I will investigate the situation myself. Uchiha Fugaku instructed his fellow clan members before making his way toward the center of the battlefield alone. While the Hyuga clan typically assumed responsibility for surveying the battlefield, this did not imply that the Uchiha clan was incapable of performing such duties. Uchiha Fugaku began to meticulously examine the remnants of the battlefield, determined not to overlook even the slightest detail. The traces left behind were intricate. The cuts from blades and the marks from shuriken were sparse and commonplace, weapons wielded by nearly every ninja. However, Uchiha Fugaku discerned something unusual. The damage inflicted by these weapons was not scattered, and the remnants left behind were pitifully few. According to Uchiha Fugaku's recollections, from the moment Uchiha Obito unleashed his chakra, it took approximately 5 to 6 minutes for him to dispatch someone to investigate. In a typical confrontation between two ninjas, such signs of conflict would seem rather sparse. However, if Uchiha Obito were to engage alone, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly found himself in a moment of contemplation. Indeed, if Uchiha Obito fought single-handedly, the remnants of battle would indeed be diminished. Moreover, when an Uchiha ninja activates the Sharingan, the traces of combat would be minimal. The Sharingan empowers them to swiftly detect the enemy's vulnerabilities, thus leaving fewer traces in their wake. Even in a stalemate, their exchanges would primarily focus on the opponent's weapons. With this realization, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze shifted to a collection of shattered kunai. He picked one up and scrutinized it closely, only to find his expression darkening. The kunai bore numerous gashes, and it had fractured due to the intensity of the battle. The assailant could very well be another Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku silently mused. These markings spoke volumes. It was evident that Uchiha Obito had been attacked by a similarly formidable Uchiha ninja. It was understandable that other members of the Uchiha clan failed to perceive this, as they likely viewed the situation through their own biased lenses, believing there was no issue with the recent skirmish. Having been on the battlefield and having endured 2 great ninja wars, Uchiha Fugaku possessed a far more objective perspective on such details. Cursed be it, was it a ninja of the clan? Or perhaps an Uchiha aligned with the 3rd Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku pondered darkly. Or could it be the machinations of Danzo and his ilk? The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Yet one resolution had crystallized in Uchiha Fugaku's mind. Regardless of who was behind it or their intentions, he would uncover the truth. Despite the Uchiha clan's diminished stature, he still wielded the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, retaining the potential to alter fate itself. It would be best if they were not involved, otherwise. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes had turned a deep crimson, the 3 tomo within them slowly spinning. I will ensure you pay the price, without fail. After coming to this conclusion, Uchiha Fugaku stowed away the kunai and silently made his way back to the clan, determined not to leave behind any evidence that could incite turmoil within the clan. His mood was exceedingly grim. He needed to return and thoroughly investigate the matter at hand. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Uchiha Itachi bore a peculiar smile.